The horror game has descended upon the world, and Chen Xun has unexpectedly been chosen to become a player. Touching the game rules equates to death. It is at this moment that Chen Xun successfully activates the system, inheriting a staggering 90 trillion ghost coins from his ancestor Dedes. In the 404 Blood Red Train dungeon, Chen Xun becomes the most esteemed platinum member. In the Bloody Kindergarten dungeon, he outright purchases the entire establishment. Within the confines of the dungeon, his rules reign supreme. Subsequently, he continuously acquires assets within this terrifying world, with his ghost coins multiplying with each expenditure. Ultimately, vengeful spirits vie for his favor. Female ghosts serve as secretaries, and the Ghost King acts as his subordinate. Years later, Chen Xun stands at the pinnacle of the macabre realm. Why provoke him? The horror world is his domain, is a meticulously crafted work of suspense and the supernatural by Taohua Yeyekai. Chapter 1. Inheriting trillions of ghost coins. Countdown. The horror game dungeon is about to commence. Players are advised to prepare themselves. Current dungeon. Blood Red Train number 4. Dungeon level. Horror grade. As night fell, in a dimly lit room, Chen Xun was idly playing on his mobile phone when translucent crimson text suddenly materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a blood-red skew. What the hell? Chen Xun nearly leapt from his bed. The concept of horror games had already gone viral across major forums. This game seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Most importantly, there are indeed ghosts within the horror game. Should a player perish in the game, they will also meet their demise in reality. Moreover, the average death rate for players in these dungeons exceeds 50%. Even the mortality rate of certain copies has reached a terrifying 90%. Have I been chosen? Chen Xun mumbled quietly, clutching his phone. Currently, Chen Xun is a high school student. He had anticipated participating in the college entrance examination, attending university, and leading an unremarkable life. To his astonishment, he has become a player. What a stroke of misfortune. Chen Xun retrieved his phone and opened the forum dedicated to the horror game. The horror game has been around for nearly a year now, and the official team even established a forum. Players can exchange insights within this platform. At this moment, various posts are flying across the forum. Shocking. Entities from a horror game have mysteriously appeared in a restaurant in City M. Level 1 Ghostmaster's ghostly artifact. Only 3,980,000. Expert opinion. Will entities from the horror game descend into the real world? Breaking news. The island nation is shrouded in a mysterious fog. Skimming past these tidbits, Chen Xun promptly searched for the Blood Red Train instance. No. For that soon enough, a post adorned with crimson text emerged at the top of his phone screen. This signifies official information. The news is sufficiently reliable. Upon opening the post, the first thing Chen Xun noticed were 2 lines of blood-red characters. If you are a player who has drawn this instance, we regret to inform you that even we do not possess all the rules for this instance. The mortality rate for this instance has reached 9. Upon reading these bold lines, Chen Xun felt a sudden tightening in his chest. His gaze lingered on the second line. The mortality rate had reached 9. What does this signify? In other words, among 10 individuals entering the instance, at most only 1 would survive. Chen Xun's heart began to race. He did not believe he would be that fortunate one. This implies that he faced a 9 probability of demise. The crimson glow of the screen illuminated Chen Xun's solemn face. He swiped the screen, continuing to delve into the post content. Should you become a player in this instance, do not lose heart. Although there are specters within this realm, they are not free to kill at will, unless you breach the instance's rules. Some of these rules are typically quite conspicuous, even being conveyed directly by the specters themselves. However, within each instance, various peculiar hidden rules also exist. Specters can swiftly eliminate players who violate these rules. Below are 2 rules we have gathered concerning the Blood Red Train instance on April 4th. Point 1. Fair evasion will result in death at the hands of the ticket inspector. 2. Consumption of instant noodles aboard the train is strictly prohibited. Regrettably, these are the only 2 rules we have currently collected. The remainder must be discovered by the players themselves. Of course, if you are a formidable spirit master, perhaps you can disregard the rules. Lastly, we wish you the best of luck. Upon reading those 2 rules, Chen Xun felt a tightening in his heart, for they signified the imminent loss of at least 2 lives. Scrolling to the bottom of the post, Chen Xun glanced at the time of publication. It was precisely 1 week ago, This meant that the Blood Train dungeon on April 4th was a new instance, suggesting that the rules were still being explored. Ding! The system detected that the host has become a horror game player, and host identification is in progress. Host, Chen Xun. DNA verification complete. Iris verification complete. Appearance verification complete. Host identification confirmed. Congratulations, host, on successfully inheriting an asset of 9,999,999,999,999 yuan in ghostly currency left by your ancestors. System rules. For every 1 yuan spent, the host will gain 1 point of ghostly energy. Note, ghostly currency cannot be transferred, misused, or gifted. It is solely for the use of spirits, among other 99 restrictions. Ghostly currency. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the sound of a notification. However, this money couldn't be spent in the real world, could it? Otherwise, he could purchase some ghostly artifact from the forum, perhaps enhancing his chances of survival. Ghostly artifacts are specifically designed to combat spirits, albeit varying in potency. A myriad of questions arose in Chen Xun's mind, subtly suggesting that this currency might be intertwined with a horror game. Could it be that the spirits within the horror game also require currency? What if those spirits only consume humans? And how is the exchange rate for this ghostly currency determined? Is it something akin to 1 yuan equating to 100 billion? While Chen Xun pondered these thoughts, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Rest assured, host, the purchasing power of these ghostly coins far exceeds your imagination, and the lineage of your ancestors is profoundly terrifying within this horror game. Please do not be alarmed by the game. Background? Terrifying? These two terms instantly washed over his mind. Over a year ago, his parents mysteriously vanished, and even the authorities had failed to uncover any trace of them in the past year. Could their disappearance be related to this enigmatic horror game? With the system's assertions in mind, Chen Xun felt a flicker of hope. He inquired, "System, can you reveal the whereabouts of my parents?" The system's voice then resonated, that according to system parameters, information regarding the host's parents cannot be disclosed. Please seek the answers within the game. Ding! The system now issues the first task. Task details. Spend 1 yuan within the horror game. Past progress. Point 1. Completion reward. Rule notebook, which allows the host to learn 2 additional hidden rules of the dungeon. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Xun's expression grew grave. Perhaps there truly lay news of his parents within the horror game. He cast a glance at the crimson text before him. That countdown. 44:23, that in just over 10 minutes, he would be thrust into the horror game. This foray into the horror game would be a perilous endeavor. Even with an abundance of ghostly coins, a breach of the rules could lead to his demise. At merely 18 years of age, he had no desire to meet an untimely end. Seizing the final moments, Chen Xun descended the stairs to savor a portion of his beloved fried chicken. Subsequently, he dispatched several messages to his closest friend before quietly reclining on his bed. The countdown reached its conclusion. Chen Xun's vision darkened, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Welcome to the realm of the horror game. The current scenario is the blood-soaked train number 4.4, with a duration of 5 hours. The train is about to arrive at its destination. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. Main mission: survive for 5 hours within the game. Be advised, various unforeseen terrors may manifest aboard the train. Players must ensure their safety. Train number 404 has arrived. As Chen Xun's vision returned, the surroundings came into focus. The walls, stained with blood, and the rusted iron door incessantly reminded him of the perilous environment he inhabited. A pungent odor of decay assailed his senses, akin to standing beside a heap of refuse. In addition, there was a dilapidated wooden bench. Chen Xun found himself seated among several other players on a long bench. Curiously, the gazes of the other players around him were fixated on the west. It appears that aside from myself, all others are novice players. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Chen Xun turned to see the source of the voice, a burly man exuding an almost imperceptible aura of darkness. However, a frightful scar marred his face, lending him an even more menacing presence. All eyes simultaneously turned towards the imposing figure. "You, how do you know that we are novice players?" A young man clad in a baseball uniform suddenly inquired within the room. The burly man smiled with a sense of pride and replied, "You exude no trace of malevolence. It is evident that you are newcomers. If you were seasoned players, surviving a dungeon would at least grant you a modicum of malevolence. Even a slight accumulation of malevolence would elevate one to the rank of a level 1 ghost tamer. For upon entering a dungeon, a ghost tamer's body would emanate malevolence. Ghost tamers are categorized into several tiers, ranging from level 1 to level 9, with higher levels signifying greater strength. The ghost tamer is the sole entity capable of resisting the spectral forces within the realm of horror games. In these terrifying games, there exists a universal rule. The strongest dictate the rules. Suppose the most formidable specter in this dungeon is level 5, while you're a level 9 ghost tamer. In such a scenario, all rules would be rendered virtually irrelevant to you. No specter could bring about your demise. Thus, upon the burly man's declaration, all gazes were filled with admiration. "Wow, Uncle, you are indeed a ghost tamer. What level are you currently?" A smile graced the man's face as he responded, "Level 3. "Level 3, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Does this mean that if we follow you, Uncle, we can safely navigate through this dungeon?" "We are fortunate indeed to encounter an experienced player on our very first foray into the game." Upon hearing this dialogue, even Chen Xun felt a surge of joy within. If he were to encounter seasoned players, his chances of survival would likely increase, wouldn't it? However, the burly man shook his head and remarked, "In horror games, even veteran players face a significant risk of demise. Moreover, this is a terror-level dungeon. The entities within possess at least a level 5 threat. Even I, upon brushing against the rules, would meet my end." The man instilled a sense of foreboding in the crowd. Initially adorned with expressions of delight, their faces now turned grave. Newcomers, do not harbor any illusions. In horror games, there exists but one principle for survival. Never violate the rules. Never. As he concluded, he gestured to the ghastly scar etched across his face. "This serves as a lesson I earned during my inaugural venture into a horror game. I consider myself fortunate. Most players who, like me, dared to breach the rules have long since perished." Gazing at the lengthy scar, a collective gulp resonated among the onlookers. "Ding! The train has arrived at its destination. We kindly request all passengers to board within 3 seconds." Suddenly, a cold yet peculiar voice echoed, causing everyone to pause in astonishment. The seasoned player was the first to regain his composure, and upon hearing this announcement, he froze momentarily before forcefully yanking open the iron door and dashing outside. Chen Xun was the second to react, promptly following suit. Subsequently, others were momentarily taken aback, before gradually emerging from their rooms. Everyone became acutely aware of a singular point. 3. Entering the train within a span of seconds became a cardinal rule. If one failed to board within 30 seconds, the consequences would be dire. Upon exiting his room, Chen Xun's gaze was immediately drawn to a crimson train. The surface of this train appeared as though it were stained with blood, with droplets continuously trickling down. The countdown for the train doors closing began, 2:19. An eerie sound echoed once more, and the time until the doors closed dwindled ever closer. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xun sprinted with all his might, swiftly boarding the train. Once aboard, he gasped for breath, having exerted every ounce of his latent potential, his lack of physical fitness becoming painfully evident. Fortunately, the distance from the room to the train was not far, and time was on his side. After the first seasoned player entered the instance, it was Chen Xun who followed. Then came the third, the fourth, and the ninth. Ding! The time for the train doors to close has arrived. Passengers who have not boarded must transfer to the next train. Of course, transferring incurs a fee. Should you lack the necessary funds, you will face horrifying repercussions. As the train doors sealed shut, Chen Xun peered through the grimy window, noticing 2 players who had yet to board. Before long, 2 pale figures clad in tattered uniforms approached ghostly apparitions. Their eyes dangled grotesquely from their sockets, and their uniforms were tattered, marred by numerous bloodstains. The train commenced its journey, swiftly departing from the station. What transpired next was unknown to Chen Xun and his companions. Merely seconds later, a line of crimson text materialized before them. Survivor count. 9.it was precisely 9 individuals who had boarded the train. This meant that the 2 players from earlier had already met their demise. Upon realizing this, Chen Xun's complexion turned ashen, mirroring the expressions of the other players. For the first time, they truly grasped the terror inherent in the horror game. One could perish simply by transgressing the rules, a burly man sighed and remarked, in horror games, each time one enters the same instance, the rules often undergo slight modifications. Many times, these rules will be conveyed by the instance itself. As players, it is imperative to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the group collectively swallowed hard, their faces instantly betraying a look of anxiety, the earlier sense of relaxation having evaporated. Good day, passengers. Ticket inspection is about to commence. Please present your tickets. At that moment, a slender attendant approached. She too was clad in a blood-soaked uniform, her face a grim shade of gray. From her, a collection of severed heads dangled. Some had their eyeballs hanging out, others bled profusely. A few had begun to decay, with maggots writhing within. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Chen Xun felt his stomach churn violently. He recalled a rule he had encountered in the forum. Evasion of fare will lead to dire consequences. Thus, the attendant bears the burdens of those who have escaped the fare. Upon encountering this attendant, the countenance of all players turned pallid, some even on the verge of a scream, yet swiftly stifled their cries with their hands. Despite their mental preparations, the sheer terror and panic that enveloped them upon the actual sight of the specter was overwhelming. They began to rummage through their garments, and soon a few players produced their tickets, presenting them to the attendant. However, some players appeared visibly distressed. It was evident that not all players in this realm possessed tickets. Chen Xun reached into his pocket and soon felt a piece of paper. He withdrew his hand, revealing a ticket. Fortunately, he was in possession of ticket. Yet, at the very moment he brandished his ticket, a large hand suddenly lunged forth, snatching it away. Chen Xun was taken aback, turning to face the ticket thief. It was the burly man.8T that moment. The man's face bore a look of relief as he swiftly handed the ticket to the attendant. Upon receiving the ticket, the attendant displayed no reaction, as if the act of theft had never transpired. Finally, her icy gaze fell upon Chen Xun. Esteemed passenger, please present your ticket. If you do not possess a ticket, kindly procure one at your earliest convenience. Those who evade fare will face exceedingly severe penalties. Does he truly possess ghost money? The attendant's frigid gaze fixated on Chen Xun, and the atmosphere around them seemed to grow significantly colder. The burly man who had snatched Chen Xun's ticket wore a sinister grin as he remarked, "Newcomer, allow me to impart another rule of the game. In this harrowing endeavor, one must always remain vigilant of their kind, for they may very well sacrifice you for their own survival." Chen Xun's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the very man who had been so eager to explain the rules to them would seize his ticket at such a critical moment. Moreover, the attendant appeared utterly indifferent to the situation. Those who attempt to evade fare would meet their demise, so this man, lacking a ticket, had stolen his? If he presented the ticket to the attendant, he would be regarded as a legitimate passenger. Chen Xun's countenance grew grim. This man intended for him to take his place in death. Passenger, please present your ticket. If you do not possess one, kindly purchase a new ticket promptly. The attendant's icy glare bore down on Chen Xun, an ominous aura emanating from her. A hand reached out towards his head, tightening his chest with anxiety. "I wish to purchase a ticket," he declared. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the attendant's malevolent energy seemed to dissipate somewhat. "This train is bound for Cannibal City, and the fare is yuan. Please make your payment." Should you fail to do so, she trailed off, her face contorting into a mask of rage. She even extended her decayed right hand, for she held a deep disdain for fare evaders. If anyone dared to escape fare, she would use that very hand to sever their head from their shoulders. The burly man looked on with a predatory grin, reveling in the unfolding drama. In this chilling game, acquiring wealth is an arduous task, especially for a novice. It is impossible for such a newcomer to amass any currency. This newcomer is doomed. Moreover, the ghostly coins hold paramount significance for spirits, as the essence contained within them can be absorbed to elevate the spirit's rank. Indeed, with ample funds, even spirits of the 9th tier would heed your commands. This underscores the critical importance of wealth in the realm of horror. Although he had no intention of causing Chen Xun's demise, the rules of the game are unyielding. "System, grant me 50,000 ghostly coins," Chen Xun silently implored. Though uncertain if these coins would indeed be usable in the eerie world, he deemed it the sole course of action available to him. Instantly, a thick stack of gray ghostly coins materialized in his hands, emblazoned with the insignia of the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Holding this currency, Chen Xun felt as if his hand had made contact with a block of ice. "Who claims I am without wealth?" Chen Xun declared. He lifted the substantial stack of coins and produced a single 100-coin note, presenting it to the attendant. Upon witnessing the substantial wad of cash seemingly conjured from thin air, the attendant's ghostly aura diminished significantly. A flicker of trepidation glinted in her gaze as she regarded Chen Xun. The ability to effortlessly produce such an abundance of ghostly coins suggested he was indeed a distinguished passenger. Furthermore, the coins were pristine, exuding a potent aura far richer than those she had previously encountered. Should she fail to serve such a venerable guest adequately, the conductor would undoubtedly be incensed, leading to dire repercussions for her. Even provoking such a passenger, he harbored no doubt that this individual could summon formidable spirits with the ghostly currency in his hand, thereby purchasing his own life. These powerful entities were indeed quite willing to engage in such transactions. Upon receiving Chen Xun's ghost coins, the attendant produced a black wooden box. Suddenly, the box gaped wide, swallowing the ghost coins whole, only to regurgitate a ticket in return. "Greetings, esteemed passenger. Here is your ticket. Please keep it safe." The attendant's demeanor transformed into one of courtesy. The other players, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. Had the once fearsome attendant now become so affable solely because of this individual's wealth? Accepting the ticket, Chen Xun finally exhaled in relief. To his astonishment, these ghost coins could indeed be utilized within this eerie realm. Did this imply that he had now ascended to the status of a tycoon in this terrifying world? After all, he possessed a staggering 90 trillion ghost coins. Moreover, the purchasing power of these coins appeared to be quite substantial. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 1 yuan, earning 1 point of ghost energy. System task, spend 1 yuan. Current task progress, 1. Please continue your endeavors, esteemed host." Suddenly, a warm current coursed through Chen Xun's limbs, invigorating him considerably. Was this the essence of ghost energy? Chen Xun had not anticipated that he would acquire a point of ghost energy so effortlessly, although he had not conducted a specific test. He sensed a tangible enhancement in his strength. 1 point of ghost energy could elevate him to the rank of a novice ghost master. At present, Chen Xun still falls short in certain aspects. At this moment, the burly man gazed at the ghostly coins in Chen Xun's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. These ghostly coins hold significant importance within the realm of horror games. With sufficient wealth, one could traverse the game with unparalleled ease. For the affluent can afford to hire formidable spirits as their bodyguards. Moreover, acquiring these ghostly coins is a formidable challenge, often. Completing a dungeon yields no more than 100 coins, particularly in a treacherous scenario like the Bloodsoaked Train 4. Survival becomes a Herculean task without monetary resources. How infuriating! How could a novice possess such an abundance of ghostly coins? The coins in his grasp must amount to several tens of thousands. The man's eyes glimmered with fervor. Despite having navigated multiple dungeons, he had barely amassed a few hundred coins, which he had already spent. Observing the wealth in Chen Xun's possession, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, but he swiftly concealed it. He then ceased lingering and entered the train, taking a seat. Meanwhile, the conductor shifted her gaze away from Chen Xun, directing it towards several players who had yet to produce their tickets. She first fixed her icy stare on a girl clad in a JK uniform and coldly commanded, "Passenger, please present your ticket." The girl instantly turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word, seemingly lacking a ticket. "Passenger, please present your ticket." The attendant spoke once more, his decayed right hand raised, seemingly poised to twist the girl's head off at any moment. A shroud of deathly fear enveloped the JK girl. In this moment of desperation, her gaze turned to Chen Xun, her eyes pleading for help. "Can you save me?" she silently implored. Lacking any ghostly coins, she realized that only Chen Xun could rescue her. The other players without tickets also cast desperate looks in Chen Xun's direction. Without a ticket, they would meet the same grim fate at the hands of the terrifying ticket seller, who would use that rotting palm to sever their heads. Though Chen Xun possessed a considerable number of ghostly coins, he was no altruist, unwilling to part with them without cause. He surveyed the group and said, "Do any of you possess valuables to offer in exchange?" The players, hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope and eagerly produced their most precious belongings. There were smartphones, watches, and even a gold bracelet, items of significant worth. The least valuable among them was still a phone that could fetch over 1,000 yuan in the real world. Particularly uplifting was the sight of a well-dressed man holding a large gold bracelet, which brightened their spirits considerably. "My friend, could these items be exchanged for a ticket?" they inquired, having laid bare their most treasured possessions. If this did not suffice for a ticket, their only option would be to await their demise. Chen Xun weighed the phone, watches, and gold bracelet in his hands. Each of these items could be sold for a handsome sum in the real world. Particularly that golden bracelet, it was evident that it was a valuable item. Naturally, Chen Xun understood the significance of these ghost coins within the realm of the macabre. He was no paragon of virtue, and these individuals bore no connection to him. However, being human, Chen Xun could not simply stand by and allow them to perish. Thus, he declared, "These are indeed ghost coins, precious ghost coins." Upon hearing this, the players felt a wave of relief wash over them. If it were indeed 2 ghost coins, after deducting the fare for their tickets, they would still retain 1 ghost coin. For them, this represented the best possible option. Although each item they offered Chen Xun could easily fetch thousands in the real world, no material possession could outweigh the value of one's life. Moreover, they frequently perused forums, and many affluent individuals were willing to pay upwards of 10,000 for a single ghost coin, underscoring the rarity of such currency. In essence, while it appeared that Chen Xun had bestowed upon them only 2 ghost coins, they were, in fact, profiting. Yet, as he eagerly awaited the arrival of the ghostly energy, he was met with an unsettling silence. What happened? Chen Xun was utterly bewildered. "System, where is my ghostly energy?" he inquired. The system's voice then resonated, "Ding. Transferring to players is deemed an improper consumption behavior, violating the first rule of the system. Therefore, no rewards will be granted for this round of expenditure." Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Xun was left dumbfounded. Was this truly not counted? Never mind, I shall be more cautious next time. The remaining players, lacking tickets, swiftly completed their purchases. Subsequently, the attendant, maintaining a composed demeanor, addressed the passengers, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the train has departed. Kindly take your seats as indicated on your tickets. Be advised, the temperaments of the other passengers aboard are rather volatile. Provoking them could lead to considerable trouble." Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals dared not linger, anxious that further rules might be imposed. They hastily glanced at their tickets, seeking their designated seats. Chen Xun cast a glance at the crimson ticket in his hand, which bore the inscription, Car 3, Seat 26. This indicated that he was currently in Car 2, meaning he needed to proceed further down the train. As he entered the car, the flickering lights cast an unsettling ambience. Within the seats of the train sat what could only be described as specters. At that moment, one particularly ghastly apparition, its body seemingly stitched together from disparate pieces of flesh, fixed its wide eyes upon Chen Xun. "Damn mouse, get out of here," it hissed. In addition to this stitched specter, the other passengers in the car regarded him with malevolent glares. It felt as though they were ensnared within a horror game. These phantoms harboring an intense malice towards humanity, even likening them to mere rodents. In their eyes, humans were exceedingly feeble beings, ripe for slaughter. Should the constraints of rules be absent, Chen Xun had no doubt that if those boundaries were breached, the ghosts would descend upon them in a frenzy, tearing them to shreds. Ignoring these specters, Chen Xun departed from Car 2 and made his way to Car 3, ultimately locating his seat. The seating arrangement in the train comprised rows of 3 seats. His designated seat was situated in the center. Beside him sat a young boy clad in school uniform, idly toying with a bloodied head in his hands. Upon noticing Chen Xun's arrival, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes. "Rodent, stay away from me." Chen Xun chose to disregard the apparition, settling into his seat. After all, he hadn't violated any rules, and this spirit could do nothing to him. The ghost stared at Chen Xun with a raspy grin before turning away, returning to its gruesome plaything. "Damn rodent, move your filthy backside." Just as Chen Xun was getting comfortable, a voice pierced the air. Startled, he lifted himself slightly, only to find that the seat itself was wide-eyed and watching him. It turned out this seat was also haunted. Fortunately, the seat ghost bore no teeth. Chen Xun paid no mind to the spectral seat, plopping back down. "Little ghost, I will surely end you," the seat ghost hissed menacingly. Yet, Chen Xun remained unfazed, aware that should he breach the rules, he would be torn to shreds by other spirits. As he settled in, the previously mentioned JK girl began glancing around before finally taking a seat beside him. Sighing in relief upon seeing a fellow player next to her, she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Su Weiwei. Thank you for saving me earlier." Chen Xun smiled in response. "No need for thanks. We are all players here, and supporting one another is only natural. By the way, I am Chen Xun." Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei engaged him in a few more exchanges before reclining in her seat. Aside from Chen Xun and Su Weiwei, there was a tall, somewhat unsavory-looking man. Accompanying him was the burly figure who had snatched Chen Xun's train ticket, an experienced player of the game. Chen Xun's gaze fixated upon him. Thoughts brewing in his mind. I shall eventually bring about your demise. Chen Xun was not one to be easily bullied. The brute had just attempted to end his life. And thus, Chen Xun was determined not to let him escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, countless players had already fallen victim to this man's treachery. The burly figure, noticing Chen Xun's stare, emanated an aura of malevolence, seeming to issue both a challenge and a warning. Chen Xun chose to disregard it. He was not yet a ghost master, while his adversary had already reached level 3, possessing far more experience in this chilling game. Now was not the time for revenge. He resolved to remain composed, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, an announcement resonated throughout the train. Greetings, dear passengers. We have prepared delectable meals for you, which will now be distributed. The words caught everyone off guard, even causing several ghosts to drool in anticipation. At that moment, a diminutive train attendant, adorned with a kitchen knife atop his head, wheeled in a steaming food cart. A peculiar aroma swiftly pervaded the compartment. Chen Xun observed as the ghosts began to salivate. Dear passenger, here is your lunch. Please enjoy it to the fullest. As the train attendant reached the front of the carriage, he produced a bowl and ladled a generous portion of food into it, which he then presented to a passenger. The individual devoured the meal with unrestrained eagerness. Chen Xun even spotted a severed finger among the food. His complexion turned ghastly pale. These dishes were crafted from human flesh. At that moment, the dining cart was wheeled to the side of the lecherous man, and the attendant's eyes gleamed with malice. Dear passenger, this is your lunch. Please indulge yourself, he remarked, plunging half his head into the bowl before presenting it to the lascivious man. Upon seeing the human brain, the man's face drained of color. What? Are you dissatisfied with our train's cuisine? The attendant continued. This meal was personally selected by our train chief. Should you find it unpalatable, he might become quite irate. Had the specter suddenly adopted a courteous demeanor? The lecherous man gazed at the food, his pallor deepening as he found it impossible to take a bite. Yet, the ghost pushing the cart continued to regard him with sinister intent. Dear passenger, do you not fancy this fare? The specter pressed on. In that very instant, a crimson screen flickered before Chen Xun and the others. Player survival count 8. Another had perished. Someone had violated the rules. And now, it was mealtime. This implied that a particular rule governed this dining period. Judging by the expression of the specter pushing the cart, it was highly likely that the rule pertained to the food itself. To abstain from consuming it would lead to death? The lecherous man seemed to grasp this notion as well, his face paling further as he lifted a spoonful of soup to his lips. The ghost, observing this, continued to push the cart forward. In the next moment, the unsavory man began to vomit. Fortunately, he had not dined that evening, so there was nothing of substance to expel. Esteemed guest, here is your meal. A ghost wielding a cleaver presented a bowl of food to a meticulously dressed specter, who gazed at the dish with evident displeasure. What kind of ghastly fare is this? Is this truly edible? This was the first time Chen Xun noticed a ghost so elegantly attired, donned in a suit complete with a tie. Upon hearing the refined patron's words, the cleaver-wielding ghost's expression soured. This meal has been selected by our train's conductor. Should you find it unsatisfactory, our conductor may become quite irate. An ominous aura emanated from the ghost with the cleaver. Yet, the elegantly dressed ghost remained unfazed. I demand a change of food. I wish to go to the dining car. Of course, my distinguished guest, if you wish to proceed to the dining car, I am certain our conductor will be exceedingly pleased. After all, the meal currently served is complimentary. While the dining car incurs an additional charge, an advantageous arrangement for our conductor's performance. With a huff, the elegantly dressed ghost rose and made his way toward the front carriage. Where the dining car was located, carriage number 1. Chen Xun's gaze lingered on the exquisitely attired specter. Instinctively, he glanced at the burly man, only to find him nonchalantly consuming the food that had been served. Esteemed guest, here is your meal. In a moment of distraction, the cleaver-wielding ghost had already handed a bowl of food to him, a malicious grin plastered across its face. Chen Xun gazed at the bowl of food before him, his stomach churning with a sense of revulsion. Within the dish lay not only severed human fingers, but also strands of black hair and a solitary eyeball. He recalled the earlier words of the fastidious ghost, and then turned his attention to the knife-wielding specter, coolly remarking, "Is this the fare provided by your train?" The knife-wielding ghost appeared visibly taken aback by Chen Xun's audacity. Even the other spirits in the carriage ceased their activities, casting curious glances in his direction. Smirks adorned their faces, as if to say, a mere rat dares to speak so boldly. Heh, let us dispose of him. I covet those exquisite eyes of his. As if sensing Chen Xun's reckless intent, the ghosts maliciously scrutinized certain parts of his body, contemplating which piece they might tear away as a trophy. Even the burly figure among them looked over, a sneer curling his lips. This newcomer is doomed. Surely he cannot be oblivious to the rules. Then, a dense aura of malevolence emanated from the knife-wielding ghost. This is a meal selected by our conductor. Should you find it unsatisfactory, know that our conductor will be quite displeased. Perhaps only by relinquishing a part of you can we quell his fury. Chen Xun regarded the knife-wielding ghost, and it was impossible to deny the anxiety coursing through him. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of composure. I request a meal exchange. I wish to go to the dining car. To his astonishment, the malevolent aura surrounding the knife-wielding ghost did not wane. Instead, it intensified. Mouse. Venturing to the dining car entails an additional cost. If you lack funds, your head may very well be severed, the butcher ghost remarked, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, as long as he possessed money, he would be spared from consuming such dreadful fare. He regarded the butcher ghost with a cold gaze and handed over a banknote. This is your tip. Kindly remove your filthy, odorous feet. I wish to proceed to the dining car. Upon seeing the worth of the paper offering, the butcher ghost was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding spirits, too, displayed a glimmer of greed upon laying eyes on the bill. This mouse dares to possess currency meant for the afterlife. It seemed the allure of this offering was particularly potent for these phantoms. Chen Xun's rapidly beating heart began to steady. He had taken a gamble. From his earlier encounter with the discerning ghost, he was convinced that venturing into the dining car would not breach any rules. Moreover, the ticket inspector's demeanor before and after he produced the ghostly currency led him to surmise that it might alter the spirit's perception of him. Perhaps this was a rule in itself. Spirits were forbidden from harming passengers who displayed wealth. As the butcher ghost accepted the ghostly currency and sensed the strong aura of spirit energy emanating from it, he became exceedingly courteous towards Chen Xun. Esteemed guest, please forgive my earlier rudeness. You may now proceed to the dining car, which is located in carriage number 1. With that, the butcher ghost shifted his cart aside, granting Chen Xun ample space to pass. On the other side, Su Weiwei grasped the ghostly banknote of 1 yuan in her hand and declared, I, too, wish to venture into the dining car. She had no desire to consume those bizarre dishes. The lecherous man and the burly figure were momentarily taken aback, appearing utterly intimidated. They seemed to regard Chen Xun with a peculiar courtesy. Could it be that wealth truly wields power, even over spirits? Just how many ghostly banknotes did this individual possess? It was perplexing. As a novice player, where could he have acquired such currency? The burly man pondered, his gaze growing ever more greedy. Meanwhile, Chen Xun took Su Weiwei and departed from the third carriage, swiftly arriving at the second. The spirits within the second carriage immediately directed malevolent glances toward Chen Xun and his companion. Were those glares capable of inflicting harm? Chen Xun had no doubt that he would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. How did you discern that money could spare us from consuming those dreadful dishes? Su Weiwei followed closely behind Chen Xun, her expression tense as she observed the spirits around them. She had hastened to the dining car, unwilling to remain alone in that spot, and she certainly did not wish to partake in those terrifying meals. Chen Xun glanced at her and replied, It's nothing. Merely a guess. After all, even spirits require currency. As long as one possesses wealth, matters can be easily resolved. Upon hearing his words, Su Weiwei experienced a moment of enlightenment, finally grasping the significance of the ghostly banknotes. No wonder individuals were willing to spend thousands to acquire a mere 100 yuan's worth of ghostly currency. At that moment, her gratitude toward Chen Xun deepened. Before long, they arrived at the first carriage. The first carriage was isolated from the others by a glass door, adorned with ominous crimson characters. If you enter without making a purchase, a part of your body shall be left behind. Ignoring the foreboding message on the glass, Chen Xun stepped into the dining carriage, followed closely by Su Weiwei, who clutched the ghostly paper money in her hand. Upon entering the dining carriage, the ambience seemed far superior to that of the passenger compartments. The lighting was steady. Unlike the flickering lights outside, the lamps within this carriage were shaped like human heads, each exhibiting an array of peculiar expressions. Scattered throughout were several dining tables, somewhat worn yet distinctly more inviting than the seats occupied by the other passengers. Chen Xun's gaze immediately fell upon the meticulously dressed ghost who was relishing the meal before him. However, to Chen Xun's dismay, the food appeared even more repulsive than that outside, including a bowl teeming with writhing maggots. As Chen Xun and Su Weiwei entered, the specters within the dining carriage cast malevolent glances in their direction, but after a mere 2 scrutinizing looks, they returned to their meals. Approaching the cashier, Chen Xun observed the attendant, who was sipping a drink resembling blood, half of his face grotesquely eroded. The crimson liquid spilled onto the floor as he drank. "Hello. I would like to place an order," Chen Xun said, determined to spend a bit more in the dining carriage this time. A rat. Sensing the palpable aura of humanity emanating from Chen Xun, the half-faced specter immediately displayed a sinister glimmer in its ghostly eyes, scrutinizing him intently. "This is your tip," Chen Xun declared, handing over a ghostly bill of 100 yuan. The specter was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly transformed into a demeanor of utmost courtesy. This 100 yuan note surpassed the specter's daily earnings. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you wish to dine upon?" The half-faced wraith presented Chen Xun with a menu, which he perused briefly. To his astonishment, the cheapest human fare commenced at 3 ghostly coins, while the items suitable for ghosts began at 2 coins. The disparity was staggering. Instant noodles, 4 ghostly coins. Cabbage ramen, 15 ghostly coins. Sweet and sour ribs, 35 ghostly coins. Su Weiwei, upon glimpsing the prices, was utterly astounded. With merely 1 ghostly coin to her name, she couldn't even afford a bowl of instant noodles. As Chen Xun began to order, he deliberately selected the most extravagant dishes. This one, that one, and this, as well as those. Disregard all the cheaper options. I shall have one of everything that is costly. Su Weiwei stared in bewilderment at his audacity. Just how affluent could he be? Surely, they could not consume all these dishes. Chen Xun had intended to order more. But suddenly, a warning from the system echoed in his mind. Warning: the host exhibits excessive spending behavior, categorized as improper consumption. No rewards will be granted for the portion of excessive expenditure. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xun ceased his ordering. The total for the dishes he selected significantly exceeded 20,000 yuan. Upon witnessing this scene, even the half-faced specter was taken aback. "Esteemed passenger, the total for your order amounts to 221 yuan. Chen Xun extracted the ghostly currency from the system and handed it to the half-faced specter, whose mouth hung open in a perfect Ta shape. However, with only half a face, the effect appeared somewhat disconcerting. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 221 yuan. After deducting for improper expenditures, you have earned 2 points of ghostly energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task issued by the system, successfully expending 1 yuan and earning the task reward." Rule Notebook. The Rule Notebook reveals the regulations governing 2 specific instances. Ding. The system space is now accessible. The Rule Notebook will be deposited within the system space, allowing the host to freely store items acquired from the horror games. A series of notifications echoed, bringing a surge of delight to Chen Xun's heart. Subsequently, a warm current coursed through his limbs, seemingly enhancing his strength significantly. An ethereal ghostly energy enveloped him, which appeared capable of inflicting harm upon other spirits. First-level ghost tamer, Chen Xun mused inwardly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a first-level ghost tamer, enabling you to contract with a spirit to augment your power. System's new task: successfully contract with a spirit. Task progress: 0-1. Task reward: mysterious tissue box, invest 1 ghostly currency to draw a tissue from the box, which may reveal clues for a side quest. Usable once per day. Upon observing the new task issued by the system, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. He possessed some understanding of the matter concerning the contract spirit. Yet it was said that a ghost contract was necessary for such dealings, a possession he currently lacked. Esteemed guest, please take a seat in the dining car. Once the meal is prepared, we shall serve it at your table. The half-faced spirit spoke with an unusual politeness. He had never encountered a passenger ordering food worth 20,000 ghost coins in a single instance. The conductor had been troubled about this month's performance, but upon hearing this news, he would undoubtedly be elated. Of course, should he offend such a distinguished guest, the conductor's wrath would be dire. The conductor placed great importance on the opinions of esteemed passengers regarding the train service. Previously, an unwise individual had crossed a noble guest, resulting in a complaint that reached the conductor. The consequence was severe. That individual was summarily cast onto the tracks, meeting a gruesome fate. Thus, All staff members were keenly aware of the necessity to treat such esteemed guests with utmost respect. As Chen Xun strolled towards the front of the dining car, he eventually found a seat positioned closer to the front. This area remained separated by a glass door, beyond which he could glimpse the swirling, ghostly mist. An unsettling sensation arose within him, as if something terrifying lurked within. Su Weiwei, who had not ordered any dishes, followed closely behind, attempting to project the appearance that they were together. After all, the absence of an order could lead to complications. The words inscribed on the glass door sent a shiver down her spine, though Chen Xun remained oblivious, recognizing that they were now, in essence, fellow travelers on the same vessel. Upon taking his seat, Chen Xun was immediately met with malevolent smiles from the surrounding spirits. "Vile rat, depart from here and cease to disturb our meal." These specters bared their teeth, seemingly ready to tear Chen Xun and his companions to shreds. Observing this, Su Weiwei recoiled slightly, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. After consulting with the system, Chen Xun rose and addressed the spirits, saying, "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your dining experience. However, on the condition that you finish your meal, feel free to order anything from the food cart. I shall cover the expenses." With a boldness befitting a second-tier ghost tamer, Chen Xun had just communicated with the system, intending to foster goodwill with these spirits through a legitimate transaction. Yet, it was imperative that they could actually consume what they ordered. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, a look of stunned disbelief spread across the terrifying faces of the spirits. "Little ghost, are you speaking the truth? If you dare to deceive us, you know what awaits you." Chen Xun nodded, reassuring them, "Indulge yourselves. Rest assured, my finances are ample. Given the current market prices, the funds in Chen Xun's account would not only suffice to treat these beings, but could even allow him to purchase the entire train if he so desired. Bring me a serving of braised human brain and soy sauce-flavored human feet." With that, the spirits, drooling, hurried to the cashier to place their orders. With one spirit capable of ordering dozens of dishes, all the most expensive options, could they truly consume such quantities? Su Weiwei stood frozen in astonishment nearby. Then he turned to Chen Xun and inquired, "Your wallet should be in good shape, right?" Chen Xun nodded, replying, "Rest assured, they cannot deplete my resources." In truth, he secretly hoped that they would attempt to do so. After all, he possessed an astounding 90 trillion. If he were to spend it all and subsequently convert it into ghostly energy through the system, he would undoubtedly be invincible in this realm of horror. Observing Chen Xun's nonchalant demeanor, Su Weiwei chose not to press further. Although the expenditure seemed to pinch even her wallet, it appeared that Chen Xun was utterly unconcerned. The half-faced ghost at the cash register was flustered and soon proclaimed, "We are out of stock. The ingredients from the previous list have been exhausted. Would you care to select from these options?" The ghost gestured towards the items below, which were clearly human delicacies that they regarded with disdain. "Very well. We shall settle for these." Chen Xun sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. The half-faced ghost, feeling somewhat helpless, lamented that had he known, he would have had the kitchen prepare more ingredients, thus earning a more substantial commission. After all, such esteemed patrons were a rarity in a century. With that, the ghosts left the cash register, and one of them called out to Chen Xun, "Young one, come forth to make your payment." Chen Xun rose and approached the counter, where the half-faced ghost regarded him with a newfound respect. "How much is it?" Chen Xun inquired. "Esteemed guest, the total comes to 989 yuan." The half-faced ghost replied. "Not even 100,000, Chen Xun remarked, somewhat disappointed. Subsequently, he retrieved 100,000 ghost coins from the system's marketplace and presented them to the half-faced specter. "Here are 100,000 ghost coins. Consider the excess as a gratuity." Upon witnessing this, the half-faced ghost's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not a mere metaphor. His eyes truly bulged. At that moment, he had already regarded Chen Xun as the most esteemed guest aboard this train. Although he was merely human, the revenue generated from this order surpassed his earnings for an entire month. Indeed, such an esteemed patron on this train warranted notifying the conductor, even if he was human. The conductor would surely be eager to make the acquaintance of such a distinguished guest. Having concluded his thoughts, the half-faced specter carefully set aside the received ghost coins and proceeded towards the front of the dining car, where the conductor's office was located. Resting those coins on the counter, he knew that no one would dare touch them, for the conductor was a figure that instilled fear in all passengers. After spending those 100,000 coins, the ghostly aura surrounding Chen Xun intensified, marking his successful ascension to a second-tier ghost master. A second-tier ghost master requires a ghostly aura of 1.0 points, while a third-tier ghost master necessitates 1.0 points, and so forth. After some time, their meals finally arrived. Though the taste was not particularly exquisite, Chen Xun and Su Weiwei endeavored to consume a substantial portion. In this harrowing game, the unpredictability of events loomed, making the preservation of their strength paramount. Not long after they finished their meal, a large-headed ghost approached them. Though the mouse has bestowed upon you its favor, I find myself disinclined to owe any debts to such creatures. Here, take this. With that, the large-headed spirit expelled a black stone from its mouth, forcefully placing it upon Chen Xun's desk. A faint wisp of ghostly energy emanated from the stone. Ding! A black stone tainted with human blood, infused with the intense resentment of the deceased, serves as a vital material for upgrading a level 1 ghost artifact. Upon acquiring the stone, the system's voice resonated simultaneously, leaving Chen Xun momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that spending on these spirits would yield such unexpected rewards. Disregarding any pretense, Chen Xun grasped the stone and placed it into the system's storage. Then, a second spirit approached. Mouse, we too wish to avoid incurring any debts to you. Since you have treated us, let these offerings suffice as repayment. As it spoke, one by one, the spirits stepped forward, extracting peculiar items from various parts of their forms. Expired perfume, once belonging to a young girl, capable of temporarily masking a human's scent for 1 hour. A bun that had once crushed a person, imbued with the profound negativity of the deceased. Another necessary material for upgrading a level 1 ghost artifact. Quinn's birdcage, a level 7 ghost artifact, which can confine spirits within its confines, unless a spirit exceeds level 7. Escape from the cage is utterly impossible. However, the ghostly energy within seems to have dissipated. Perhaps feeding it some ghost coins could restore its previous potency. A bloodstained brick, a primary ghostly artifact, was once wielded by a notorious killer who claimed the lives of 118 young maidens, forever tainted with their blood, and possessing formidable lethality against lesser ghostly entities. Faced with a dazzling array of ghostly objects, Chen Xun found himself momentarily stunned. This was rather indulgent, wasn't it? He glanced at the balance of his ghostly currency within the system, grateful for the ancestral endowment. At that moment, within the dining car, apart from the elegantly dressed specter, nearly all the other spirits offered Chen Xun various ghostly items. However, he noticed that the elegantly clad ghost had seemingly not used his funds to place an order. Subsequently, this ghost stood up, casting a lingering gaze upon Chen Xun before departing the dining car. Ding! An urgent announcement echoed. A passenger aboard the train has reported a lost item. It appears a wretched thief has infiltrated our midst. Should we catch you roaming about the train indiscriminately, you will face dire consequences. The voice reverberated throughout the train. Simultaneously, several lines of crimson text materialized before Chen Xun and his companions. Quest objective: a thief has emerged aboard the train. Apprehend the thief and assist the afflicted passenger in recovering their lost belongings. Upon completion of this quest, additional rewards shall be bestowed. 2 supplementary rules were also outlined. Gazing at the blood-red text before him, Chen Xun momentarily froze. This was indeed his first encounter with a system quest. Uncertain of the nature of the rewards, he rose to his feet upon hearing the train's announcement, and alongside Su Weiwei, they proceeded towards carriage number 3. As he passed through the second carriage, the specters within continued to regard him with disdainful gazes. Su Weiwei, feeling a tinge of fear, tugged at Chen Xun's clothing, yet he remained unfazed. As long as he did not transgress any rules, these apparitions dared not approach him. Upon returning to the third carriage, Chen Xun chanced upon an elderly woman with hair like silver, fervently arguing with the conductor. One of her eyes darted about erratically, while the other was hollow, oozing a viscous black blood. You must apprehend that wretched thief for me. If not, I shall lodge a complaint against this train as soon as I disembark. That was the eye my husband gifted me during his lifetime. It is my most cherished possession. We shall find your eye for you. But should you dare to flee, I shall extract the other eye from its socket. The elderly woman, visibly irked, retorted, Humph. If my eye is lost on this train, I will certainly report your negligence. It seemed the thief possessed considerable skill, adept enough to pilfer even an eye from its socket. Beside her, a young boy continued to amuse himself with a severed head, methodically peeling away its scalp in strips. Hey, little imp, do not sully my seat with your filthy behind. Chen Xun had yet to settle himself when the seat specter barked at him angrily. Taken aback, he produced a bloodied red brick and fixed a cold stare upon the seat's spirit before bringing the brick down with force. Bang! What are you doing, you little rascal? The portion struck by the brick now emitted wisps of white smoke. Indeed, the brick proved effective against the specter. Chen Xun glanced at the chair specter and coldly remarked, I appreciate tranquility, so you would do well to silence your foul mouth. Raising the bloodied brick, he sensed a hint of trepidation in the chair specter, which then refrained from further provocation. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei stood in astonishment. Could it be that this chair could indeed speak? It appeared that her chair was not a specter at all. Chen Xun then forcefully sat down, prompting the chair specter to seethe, "You little devil. This time you are doomed." Bang. At last, Chen Xun opened the rule notebook, its cover seemingly crafted from fine sheepskin, exuding an exquisite quality. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 rules pertaining to this scenario. The first page bore 2 lines of text. Rule 1. Do not refuse the food offered by the attendants without cause. Rule 2. Do not engage in quarrels with the passengers on the train. Should the other party be utterly unreasonable, you may consider teaching them a lesson. The first rule had already been validated when food was served. Any arbitrary refusal of the attendants' offerings would constitute a violation. However, a justified refusal would be permissible. Thus, claiming the food was unpalatable and proceeding to the dining car would not breach the rule. As for the second rule, it was equally intriguing. While one must not argue with passengers, should they act unreasonably, one might resort to physical means to address the situation. It is a principle that one should resolve matters with action rather than words whenever possible. In this particular copy, only 2 rules can be provided. He then slowly leaned back into the chair, at which point he realized something was amiss. It seemed a hard object was pressing against his back. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a slight bulge beneath the chair cover. Someone must have played a prank, placing something inside the cushion. Or perhaps it was the chair's spirit attempting to torment him. To his horror, it was a slimy object, an eyeball, its iris continuously rotating in an unsettling manner. From a distance, the burly man witnessed this scene and immediately wore a sinister smirk, loudly declaring, "I want to report a theft. I have caught the thief." This outcry drew the attention of numerous spirits nearby. "Mouse, do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? Do you know the consequences of trifling with us?" The burly man exhibited no signs of anxiety as he pointed at Chen Xun, proclaiming, "He is the thief." I witnessed the old woman's eyeball fall upon the chair. Upon hearing this, the attendant and the old woman turned their gazes towards Chen Xun. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He shifted his focus to the burly man, who regarded him with a mocking grin. "Ha, little ghost, it was that fellow who placed the eyeball here. Who would have thought that you pitiful mice would turn on each other?" Upon hearing the chair spirit's words, Chen Xun's face darkened further. He had yet to avenge the previous grievance, and now the burly man intended to take his life once more. Chen Xun believed he had never offended her. Yet she had attempted to take his life on 2 separate occasions. As he pondered this, the old woman and the disfigured attendant approached him, casting menacing glares. The old woman, with a sinister intent, pushed Chen Xun aside, seized the eyeball from the seat, and inserted it into her own hollow eye socket. "This is my eyeball. Cursed rodent, vile thief, you shall pay dearly. I will ensure you suffer the consequences." Seeing the attendant, Chen Xun hastily explained, "I did not steal this. I was dining in the dining car, unaware of who might have placed the eyeball in the back of my seat. You may inquire with the seat ghost." He gestured towards the seat ghost, yet it remained silent, showing no inclination to defend him. At that moment, Su Weiwei stepped forward. "I can testify that we were both in the dining car, and there was simply no opportunity for us to steal the eyeball. Furthermore, we are incapable of such an act." However, the old woman wore a wicked smile. "Do you think I will believe your words, rodent? You shall pay a price for this, and at least one part of your body must be surrendered." She began to scrutinize Chen Xun, as if contemplating which part to claim. Even the disfigured attendant exuded a palpable aura of malice, showing no desire to advocate for Chen Xun. Although such an outcome was indeed impossible, Chen Xun's expression darkened. According to the rules, he could not argue with the old woman. Thus, it seemed he had little choice but to acquiesce. Chen Xun's expression darkened as he retrieved a black birdcage from the system space. This was Quinn's birdcage, a level 7 ghost tool capable of containing spirits within its confines. Unless a spirit's level surpassed 7, there was no means of escape from the cage. However, the pressing issue was that the cage seemed to lack any ghostly energy. According to the system prompt, it required an offering of yin currency. With that, Chen Xun produced 100,000 yin coins from the system. Upon witnessing the coins, all the spirits displayed expressions of avarice. After all, it was a staggering sum of 100,000 yin coins. To their astonishment, they observed a mouse diligently depositing the coins into the birdcage, which astonishingly opened its mouth wide to consume them. It continued to devour the coins until it had ingested around 70 to 80,000, at which point it ceased its gluttonous actions. Simultaneously, a dense aura of ghostly energy emanated from the cage, instilling a sense of trepidation among all the spirits. Cursed be it, a truly terrifying ghost tool, the level of which even I cannot discern. How could this fellow possess such a tool upon merely entering the instance? The burly man wore an expression of shock. Meanwhile, the old woman gazed greedily at the remaining coins in Chen Xun's possession, completely oblivious to the menacing transformation of the ghost tool in his hands. Little ghost, leave your eyeballs as compensation, she sneered. Or alternatively, you may use the money you hold to purchase your own sight. Beat me up, and then compensate me. The elderly woman's words caused Chen Xun to pause momentarily. His intention to strike her with the birdcage halted. If it involved monetary compensation, he could hardly find it unacceptable. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated within him. Warm reminder, the funds spent by the host due to slander are deemed unnecessary expenses and will not yield rewards from the system. Conversely, should you choose to deliver a beating to this specter before you, followed by some monetary compensation, it would fall within the realm of normal expenditures. Chen Xun was evidently taken aback by the system's declaration. This presented an intriguing opportunity. As a level 2 spirit master with a level 7 spirit artifact, this seemingly frail old woman did not appear to pose a significant threat to him. Noticing the change in Chen Xun's demeanor, the elderly woman pressed on. So, Mouse, have you decided whether you will compensate me with your sight or with your money? I have made my decision, Chen Xun replied, abruptly opening the small door of the birdcage towards the old woman. In an instant, the door transformed into a gaping black void, and dark hands began to emerge from within, pulling the elderly woman towards the cage. How dare you, Mouse? Do you think? The woman's words were abruptly cut off as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the birdcage. Her eyes widened in horror, and her eyeballs fell to the ground. No, spare me, little ghost. I can overlook this transgression. Meanwhile, a black crow emerged from within the cage. The disheveled attendant instinctively took a couple of steps back. Overwhelmed by the unfolding scene, the birdcage instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. I utterly detest the tyrannical old crone, Chen Xun remarked. Then, a sinister aura enveloped his fingers. He flicked his hand towards the raven within the cage, which immediately emitted a harrowing cry. Its wings flapped frantically within the confines of the cage, feathers cascading to the ground. After a brief interval, Chen Xun liberated the raven from its prison. A thick, dark mist enveloped the air, and the old woman reappeared before him, her form now emanating a ghastly black ichor. The two eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, fixed their gaze upon Chen Xun, radiating sheer terror. In a flurry, she retrieved the fallen eyeballs from the ground and hastily inserted them back into her empty sockets. Wait, Chen Xun called out. The old woman froze momentarily, then turned her attention to him, especially wary as her eyes fell upon the birdcage, filled with apprehension. Young man, must I forgo my restitution? Although Chen Xun was uncertain whether these spirits required their wounds to be bandaged, a warm current continued to emanate from him, granting him an additional 2 points of ghostly energy. Regrettably, he had hoped to offer more in compensation, yet the system imposed limitations. At that moment, Chen Xun's gaze swept across the carriage, and those spirits who met his eyes recoiled in fright, seemingly intimidated by him. Su Weiwei and the lecherous man nearby were astonished. Why were they so terrified of these spirits, while Chen Xun could confront them and instill such fear? Moreover, how did he possess such an abundance of ghost currency? This seemed profoundly unjust. At this moment, the man from the Han dynasty felt an overwhelming discomfort as a peculiar object, a bead of his eye, unexpectedly materialized in his pocket. Initially, he intended to frame Chen Xun, ultimately seeking a pretext to swindle some money from him. He wished to impart a lesson to this newcomer, illustrating that flaunting wealth in a horror game is a detrimental habit. To his astonishment, however, Chen Xun managed to deflect his intentions. Suddenly, the temperature within the entire carriage plummeted. The lights, which had been flickering intermittently, began to strobe rapidly. It seemed as if the ghosts sensed some terrifying presence, settling into their seats with an eerie stillness. At that moment, a ghost abruptly manifested within the third carriage, to be precise. It was a spirit with a wholly ashen appearance. Apart from its gray skin, this ghost bore no other disconcerting features, no decayed visage, nor half-formed flesh, only a stern countenance. Even the uniform it wore was remarkably clean and tidy. However, upon its arrival in the third carriage, the atmosphere became chillingly frigid. The cacophony within the train faded into silence, and each passenger sat obediently in their seats, not uttering a word. Even those who had been dozing abruptly straightened up. The carriage was enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed as the man approached the disheveled attendant. It appeared that some incident had transpired here. The man spoke up, inquiring about the situation. The attendant, seemingly flustered, replied, "Conductor. There was a minor altercation among a few passengers, but it has since been resolved." The train conductor nodded slightly, and then stated, "It is imperative to ensure the passengers' travel experience, particularly for those esteemed guests. Should I discover any negligence on your part, I will have no choice but to dismiss you." The conductor particularly emphasized the importance of the distinguished passengers. Upon hearing the word dismiss, the disfigured attendant immediately nodded in a fluster, saying, "Rest assured, conductor. I will serve with utmost dedication." The conductor nodded again and said, "By the way, you are responsible for inspecting this carriage. You must capture that wretched thief." "Yes." Were it not for the attendant's terrifying grayish skin and disfigured visage, Chen Xun might have thought he was still aboard a train in his hometown. After saying this, the conductor's gaze suddenly fell upon Chen Xun. Chen Xun felt as though his breath had become significantly more labored, overwhelmed by an acute sense of impending doom. The malevolent aura emanating from this conductor seemed formidable, exuding a terrifying power. "This birdcage is quite nice, but while aboard the train, it would be prudent to keep it secure, lest it endanger the other passengers." With that, the conductor proceeded towards the rear of the train. Chen Xun exhaled in relief. He glanced at the time. Over 2 hours remained. This meant that only half of the game time had elapsed thus far. Following a few simple inspections, the passengers in carriage 3 would soon regain their freedom. Chen Xun stood up and made his way towards the dining car. As he passed the seat of the burly man, he discreetly noted the seat number, 3 carriage, seat 17. The large man attempted to harm himself twice. Had it not been for his exceptional abilities, he would have likely been torn to shreds by these apparitions, with his head displayed upon the ticket collector's person. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this large man might concoct further schemes. This vendetta, Chen Xun could not allow to go unavenged. As he approached the dining car, the half-faced specter was still at the cash register, indulging in a peculiar beverage that dribbled through the other half of his mouth. However, today, the specter's demeanor appeared particularly jovial, having received a substantial amount in tips and commissions. It was at this moment that Chen Xun approached. The half-faced specter froze momentarily, his half-visage transforming into one of utmost reverence. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you on this occasion?" he inquired. Though the fare meant for the specters had been depleted, some provisions for human consumption remained. Chen Xun glanced at the menu, his finger resting on the instant noodles. "Are these still available?" he asked. Upon noticing Chen Xun's finger linger on the noodles, the half-faced specter displayed a hint of surprise. Realizing that consuming instant noodles was a customary practice, he replied, "Honored guest, while this dish is indeed available, I believe there are other offerings more suited to your palate." Despite his general disdain for humanity, he did not wish for such a distinguished patron to vanish from the train so swiftly. Moreover, the train conductor had mentioned a desire to meet this esteemed guest, though he had been delayed by that wretched thief. "No need for anything else, just this one," Chen Xun responded. "Could you arrange for it to be delivered to seat 17 in carriage 3? Upon witnessing the esteemed guest's insistence on ordering a serving of instant noodles, the half-faced specter let out a sigh and remarked, "Our train operates under certain regulations. Should you wish for such sustenance to be delivered to your seat, an additional fee is required." Without hesitation, Chen Xun nodded and produced 10 100 yuan ghostly notes, presenting them to the half-faced specter. The sight of the money caused the specter's eyes to widen in astonishment. The noodles cost 4 ghostly notes, leaving the remaining 6 as a generous tip. As for the task of delivering the meal, he could easily delegate that to the knife-wielding ghost without incurring any extra charges. "Very well, esteemed guest. Once the noodles are prepared, we will bring them to your designated seat. Wishing you a delightful dining experience," the half-faced specter concluded. With that, Chen Xun had no desire to linger further. As he passed by the 3rd carriage, a burly man cast a menacing glare in Chen Xun's direction, declaring, "Little ghost, do not be so arrogant. In this realm of horrifying games, I possess far more experience than you. Even if you are wealthy, it does not render you invincible." Chen Xun merely glanced at the man, choosing not to engage in further dialogue. He then arrived at his seat, extracting a bloodied brick and slamming it down heavily upon the chair. A cloud of smoke erupted forth. "Little ghost, what are you doing? If you strike again, I shall be angered," the specter of the chair exclaimed. With a resounding thud, Chen Xun brought the brick down once more. "Strike again, and you shall face my wrath. You wretched rodent." Ignoring the chair ghost's protest, he slammed the brick against the specter once more, driven solely by his disdain for the chair spirit. A continuous stream of smoke billowed forth, leaving Su Weiwei beside him utterly dumbfounded. "I admit my mistake. Brother, must I endure this?" he lamented. Realizing that remaining silent had been a grave error, the seat demon pleaded for mercy. Bang! Yet, Chen Xun showed no intention of relenting. The sound of the brick striking the seat, accompanied by the agonized wails of the seat demon, echoed throughout the carriage, drawing the ire of the other spirits, who regarded him with evident displeasure. Their rest had been disturbed. Before that seat, Chen Xun relentlessly wielded the brick, as thick plumes of smoke ascended into the air. However, upon recognizing Chen Xun as the assailant, their irritation was quickly masked by a hint of trepidation. After a while, Chen Xun, having grown weary, ceased his assault. The seat demon appeared utterly dejected, akin to an artist savoring a masterpiece after its completion. This was Chen Xun's state of mind. Soon, the entrance to Car No. 3 swung open, and the knife demon stormed in, brandishing a bowl of instant noodles with an ominous demeanor. His mood seemed to be at an nadir. Upon entering, his gaze settled upon seat 17. The moment he spotted a player occupying the seat, a sinister smile crept onto his face as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Cursed rodent. This is your ordered meal." He placed the bowl of noodles before the burly man, who, upon seeing it, froze in disbelief. "I did not order instant noodles," he stammered. Just as he caught the mocking glint in Chen Xun's eyes, his gaze mirrored the one he had cast at Chen Xun when accusing him of theft, filled with disbelief. "Not a single point? Are you suggesting I am mistaken?" The delivery man's frustration surged as he recalled the effort it took to bring this instant noodles. The countenance of the knife-wielding ghost twisted in agitation. After delivering the meal, he felt utterly exhausted. He had anticipated a moment of respite, only to be summoned by that insufferable half-faced specter, demanding he deliver the noodles to this very seat. Working overtime had already soured his mood, and now realizing that the source of his troubles was a wretched rodent only exacerbated his discontent. An oppressive aura of malevolence enveloped the space. The burly man's complexion turned ashen. Though he was a third-tier ghost master, he could distinctly sense that the knife ghost before him possessed far greater strength. His mind raced, blank with panic. He had no doubt that refusing to eat would spell his doom. Reluctantly, he picked up the bowl of noodles and began to eat. The enticing aroma wafted toward him. As he ate, he couldn't help but mock Chen Xun, thinking it amusing that if one intended to play tricks, they ought to order something inedible. Instant noodles. How ridiculous. However, just as he took his first bite, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened in horror. That official post contained a rule forbidding the consumption of instant noodles on the train. His face darkened at the thought. He had been so frightened by the knife ghost that he had completely overlooked this crucial detail. Meanwhile, the malevolent glances of the surrounding passengers were already upon him. He had violated the rule. That cursed rodent dared to eat instant noodles on the train, and the foul odor permeated the air. "Leave your life here." The specters in the carriage surged toward the burly man. Terror flashed across his face as the malevolent energy emanated from him. However, confronted by such a multitude of horrifying apparitions, he was swiftly ensnared. Crimson blood erupted from the seat. Su Weiwei, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright, instinctively shrinking back into her seat. She then glanced at Chen Xun and inquired, "Why do you think that knife-wielding ghost offered him a bowl of instant noodles?" Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. "Who can say? Perhaps someone simply misordered their seat." He added, "Blame it on his misfortune." The crimson subtitles appeared, indicating that the burly man was irrevocably deceased. At that moment, the ghosts surrounding his seat began to cease their actions, each clutching various human remains as if to preserve them. Shortly thereafter, a cleaning attendant entered the carriage, methodically wiping away the bloodstains from the floor. The train continued its journey as if nothing had transpired. Chen Xun glanced at the taskbar. The mission to apprehend the thief remained unresolved, suggesting that the thief was still at large. With a full 2 hours left until the game concluded, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Xun could hardly fathom what other dreadful occurrences might unfold within this train. Just then, an icy presence swept through the carriage once more. Chen Xun turned to look back. It was the train conductor. However, as the conductor passed by Chen Xun's seat, he came to a halt. His gaze fixed upon Chen Xun. A chilling sensation coursed down Chen Xun's spine. "You must be the esteemed guest that Shaoli mentioned," he said. "Could you kindly make your way to my office?" Shaoli, was he not the one with the half-face mask? At that moment, Chen Xun could discern no other emotion on the conductor's face, solely a stern demeanor. The conductor then maintained his unwavering gaze on Chen Xun, seemingly awaiting his response. All right. Chen Xun finally nodded. After all, he was uncertain whether declining the conductor's invitation might infringe upon some unwritten rules. With his answer received, the conductor turned and proceeded toward the first carriage, with Chen Xun following closely behind. As they passed through the second carriage once more, the passengers appeared markedly quieter than during their earlier encounters. Everyone remained dutifully seated and beneath the flickering lights. Not a single passenger dared to cast an unusual glance at Chen Xun, save for a few players. In the first carriage, some Western players, upon seeing Chen Xun trailing behind the conductor, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had grasped the conductor's formidable nature from the series of events that had transpired. The conductor was exceptionally vigilant regarding the discipline aboard the train. It was akin to a classroom setting. No sleeping, no snoring to disturb fellow passengers, no aimless wandering, nor loud conversations permitted. Even the passengers remained utterly silent when the conductor approached, yet here was Chen Xun, audaciously striding forth. However, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene of Chen Xun being torn to shreds by the conductor did not unfold. Chen Xun entered the first carriage of the train, the dining car. The half-faced specter was still gnawing on some peculiar food, bits of which dribbled from the other side of its visage. It appeared that this half-faced entity was perpetually engaged in eating. The train conductor halted before the counter, delivering 3 cups of drinks. After speaking, he proceeded towards his office. Yes, conductor, the half-faced specter quavered. Upon reaching the end of the first carriage, there stood a secluded glass door, which the conductor opened, casting a glance at Chen Xun. My office is a bit disordered. I hope you won't mind, he stated. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, noticing a shift in the conductor's demeanor. It had become more courteous, contrasting sharply with the earlier sternness. However, upon hearing about the disorder in the office, Chen Xun instinctively imagined the environment might be rather dreadful. Perhaps cluttered with various severed heads, from which dark blood flowed. With a push, the conductor opened a wooden door, revealing the interior to Chen Xun's view. To his surprise, the conductor's office was not as terrifying as he had envisioned. In fact, it was far from chaotic. The space was neatly arranged with various items, pink zombie dolls and teddy bears adorned with stitches, conveying a distinctly youthful charm. It appeared almost unsettlingly normal. Please, come in and have a seat, the conductor invited, as Chen Xun stepped inside and settled onto a sofa. Brother, your eyes are so beautiful. Please leave them with me as a gift. At that moment, an enigmatic figure emerged from an unknown origin, perching itself upon Chen Xun's neck. Those delicate hands seemed intent on gouging out Chen Xun's eyes. A chill ran down his spine, and a brick suddenly materialized in his grasp. Just as he prepared to strike the entity clinging to his neck, a commanding voice interjected, Xiao Han, dismount from your brother's neck at once. However, the entity on Chen Xun's neck appeared undeterred. Daddy, his eyes are so beautiful, more exquisite than my previous treasures. I want them, the figure declared. I said, get off your brother's neck. The train conductor's voice grew louder, shrouded in a thick, ominous aura. Shortly thereafter, it seemed the entity sensed a threat. Leaping off Chen Xun's neck and settling obediently on a nearby sofa. It was then that Chen Xun discerned the true nature of this being, a young girl. Her skin was ghastly pale, oozing a viscous, sanguine fluid. She was clad in a cartoon bear t-shirt, now stained with crimson blood. Her hollow, decaying eyes fixated on Chen Xun, seemingly resentful for not acquiring his eyes. Indeed, in this macabre realm, nothing could be deemed entirely normal. However, after 2 hours of spiritual purification, Chen Xun had grown accustomed to the bizarre. Ultimately, the train conductor offered no further explanation, retrieving a small box from a cabinet. Shally informed me that your expenditures during this journey have exceeded a staggering 100,000 ghost coins. According to the regulations of our train, you are now eligible to become a gold-tier member of our thrilling train group. With this distinction, you shall be regarded as an esteemed presence aboard the train. Even those attendants outside, and I myself, would be obliged to treat you with utmost courtesy. Additionally, traveling on the train comes with exclusive discounts. As he spoke, a sudden, albeit unsettling, smile appeared on the train conductor's otherwise serious face. However, this privilege is not without cost, he remarked once more, his hollow gaze fixed intently upon Chen Xun. Indeed, nothing comes without a price. Yet, Chen Xun found pleasure in the notion of spending. What is the price? He inquired. The conductor hesitated momentarily before responding. 30,000 ghost coins. 30,000? Chen Xun was taken aback. While this sum might seem substantial to others, it felt rather modest to him. Observing Chen Xun's expression, the conductor added, of course, there are some discounts available. By the way, do you offer memberships of a higher tier? Chen Xun queried. The conductor was momentarily taken aback before replying, certainly, we do. However, the highest membership requires a consumption of 50,000 ghost coins. Without hesitation, Chen Xun produced 40,000 ghost coins from his possession. Then grant me the highest membership, please. The sight of the substantial stack of ghost coins left the conductor momentarily speechless. Even he felt his breath quickening. After all, that was 4,000 nether coins. The esteemed guest before him had casually produced such an amount. The train conductor swallowed hard. This was undoubtedly the most distinguished guest he had ever encountered. It appeared to be a ghostly artifact. Even some unreasonable demands could be accommodated by the attendants. Chen Xun inquired, Conductor, is this train for sale? If he could acquire this train, he might obtain a considerable amount of ghostly energy. The conductor stared blankly at Chen Xun and then forced a smile, saying, haha. Esteemed guest, you truly have a sense of humor. Chen Xun sighed inwardly. It seemed his aspiration to purchase the train at a significant cost was now unattainable. However, it was evident that these nether coins were effective for all spirits, even for someone like the conductor. Just then, the conductor seemed to recall something and suddenly said, Esteemed guest, I have some items left behind by previous humans. Perhaps you might find them useful. The price is negotiable. Upon hearing the words left behind, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be more than a mere literal interpretation. Were those items left by players who perished in the horror game? Is this your level of service? If the humans the conductor referred to were indeed players, then the items they left behind might indeed be of some use to him. Perhaps there were even ghostly artifacts among them. Chen Xun looked at the conductor and said, Of course, please show me those items. Upon hearing this, the conductor began rummaging through a cabinet. Soon, he retrieved a wooden box filled with an assortment of items. There was a gold watch stained with blood, a shattered smartphone, and even a ring resting upon a decayed finger. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xun felt his mind go blank. These must be the belongings of the previous players who had entered here. He had little interest in the possessions of the deceased. However, he soon discovered a piece of yellowed cowhide paper within the box. It was a ghost contract. Chen Xun's gaze fixated on the aged parchment. He had seen references to such contracts on forums, where they were rumored to fetch prices exceeding 1 million. This ghost contract was the quintessential artifact for forging agreements between humans and spirits. In the realm of horror, spirits often possessed greater strength than humans, and their temperaments were notoriously fickle. Only a ghost contract could compel them to comply. Chen Xun lingered on the contract for a moment before asking, Conductor, would you be willing to sell me this item? With this contract in hand, he might just fulfill the task outlined in his system. In his past life, he had read numerous novels where protagonists would invariably inquire about the prices of other items before making a purchase to avoid price inflation. Yet, for Chen Xun, such precautions were unnecessary. The conductor, upon hearing his request, produced the ghost contract. This contract indeed suits someone of your caliber, he remarked, falling into a contemplative silence thereafter. It appears he is deliberating on what price to set. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well, 10,000 ghost coins. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun exhibited a palpable sense of disappointment. Was it truly the case that after such lengthy contemplation, he arrived at such a meager offer? Chen Xun had expected at least a sum of 100,000 to be proposed, a price that would ensnare him. After inquiring with the system, he confirmed that this price could not be raised further, and with a heavy heart, he handed over a stack of ghost coins to the conductor. You are indeed forthright, the conductor exclaimed, erupting into laughter upon receiving the money. In truth, his heart was racing with excitement. After all, it was 10,000 ghost coins. Coupled with the commission from the recent 100,000 for the membership, he stood to gain several thousand ghost coins, more than he currently possessed in savings. He turned to Chen Xun and said, By the way, although I am yet to learn your name, from this day forth, you shall be considered my good brother. Wang Li shed his previously stern demeanor and gently patted Chen Xun on the shoulder. Should any troubles arise on this journey, remember to call for me, and I shall help you resolve them. With that, Wang Li glanced toward the office, muttering, Why is Shali taking so long? He then turned back to Chen Xun, stating, Good brother, please wait here for a moment while I step outside. His expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness as he made his way toward the office. Now, only Chen Xun and the little girl remained in the room. With Wang Li's departure, the girl's once dilapidated face darkened ominously. Brother, it appears we are now the only two left here. Upon their initial encounter, the elder brother pondered what gift he might present to Xiao Han. After speaking, the little girl's gaze scrutinized Chen Xun, her eyes fixated upon him with an almost whimsical fascination. It seemed she held a particular fondness for his eyes. Observing her interest, Chen Xun promptly retrieved a birdcage and a brick from his system's space, cautioning, "Little one, it would be wise for you to behave." The sight of the birdcage and brick appeared to instill a sense of trepidation in the girl. "How unamusing," she remarked before nimbly climbing the wall and disappearing into the depths of the office. Chen Xun then stowed away the peculiar items, realizing that strength alone could command respect, even from spirits. His gaze swept across the office, which, aside from its distinctly youthful charm, bore no extraordinary features. However, the walls were adorned with bold red-painted characters proclaiming, "For any inquiries, please contact the train conductor's office. Phone number, 4444. 44. The conductor is at your service." On the desk, Chen Xun also noticed an antiquated telephone, its operability a mystery. Wang Li placed a cup before Chen Xun, saying, "Here, brother, have some water." Chen Xun peered into the cup, relieved to find it free of wriggling insects or decaying remnants. It was merely a glass of plain soda water. A stroke of good fortune, indeed. After engaging in further conversation with Wang Li, Chen Xun departed the office, having acquired numerous valuable items, including a contract to bind spirits, and having forged a brotherly bond with the conductor. At present, aboard this train, as long as he does not breach the rules, it seems he can traverse freely. Even if he were to transgress, with Wang Li's backing, he is unlikely to meet his demise. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. Casting a glance at the game timer, he noted there was still over an hour remaining. Once that time elapses, he shall be liberated from this scenario. Surely, nothing further of consequence will transpire in the next hour? Chen Xun exited the first carriage and, upon reaching the second, encountered a rather discontented attendant. The uniform was marred with stains, and the attendant's skin appeared darkened and decayed. At that moment, the attendant clutched a bloodied arm in his hand. Nearby, a fellow player writhed in agony, groaning in distress. Upon spotting Chen Xun, the attendant's demeanor shifted, akin to a famished individual encountering a sumptuous feast. "Damn rat. Who told you to wander about in this carriage?" The attendant approached, his decayed visage looming ominously as he glared at Chen Xun. It was over for him. The others in the carriage thought, their hearts racing at the sight. Being targeted by the attendant was hardly a fortuitous circumstance. The player who had lost an arm had done so merely for uttering a scream in fright at the apparition aboard the train. Yet, judging by the attendant's menacing aura, even if Chen Xun were to survive, he might well leave a piece of himself behind. However, to their astonishment, there was not a trace of panic on Chen Xun's face. He regarded the attendant and said, "Is this your notion of service? Contractual thief ghost. Is this your idea of hospitality? Attendant, I believe it would be prudent for you to lower your demeanor. Your unsightly saliva has already splattered onto my attire." Chen Xun remarked, patting his clothing. The players within the second carriage widened their eyes in disbelief. This fellow has no regard for his life? Mouse, whom are you addressing? Are you aware of the consequences of wandering about in the carriage? At that moment, an ominous aura emanated from the attendant, far more formidable than that of the previous butcher spirit. "Is this how you converse with your esteemed platinum members? Might I lodge a complaint with your train manager?" Chen Xun replied coldly, his expression tinged with a hint of trepidation. "My esteemed guest, I was blind to your stature and spoke inappropriately. I implore you not to inform the train manager." The attendant hastily responded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Following this, he would likely traverse the train with impunity. The challenge of this quest had, in essence, diminished significantly. The attendant immediately stepped aside, granting Chen Xun ample space to proceed. "It was indeed my oversight, esteemed guest," he added. As Chen Xun made his way toward the third carriage, several players in the second carriage stood agape, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. Is this game truly played in such a manner? They yearned to emulate his actions, yet fear held them back. As Chen Xun passed by one player, the individual, a portly man who appeared to be somewhat of a recluse, grasped Chen Xun's hand and inquired, "Brother, how did you manage that? Would you be willing to share your approach?" Chen Xun remarked, "It's quite simple. Having money suffices." The hefty man appeared dazed, muttering, "Money." He pondered deeply, aware that the currency circulating within the gaming realm was the ghostly coin. While the plump fellow was lost in thought, Chen Xun arrived at the junction between carriage 2 and carriage 3. He glanced at his right hand, which had previously touched the old woman's eyeball. The lingering sticky sensation seemed to retain some peculiar, viscous residue. "I must wash my hands," Chen Xun declared, subsequently pushing open the restroom door. A cacophony erupted, not the sound of the door opening, but rather the clatter of numerous items cascading to the floor. Eyeballs, a severed cane, tattered stockings, and even bloodied sanitary napkins lay scattered about. The restroom door swung wide, revealing a ghost within. This spectral entity appeared semi-transparent, its abdomen housing an assortment of bizarre objects. The translucent apparition gazed at Chen Xun with a look of alarm. Upon realizing Chen Xun was human, its expression swiftly morphed into one of rage. "Damn rat! Can't you knock before entering?" Chen Xun stood in stunned silence, utterly unaware that a ghost occupied the restroom and had neglected to lock the door. He had intended to express his apologies, but at that very moment, a line of crimson text materialized before him. "Secondary mission objective has been located. Rewards will be dispensed upon the conclusion of the instance." Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Chen Xun's mind. A level 7 ghostly creature, available for contract. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, then a mischievous smile crept across his face. "Ah, so you are the infamous thief." Upon hearing this, the spectral figure displayed a look of panic, its half-transparent visage darting its gaze nervously from side to side. "Shoo, do not speak recklessly," the thief ghost implored. Chen Xun grinned wider. "Whether I speak recklessly or not, we shall see when I summon the attendant." This statement evidently struck a nerve with the thief ghost. As its translucent face darkened instantly, an ominous aura of ghostly energy enveloping it. The intensity of this spectral energy was only slightly less formidable than that of the train conductor. "Little ghost, do not blame others. Blame yourself for knowing what you ought not to know." The dense ghostly energy sent a shiver of impending doom through Chen Xun. Without hesitation, he produced Quinn's birdcage. Upon opening it, a pair of ebony hands extended forth, swiftly ensnaring the thief ghost within. Moments later, a black crow emerged inside the cage. However, the contents of the thief ghost being tumbled out, a half-consumed bottle of mineral water, a pair of foul-smelling socks, and a nearly depleted tube of toothpaste. A motley assortment of items, none of which held much value. Taken aback, Chen Xun gazed at the crow within the cage and remarked, "Pray tell, why did you steal such trivialities?" Yet, upon witnessing the scattered items, the crow let out a cacophony of distress. "What have you done to me, little ghost? Damn be this wretched cage. In my prime, I could have shattered it with a single punch. I advise you to release me at once." Chen Xun remained noncommittal. After all, the thief spirit's capabilities were only at level 7, rendering it incapable of escaping from the cage. However, the thief spirit claimed to have been stronger in the past. Given that he could not contract with any other spirits at the moment, perhaps this one would suffice. Chen Xun shook his head, feeling that forging a contract with such a dubious spirit seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, the endeavor was merely to obtain the task's reward, worst case. He could release it later. As he spoke, Chen Xun produced the spirit contract and gazed at the thief spirit within the cage, saying, "Come, let us formalize a contract. Upon signing, I shall release you." The thief spirit, with its obsidian eyes fixed on Chen Xun, retorted, "Not a chance. You pitiful rodent." Amused, Chen Xun replied, "Very well. I had intended to offer you a chance for redemption, but it seems I should leave this matter to the conductor." Upon hearing the conductor's name, the thief spirit visibly panicked. No, brother, as long as you do not turn me over to the conductor, everything can be negotiated." Chen Xun raised an eyebrow. "Then about this contract." "Sign it. I shall sign it." The spirit hastily replied. Ultimately, Chen Xun bit his finger, inscribing the terms of the contract upon the document. The thief spirit was obliged to ensure Chen Xun's safety in times of peril, with the contract lasting for 1 year. After a year, the thief spirit would regain its freedom. Finally, Chen Xun dripped a drop of his blood onto the contract before presenting it to the thief spirit in the cage. "I trust you know what to do?" "Humph." The thief spirit let out a cold snort and finally dripped a drop of black blood onto the ghostly contract. With that, the pact was sealed, transforming the contract into 2 orbs of black light that merged into the bodies of Chen Xun and the thief spirit. Unless both parties simultaneously dissolve the contract or it reaches its expiration, the one unilaterally attempting to break it will suffer a dreadful price. "Now can you let me out?" the thief spirit inquired. Ultimately, Chen Xun opened the birdcage. A thick black mist enveloped the air, and the thief spirit reappeared before Chen Xun, subsequently morphing into a mass of black light that penetrated his body. Naive little ghost. This contract merely states that I shall intervene when you are in peril. Do not expect my presence otherwise. Once a year has elapsed, I shall emerge as a formidable entity once more." Chen Xun paid no heed to this. instead directing his gaze toward the attendant with whom he had previously clashed, stating, "Is this truly the restroom on your train? How can one find convenience in such a state?" Upon hearing this, the attendant hurried over, only to be met with the shocking sight of a clutter of items strewn about the restroom. Ignoring the commotion, Chen Xun strode toward his seat. Simultaneously, 2 lines of crimson text appeared before him. "Congratulations, player, on completing the dungeon task. Task rewards will be distributed upon the conclusion of the dungeon." The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting a spirit and fulfilling the system's task. Reward acquired, mysterious tissue box. Ding. New task issued. Please utilize the ghost coins to purchase a set of fixed assets within the horror game. Upon completion of this task, you will receive the Devouring Ring. The Devouring Ring, it can instantaneously consume spirits of level 9 and below. After each use, it requires a period of 15 days to absorb the essence of the world before it can be employed again." The spirit seated nearby dared not utter another word. However, Su Weiwei gazed at Chen Xun with a hint of concern. "Are you all right?" Chen Xun nodded and replied, "No significant issues, just gained a good brother." Glancing at the time, only 1 hour remained. Once this hour elapsed, this particular instance would conclude. The train came to a halt, and numerous spirits disembarked, while others boarded. A few minutes later, the train resumed its journey. Suddenly, the system's announcement echoed. "Ding. We regret to inform all players that a terrifying entity has infiltrated the train. The game has now shifted to a battle royale mode. A dreadful spirit is hunting players. Disregarding all rules, players are urged to employ any means necessary to survive. The level of the malevolent spirit is 8. Main game objective altered. Survive for 1 minute. Concurrently, a blood-red countdown appeared before everyone. 9:59. Battle Royale mode. Battle Royale mode? At this moment, all players were taken aback. They soon noticed a dense aura of ghostly energy beginning to permeate the train, as if the very temperature of the air had plummeted. Even the windows of the train were veiled by a layer of black fog. It was at this juncture that the train's lights began to flicker violently, culminating in a pop sound, as if they had completely malfunctioned. The train was engulfed in darkness. Upon the roof of the train, something seemed to writhe as a multitude of bloodied hands reached down, as if intent on dragging them into the abyss above. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted. The number of surviving players, 6. Soon, a line of crimson text materialized before Chen Xun and Su Weiwei. A player had met their demise. Both Chen Xun and Su Weiwei's faces drained of color. Is this the essence of the Battle Royale mode? Utilizing the faint glimmer of light from outside, Chen Xun glanced toward the seat of the lecherous man, who sat there, utterly bewildered. This indicated that the horrific entity was currently situated in carriage number 2. If all the players in that carriage were slain, it would inevitably approach them. The number of surviving players, 5. Just as Chen Xun was lost in thought, yet another player perished. Flee. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Chen Xun's mind. The specter's level had already surpassed 7. Even the birdcage in his possession would prove ineffective against it. He then turned to Su Weiwei and declared, "We must escape now. That terrifying creature will soon arrive in carriage number 3. Only then did Su Weiwei regain her composure. "Where shall we flee?" Chen Xun responded, "To the carriages behind us." This is a battle royale mode, and the dreadful specter was unbound by the rules governing its violence. The only chance they had to buy themselves more time lay in retreating to the subsequent carriages. Once 10 minutes elapsed, they would have the opportunity to conclude this cursed game. Although a ghost resided within Chen Xun, it would only intervene in moments of dire peril. Moreover, given the thief's temperament, it was uncertain whether it could even contend with the formidable foe. Ha ha ha, utterly futile. This is a ghost dwelling within a domain of its own. Even if you manage to flee to the rear, it will swiftly pursue you. The voice of the thieving specter echoed within Chen Xun's mind. Previously, he had encountered a post on a forum discussing the domain of ghosts. It was said that within their own realm, ghosts were virtually invincible. Without further contemplation, Chen Xun recognized that given his current abilities, fleeing was the most prudent option. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the second carriage, where a pair of crimson eyes seemed to be fixated upon him. The number of surviving players, 4. Time was running short. Chen Xun glanced at Su Weiwei and urged, "Run." As they sprinted, Chen Xun retrieved his mobile phone, activating the flashlight, which cast a beam of light, illuminating the carriage slightly. However, when they reached the end of the third carriage, they were met with an insurmountable obstacle. The junction between the third and fourth carriages was obstructed by an impenetrable iron plate, from which a viscous liquid appeared to be seeping. How could this be? A chill ran down Chen Xun's spine. Was this also a consequence of the ghost's domain? Feeling somewhat at a loss, he realized that if escape proved impossible, the remaining time would surely suffice for the specter to reach them. Upon seeing the iron plate, Su Weiwei's complexion turned even paler. What should they do? In a moment of desperation, Chen Xun suddenly remembered that he possessed an item. The mysterious tissue box, if he fed it a single ghost coin. There was a possibility it would yield a clue related to the main storyline from its contents. However, it could only be used once within a day. This is Chen Xun's system reward after contracting with the ghost. He retrieved a mysterious tissue box from the system space. It appeared to be an ordinary wooden box. Yet a half sheet of white paper protruded from its top, seemingly awaiting someone to draw it. Presenting 100 yuan ghostly currency, the box suddenly opened wide, greedily swallowing the bill. The air around grew increasingly frigid, and the cabin darkened ominously, as if even the light from his phone could scarcely illuminate it. Chen Xun pulled a tissue from the box and directed the beam of his phone's flashlight towards it. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Wherever his gaze fell became his ghost domain, yet they were also his most vulnerable point. Perhaps he could find a place hidden from its sight. Fortunately, among the tissues lay a clue. This suggested that as long as he could conceal himself from the terrifying ghost's view, he would remain safe. Chen Xun pondered briefly and then glanced towards the adjacent restroom. Surely, the ghost could not see within that space. He opened the restroom door. The lighting inside was dim, yet it indeed existed. It appeared that no ghost domain had formed here. "Let us hide in here," Chen Xun exclaimed, pulling Su Weiwei into the restroom. Just as he intended to close the restroom door, a pair of large hands suddenly grasped the door. A lewd face emerged. It was the lascivious man from carriage 3. "Brother, help me. Let me hide inside as well." As I observed him approaching, he was clutching several severed heads in his hands. At that moment, Chen Xun realized that only 3 players remained alive. Without a moment to ponder, he dragged the lecherous man into the restroom, forcefully shutting the door behind them and securing it with a lock. There were merely 8 minutes left in the game. In the brief span of 2 minutes, all players in the second carriage had perished. It appeared that this harrowing game was far more intricate than they had anticipated. The restroom was exceedingly cramped. With 3 individuals squeezed inside, there was scarcely any room to spare. Su Weiwei pressed closely against Chen Xun, her softness providing a peculiar comfort. Meanwhile, the lecherous man fixated on Chen Xun, his eyes darting with an inscrutable intent. Chen Xun scanned the confines of the restroom and was struck by the peculiar sight of an old telephone. Despite its dilapidated appearance, it sparked a memory of the ominous blood-red words in the conductor's office. Surely, the conductor would have the means to confront this malevolent spirit, or so Chen Xun hoped. Even if the chances were slim, he would not forsake an opportunity for survival. Incredibly, the call connected. "Hello, this is the conductor's office," a voice crackled through the receiver, stern and laced with static. Indeed, it was Wang Li. "Brother, a terrifying ghost is pursuing us aboard the train. It should currently be in the 3rd carriage." Chen Xun relayed urgently. A voice filled with confusion responded from the other end. "Who is this?" "Chen Xun," he replied. Chen Xun said, "Good brother, wait for me. I shall rescue you." The tone of Wang Li on the other end of the line abruptly changed before he hung up. It seemed he was on his way. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a violent sound of door tugging echoed. The bathroom door began to tremble incessantly. A stream of dark mist seeped in from beneath the door. The ghost had arrived. I could spend all the ghost money I have, yet it would be insufficient. Thud, thud, thud. The ghost relentlessly pulled at the bathroom doorknob, which began to shake violently up and down, as if it were on the verge of being torn off. Fortunately, the doorknob was of decent quality, and the ghost failed to dislodge it. Soon after, the sound of pulling ceased. It seemed the ghost had given up. Alas, Chen Xun and the others still lacked the courage to open the door. For now, remaining in the bathroom felt like their safest option. Who could say whether the ghost had truly wandered far away, or if it was lurking right outside the bathroom, waiting for them to emerge? A brief silence enveloped the bathroom. Glancing at the remaining time in the game, there were still a full 7 minutes left, less than half the duration. The ghost knew what was to come next. The bathroom appeared devoid of any ventilation. The 3 of them were crammed together in this confined space, suffocatingly hot. The stench of vomit and decay filled the air, and they felt an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation. Were it not for the terrifying ghost possibly lurking outside, they would have preferred to escape this filthy bathroom without delay. A chilling dread swiftly settled upon their hearts. The lecherous man pondered for a moment, then turned to Chen Xun with a face full of concern. "Brother, do you think the train conductor will come after you just called him?" In the face of these malevolent spirits, humanity resembles mere mice, and how could a ghost ever come to the aid of a mouse? It remains uncertain. Although Wang Li treated him as a distinguished passenger while in the office, and assured him over the phone that he would come to rescue Chen Xun, one must never interpret events in this terrifying world through the lens of human understanding, especially when it comes to the intentions of ghosts. Ultimately, Chen Xun retrieved the birdcage belonging to Quinn and a stack of ghost money. He intended to offer more ghost money to the birdcage, hoping it might serve as a bargaining chip for survival. In that moment, he would seize any opportunity to enhance his chances of living. The lecherous man gazed at the birdcage and the ghost money, his eyes aflame with desire. He had witnessed Chen Xun capture a ghost with that very birdcage. Yet, that fervor flickered for just a second before dissipating, for it was not something he could possess. Chen Xun began to feed the birdcage with the bills, but it showed no reaction, as if it were already satiated. Eventually, he tucked the money away. At that moment, the thief ghost within him suddenly spoke. "How do you possess so much ghost money?" The incredulity in its voice was palpable. The ghost money Chen Xun had just revealed amounted to several thousand. Upon hearing the thief ghost's words, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, recalling the longing in the eyes of other ghosts when they beheld his ghost money. Just how enticing was this ghost money to these spirits? In his heart, he addressed the thieving spirit, saying, "What is this? I possess an abundance of these ghostly coins, more than I could ever spend. Whatever amount you desire, I can provide." Since Chen Xun had already forged a pact with the thieving spirit, it could hear his words. However, after Chen Xun finished speaking, the spirit fell silent once more. After an indeterminate period, the spirit's voice echoed back to him. "I can certainly handle that ghost for you. Though I cannot guarantee its complete subjugation, I can ensure it will not harm you. Yet, as part of our arrangement, I require a payment." Chen Xun, filled with elation, inquired, "How much do you ask?" The spirit paused again, seemingly contemplating the price. Finally, its voice emerged. "1 ghostly coin." Chen Xun's expression darkened. What a pitiful wretch. Nevertheless, the transaction was ultimately concluded. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated through the restroom. "Who is it?" came the reply. "I am the train conductor. The creature outside has been dealt with. You may now exit." It was indeed Wang Li's voice. Upon hearing this, both the lecherous man and Su Weiwei inside the restroom breathed a sigh of relief. Although the conductor was also a spirit, he at least adhered to the rules. As long as they did not violate any regulations, their lives would be spared. However, Chen Xun frowned. If that fearsome ghost had already been vanquished, then why had there been no announcement regarding the game? Finally resolved. "I have no desire to linger in this foul place any longer," declared the lecherous man, as he reached for the restroom door with one hand. "Wait!" Chen Xun immediately shouted. Yet it was already too late. The restroom door had been pried open by the lecherous man. Chen Xun's eyes widened in shock. "Mice, you are safe now." Outside the restroom, the conductor stood with an unwavering, serious expression. The lecherous man glanced at the conductor, then at Chen Xun, asking, "Brother, what are you doing?" In the next moment, Chen Xun swiftly shut the restroom door and locked it. The lecherous man wore a puzzled expression. "Brother, what are you up to? We can leave now. Why remain in this foul place?" Chen Xun fixed his gaze on the lecherous man and replied earnestly, "The one outside is not the conductor. Although the conductor was indeed a ghost, he would never refer to people as mice. After all, he was quite meticulous about the passenger's experience. Moreover, the conductor's gaze suggested he did not recognize Chen Xun at all. He was entirely different from the one who had called him brother just moments ago. The lecherous man, upon hearing this, appeared utterly bewildered. Just then, the ancient telephone in the restroom suddenly rang. Chen Xun answered the call, and Wang Li's voice came through. "Brother, where are you? I went to carriage 3 and couldn't find you. I've had people searching all the carriages for half an hour without a trace of you. Where have you gone?" Upon hearing Wang Li's voice, Chen Xun's breath quickened, his throat tightening. The one outside was indeed not Wang Li. Furthermore, the conductor claimed to have searched for them for half an hour. The passage of time here is different from that outside. "Hey, brother." Upon noticing that Chen Xun remained silent, Wang Li called out again. Chen Xun hesitated for a moment before responding, "Brother, we might be in trouble. I was indeed in the restroom of carriage 3, but it seems like this is that fellow's ghost domain." Chen Xun intended to say more, but the line crackled with static and then went dead. "How boring," he muttered. "I was hoping to play with you a little longer, but it seems the game must come to an end." The speaker was none other than the lecherous man, who now gazed at Chen Xun and Su Weiwei with a sinister expression. Black lines spread across his neck, presenting a horrifying sight. Chen Xun was momentarily stunned. But the assurance of the thief ghost alleviated much of his tension. Are you a ghost? When did you possess him? The lecherous man's mouth split open. His grin, so wide it seemed to threaten to tear his face apart. I've been here from the very beginning. The mission concluded. The whereabouts of his parents? From the very beginning? This implied that the ghost had been beside them the moment they sought refuge in the restroom. The thought sent a chill down Chen Xun's spine as he recalled the words on the tissue box. His sight was confined to the boundaries of the ghost's domain. Therefore, they had all been trapped within this ghost's territory. I initially wanted to play with you, after all. There is a certain enjoyment in witnessing my prey perish in utmost terror. Regrettably, it seems that something from the outside is on the verge of breaking into this wretched domain. The lecherous man uttered these words as the entire restroom began to transform. No longer confined and narrow, it expanded into a vast expanse. Su Weiwei had vanished, leaving only Chen Xun and a peculiar creature with crimson eyes before him. To be precise, it was a diminutive specter. This apparition bore 3 faces, one grinning, one sorrowful, and the central visage, with a mouth seemingly split from the chin, exuded an aura of malevolence. The red eyes of this face emitted a piercing glow, fixating intently on Chen Xun. It shall begin with you, declared the crimson-eyed specter. As an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy enveloped the space, the specter opened its cavernous mouth, lunging toward Chen Xun. A wave of tension gripped Chen Xun's heart. Yet he swiftly concentrated the ghostly energy into the tips of his fingers and aimed for the specter's crimson eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Wherever his gaze could reach, it constituted his ghostly domain, and simultaneously, they represented his most vulnerable point. Based on this insight, Chen Xun surmised that the specter's eyes were indeed its Achilles heel. If he could blind these eyes, he might shatter the spectral realm. The crimson-eyed specter seemed to perceive Chen Xun's intentions, but exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, it smirked coldly. Futile rodent. Your current ghostly energy is far too feeble for me. Even if my eyes are my most vulnerable area, they are beyond your capacity to damage. Indeed. As Chen Xun's hand was on the brink of making contact with the specter, it halted abruptly, as if it had struck an impenetrable barrier. I had stated that it was futile. Yet, in the next moment, the pupils in his crimson eyes swiftly constricted. A dark, spectral energy erupted from Chen Xun's fingers, transforming into 2 needles that lunged toward the crimson-eyed specter. At this juncture, it was already too late for the specter to evade. The red eyes were pierced by the malevolent energy, instantly extinguishing their brilliance. No, it is impossible. The specter's hands and eyes emitted a harrowing wail of anguish. Subsequently, the entire space began to shatter and dissipate. Ultimately, the crimson-eyed specter transformed into a wisp of black mist and faded away. Was this truly the end? Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, a translucent figure materialized in midair, fixated on Chen Xun. We agreed upon 10,000 ghost coins. There can be no backing out now. Just moments prior, when the crimson-eyed specter had appeared, Chen Xun had engaged in a brief communication with the thief specter, which culminated in the earlier scene. Although the thief specter was currently unable to confront the crimson-eyed entity directly, it was certainly feasible to pierce its eyes during a surprise attack. Rest assured, your share is guaranteed, Chen Xun proclaimed, tossing a stack of coins to the thief specter. The thief specter's eyes widened in disbelief as it accepted the coins into its translucent abdomen. This was the finest treasure it had acquired since its powers had waned, far superior to those tattered stockings. Subsequently, the ghost coins began to emanate spectral energy within the thief specter's belly, which it slowly absorbed. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Chen Xun sensed that the thief specter's form appeared to solidify slightly. It appears that this is the role of the underworld currency for spirits. Sensing the benefits coursing through his body, the thieving spirit gazed at Chen Xun with fervor, his visage transforming into that of a money-obsessed individual. He inquired, "How much wealth do you truly possess?" Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at the spirit and replied, "My fortune is beyond your wildest imagination." The mere revelation of 10,000 ghostly coins left the thieving spirit in a state of astonishment. And Chen Xun feared that should he divulge the true extent of his wealth, the spirit might faint on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun assured him, "Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply, your share of riches shall be plentiful in the future." Though a pact had been forged, persuading the thieving spirit to act was not a trivial endeavor. With the spirit's avaricious nature, Chen Xun could compel him to willingly assist in his tasks. Alas, a portion of the funds allocated to the spirit would only be deemed legitimate expenditure by the system each day. Otherwise, he could have had the spirit perpetually siphoning ghostly energy. Agreed, the thieving spirit responded. By the way, I do not yet know your name. Chen Xun turned to the spirit. Shadow, the spirit replied. And what shall I call you? Chen Xun smiled and said, from now on, you may refer to me as your master. Shadow seemed to ponder this, but offered no rebuttal. A spirit approaches, he remarked, then swiftly entered Chen Xun's body. Not far away, Wang Li regarded Chen Xun with astonishment, accompanied by several attendants. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he stated, esteemed passenger. It is fortunate that you are alive. This expression starkly contrasted with the relaxed demeanor he exhibited in the office. Chen Xun glanced at the surrounding attendants and came to a realization. Indeed, that individual had been dealt with by him. That guy is taken care of, Chen Xun remarked. Wang Li then sniffed the air, a look of distaste crossing his face. The hunter, a repulsive aura. The hunter? Chen Xun inquired. As it was the first time he had encountered this term. The train was approaching its destination. After speaking, Wang Li turned and headed towards the first compartment. Chen Xun checked the game timer. Astonishingly, even after vanquishing the red-eyed ghost, the countdown continued. Furthermore, only 3 players remained alive. What was happening? However, he failed to notice that a wisp of dark energy had infiltrated the lecherous man's body. Upon entering the restroom, he found both Su Weiwei and the lecherous man unconscious within. The remaining time passed without incident. As the train arrived at the station, Chen Xun and the others disembarked. Simultaneously, the game's announcement echoed. Congratulations, players, you have successfully completed this instance. Players will automatically exit the game in 3 seconds. Upon hearing the game's announcement, Chen Xun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Thank you, Chen Xun. Su Weiwei approached, her eyes reflecting an unusual expression. She had fainted when the red-eyed ghost appeared and was oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter. Yet, she understood with certainty that Chen Xun must have saved her. Chen Xun nodded, choosing not to elaborate. In the game, they were merely transient allies. Perhaps they would never cross paths again in the future. Chen Xun's gaze leisurely swept across the eerie realm of the horror game. Within the station, malevolent specters cast their sinister glances upon them, yet none dared to approach. The station remained chaotic, littered with debris and permeated by a foul stench. A gust of wind stirred, causing a newspaper to flutter into the air. Instinctively, Chen Xun glanced in its direction, momentarily stunned. Upon that newspaper, he beheld a photograph depicting 2 individuals, a man and a woman, adorned in opulent attire. This very photograph belonged to him, yet it resided in his home in the real world. Father? Mother? Chen Xun was taken aback, reaching out to grasp the newspaper for a closer inspection. However, his body began to dissolve rapidly into a spectral form. The game time had expired, and he was forcibly ejected from the gaming realm. Unbeknownst to him, in the final moment before his expulsion from the horror world, a lecherous man fixed his brooding gaze upon him, his eyes suddenly igniting with a fiery red hue. Mysterious fog enveloped the scene as an official announcement resonated. Congratulations, player. On completing the main quest, based on your performance within the game, you have been awarded 1. Ghost Chi, 2. Yin Coins, Skill Card. The skill card allows you to master any skill of your choosing. As the mechanical voice signaled the conclusion of the game, Chen Xun opened his eyes. The familiar room and comforting air enveloped him. Never had he felt the reality of the world so endearing. Yet, in that moment, he did not linger on his thoughts. Instead, he turned on the light in the room and picked up a photograph from the bedside table. The image captured a family of 3. It is about his parents and himself. This is a childhood photograph of Chen Xun, taken on the sandy shores of the seaside. Chen Xun is engaged in play with the sand, while his parents stand behind him, clad in simple attire, their faces radiating with joyous smiles. Could those 2 individuals in the newspaper be you? Chen Xun fell into silence. The newspaper he encountered at the last moment struck his soul with profound impact. His parents had mysteriously vanished over a year ago, and even the police had not uncovered any leads. Then came the emergence of the horror game. Upon activating the system, Chen Xun felt an unsettling connection between his parents' disappearance and the horror game. What, then, is the truth behind this horror game? And what relation does it bear to the disappearance of his parents? Furthermore, the system mentioned that he inherits his ancestors' ghost money. What role did his ancestors play within the horror game? All remains shrouded in mystery. It seems the only way to seek answers is within the realm of horror. Yet, despite this realization, Chen Xun hesitated. The world of the horror game is filled with malevolent spirits intent on harming humanity. Surviving within it is an arduous task. At that moment, 2 lines of crimson text appeared before him. Countdown, 2 days. The horror game instance will commence in 2 days. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. This upcoming game instance, Bloody Kindergarten. Instance level, horror grade. Another instance? Chen Xun was taken aback. He had heard while browsing posts that players had only one chance to be forcibly selected. Once a game has been played, players cannot be forcibly re-entered into the horror game unless they choose to do so themselves. Was he being treated differently? Ultimately, Chen Xun retrieved his phone and opened the official forum for the horror game, searching for information regarding the possibility of being compelled to enter the game a second time. Unfortunately, he found no relevant posts. This indicated that he truly was a unique entity. Subsequently, he searched for information about the Bloody Kindergarten but found nothing related. It seemed this was indeed a new instance. A heaviness settled in Chen Xun's heart. This meant that he would have to explore all the rules of this instance on his own, significantly increasing his chances of death. He pondered whether his accumulated Grim coins would still hold value in the new instance. If they could be utilized, how might he spend them more wisely? Should he invest in fixed assets within the horror game? Having experienced the benefits provided by the system, Chen Xun resolved to spend more in the next instance to swiftly enhance his capabilities. As for how to allocate his funds, he had begun to contemplate various strategies. He wondered about the property prices in the horror world. Perhaps he could acquire more fixed assets, which would constitute legitimate expenditure and certainly expedite his spending. Finally, Chen Xun continued to browse the forum, knowing that acquiring more knowledge about the horror world would undoubtedly improve his chances of survival. Soon, he was sifting through post after post, absorbing vital information therein. Amidst this information, Chen Xun also gleaned details regarding the hunters mentioned by the train conductor. The hunters constitute a peculiar organization within the realm of horror, distinguished by their utter disregard for any rules, granting them the liberty to hunt humans at will. In fact, their primary function is to hunt humanity. This implies that, within the horror world, even if one has not transgressed any rules, an encounter with the hunters could still culminate in death. However, the information available is scant, merely outlining the essence of the hunters. Subsequently, there were new posts. The island nation is shrouded in a mysterious fog, rendering all means of communication from within ineffective, and all detection apparatuses have failed. Is this fog somehow connected to the horror games? Following this, another post emerged. The information in this post is minimal, yet when considered alongside the previous two, it becomes evident to all that something exceedingly terrifying lurks within the fog. Even a level 9 exorcist would find themselves powerless against it. Could it be that within this fog exists a malevolence even more formidable than a level 9 exorcist? This enigmatic fog has been manifesting for over a year now, likely linked to the horror games as well. Numerous posts regarding this mysterious fog abound in the forum. Some individuals have even managed to capture distant images of the apparitions residing within the fog. These apparitions seem unable to venture beyond its confines. However, the footage is exceedingly unclear, leaving the truth in question. As Chen Xun continued to scroll down, he stumbled upon the official post regarding the 4 Blood Red train, instinctively clicking to delve deeper into its contents. I earnestly implore, tomorrow I shall also step into this dungeon. The mortality rate within this realm is exceedingly high, causing me considerable trepidation. It seems that the number of individuals eager to enter this dungeon is steadily increasing. Ultimately, the fate of those remaining lies in the hands of these players. After perusing the forum for a while longer, Chen Xun's account received a private message. It was from the official Horror Game Bureau. Upon examining the sender's profile, he discovered it was a Blue V certified user, indicating an official status. He opened the chat window, and the subsequent message read, "Are you a first-time player of the horror game? Regarding the Blood Red train on April 4th. Might we inquire about your experiences?" Chen Xun held no aversion towards the officials. After all, they had exerted considerable effort to ensure players could thrive within the game. "I am indeed a first-time player. What is a login device?" Chen Xun inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. "You shall discover that by tomorrow." After a brief conversation, Chen Xun confirmed a meeting time with the representatives from the Horror Game Bureau. Given their official capacity, he might glean further insights regarding the horror game from them, which was of utmost importance to him. With daily profits reaching astronomical figures, Chen Xun secured his phone and retrieved the spoils he had acquired within the realm of horror. In addition to various ghostly artifacts, he had also procured numerous valuable items from fellow players. Once he sold them in the second-hand market tomorrow, it would amount to a substantial sum, particularly that golden bracelet, which he estimated could fetch over 10,000 yuan. Since the disappearance of Chen Xun's parents, the family's income had ceased. As a high school student, he relied on the meager savings left by his parents. The emergence of horror games, however, presented a significant solution to his predicament. Not to mention, the items he acquired from the terrifying realms could fetch a handsome price on forums, attracting a multitude of eager buyers. The value would be substantial, as ghostly artifacts could greatly enhance one's chances of survival in the horror world. A mere level 1 ghostly artifact could sell for up to $1 million. Yet, Chen Xun possessed a level 7 artifact. However, he had no intention of parting with the birdcage of Quinn. It was, after all, a vital means of safeguarding his life. As night fell, a melancholic atmosphere enveloped him. Chen Xun could not recall when he drifted into slumber. The next morning, the alarm clock chimed. Groggy, he rose from his bed. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Due to the host's spirit currency deposited in the heavenly bank, the interest accrued yesterday amounts to 4.23 billion. Subsequently, Chen Xun glanced at his system balance, which had surpassed 10 trillion spirit coins. He was utterly bewildered. The interest alone exceeded what he could spend in a single instance. It seemed that, if this continued, his wealth would only multiply. For the first time, he truly grasped the joy of affluence. Ultimately, Chen Xun dismissed the thoughts and noted the time. It was Wednesday. As a dutiful high school student, he still had classes to attend. He got up, washed up, and awaited the bus. After discovering his newfound abilities as a ghost master, he felt that his reflexes and strength had become remarkably more agile. Is this the benefit brought by the ghost master? In the classroom, many students were bent over their assignments, perhaps burdened by the weight of academic pressure. Most of them wore thick glasses. Chen Xun occupied his seat, and immediately, several female students cast glances his way, some fleeting, some lingering. Chen Xun excelled academically and possessed the looks of a campus heartthrob, yet he seldom engaged in conversation, cultivating an aura of aloofness akin to a cold, distant idol. Old Chen, upon seeing Chen Xun enter the classroom, a boy with a buzz cut from the back row approached him. He was Chen Xun, Chen Xun's sole close friend in this school. However, this friend did not fare as well academically, often finding himself at the bottom of the class and thus seated at the rear. Old Chen, you mentioned you entered a horror game last night. Everything went smoothly, right? I tried calling you later, but you were out of service. I was worried sick. Chen Xing remarked. Chen Xun had only confided in Chen Xing regarding his entry into the horror game. He nodded and replied, there was a minor incident, but ultimately, it was nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing sighed in relief and continued, by the way, did you encounter someone named Su Weiwei in the blood train on April 4th? Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he Su Weiwei, the JK girl who had sat beside him earlier? What? You know her? Chen Xun asked, surprised. But haven't you been browsing the forums? At present, Su Weiwei's post has gone viral on the forum. You must have seen that enigmatic deity as well, right? Listening to Chen Xun, Chen Xun felt utterly perplexed. Noticing Chen Xun's bewildered expression, Chen Xing promptly took out his phone and presented it to Chen Xun. Here, it's this very post. Chen Xun accepted the phone and glanced at it. This individual, named Su Weiwei, had meticulously chronicled her entire experience within the blood-red train, largely focusing on a mysterious deity in the game. This deity effortlessly produced stacks of ghostly currency, causing the spirits to behave courteously. Furthermore, this deity even managed to subdue a troublesome ghost. Fortunately, Su Weiwei refrained from disclosing her real name, opting instead for the term mysterious deity. Chen Xun was keen to keep his own substantial amount of ghostly currency a secret. Upon reviewing the post, he noted it was published a few hours ago, around the time he should have been asleep. It seemed he would need to exercise more discretion in his expenditures moving forward, Chen Xun mused. He had no desire to reveal his wealth in ghostly currency, for the human heart is inscrutable. Who knows what troubles it might attract? So, old Chen, you've encountered this mysterious deity as well, haven't you? Chen Xing inquired. Chen Xun nodded. Indeed. It is thanks to him that we managed to survive our ordeal in the dungeon. Finally, Chen Xun gazed at Chen Xun with envy and remarked, it's certainly advantageous to have such a deity by your side. Hello, beautiful. May we be friends? Upon reading this message, Chen Xing's heart raced with excitement. Was this a first connection? He clicked on his avatar and was met with an image of his handsome visage, flooding him with immense confidence. Could it be that Su Weiwei was captivated by my charm? Ultimately, Chen Xing sent forth his information, detailing his height, weight, and his commendable basketball skills, along with his school details. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes, Chen Xun departed and made his way to a restaurant named Shuwei Guan. Glancing at his phone, he noted his destination, Room 12 on the third floor. He approached and knocked on the door. "Come in," a sultry voice beckoned from within. Pushing the door open, Chen Xun was taken aback by the sight that greeted him, a strikingly alluring woman with long legs clad in black stockings. Her upper body was adorned in a form-fitting leather jacket that accentuated her exquisite figure. Chen Xun stood momentarily stunned, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Is this the official game department?" he inquired, recalling his appointment with the official accounts representative, whom he had expected to be a stern individual dressed in formal attire. The reality was a stark contrast to his expectations. The woman surveyed Chen Xun, her gaze lingering on his school uniform. "They even deceived me into thinking that this time it would be a suave gentleman. He is indeed quite handsome, albeit still a novice. Nevertheless," she mused, "I suppose he will suffice. Setting a modest goal, spending 100 million. The woman raised an eyebrow, then adorned her face with a beguiling smile, inquiring, "Young man, how old are you this year?" Chen Xun frowned slightly, responding, "I believe I am here to discuss serious matters." Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the woman's flirtatious smile diminished somewhat, such an unrefined child. With that, she retrieved a metal box from beneath the table, stating, "I am Zhao Shan. And this is the login device." "Chen Xun," he introduced himself. Subsequently, Zhao Shan opened the metal box, revealing not much more than a small wristwatch, which appeared no different from an ordinary timepiece. Zhao Shan explained, "This is the login device. With this, you can immerse yourself in thrilling games at any time. Furthermore, utilizing the device while gaming provides an accompanying protection mechanism. By entering the game through the device, you will possess 2 lives and the option to exit at will." Chen Xun had previously wondered how others could effortlessly enter these thrilling games. Now he realized it was due to such a login device. He gazed at the device, his heart swelling with joy. Just last night, he had sensed that this device was exceptional. Little did he expect it to be so powerful, offering 2 lives and the flexibility to exit the game at any moment. This was indeed splendid news for Chen Xun, and for all enthusiasts of thrilling games. This implies that with the advent of the login device, horror games have become significantly less terrifying. At the very least, as long as one refrains from reckless behavior, one is unlikely to meet a grim fate. In simple terms, possessing the login device is tantamount to wielding a cheat. It remains a mystery how the National Office managed to develop such a contraption. Observing the fervent expression on Chen Xun's face, Zhao Shan promptly closed the iron box, stating, "Of course, you must divulge the events that transpired in the dungeon yesterday along with some critical information. Furthermore, you are required to enter the dungeon at least once a month, providing us with at least 1 rule from the dungeon. Only then will you be qualified to possess the login device. Indeed, valuable treasures are seldom acquired without effort. However, having the login device signifies that Chen Xun can safely navigate the horror game world in the future, which will greatly aid him in his quest to uncover his parents' whereabouts." Chen Xun nodded in agreement. Entering the dungeon once a month and providing a rule is not a daunting task for him. Subsequently, Zhao Shan retrieved a notebook from her satchel and remarked, "Currently, over 100 game dungeons have been identified in horror games, and new ones are continuously under development. In fact, there are even region-specific exclusive dungeons in North America." With the notebook in hand, Zhao Shan elaborated on various aspects of horror games to Chen Xun, much of which was sourced from forums, while some information was entirely new to him. Upon investigation, it became evident that there exist terrifying and bizarre creatures within the mist. Moreover, only a ghost master possesses the capabilities to contend with these entities. Experts even speculate that this mist may soon envelop China, subjecting the nation to a horrifying and otherworldly invasion. The sole remedy lies in engaging with a chilling game to become a formidable ghost master, thus ensuring survival amidst the encroaching mist. However, she only perused 2 pages of the booklet before refraining from continuing her discourse with Chen Xun. Although she harbored an inkling that the mist indeed concealed spirits, Chen Xun was nonetheless astonished when the official confirmation arrived. It appears that the emergence of this chilling game is not entirely detrimental, while many have perished within its confines. It has also bestowed certain individuals with the prowess to resist the terrifying beings lurking within the mist. Now, the remaining information pertains to the internal documents of our organization, accessible solely to members. It is now your turn." Subsequently, Chen Xun recounted some occurrences from the Blood Red train incident on April 4th. Naturally, he concealed and embellished many aspects, such as the demise of the strongman, which he attributed to a meal mix-up by the train attendant, and he also omitted details regarding his own expenditures. So, the creature from the ultimate survival mode was slain by the train conductor? Zhao Shan inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xun, seemingly searching for any trace of deceit in his expression. However, Chen Xun's expression remained remarkably composed as he remarked, "Indeed. Had it not been for the train conductor slaying that hunter at the last moment, I fear I would have met my demise. It appears I am quite fortunate." Zhao Shan pondered for a moment before handing the iron box to Chen Xun. "I have grasped the general circumstances. This login device is for you. It contains the instructions for use. I hope you can provide us with further clues and rules regarding the copies in the future." Chen Xun accepted the device, recognizing it as his most significant acquisition from this endeavor. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. "The spicy hot pot here is quite delightful. Will you not stay to indulge a little?" "No, I cannot handle spicy food," Chen Xun replied, clutching the box as he exited the compartment. He was reluctant to remain in the confined space with this woman for too long. As soon as Chen Xun departed, a swirling mass of black mist emerged behind Zhao Shan within the compartment, revealing a grotesque specter. The ghastly figure fixed its gaze upon the direction Chen Xun had taken and stated, "He is concealing certain matters. Furthermore, there exists a kindred spirit within him. The situation is far more intricate than he has portrayed." It continued, "Moreover, the specter within him has pilfered the notebook from your bag, along with your favorite lipstick." Zhao Shan paused in surprise at these words, promptly rummaging through her satchel. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" The grotesque specter replied with a grave expression. "The spirit within him evokes a most unsettling sensation within me. Although his power has diminished, the quality of the malevolent aura surrounding him still fills me with trepidation." "Zhao Shan, why didn't you inform me when that fellow was present?" "Ferocious ghost, it is of no significance." Having departed from the Shu Wei restaurant, Chen Xun strolled along the vibrant streets illuminated by neon lights. "Boss, it seems you are being followed." At that moment, the voice of Shadow emerged. Chen Xun paused. "Is it Zhao Shan?" Shadow replied, "No, it's someone else." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun turned his gaze backward, yet he could discern no suspicious figures. "Boss, that person has already left." At this, Chen Xun sighed in relief, contemplating that perhaps they were merely individuals from the horror game administration. It was then that Shadow extricated himself from Chen Xun's form, holding a booklet in his hand. "Boss, I noticed your keen interest in this item, so I stealthily appropriated it." Seeing the booklet, Chen Xun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shadow could pilfer such an item. How had he managed to accomplish it so undetected? Then, Chen Xun glanced at Shadow's transparent abdomen, where a lipstick lay nestled. "You only stole this one booklet?" Chen Xun inquired. "Of course, after all, it is something the boss requires." Shadow's eyes gleamed with a frenzied implication. Chen Xun chuckled, choosing not to confront him. "In the future, refrain from taking others' belongings without my consent. It is a poor habit. Should I catch you again, the ghost money shall vanish." Shadow, upon hearing this, appeared crestfallen. "Nevertheless, you performed admirably this time. This is your reward." Chen Xun tossed 1,000 yuan paper offerings to Ying, who immediately brightened up and swallowed them whole. Opening the notebook, Chen glanced at its contents. Aside from the first 2 pages, the rest were adorned with various stickers of celebrities and handsome figures. Was this what she referred to as classified information? Chen felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. What era was this? Who still indulged in such stickers? Countdown, 24 hours. On the final day, nothing unusual transpired. After finishing school, Chen hurried home. However, upon reaching the entrance of the community, Ying's voice echoed, "Boss, that guy started stalking you again yesterday." Chen, puzzled, inquired if the stalker had followed him from school. "No, he seems to be waiting right here in the community." Furrowing his brows, Chen wondered if the horror game administration was truly monitoring so closely. It was just a login device, after all. Never mind. He decided to ignore it and prepare himself, as the game was about to commence. Glancing at the blood-red subtitles before him, he noted he would be forcibly entering the horror game in 2 hours. After a simple meal, Chen ensured he had the login device and entered his information. Following his previous experience in the game, he had developed more strategies regarding spending. This time, his goal was at least 100 million. Not only did he intend to delve into the horror game to uncover his parents' whereabouts, but he also aspired to become a formidable ghost master. This would grant him the ability to resist when the fog encroached. Finally, the countdown reached 0. Chen Xun vanished within his own room. At that very moment, the lock on his front door appeared to have been tampered with. Creak. The door to the living room swung open, and the streetlight outside cast a long shadow into the room. Welcome, players, to the realm of the chilling game. This session is titled Bloody Kindergarten. Duration of the session, 15 days. The Bloody Kindergarten is a secluded institution dedicated to nurturing the finest young minds. Here, players will assume the role of temporary workers, tasked with fulfilling their duties within the kindergarten. Upon successful completion of these tasks, players will be rewarded. However, should one's performance falter, they may face minor penalties or even elimination. Main task: uncover the lurking serial killer within the kindergarten. It is worth noting that the killer's target may very well be you. Upon completing the primary objective, the game may conclude ahead of schedule. The passage of time within this session is at a ratio of 2:1 compared to the real world. We wish all players an enjoyable gaming experience. As the announcer's voice faded, Chen Xun regained his focus. He found himself in a confined space, where the western wall was adorned with reflective mirrors. Observing his reflection, he noted a significant transformation. He now bore the appearance of an older man. So this is one of the functions of the login device? To safeguard the privacy of the players. Number of surviving players: 2. Chen Xun cast his gaze towards the West Zhou, where numerous players congregated. However, the atmosphere lacked the vibrant conversations typical of the four. For Train, these players exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly wary of one another. Moreover, a ghostly aura surrounded them, indicating that they were seasoned players. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open shattered the silence. A man clad in a shirt, his expression dark and foreboding, entered. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, yet his skin appeared ashen and gray, revealing his ghostly nature. "Temporary workers," he announced. "As the principal is out today seeking investments for the kindergarten, I shall be assigning your tasks. I am the vice principal of this establishment. Now, please line up according to the sequence indicated on your badges." Chen Xun glanced at his attire and indeed found a badge inscribed with the number 21. 3. Signifying his position in the third sequence. Soon, all players formed a line. 21. 1. Proceed to the office on the third-floor restroom to organize materials for the teachers. 21. 2. You will teach dance classes to the kindergarten's young students. 21. 3. In 1 minute, report to the rear of the kindergarten for miscellaneous tasks. The supervisor will assign you duties. 21. 4. Before long, the vice principal had allocated roles to all players. The most effortless tasks fell to those assigned to teaching, for how complicated could it be to instruct a group of kindergartners? Very well, this concludes your task for today. And your remuneration will be determined based on your performance throughout the day. Of course, should your performance prove unsatisfactory, it may result in an early termination of your internship. As the last statement escaped his lips, the director's expression darkened ominously, casting a malevolent glare at the players present. Everyone understood the implications of an early termination of the internship. Having concluded his remarks, the vice dean turned and departed from the confined space. Upon stepping outside, a grand yet dilapidated kindergarten unfolded before Chen Xun's eyes. The structure, though boasting multiple stories, appeared to be in a state of disrepair, as if it had been neglected for years. Cracks marred the walls, and the paint was peeling, threatening to flake away at any moment. Atop the highest floor, several large red characters hung askew. Bloody Kindergarten. It was evident that this establishment was in dire need of funds for restoration. Gazing at the kindergarten, Chen Xun fell into contemplation. Ultimately shaking his head, he proceeded towards the rear of the building, recognizing that his immediate priority was to fulfill his responsibilities. Accompanying him in his menial tasks was a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, clad in extremely short denim shorts, her fair legs exposed. However, one could only speculate whether she was as unrefined in the real world as she appeared. The two exchanged no words as they made their way to the back of the kindergarten. At that moment, a short, rotund woman was observing a vast expanse of overgrown weeds behind the kindergarten, muttering to herself, "How could it have grown so long again? It was only yesterday that the grass had been cut. It must have been that wretched temporary worker who had slacked off. Had I known, I would have insisted on collateral from him." Chen Xun pondered for a moment before approaching. "Hello, we are the temporary workers for today. The vice dean sent us to find you." Upon hearing this, the rotund woman with a face marred by acne fixed her gaze on Chen Xun. A rat. Yet another loathsome rat. Although her expression was tinged with disdain, the corpulent woman did not take any immediate action. She scrutinized Chen Xun and instructed, "You are responsible for clearing all the grass from the backyard. Do not even think of shirking your duties. If I discover that the grass is not removed by the time the afternoon snack is served, I will terminate your internship on the spot." Her countenance darkened as she tossed 2 coins at Chen Xun. "Take this money and purchase some weeding tools at the Ingui supermarket across from the kindergarten." Chen Xun caught the coins, each worth 1 yuan, totaling 2 yuan. Finally, The woman turned to the other player, commanding, "Follow me." With that, she led the other player away from the kindergarten's backyard. Chen Xun looked up at the sky. Amidst the dimness, a crimson sun hung high, indicating that it was likely around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He surveyed the dense patch of grass before him, considering that, after accounting for the time to acquire the tools, he might just manage to clear the area in time. Chen Xun discovered that the grass, which had merely stood for a few fleeting minutes, had grown significantly taller. Instinctively, he plucked a blade of grass before him, and in the blink of an eye, a new one sprouted from the ground. This left Chen Xun momentarily stunned. Was it the case that all the grass in this eerie world behaved thus? Or were these particular blades somehow exceptional? According to the corpulent woman, tools for weeding were available in the market across the way. Leaving the teaching building, Chen Xun made his way toward the entrance. At that moment, the kindergarten gate was secured by a thick iron chain, and the gate itself bore signs of decay and rust. Beside the gate stood a security booth, where a middle-aged man sat, his rotund belly protruding prominently. His hair was styled in a Mediterranean fashion. At that moment, the man was engrossed in a magazine, seemingly oblivious to the ghastly wounds marring his body, which continued to ooze blood without a hint of concern. Nearby, several players gathered, but as the security guard lowered his magazine, he glared at them with malice. "Not open. Get lost," he bellowed. "If anyone else makes a fuss here, I'll twist their head off." With that, he hurled a kitchen knife at the players, who were thoroughly startled and hastily retreated from the booth. As they exited, one of the players glanced back at Chen Xun and remarked, "Are you trying to leave too?" "It's pointless. This guard is impervious to reason and refuses to open the door. Let us search the teaching building for anything we might need." After speaking, these players turned and departed. Chen Xun paused momentarily. If he couldn't procure the necessary tools for weeding, he might face elimination on the very first day. Ultimately, Chen Xun mustered his courage and resolved to attempt it himself. "Excuse me, sir. I am a temporary worker here. Could you please open the door and allow me to purchase some tools?" Chen Xun inquired. Yet, the man remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xun. Fixated on the magazine in his hands, Chen Xun contemplated forcefully pulling at the rusted iron door, but he feared violating the rules. Shortly thereafter, the man displayed visible impatience, fixing Chen Xun with a terrifying glare. "What are you waiting for, you wretched rat? Are you eager to venture outside and meet your demise? There are no rules out there to safeguard you," he exclaimed. "Does this supermarket even sell anything?" The current game scenario unfolds within a bloody kindergarten. Hence the rules apply solely within that realm. "Rest assured, sir, I am fully aware of my limits," Chen Xun replied. Nevertheless, the man showed no intention of unlocking the door. School regulations dictate that no one is permitted to leave during class hours. With that, he resumed his perusal of the magazine. "Boss, would you like me to take care of him?" A voice from the shadows suggested. Chen Xun thought to himself, "No thank you, violence will not resolve this issue." He glanced at the magazine the man held, titled Thrilling Ladies, but it appeared rather outdated. To foster a good relationship with the security guard, it was essential to comprehend his interests. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the security guard seemed to exhibit a flicker of response. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Xun and stated, "I have already mentioned that the school has regulations." However, before he could complete his sentence, he caught sight of the $1 spirit coin that Chen Xun had proffered. "A small token of appreciation. Would you consider making an exception?" Chen Xun inquired. The guard's eyes fixated intently on the coin, and he leaned out of the security booth, glancing around to ensure that no other teachers were in sight. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he accepted the $1 spirit coin, although a stern expression lingered upon his face. "Kid, do not presume that wealth grants you the liberty to act as you please. Money is not omnipotent in this world. You insisted on going out, and if you happen to be devoured by other spirits outside, I shall bear no responsibility," the security guard cautioned. "Rest assured, I have my own means once outside," Chen Xun replied. Subsequently, the security guard exited the booth, retrieving a hefty set of keys from his belt. Selecting one, he unlocked the iron gate. "Thank you, sir," Chen Xun said. "Do remember my magazine." "Do not worry," Chen Xun remarked before stepping out of the blood-soaked kindergarten. As he cast his eyes upon the desolate street outside, he observed leaves and debris swirling in the wind. Even the lights on the signboards flickered ominously. This was Chen Xun's first glimpse of the horrifying world beyond. Ding. Player has exited the confines of the game instance. The rules of the instance shall no longer offer protection. Be advised, beyond the confines of the instance, there exist numerous perilous locales. Players are urged to remain cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Simultaneously, the game's announcement resonated within Chen Xun's mind. Ultimately, he retrieved a bottle of pink perfume from the system's space. This expired girl's perfume, upon application, could temporarily mask the scent of a human. However, it was subject to a time constraint. Naturally, when confronted with exceptionally powerful spirits, it might still be detected. This was an item Chen Xun had acquired in the previous instance. Boss, you truly have no need for this. I shall protect you. He heard Ying remark as Chen Xun presented the expired perfume. Are you really that formidable? Chen Xun inquired, skeptical of Ying's ability to vanquish the terrifying spirits lurking outside the instance. Ying replied, Boss, it seems you harbor significant misconceptions about my capabilities. In my prime, I could traverse this world with unchallenged dominance. Theft was merely a minor indulgence. You mentioned that was during your peak, Chen Xun countered. Ying asserted, Boss, my current strength is no less impressive. Provided you furnish me with some soul currency, I could unequivocally handle those spirits we encountered in the previous instance. Despite Ying's confidence, Chen Xun chose to apply the perfume to himself. In such a dangerous environment, an additional layer of protection was prudent. Subsequently, he crossed the street and entered the bustling ghost market on the opposite side. In the eerie market of restless spirits, phantoms meandered about, casting malevolent glances at Chen Xun. A rat, they exclaimed as they approached him, only to quickly become ensnared in confusion. Why is there no scent of a rat? With a wary glance at Chen Xun, they ultimately departed, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Eventually, Chen Xun arrived at the Yingui supermarket. According to the corpulent woman, one could procure herbicidal items here. However, the supermarket appeared desolate, even more so than the market outside. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of disarray. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. To his dismay, he spotted several oversized rats, gnawing on putrid meat in the center of the supermarket, while the staff seemed to turn a blind eye. As he ventured further into the establishment, a woman resembling a sales clerk approached him, clad in a greasy work uniform that appeared to have gone unwashed for at least 6 months. Good day, esteemed customer. How may I assist you? Chen Xun paused momentarily before inquiring. Do you have any tools for weeding? Certainly. Right this way, she replied. Following the clerk, Chen Xun found the shelf dedicated to herbicidal tools. The cheapest item available was a rusty sickle, priced at an exorbitant 3 spirit coins. Chen Xun harbored doubts about whether the sickle could even sever grass. Meanwhile, the overseer begrudgingly offered him only 2 spirit coins, clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Ah, esteemed customer, the sickle is indeed a fine choice. It is our most economical product, she remarked. Upon noticing Chen Xun's gaze fixed upon the scythe, the salesperson exhibited a distinct air of disdain, seemingly dismissing him as yet another impoverished soul devoid of wealth. However, Chen Xun paid no heed to the salesperson's demeanor. His eyes were drawn upwards towards the shelves. Naturally, he had no intention of purchasing the most economical weeding tool. If he were to buy, it would be the most extravagant option. Atop the shelves, the most opulent items were an array of spray bottles. One particular canister astonishingly retailed for over 1,000 Ming coins. Chen Xun selected one of the bottles and examined the usage instructions. The ghostly weeding spray, upon application to the undesired flora, would swiftly corrode the plants, rendering any sprayed area incapable of nurturing new growth for 3 months. The potency of the substance warranted caution. Upon reading the description, Chen Xun was assured of its efficacy. Although somewhat pricey, this did not deter him. The product was indeed commendable. He nodded in approval. Observing this, the salesperson's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the most expensive weeding spray available in their supermarket. Aside from a handful of affluent nobles, it was unlikely anyone would make such a purchase. Could it be that the man before her was a servant of a noble family? Such a realization necessitated a shift in her approach. She promptly forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Esteemed guest, this herbicide boasts exceptional effectiveness and is particularly suitable for noble households. Moreover, we currently have a promotion. Purchasing 2 or more bottles entitles you to a 20% discount. Rest assured, the receipt will reflect the standard price. The salesperson possessed a modicum of experience in attending to the servants of nobility, who typically sought discounts when making purchases. However, Chen Xun shook his head and declared, no discounts are necessary. Simply package 3 bottles for me. 3 bottles? The salesperson's eyes widened in disbelief, as it was quite uncommon for affluent families to purchase more than 2 or 3 bottles of herbicide to manage a few weeds. This was the first time she had encountered someone requesting 3 bottles. A distinguished customer, indeed, if only such a patron could be retained. It would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for the supermarket. I must not offend him. Otherwise, the store manager would surely have my head, the salesperson mused, while cheerfully packaging the herbicides for Chen Xun. Esteemed guest, would you like assistance in transporting these goods to your residence? The salesperson inquired. That won't be necessary. Chen Xun replied, for he possessed a spatial system that rendered such arrangements superfluous. Before departing, Chen Xun posed another question. Does your supermarket sell? The salesperson appeared momentarily perplexed, unsure of why Chen Xun had inquired about this. I lack the authority, but perhaps I could consult our store manager on your behalf. With a sigh, Chen Xun turned to leave, having effortlessly spent 30,000 yen coins. A warm sensation coursed through him. He now possessed several thousand points of ghostly energy. Yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the third level of ghost mastery. The pace at which he spent his money was decidedly slower than that of a train. With a sigh, Chen Xun exited the supermarket and made his way to the newsstand outside the market, casually purchasing a magazine titled Thrilling Lady. Upon returning to the bloodstained kindergarten, he noticed that the main gate remained ajar. Chen Xun stepped inside and cast a glance at the security guard. At that moment, the guard was reclined on the cot in the security booth, his face obscured by the tattered magazine. Security uncle, this is the Thrilling Lady magazine. I've placed it on the table for you, Chen Xun said, setting down 5 copies of the magazine onto the surface. As he passed by the teaching building, a player suddenly burst forth from a classroom. His eyes were wide with sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something horrific. Spotting Chen Xun, he seemed to have found a target in the desolate school and rushed toward him. Run, run. Complete the mission perfectly. Run, run. It's terrifying. Those students are absolutely horrifying. Chen Xun recognized this player. He was assigned by the vice principal to teach a dance class to the younger students. However, this player was now covered in gruesome wounds. Crimson blood dripping incessantly from his body. What happened in there? Chen Xun inquired. Teaching a group of kindergartners, especially the younger ones, shouldn't be so difficult. It's dreadful. Too dreadful, the player muttered incessantly, showing no intention of elaborating. In the next moment, he vanished from Chen Xun's sight. It appeared he had exited the game. Meanwhile, a line of blood-red characters sprang up before Chen Xun. Player survival count, 17. It appeared that during his brief excursion to procure the weeding tool, several players had already been eliminated. Indeed, this harrowing world defies conventional reasoning. Even attempting to instruct a group of kindergarten children would undoubtedly pose a significant danger. Upon arriving at the rear of the teaching building, Chen Xun retrieved the weeding spray he had purchased and commenced its application. A stream of black mist erupted from the spray, and the grass, upon contact with this substance, disintegrated as if cotton candy were meeting water, swiftly dissolving into nothingness. In merely half an hour, Chen Xun had eradicated all the grass in the area, revealing the dark soil beneath. As time passed, no grass regrew from the earth. Truly, the expensive tools bore their merits. Chen Xun still had 2 bottles of the spray remaining, which he stored within the system space, perhaps to be utilized in the future. Finally, he extracted the rule notebook. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to review the regulations that must not be breached within this gruesome kindergarten. Upon opening the leather-bound notebook, 2 lines of text appeared on the first page. Closing the notebook, Chen Xun inhaled deeply. It seemed that this instance of the game was indeed far from simple. As for what lurked within the kindergarten at midnight, could it be related to the main quest's murderous fiend? Should he venture out to investigate? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately dismissed the thought. In this game, stability is paramount. One must avoid recklessness. Even though the prospect of the grim coin appeared to hold great allure for these specters, but who knows if this will be of any use against the terrifying entities lurking in the dead of night. As for the second rule, it seemed to have been validated by that particular player. Did the opponent fail to fulfill their duties as a mentor, thus encountering such horrors? Chen Xun noted this observation. With 15 days remaining in the game, it was possible that one day he would be assigned the role of a teacher. In the afternoon, the inspector soon made her presence known, striding menacingly towards the back of the kindergarten. A sinister smile etched upon her face. Let me see if today's mouse has managed to eradicate those troublesome weeds, she taunted. Haha, those weeds can only be suppressed with a special potion. If they're not eliminated, perhaps I shall have him part with his head. With that, the hefty woman wiggled her way toward the kindergarten, clad in a pair of blood-stained, ultra-short denim shorts that clung uncomfortably to her thighs. Damn mouse, let us see how well you've performed your task. If I am not satisfied, perhaps I shall acquire another trophy. Her boisterous laughter echoed ominously. Earlier, She had deliberately given Chen Xun a mere 2 ghost coins, a sum insufficient even to procure the most ordinary of weeding tools. In her eyes, Chen Xun was already as good as dead. Previously resting behind the hospital, Chen Xun stood up upon hearing that laughter. An inspector? As Chen Xun pondered, he noticed the plump woman approaching. However, upon seeing the ground that had been thoroughly cleared of wild grass, a look of astonishment crossed her face. She cast a cold gaze at Chen Xun, eventually fixating on the discarded cans of herbicide scattered about. An expression of surprise appeared on her face. She recognized these cans, each priced at over 1,000 yuan. How had this individual come by them? The overseer did not consider the possibility of Chen Xun's wealth, after all. Who would willingly take on temporary work if they were affluent? Without further thought, as Chen Xun had already fulfilled his task, she felt powerless to act against him. Ultimately, she produced a small notebook and sketched a few annotations before turning her gaze back to Chen Xun, her voice laced with malice as she declared, "Mouse, your luck will not be so favorable tomorrow. Assemble promptly in front of the teaching building at 6 in the afternoon. Do not be late." With that, the plump woman wiggled away. In her view, Chen Xun's fortune was merely a stroke of luck for having found those cans within the teaching building. Tomorrow, he would not be so fortunate. With 2 hours remaining before the gathering, Chen Xun strolled through the kindergarten. The establishment was expansive, with the teaching building divided into west and east wings. The first and second floors housed classrooms for the students, while the third floor served as the office area, and the west wing was designated for accommodation. However, Chen Xun discovered that a significant portion of the classrooms and the office area were heavily secured with thick chains. Even the windows were covered with a layer of white paper from the inside. What mysteries lay within these enigmatic spaces? At 6 o'clock in the evening, a crisp bell chimed, signaling the players to gather before the teaching building. Chen Xun observed the expressions of these players. Most appeared pallid, seemingly shaken by significant fright. Some bore numerous scars, and there was even a player who had lost an arm. Clearly, their tasks were not as effortless as Chen Xun had envisioned. At that moment, only 15 players remained alive within the instance. In the span of merely 1 day, a third of them had been eliminated, a remarkably high attrition rate, especially considering they were to endure this ordeal for 15 days. It was then that the vice dean, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, approached. "Very well," he began. "Based on your performance during today's endeavors, I shall now settle your remuneration." He then turned to one of the players beside Chen Xun. Player 21. 1. Your work has been rated as average. Here is your compensation. With that, the vice dean handed a $5 ghost coin to player 21. 1. Player 21. 3. Your performance has been deemed excellent. Here is your reward. Subsequently, a $10 ghost coin was presented to Chen Xun. "Thank you, Vice Dean," he replied as he accepted the coin. Next came the evaluations for the remaining players. Among them, only 2 received an excellent rating, like Chen Xun. The rest fared poorly, with 3 players receiving a failing grade. Those rated poorly received not a single cent in ghost coins. Finally, the vice principal turned his gaze towards them and said, "Well, assemble here promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall assign you your tasks for the day. By the way, there are terrifying entities that roam the school at night, so it is advisable not to wander aimlessly. Of course, our school also provides accommodation, but it requires a payment of 5 spirit coins per night. You can check into the west building after making your payment." Upon hearing the latter 2 statements, all the players were taken aback. According to the vice principal's implication, without spirit coins, they would have to stay outside the teaching building. And outside the teaching building at midnight, there lurked dreadful things. This signified that without spirit coins, they would likely face elimination. It seemed that the tasks assigned each day were of utmost importance. Without the savings of spirit coins, the only option was to diligently complete their work, achieving at least a standard evaluation to survive within the game. At that moment, the players with the most distressed expressions were those whose work had been poorly evaluated, for they had not earned any rewards that day. The dark, avaricious specter of the kindergarten's west building served as a dormitory for the staff. At this moment, at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor of the west building, a pitch-black ghost was seated at the corner, moving a dilapidated chair. The corridor of the staircase emitted an unpleasant, damp odor, and even the walls bore a long crack, a clear sign of long neglect. "Now, mice, pay your accommodation fees. Otherwise, you may encounter something dreadful tonight." The pitch-black specter chuckled ominously, dark liquid oozing continuously from its form. "Should you lack sufficient funds, you may also pledge a part of your body here. An arm costs 5 ghost coins, a heart 1 ghost coin, and a brain 15 ghost coins. I am quite accommodating." In this shadowy realm, the value of human flesh was clearly delineated. Then, a player with golden hair stepped forward, presenting a 100 denomination ghost coin. "I wish to stay for a night," the golden-haired player declared. Upon receiving the coin, the dark specter immediately thrust its hand into its own body. When it withdrew, it revealed a key and 3 coins, albeit tainted with a repulsive black substance. The golden-haired player accepted them with visible disdain. Counting the coins and examining their denominations, the player furrowed their brow. "Wait, isn't a night stay 5 ghost coins? Why have you only given me 3? The specter's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. "Huh, you dare to haggle with me, you filthy rat? Stay or leave." "It matters not to me." The player narrowed their eyes, casting a cold glare at the specter, yet chose not to argue further. Taking the key and heading towards the western building, the key engraved with a room number. The other players looked on in stunned silence. Then, another player stepped forward, handing the pitch-black figure merely a $50 ghost coin. The figure accepted the coin and swallowed it whole. "You can leave now, rat," the figure barked. The player stood there, bewildered. "What about the key?" The figure chuckled sinisterly. "Stinky rat, give me 5. Do you think ghost coins can fool me? Want to stay overnight? Get out of here." The player's face turned ashen. Reluctantly, he produced a $100 ghost coin and handed it over. Only then did the figure spit out a key and 3 coins. "Consider yourself fortunate. You must understand, here, I am the one in charge. If you wish to stay, you must pay up." Subsequently, the other players, equally resigned, complied and tendered their coins to the figure, each being charged an additional 2 ghost coins. "Boss, should we teach this fellow a lesson? Make him more compliant?" Shadow suddenly suggested. Chen Xun shook his head. "No need. Violence won't solve the problem." When it was Chen Xun's turn, he similarly presented a $100 ghost coin. The figure accepted the payment and swallowed it. Finally, the ghost scrutinized Chen Xun and declared, "You can leave." Chen Xun frowned. What about the key? He was indifferent about the money, but the key was essential. After all, one needed to stay in a room at night to ensure safety. The pitch-black figure cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xun and remarked, "Hee, I believe it's better for someone like you to reside outside." At that moment, Chen Xun's expression darkened significantly. Internally, he muttered, summon 1,000 ghost coins to teach him a lesson." Although he was not lacking in wealth, he was even less inclined to be toyed with by a ghost. "All right, I now channel the power transfer to you. You may strike him first," came Ying's excited voice. Subsequently, Chen Xun felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, with the ghostly energy around him intensifying considerably. Finally, he produced a blood-stained brick and struck it forcefully against the head of the pitch-black figure. "Hee, futile. With your abilities, you are merely courting death," the dark figure sneered. Yet in the next instant, he realized that all his ghostly energy was being suppressed by Chen Xun. He found himself unable to move. With a dull thud, the brick collided with the figure's head, causing a dark bubble to swell on his skull. In the very next moment, another brick came crashing down, and the figure's eyes widened in shock. Viscous black liquid splattered across Shizhou. "Ah, damn rat, are you seeking death?" The sharp cries of agony echoed. The players still present, witnessing this scene, were left agape in disbelief. Was this fellow truly so formidable? Silent yet deadly, he wielded the brick with purpose. However, they also discerned that the brick was a ghostly artifact. "Please spare me, I beg for mercy, I was wrong." Shortly thereafter, the ebony figure incessantly pleaded for mercy. Finally, Chen Xun wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the now emaciated figure, inquiring, "Where is the key?" Here, the figure promptly handed him a key. Eager for Chen Xun to depart. "What about the payment?" Chen Xun pressed on. The figure then produced 5 ghostly coins and presented them to Chen Xun. Coldly, Chen Xun gazed at the figure and remarked, "Did I not give you 1 ghostly coin earlier?" Chen Xun, unconcerned about money, simply derived satisfaction from the figure's discomfort. The figure was momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing Chen Xun raise the brick again, a shiver ran through him. Yes, I must have misremembered," he stammered, before reluctantly offering 9 additional ghostly coins to Chen Xun. After accepting the coins, Chen Xun ascended the staircase. Witnessing this scene, the players behind him felt a wave of trepidation. Soon, it was their turn, and they wished to emulate Chen Xun's actions, but found themselves devoid of courage. Realizing they lacked the requisite strength, the ebony figure, unfazed, resumed his seat as if nothing had transpired, casting his gaze upon the remaining players. Money. The players could only obediently approach and hand over their 1 coin denominations. Chen Xun examined the number on the key and subsequently located room 4. Opening the door to enter, At that moment, Chen Xun noticed that the door to room 4-5 next door was ajar. The interior appeared shrouded in darkness, with a pair of eyes intently fixated on him, appraising his face with disdain. They did not seem to belong to a player. Could it be a teacher from this place? Hello? Chen Xun called out. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door to room 4-5 slammed shut. The sound of the door closing in the dead of night was peculiar. Chen Xun shook his head and retreated into his own room. To his surprise, the room was remarkably tidy. There was no dampness or unpleasant odor, nor any dilapidated furniture. It was as though someone had been residing there daily, maintaining its cleanliness. Chen Xun lay down on the bed, reflecting on the vice principal's words, mentioning that the principal was currently seeking investments to renovate the kindergarten. He pondered that this could be an opportunity worth exploring, even considering the possibility of purchasing it if feasible. As night fell, Chen Xun lay quietly on his bed, the room's lighting flickering intermittently. It was eerily silent within the confines of the space. Just then, a sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted the stillness. A pang of anxiety gripped Chen Xun. Was there someone else residing in this room? Through the dim light, he fixated on the door lock. Fortunately, it seemed that the person outside was unable to unlock it. It appeared that another player had mistakenly approached the wrong room. Chen Xun let out a sigh of relief. Yet, who would venture out at such an hour? Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the sound of someone violently tugging at the doorknob resounded. It appears that the figure is not a player, but rather something terrifying lurking in the dead of night. Chen Xun was taken aback, uncertain of how much time had passed when the commotion outside finally ceased. Fortunately, those outside seemed unable to force the door open and eventually departed. With a sigh of relief, Chen Xun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. That night, his sleep was anything but restful. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, the clock on the wall chimed ominously, 5:04. He had merely 2 minutes until the appointed time. Chen Xun made his way to the washroom at the back of his room and splashed water on his face. In the next moment, a chill ran down his spine as he noticed something in the adjacent room 4-5. A head protruded from the window, its eyes fixated on him. The visage was grotesquely burned, the features so distorted that it was impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Even the large eyes were strikingly horrifying. Hello, Chen Xun greeted awkwardly. Yet, the figure's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on him. This is where that woman resides, the figure uttered. What was this person talking about? Could they be the one who attempted to break in last night? Confusion clouded Chen Xun's mind, but there was no time for contemplation. With mere minutes until the gathering, he was keen to avoid any trouble that might arise from tardiness. Descending the stairs, he encountered a dark figure lurking at the junction of the third and west floors. Hand over the key, and you may proceed. The shadowy figure commanded instinctively upon seeing someone approach. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, a tremor coursed through its entire being. The gaze directed towards Chen Xun was laden with profound apprehension. Ultimately, he tossed the key to room 4 to the obscure figure before him, fervently hoping that he would not have to reside in that room again tonight, for he had no desire to share proximity with that peculiar individual. Descending the stairs, the dawn appeared to just be breaking. Chen Xun arrived at the front of the kindergarten's teaching building, where a considerable number of players had already congregated. Unlike the first day, these players seemed to have opened their hearts, engaging in discussions about the previous day's tasks. It was not until the vice principal arrived that all players fell silent, lining up in an orderly fashion. Chen Xun scanned the crowd and noted the absence of 2 players. Had they encountered some dreadful ordeal last night? Today, I shall announce your assignments. Player 21. 1. Proceed to the 3rd floor to organize materials for the teachers. Player 21. 3. You are to conduct an art class for the kindergarten's younger class today. Player 21. 4. You will hold an art class for the middle class today. In no time, the tasks for the day were fully allocated. Chen Xun's assignment was to teach art to the younger class. However, it seemed that player 21, 2, who had conducted a dance class for this very group yesterday, had gone mad. Chen Xun could still vividly recall the terror etched on that individual's face. Surely, managing this younger class would not be too daunting? Ding. Congratulations, player, for triggering a side quest in the dungeon. The bloodthirsty kindergarten has always been dedicated to nurturing exceptional young minds. Today's task involves guiding the kindergarten class in an art lesson, with the aim of achieving a rating of excellent. Upon successful completion, a clue to the main storyline task will be revealed, along with additional rewards. Upon hearing the announcement echo in his mind, Chen Xun paused for a moment. He did not harbor significant thoughts regarding the main storyline of the quest. His primary focus lay on discovering the whereabouts of his parents and figuring out how to spend the funds within his system. Presently, the amount he expended in a day scarcely exceeded the interest accrued by the system. As time swiftly passed, the sound of a bell resonated, prompting Chen Xun to stride towards the classroom of the young learners. Inside, the students sat obediently, each positioned before a weathered easel. The easels appeared somewhat dilapidated, with the paper having aged to a yellowish hue. Even the paints on their palettes had dried up. Chen Xun's gaze swept across the classroom, observing the well-behaved children, who seemed far less frightening than what the ominous voice of 21 had suggested the previous day. Paradoxically, in a horror game, the more ordinary things appeared, the more unsettling they became. Approaching the group of little ones, Chen Xun addressed them. "Dear children, I will be your art teacher for today. In this lesson, I will guide you in the art of painting." Though his own artistic skills were modest, he felt confident in his ability to teach these young kindergarten students. At that moment, a student abruptly stood up and declared, "Teacher, if you wish to instruct us in the art of painting, please present your own works. We are not inclined to allow just anyone to guide us." Upon hearing this child's words, Chen Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, this was the crux of the issue. It appeared that the children had grown fearsome due to the previous day's lackluster dance performance. With this realization, Chen Xun prepared to showcase his own skills to the young ones. However, upon glancing around, he discovered there were no spare drawing boards in sight. Immediately, the students' sullen gazes turned towards him. Had the teacher forgotten to bring his own board? Such an oversight would indeed be a grave dereliction of duty. The dance instructor from yesterday had also failed to bring his dance shoes and had consequently faced a minor reprimand. One by one, the students rose, their bodies adorned with ominous black markings, and the very air within the classroom grew significantly colder. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. According to the rules inscribed in the notebook from the previous day, neglecting a teacher's responsibilities amounted to a breach of conduct. Who could fathom the dire consequences that might ensue? Inferior painting tools would be a desecration of the art itself. The malevolent atmosphere in the classroom thickened, and even the previously well-behaved students now wore expressions of ferocity. With heads bowed, they cast icy glances at Chen Xun, as if awaiting the moment he would admit to his lack of a drawing board, at which point they would leap upon him, tearing him to shreds. Chen Xun took a deep breath, and a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Now, he could only take a gamble. At worst, he would allow the shadow to give them a thorough lesson before withdrawing from this scenario. He glanced at a student before seizing the student's drawing board and forcefully breaking it. He even took the drawing paper and tore it apart. The student, witnessing this, felt an icy chill wash over him. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Chen Xun's gaze swept coldly over the students in the classroom. "Defilement. You tools of art are nothing but a desecration of true artistry. The reason I did not bring my own drawing board was to observe the quality of your instruments. I must say, I am sorely disappointed. How can such inferior tools present a masterpiece? Even a fine painting rendered on this yellowed paper is a betrayal of the art itself. I am deeply disheartened by your lack of standards." In that moment, Chen Xun appeared as a zealot devoted to the sanctity of art. Yet the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom did not wane in the slightest. Did this imply that the teacher possessed superior drawing boards and pigments? Nevertheless, the teacher should not have destroyed their boards. Chen Xun addressed the students, saying, "Indeed, my drawing board is far superior to yours. The reason I shattered your boards was to prevent you from marring the exalted art that resides in my heart with such subpar instruments. Thus, I have decided to gift each of you a set of the finest art supplies." After Chen Xun uttered these words, the entire classroom fell into a hushed silence. The students stared blankly at him, seemingly attempting to discern any hint of insincerity on his face. However, Chen Xun maintained a composed demeanor, gazing at the students as he commanded, "Now, break all the drawing boards in your hands, tear the paper into shreds, and spill the paint." He appeared almost deranged in his fervor. Eventually, the students seemed convinced that Chen Xun was not feigning madness. He was indeed a teacher passionately devoted to art. Suddenly, the students revealed their sharp teeth, their lips curling into elongated smiles. One by one, they snapped their drawing boards, and the paper was shredded into countless tiny fragments by their nimble fingers, swirling through the air, while paint splattered across the classroom. Only after this chaotic display did they turn to Chen Xun and say, "Teacher, we have no painting tools left. If you do not provide us with new ones, the consequences will be dire." With a grave expression, Chen Xun replied, "Of course, you all wait here for a moment. I shall fetch the tools for you." As he prepared to exit the classroom, a young boy intercepted him. "Teacher, I will accompany you." If you are lying, we shall use your bones to make our drawing boards. Very well. What is your name? Xiao Tuesday. All right, Xiao Tu. You shall come with me to retrieve the painting tools. As long as this hurdle is crossed, the subsequent tasks of purchasing canvases and paints will be remarkably straightforward. Merely an expenditure of some funds. Exiting the small class, Chen Xun arrived at the entrance of the teaching building. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the neighboring classroom, followed by a figure dashing out towards the hallway. No, don't, Chen Xun exclaimed, recognizing the fleeing individual. He shared the same mission as Chen Xun today, tasked with teaching art to kindergarten children, albeit in the middle class rather than the small class. At that moment, 21. Four's face was smeared with crimson stains, the source uncertain, whether blood or paint. A child had perched on 21. Four's neck and swiftly twisted, causing crimson blood to splatter forth. Some even landing on the child's face, which displayed an expression of exhilaration. The teacher's blood was vividly red, perfect for use as paint. Nearby, Xiao Tu also observed. Mirroring that same excitement, was the teacher's blood akin to that of their instructor? Yet, there was a hint of sympathy for 21. For at this moment, Chen Xun could surmise what had transpired as 21. For had not prepared a canvas, thus likely violating some unspoken rule. Approaching the entrance of the grisly kindergarten, Chen Xun noted the absence of the security guard in the booth. Fortunately, the main gate stood ajar. Stepping outside, Chen Xun spritzed some perfume into the air, while Xiao Tu extended a hand toward him, stating, the teacher must hold Xiao Tu's hand to cross the street. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. This indeed constituted a teacher's essential duty. Grasping Xiao Tu's hand, a chill coursed through him. He then proceeded to the market across the street. The marketplace was somewhat desolate, with scarcely a ghost in sight. This time, Chen Xun had no intention of visiting the supermarket wherein had shopped the previous day. Instead, he sought out a stationery store. The proprietor of the store had one eye hollow and the other fixated on a magazine, which depicted what appeared to be the entrails of some creature. The owner gazed intently, his lips curling into a fervent smile, oblivious even to Chen Xun's entrance. Excuse me, do you have any art supplies? Chen Xun inquired. At this moment, the owner finally lifted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xun. At the very back of the store, he replied, returning his attention to the magazine. Such service was rather lackluster. Nevertheless, Chen Xun paid it no mind and ventured to the rear of the shop. There, he discovered a dazzling array of painting tools, brushes, pigments, with prices ranging from exorbitant to modest. Teacher, you mentioned you would provide us with the finest tools. Xiao Tu reminded him once more. Of course. Chen Xun replied with a smile, picking up the most expensive pigment from the shelf, bone ash pigment. The price for a single bottle was a staggering amount of 2 ghost coins. This was merely for one color. To achieve a flawless painting, he would need at least 9 varieties. Additionally, he noted that the price for the finest drawing board was 2 coins, while brushes and paper were somewhat more affordable. However, this entire set amounts to 5 ghostly coins. In the end, Chen Xun selected a set and approached the shopkeeper, inquiring, Sir, how much does this entire set cost? The shopkeeper initially cast a casual glance, but his eyes widened in astonishment. He then rose to his feet and addressed Chen Xun, esteemed guest. Are you certain you wish to purchase this entire set? It is approximately 5 ghostly coins. The proprietor of the stationery shop gazed incredulously at the items Chen Xun had chosen. These were indeed the most expensive painting tools in their store. Typically, they lay untouched on the shelves, collecting dust, as hardly anyone ever purchased them. Had he encountered a noble patron? 5 ghostly coins represented the shop's earnings over the span of 2 months. At this moment, he felt compelled to treat Chen Xun with utmost respect. Chen Xun stated, I would like 5 sets of these tools. This is bone ash pigment. Upon hearing Chen Xun's request, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. His already decayed mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He had never even laid eyes on such a sum of ghostly coins. Could this seemingly unremarkable young man truly possess such wealth? Is there a problem? Chen Xun inquired once more. However, the small shop did not have enough stock at present and would require some time. Chen Xun's expression hardened. How long will it take? He was still in class, and his students awaited his painting board. The proprietor pondered for a moment and replied, half an hour? No, just 15 minutes. As long as you can make the payment now, it will be delivered within 15 minutes. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he extracted 250,000 ghostly coins from the system, casting them onto the tabletop of the stationery store. Upon seeing the coins, the shopkeeper's breath quickened, his wide eyes fixated in astonishment at the pile before him. followed by a resounding slap to his own face. Was this not a dream? Only then did the shopkeeper reach for the landline and dial a number. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment in our humble establishment. Your goods will arrive within 15 minutes. As he spoke, he graciously poured a drink for Chen Xun. Please, enjoy some tea. Chen Xun glanced at the so-called tea, which contained the remnants of black insect corpses. No, thank you, he replied. The shopkeeper had promised 15 minutes. Yet merely 10 minutes later, a rusted delivery truck arrived at the stationery store's entrance. Old Wu, is it a big order? The truck driver inquired as he stepped out, his hollow eyes devoid of pupils fixating on the shopkeeper. Chen Xun was taken aback. How could a being without eyes operate a vehicle? The shopkeeper paid no heed and instead led Chen Xun to the side of the truck. He opened the cargo door to reveal an orderly array of drawing boards and tools stacked neatly within. It was a mystery how the supplier managed to load the truck so swiftly. Would you like me to deliver the goods to you? The shopkeeper inquired. No, thank you. Chen Xun replied. Chen Xun gestured towards the goods, and they were promptly absorbed into his system space. The driver and the owner stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with apprehension. They were unaware of Chen Xun's possession of a system space, a capability often associated with formidable entities. Eventually, Chen Xun exited the stationery store. As he passed by the supermarket, the cashier from the previous day hurried out, a broad smile illuminating her face as she addressed him. Esteemed guest, regarding your interest in purchasing our supermarket, I have spoken with our manager. He indicated that if your offer is reasonable, the supermarket could indeed be sold to you. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, surprised that his casual remark from yesterday had been taken seriously. Could it be that his funds would soon be depleted? The prospect of rapidly enhancing his capabilities thrilled him, though he maintained an outward calm. I must admit, I lack the time at present. How about we discuss this further after afternoon tea? The kindergarten will be out then, and as a teacher, that is the only moment I am free. The cashier smiled warmly. Of course, our manager will await your return. Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully and inquired. I wonder if there are other merchants in the market who might also be selling their shops. I would be interested in exploring those options as well. The cashier's expression turned blank for a moment, clearly contemplating the implications of his words. I can certainly inquire for you. Very well, let us reconvene after afternoon tea. Chen Xun replied, before leading Xiaotu towards the kindergarten. At this moment, the young students are busily toying with the paint and scraps of paper scattered across their classroom. Their bodies adorned with an array of vibrant colors, embodying a scene of innocent playfulness. As Chen Xun enters, the students abruptly cease their activities as if frozen in time. Their gazes fixated on his empty hands, their expressions darkening. Teacher, what happened to the painting boards you promised us? Surely, you are not deceiving us, are you? A deceitful teacher is not a good teacher, they murmur, a palpable air of discontent emanating from them. They turn to Xiaotu beside them, tauntingly asking, Xiaotu, why didn't you twist the teacher's head off? How weak. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. With that, their discontent thickens, and they unleash a flurry of small, sharp hands toward Chen Xun. Xiaotu's face pales in alarm as he urgently exclaims, Wait, everyone, you've misunderstood the teacher. Upon hearing this, the students momentarily halt, their attention shifting to Xiaotu, who continues, Xiaotu, why are you defending this teacher? He has ruined our painting boards and deceived us. He is unworthy of being called a teacher. Xiaotu replies earnestly, that's not true. The teacher really did purchase the painting boards for us. With that, his gaze turns toward Chen Xun, recalling the moment when Chen Xun had indeed bought those boards. Witnessing firsthand that they were the finest art supplies from the stationery store, just as the teacher had claimed. He did not deceive anyone. Chen Xun then smiles gently and remarks, You all are being rather naughty. Upon concluding his words, Chen Xun retrieved a pristine and exquisite drawing board from the system space. The students instantly widened their eyes in astonishment. Subsequently, he produced several bottles of paint, igniting a fervent excitement among the students. This was no ordinary paint. It was composed of bone ash, reputed to be the finest available. It was said that these paints were crafted from the finest human skulls ground into powder, with each jar fetching a price of 2 underworld coins. I had once hoped to persuade my mother to purchase a bottle for me, only to receive a stern reprimand instead. Upon witnessing these artistic tools, the students were filled with exhilaration. Finally, Chen Xun presented a set of superior drawing paper along with brushes to the side, handing them to the obedient Xiaotu. Here, you are the most well-behaved. This set is for you. Xiaotu accepted the drawing board and paint, eyes wide with disbelief. Even though he had been aware of it beforehand, it was still hard to comprehend. Is this truly for me? Thank you, teacher. Good. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. The other students in the classroom cast envious glances at Xiao Tu, then eagerly turned to Chen Xun, exclaiming, Teacher, what about us? We want drawing boards like that too. However, Chen Xun did not hasten to distribute the boards. Instead, he surveyed the disarray of the classroom. You have not behaved well, leaving the classroom in such a state. If the Vice Dean learns of this, I shall surely face repercussions. The students were taken aback. But teacher, you instructed us to break the boards, spill the paint, and tear the paper, did you not? Chen Xun replied. Now, tidy up the classroom and ensure that all stains on your clothes are cleaned. Thus, the teacher would bestow upon you the drawing boards and paints. He is a wealthy enthusiast of painting. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom immediately became dispirited. However, they did not contest Chen Xun's words and began to pick up the brooms to tidy up the classroom, swiftly rendering it immaculate. Save for the peculiar stains of paint adorning the walls. The walls bore an assortment of strange colors, seemingly an established norm of a surreal realm. Teacher, we have finished. May we have the drawing boards now? Were it not for their prior terrifying demeanor, Chen Xun might have genuinely believed that these students were inherently innocent. Chen Xun, true to his word, retrieved the drawing boards and paints from the system's marketplace. The students erupted in joyful applause. Eventually, they turned to Chen Xun and asked, Teacher, may we see your painting skills? Chen Xun felt a pang of concern. Based on the earlier circumstances, he sensed that these students were not as simple as they appeared. Perhaps painting was one of the underlying rules of this setting. Otherwise, they would not have brought it up twice. Chen Xun smiled and replied, Not just yet. The teacher also wishes to see how well you can paint. Upon hearing this, the students tilted their heads curiously at Chen Xun. Yet, perhaps due to their acquisition of the new drawing boards, or feeling a sense of goodwill from Chen Xun, they did not press him further. All right. Then let the teacher see how we fare in our artistry. But let it be known, should the teacher not surpass our skills, there may be a small penalty. As he spoke, a student cautiously opened his paint can and laid a sheet of white paper upon the easel. Before long, a painting emerged. Teacher, how do you find my artwork? Chen Xun leaned in for a closer look. The young boy had depicted a yellow field under a hazy sky, with a crimson sun hanging above. Within the field, several headed spirits urged a group of people laboring amidst the landscape. Strangely, across the field, there were white bones strung up, seemingly scarecrows intended to frighten away birds. Moreover, numerous figures appeared to be drenched in crimson blood, imparting an unsettling aura to the entire composition. However, setting aside its peculiar content, the student's skill was commendable. It was certainly beyond the capabilities of a kindergartner who could only sketch pink hairdryers. At the very least, it reached a level of proficiency akin to that of a middle school student. Indeed, it was significantly superior to his own abilities. Clearly, this endeavor was no simple task. Teacher, I have finished my painting. Now it is your turn, he said, and the students' expressions darkened slightly. Many displayed eager anticipation. We are quite eager to see the teacher's masterpiece. Chen Xun understood that if his artwork did not measure up to that of his peers, they would swiftly turn into fearsome specters. Utilize the skill card, he thought to himself, recalling the reward he had obtained from the for Crimson Train dungeon, which granted him the ability to elevate any skill to a level of mastery. Players are invited to select the skills they wish to enhance. Simultaneously, the game's announcement resonates in the air. Painting, Chen Xun declared. Very well, the player has successfully improved their painting skill. As the game's announcement echoed, an inexplicable sensation surged within Chen Xun's mind. This sensation transcended mere knowledge. It imbued him with the essence of a seasoned painter, one who had dedicated years to the craft. Both theoretical understanding and the responsiveness of his body mirrored that of an accomplished artist, a remarkably skilled one at that. Noticing Chen Xun's delay in commencing his painting, a student cast a sullen glance his way, inquiring, Why hasn't the teacher begun to paint yet? Is it because he cannot? Momentarily lost in thought, Chen Xun returned to reality with a smile, responding, Of course not. I merely glanced at some of your artworks earlier, and I must admit, they left me somewhat disappointed. I had anticipated a higher level of skill from you all. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the students' expressions grew taut, their gazes sharpening with disdain. So, the teacher's painting must be exceptional then? Let us grant you the time to create a piece. If it fails to satisfy us, you shall remain here. Without further ado, Chen Xun retrieved a drawing board and positioned it at the center of the classroom. He laid a pristine sheet of paper upon it, deftly arranging the paints in his palette before beginning to mix colors. Even before the brush met the canvas, an image began to materialize in Chen Xun's mind. It depicted a pitch-black starry sky, yet with the moon and stars transformed through his artistic vision, the heavens appeared to warp and twist. A crimson moon hung high above. Beneath the crimson moon lies a narrow valley. Flanking this valley are imposing statues of grimacing ghost kings. At the feet of these statues, several seemingly frail spirits wander through the elongated gorge, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear of this foreboding place. As if they had stepped into a realm that instilled profound dread within them. An oppressive atmosphere envelopes the surroundings. Eventually, Chen Xun applies a delicate layer of white paint to the valley, evoking a misty, ethereal ambience. Soon after, the painting is complete. The students behind Chen Xun stand in rapt astonishment, their gazes fixed upon his work, feeling as though they themselves inhabit the narrow valley. Transformed into the very ghosts depicted in the statues, a wave of terror washes over them as they behold the artwork. Is this truly the teacher's creation? It is simply magnificent. Teacher, might you gift this painting to me? Voices of admiration rise from the classroom, their earlier somber expressions replaced by a profound respect and awe. Chen Xun tears the painting from the easel, subsequently shredding it into fragments. The student who had expressed a desire for the piece gasps, reaching out to grasp the torn remnants. It is dismal. The execution is exceedingly poor. Chen Xun mutters under his breath, at that moment appearing to his students as a madman consumed by the pursuit of art. Such a flawless piece of artwork, in the eyes of the teacher, is merely deemed a subpar creation. What, then, constitutes a masterpiece that truly satisfies the teacher? The students swallowed hard, acknowledging Chen Xun in that moment. This was not a mere kindergarten instructor masquerading as a teacher. He was a genuine aficionado of art, and a wealthy one at that. Now, allow me to impart my knowledge on the art of painting, he declared. The students obediently settled into their seats. Chen Xun did not create another painting. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the students in the classroom. Yes, teacher, they replied in unison. At that moment, the young pupils arranged their easels, dutifully positioned themselves, and eagerly awaited Chen Xun's guidance, hoping to craft even more exquisite works of art. The morning session swiftly passed, and after a brief recess, the afternoon classes commenced. However, the younger students displayed a noticeable transformation in demeanor, attentively engaged in their artwork. When they first encountered Chen Xun that afternoon, they even bowed respectfully, greeting him with a cheerful good afternoon, teacher. The entire afternoon unfolded without incident. Eventually, the bell rang, signaling the end of the kindergarten day. These students resided at the school, yet Chen Xun, as the art teacher, had fulfilled his responsibilities. He then approached the entrance of the notorious kindergarten, ready to discuss the acquisition of the supermarket. If the other party was willing to sell, the price would be of no concern. The thought of soon being able to spend lavishly filled Chen Xun with exhilaration. Curse that wretched security guard. One day, we will inevitably bring about your demise. The group of players cast a fierce glare towards the security room before reluctantly departing. Chen Xun arrived at the entrance of the security room and observed the security guard engrossed in the latest issue of Thriller Girl. Before he could step inside, a booming voice resonated. It was declared that the school had regulations prohibiting your departure. If you disturb me again, I shall have your tongues severed. It's me. Chen Xun spoke up. Upon recognizing his voice, the guard lowered the magazine that had obscured his face. Ah, so it's you, young brother. Are you heading out to shop again today? The guard's tone shifted to one of cordiality. No, I have some matters to attend to, Chen Xun replied. The guard's expression immediately darkened. Young brother, the school has strict rules against casual entry and exit. Subsequently, Chen Xun retrieved the remaining 5 copies of Thriller Girl from his system space and discreetly tucked a $1 ghost bill into one of the magazines. I've already read these. Consider them a gift for you, Chen Xun said. The guard glanced around to ensure no one else was present before accepting the offering with a smile. Ah, we don't engage in such things, the guard remarked as he opened the door for Chen Xun. Once outside the school, Chen Xun spritzed some perfume and then proceeded towards the supermarket. An eerie atmosphere lingered, with whispers of ghosts flitting about. It seemed that business at this market was rather lackluster. Meanwhile, within the confines of the in-ghost supermarket, a throng of spirits congregated. There exists a salesperson, the proprietor of a stationery shop, and several nameless specters, their visages particularly grotesque. With a blade embedded in one shoulder and bodies adorned with 3 arms, and even one with a single eye. Little Pear, the attendant who welcomed Chen Xun, mused whether that individual truly intended to acquire our establishments. Furthermore, does he possess sufficient wealth for such a venture? As for Little Pear, he appeared to be of noble descent. Whether he genuinely holds such riches remains uncertain. However, his lavish expenditure is evident. Upon hearing this, the others present were momentarily taken aback. Alas, now that we wish to divest ourselves of these shops, the management committee may very well obstruct our efforts. Yet, should he indeed be a noble, there might be a chance to contend with the committee's officials. At worst, we could offer him a discount. With the money acquired, we could establish a new venture elsewhere, which would surely be preferable to remaining here. This dismal predicament is one that any willing party may take on. Contemplating this, another specter sighed. The management committee is truly despicable. Not only have they extorted us for so long, but now they conspire with a noble to purchase our properties at a pittance. The prices they propose are scarcely different from being given away for free. If we refuse to sell, they will undoubtedly scheme against us. As they spoke, an expression of resignation appeared on their faces. Alas, what can be done? After all, the management committee and that noble possess both influence and connections. May this noble offer a fair price. The individuals engaged in conversation subsequently directed their attention towards a middle-aged woman clad in a red dress. Ah, Director Zhang, what brings you, a kindergarten principal, to this gathering? That fellow did not summon your dilapidated institution, one remarked. The woman in the red dress, her expression grave, responded, It's not that we have failed to secure investment. This man possesses wealth, perhaps he could contribute some funds to our kindergarten. A collective silence enveloped the group as they glanced at the clock, anxious for the arrival of the individual they awaited. Where could he be? This is exasperating. At that moment, Xiao Li's gaze fell upon Chen Xun, who was gradually approaching. A smile graced her lips. He is here. The others followed her gaze. A human? It matters not whether he is human, as long as he can provide financial support. That's all that counts. Sir, over here. Xiao Li waved at Chen Xun. Upon noticing the gathering of spirits, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. Soon, realization dawned upon him. Were they all here to sell their shops? He had merely made a casual remark to the salesperson that morning. Yet they had genuinely conveyed his words to the shopkeepers. Moreover, were they truly willing to sell? Chen Xun hesitated, feeling uncertain in the presence of so many apparitions. Shadow. With so many spirits, can my safety be assured? Rest assured, boss. They are merely low-level spirits. I can easily overpower them multiple times, Shadow's voice reassured him. At that moment, Chen Xun felt a sense of relief and proceeded forward, only to be immediately encircled by the spirits. Esteemed sir, do you truly wish to purchase our store? Chen Xun's gaze swept across the faces of the specters, whose grotesque visages bore mischievous grins. Chen Xun nodded and replied, Certainly. Each of you may present your offers, starting with the supermarket. Then, a man clad in a tattered suit approached. Sir, I am the manager of this ghostly supermarket. It belongs to our employer, but he has stated that it may be sold if the price is right. I have also brought the deed. It can be transferred to you today. Chen Xun inquired, What is the total price you are asking for this supermarket, including the merchandise within? Judging by its size, he estimated it would require at least 10 million. The manager then discreetly clenched his teeth and said, Sir, the price is 300,000 ghost coins. This is the amount our employer has in mind. Upon hearing this valuation, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishingly low. Could ghost coins possess such purchasing power in this realm? In the material world, not only supermarkets but even some properties barely held that value. Noticing Chen Xun's astonishment, the manager paused for a moment before adding, Of course, if you find the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. After consulting the system, Chen Xun realized that this price could not be further inflated. He sighed, No need for that. We shall settle on this price. The manager was momentarily stunned. The price given to him by his employer was 250,000 ghost coins. If deemed excessive, it could be sold for 200,000. Just a moment ago, he had merely thrown out a high price, intending to lower it to 25,000 when the other party began to negotiate. To his astonishment, the deal was sealed instantly. He found it quite incredulous. In the acquisition market, he had spent nearly a small fortune. System, grant me 30,000 ghost coins, Chen Xun silently instructed. Ding. The detected amount to be extracted exceeds the limit. Would you like to elevate the denomination of the ghost coins from 10 to 100? The system's voice echoed in his mind, leaving Chen Xun momentarily stunned. So, there are ghost coins of 100 denomination as well? He nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, Very well. Proceed to extract 30,000 ghost coins. Soon, a stack of chilling ghost coins materialized in Chen Xun's hands. These coins are for purchasing the supermarket. Present the deed. He instructed the manager of the Ingui supermarket. The gathered specters were taken aback by Chen Xun's promptness in producing the ghost coins. They had assumed that a noble such as him would engage in haggling, relentlessly driving the price of the shop down. Nobles, despite their wealth, were notoriously miserly, always scheming to exploit them in various ways. They had never encountered someone of such high status who so readily offered money. However, when they beheld the denomination of the ghost coins, their expressions turned to disbelief. Their eyes widened as they stared at the 100 inscription on the coins, their breaths quickening. This was a super denomination of 100. One needed at least an asset of over 1 billion to qualify for such an extraction from the realm of spirits. 1 billion ghost coins was a figure beyond their wildest dreams. With this realization, their gazes toward Chen Xun shifted to one of wariness. A ghostly entity with assets exceeding 1 billion is no ordinary character. Each one possesses the potential to be a king among spirits. The young man before me appears to be merely a secondary ghost. However, he undoubtedly harbors an extraordinarily fearsome background, or perhaps he conceals his true power. The manager of the Ghost supermarket gazed blankly at the spirit money, feeling a flicker of trepidation towards Chen Xun. He then produced 2 parchments from within his robes. This is the deed to our Ghost supermarket, along with a contract meticulously prepared by our owner. Once you verify the accuracy of the contract and drop a single drop of your blood upon it, the transaction will be completed. After inscribing the sum of 30,000 spirit coins in the designated area, the manager presented the contract to Chen Xun. Their owner had long wished to sell this supermarket. And now that someone had come forward to take over, it was a most opportune moment. Chen Xun cast a discerning glance over the contract, ensuring there were no hidden tricks within its terms, before handing over the money. He then let a drop of his blood fall onto the parchment. In an instant, the deed in the manager's hand transformed into a beam of dark light, merging into Chen Xun's being. Concurrently, a connection to the Ghost supermarket blossomed within his mind. So this is what it feels like to possess fixed assets? Chen Xun discovered that he could now observe everything occurring within the Ghost supermarket at will. Remarkably, he could also contact the employees within the supermarket through sheer thought. Truly, a wondrous experience. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task assigned by the system. You have successfully purchased a set of fixed assets. Task completion reward, the Devouring Ring, which has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Chen Xun's thoughts immediately fixated on the extra black ring within the system space. Adorned with numerous intricate runes, it emanated an aura of antiquity. The Devouring Ring, capable of instantly consuming spirits below level 9 after each use. It requires a 15-day absorption of the earthly spirit energy before it can be utilized again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 30,000 nether coins and acquiring 30,000 spirit energy. Simultaneously, a warm current surged through Chen Xun's body. As a level 3 spirit master, the spirit energy surrounding him became more pronounced. And he even noticed a shift in his perception of the surroundings, as if he could see further than before. It seemed his physical attributes had significantly improved. Then, a ghost adorned with a kitchen knife approached him. Sir, my shop is the hardware store right next door. Would 11,000 yuan be acceptable? The ghost inquired politely. This hardware store had been operating for several years, barely earning 1,000 or so nether coins each month. Were it not for the fact that the shop was his own and he did not have to pay rent, it likely would have already gone under. If he could sell the shop, he could take the proceeds and relocate to a more prosperous area, purchasing a smaller establishment that could potentially yield higher profits. However, uncertainty clouded his thoughts. After all, the price he offered was indeed somewhat inflated. Previously, he had contemplated selling the shop, but the highest offer he received barely reached 30,000. Then, he noticed Chen Xun frowning. Was it still not feasible? The ghost, whose shoulder was adorned with a kitchen knife, sighed inwardly. Fine, let it be this price. The voice of Chen Xun echoed, causing the ghost to be momentarily taken aback. My lord, do you truly agree to this? Are you suggesting that I should raise the price further? The ghost hastily waved his hands, sensing Chen Xun's displeasure, and quickly replied, No, that was not my intention at all. Here is the deed. Let us proceed with the contract. Chen Xun once again produced the ghostly currency, and the ghost's eyes fixated greedily upon those bills, his throat swallowing hard. Those were a staggering 1,000,000 in ghostly coins. He would never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Yet, before this noble figure, it seemed as though they were merely trifles, igniting an overwhelming envy within him. Within half an hour, Chen Xun had successfully acquired over half of the shops in the market, spending a total of over 80 million in ghostly currency. He was so close to achieving a minor goal, becoming a proficient ghost master. This level of capability was already commendable among ghost masters. Ding. The system detected that the host's assets had become excessive. Would you like to employ a dedicated individual for management? The system has recommended talents in this particular field for the host. Subsequently, a system panel, visible only to Chen Xun, materialized before his eyes, which he could manipulate through thought. He then scanned the panel. Level 1 Market Administrator, monthly remuneration of Spirit Coins. Level 2 Market Administrator, monthly remuneration of Spirit Coins. It appeared that employing these individuals for management also required expenditure. This made things simpler. Chen Xun promptly scrolled to the end of the recommendation page and focused on the administrator with the highest fees. Top Market Management Expert, monthly remuneration of 10,000 yuan. He clicked to select. Finally, the system's voice resonated. You have successfully hired a top market management expert. The expert will arrive at the market within 3 days. The remuneration will be automatically deducted from the host's account each month. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun felt a surge of delight. This meant he could expend an additional 1,000,000 spirit coins each month, though it seemed modest. What if Chen Xun were to acquire more assets of this nature in the future? As he contemplated this, the manager of the Ghost supermarket approached and said, "My lord, there is another troublesome matter that may require your attention." Chen Xun was taken aback. What trouble? Now that the shop had been successfully acquired, what further issues could possibly arise? They were quite reasonable, thus he had simply obliterated them. It is as follows, my lord, in this market. There exists an organization known as the Management Association, which oversees the entire order of the market. Furthermore, they impose a mandatory fee of 3 of the profits from each shop as a management fee every month. The management committee is responsible for maintaining order here, ensuring the safety of us merchants. Nowadays, these shops have all been sold to adults, and the management committee may potentially cause you trouble. Within the committee, there are indeed formidable figures. Initially, they had no intention of revealing this information to Chen Xun, planning merely to take the money and depart. However, upon witnessing Chen Xun's generous disposition in handing over the money, they felt a twinge of conscience, prompting them to speak up. In their eyes, Chen Xun, possessing such wealth, was undoubtedly a great aristocrat, and they assumed that any issues with the management committee would be trivial for him. Upon hearing their words, Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Wasn't this merely extortion? Boss, should I take action? Ing suddenly interjected. He had observed every moment of Chen Xun's purchase of these shops. If all that money were given to him, he might regain a fraction of his former strength. At that moment, Ying's sole thought was to perform well and earn money. No, when issues can be resolved with money, there is no need to resort to violence, Chen Xun replied. He then turned his gaze towards the spirits behind him and asked, "Where is this management committee located?" Upon hearing Chen Xun's inquiry, the spirits immediately frowned, seemingly apprehensive of the committee. "I know, I will take you there." Just then, a middle-aged woman in a red dress stepped forward. "I am the principal of the kindergarten across the street. That management committee has no authority over us." Chen Xun was taken aback by her words. Goodness. So this is the principal? Is it not possible for the acquisition of the kindergarten to be completed today? Chen Xun felt that today was truly his lucky day. A small goal was within reach. However, for the moment, he decided to first address the matters concerning the management meeting. His gaze lingered on the director, sensing a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from her, indicating that she was at least of the 5th level. Yet, the dress she wore imparted an eerie sensation to Chen Xun. It appeared as though it were dyed in blood, and upon approaching, he could even detect a faint scent of iron in the air. "Esteemed one, this way please." Following the director, they soon arrived at a door marked Red Moon Market Management Meeting. "Esteemed one, this is the management meeting. They are numerous and influential. Should we summon some individuals in advance?" Chen Xun shook his head. No need. He perceived the management meeting as merely a group seeking monetary gain. Perhaps he could even acquire them all, employing them to work for him, thus expending a significant sum. With that thought, Chen Xun stepped confidently into the meeting room. Upon entry, he was immediately greeted by a heavy cloud of smoke that caused him to cough twice. His eyes then fell upon a ghost seated at a rusted iron table. Its feet propped up casually, a cigarette dangling from its lips. The specter had half of its head severed, with thick smoke billowing forth from the gaping wound. A glance revealed that the exposed brain had darkened from the smoke. The ghost, with its half-removed cranium, held a phone in its hand, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. At that time, ensure that you can acquire the shops you desire at the most favorable price. Upon noticing Chen Xun's approach, the specter with half a head suddenly froze. Then spoke into the phone, "Boss Wang, we have a guest. We shall continue our conversation later." After hanging up, the ghost fixed a cold gaze upon Chen Xun and remarked, "I haven't seen you before. A new merchant?" "New merchants are required to pay an additional management fee." Chen Xun smiled and replied, "I suppose I am a new merchant, but currently the entire market is essentially under my control. I have already purchased the majority of the shops. I am here to discuss business with you." Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the ghost with half a head widened his eyes in evident astonishment. "Discuss business? How many shops have you acquired?" Chen Xun pondered for a moment before producing a stack of land deeds. Approximately over 50. The ghost's gaze swept across the deeds, and he inhaled sharply. This was the first time he had encountered someone purchasing so many shops at once. However, among those deeds, he recognized several familiar establishments. Those were the very shops he had just negotiated to lower the prices for with a noble from the city. His expression grew serious. "Do you realize that many of the shops you have purchased are of interest to Boss Wang?" The ghost's voice held a hint of anger. He had already arranged to negotiate lower prices for these shops before proceeding with the acquisition. In this manner, he could secure a substantial reward. Furthermore, he might even receive half of the profits from these shops in dividends in the future. Consequently, he conspired with the nobleman to create some obstacles for the merchants, resulting in a significant decline in customer flow for several months. Just as these merchants were on the brink of collapse, this individual unexpectedly intercepted the situation. "Boss Wang, uncertain. However, my friend, when it comes to business, one should not be overly irate." Chen Xun smiled faintly and placed a stack of ghost money on the table. The half-headed ghost initially froze, then waved his hand, sweeping the ghost money to the floor. "Are you trying to beg for alms? I advise you to relinquish all these shops immediately. Otherwise, you may leave your head here." Chen Xun was taken aback. Was the amount he offered insufficient? With that thought, he placed 2 more stacks of money on the table. "Can we have a proper discussion now?" Upon seeing the money, the half-headed ghost was momentarily stunned. In the past, he would have been tempted and would have treated Chen Xun with courtesy. However, at this moment, he was consumed by rage. His smoke-stained head struggled to comprehend the situation. "Damn it, do not think that a little filthy money can make you so arrogant. You have 2 choices, either sell your shop at the price I offer, or leave your life here." After speaking, the half-headed ghost flicked the cigarette, but from his hand, landing it on Chen Xun's clothing. Sparks flew and fell to the ground. Boss Wang is a nobleman with assets exceeding 100 million. What does this fellow amount to? Chen Xun furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the noble had offered even more than he had. In his heart, Chen Xun summoned over 10 million from the system and scattered it across the table, each bill being of one denomination. Upon witnessing the pile of money, the half-headed ghost momentarily froze, the ire in his eyes dissipating, replaced instead by fervor. "Is all of this for me? My lord, whatever your needs may be, I am at your service," the half-headed ghost said with a grin, his mind finally clearing. The ability to casually produce such a sum, particularly in the form of one-denomination ghost money, signified something profound, and he was well aware of its implications. The seemingly youthful individual before him was, in fact, a significant noble, one even wealthier than the noble he had previously encountered. After all, that noble had merely mentioned acquiring a few shops, while Chen Xun had effectively purchased a considerable portion of the market. The disparity in power was evidently immense. If that were the case, negotiations were certainly possible. "No, I merely wanted to show you," Chen Xun replied with a shake of his head. Initially, he could have used the money to acquire this management committee, but with this fellow's antics, Chen Xun's good mood had dissipated. "Are you toying with me?" The half-headed ghost's gaze turned icy, dark mist emanating from him. He had reigned over the Red Moon market for many years, and no one had dared to so brazenly mock him. "Brothers, it's time to take action," he bellowed into the room. Instantly, the air within seemed to drop several degrees. "Boss, I believe that sometimes a touch of violence is indeed necessary," Ing remarked. Chen Xun nodded slightly. "I find myself unexpectedly inclined to agree with your perspective." The eerie aura surrounding him began to manifest. Meanwhile, within the management meeting, an ominous haze enveloped the room. Ghostly figures emerged from the darkness, encircling Chen Xun. One of them, with half its head exposed, wore a chilling smirk. "It seems you intend to leave your life here." 10 minutes later, Chen Xun emerged from the meeting, surprising the waiting director. "Have you resolved the matter?" The director inquired, to which Chen Xun affirmed, yes, they were quite reasonable. Consequently, Chen Xun ordered the shadows to obliterate them entirely. Upon hearing this, the director felt a surge of joy, but then a thought struck him. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, about the kindergarten across the street? Do you have any intentions regarding it? Has the director transformed into a school board member? Chen Xun questioned. The director seemed to contemplate selling the kindergarten. Well, if the price offered by you is appropriate, it wouldn't be out of the question, the director replied with a nod. After all, the kindergarten was operating at a loss. Moreover, not far from their location, a newly established kindergarten had opened, reportedly costing several million to build. Most of the students had been lured away by this new establishment. Wealthy patrons are not foolish. Why would they invest in a continuously failing institution? What price are you considering for the sale? Chen Xun inquired. Although he was not well versed in the kindergarten situation, his motives were not rooted in profit. However, I have a request. I hope the esteemed individual will continue to preserve this kindergarten, and I also wish to remain as its principal. This institution was bequeathed by her ancestors, and she cannot bear to part with it. Alas, her savings have long been depleted by the financial burdens of the kindergarten. Now, only with an infusion of new funds can this establishment be revitalized. Therefore, she deliberately set the price very low, hoping to pique Chen Xun's interest. Naturally, Chen Xun nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. As long as there are expenditures to be made, he would spare no expense. Chen Xun declared, in addition, I have resolved to invest further funds to enhance and renovate this kindergarten. This is the money for purchasing the institution. He produced a bundle of paper money and presented it to the principal. At that time, I will prepare all the land deeds and contracts. What do you think? Chen Xun nodded and accepted the paper money. Very well, spending this money now or tomorrow makes little difference. Esteemed individual, this is our school's board member identification badge. With this badge, you may freely explore the kindergarten, and even the teachers or vice principal will be obliged to heed your directives. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, the two departed from the Red Moon Market, the principal hailing a vehicle to leave while Chen Xun made his way towards the kindergarten, holding the board member identification badge. He felt a surge of delight. He never anticipated that this outing would transform him from a temporary worker into a board member. Standing across the street, Chen Xun gazed at the kindergarten with a sense of delight swelling within him. Tomorrow, this very kindergarten would belong to him. He planned to invest some funds into its renovation, and the prospect of becoming a level 5 ghost master was within reach. Upon entering the school gate, the security guard, with wide eyes, stared at Chen Xun, seemingly taken aback. At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly recalled something. Oh dear, I forgot to bring you the Horror Girl magazine. The security guard chuckled politely. Not a problem, not a problem. From now on, you may come and go through this gate as you please, without any unnecessary formalities. The guard gathered 10 copies of the Horror Girl magazine from the table, then handed Chen Xun 2 paper money notes, each with a denomination of 1. After this exchange, Chen Xun proceeded towards the teaching building as the time for assembly was fast approaching. The security guard observed Chen Xun's retreating figure from a distance, thinking, goodness, this young man is quite the enigma. Even the formidable principal treats him with such courtesy. I almost fell for it. Thankfully, I glanced over at the street just now. Within the kindergarten, the principal was regarded as everyone's nightmare. It was rumored that several teachers lacking in moral integrity had met a grim fate, their necks twisted by the principal's hand. Thus, both students and faculty held the principal in utmost reverence. The principal, in turn, never displayed a hint of a smile. Just moments ago, it was the first time he witnessed the principal being cordial. Player survival count, 11. Noticing the dwindling number of players, Chen Xun was taken aback. Today, the number of players who had perished was lower than that of yesterday. Indeed, those players who have managed to survive until now possess a certain degree of skill. Furthermore, as they gradually comprehend the intricacies of the game rules, the likelihood of their demise naturally diminishes significantly. However, one wonders how many players are engaged in the main storyline quests. Regarding these main quests, Chen Xun harbors little in the way of expectations, as he does not rely on the meager rewards from completing tasks to enhance his prowess. At 6 o'clock, all players gathered in front of the building. Yet, akin to the previous day, their faces remained haggard. There were even 2 players whose arms had been torn off, blood dripping continuously onto the ground. It appeared that their tasks today were far more arduous than those of yesterday. Shortly thereafter, the vice president, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, approached the crowd. 21. 1. Your performance today is deemed average. This is your remuneration. With that, he handed over a $5 ghost coin. In the next moment, the vice president stood before Chen Xun. 21. 3. Your task performance today is rated as excellent. This is your reward. He presented Chen Xun with a ghost coin of $100. Chen Xun accepted it. Before long, the task ratings for the others were announced. Fortunately, all participants achieved at least an average rating today, and 2 players even attained an excellent rating. It seems that as they grow more familiar with the game's rules, these players are increasingly in their element. Otherwise, similar to the previous day, it is likely that in a few days, they would all face elimination. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we will reconvene here, and I will assign you new tasks. The vice dean adjusted his glasses and subsequently turned to leave. It was at this moment that a voice echoed in Chen Xun's mind. Congratulations, player. You have been rated as excellent today. Upon completing the side quests, you will receive enhanced rewards after the dungeon concludes and will be provided with a clue for a main quest. Main quest clue. In the restroom on the 3rd floor at midnight, there appears to be something unusual. Players are advised to check the restroom at 1 o'clock a.m. Chen Xun remained non-committal about this clue. After all, terrifying entities lurked in the depths of the night, and he had no desire to venture out. The essence of gaming, he believed, was to survive and subtly impress others with his expenditures. He was merely waiting for other players to complete the main quest or for time to pass in the game, deeming it unnecessary to risk his life. Just then, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new system task. Task content. Complete a main quest within a dungeon. Task reward. Mountain Ghost Stone. You may ask any question to the Mountain Ghost Stone and will receive a satisfactory answer. It is a one-time use item. Chen Xun was taken aback. This meant he could use the stone to inquire about the whereabouts of his parents. The arrival of this stone was remarkably timely. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the system was deliberately pushing him towards completing the main quest. To enter the restroom, please insert a coin. After disbanding in front of the teaching building, all players reconvened at the intersection of the 3rd floor and the western staircase. The inky figure remained seated before a chair, just as it had the day prior. Want accommodation? Pay. The shadowy entity cast a cold gaze upon the approaching players. Though these players were discontented with the figure's demeanor, they dared not voice their grievances. Provoking a specter in a horror game is hardly a prudent choice. Thus, they suppressed their frustration and presented a single spirit coin of 1 denomination. The figure extracted a key and 2 coins from its belly. The player who had handed over the spirit coin was taken aback and inquired, "Why only 2 spirit coins today?" Upon hearing this, the shadowy entity promptly swallowed the 2 coins back down. Heh, now I shan't give you a single penny. What can you do about it? You pitiful rat. Daring to bargain? Without me, none of you will find refuge in the West Wing. Prepare to be devoured by the terrifying entities lurking outside tonight. The player, resigned to their fate, grasped the key and made their way toward the West Wing. The shadowy figure glanced at the player and scoffed, "Humph, coward." Just then, Chen Xun approached. Upon noticing him, the inky figure trembled slightly, its face instantly transforming into a courteous smile. "Ah, it is you, esteemed sir. Here is the key to your room." With that, the shadowy entity retrieved a key from its belly, not daring to request any payment from Chen Xun. Chen Xun accepted the key and examined the number inscribed upon it. He handed the key to the ominous figure shrouded in darkness. "This number is rather inauspicious. Please provide me with another room." The figure, intimidated, complied and assigned Chen Xun to room 4-1. With the key in hand, he ascended to the West Wing, while the figure cast a malevolent glare at Chen Xun. "Curse it, why is this wretch still alive?" The room was furnished simply, featuring a modest bed and a basic chair. A clock hung on the wall, its hands incessantly ticking away. Chen Xun retrieved a mysterious tissue box and proffered a bill of a denomination of 1 yuan. Since entering this realm, he had not intended to pursue the main quest, which is why the tissue box had remained untouched. With the emergence of a system task, Chen Xun was eager to uncover more clues pertaining to the central storyline. After consuming the 1 yuan note, he extracted a tissue, only to find it devoid of any hints. It appeared that this enigmatic tissue box did not guarantee clues with every use. With a sigh, Chen Xun placed the mysterious tissue box within the confines of his system space. He then produced a mobile phone from his pocket, though the horror-laden world offered no signal. Setting an alarm was still feasible. With 5 hours remaining until dawn, he seized the opportunity to rest. Before long, Chen Xun drifted into slumber. Moments later, the alarm blared, 11:05. With 20 minutes to spare, he rose and opened the door. The night in the blood-soaked kindergarten harbored terrifying entities, and the murderous fiend would undoubtedly make its move under the cover of darkness. Thus, venturing out at night inevitably accompanies terrifying dangers. Nevertheless, there is no alternative, after all. The pivotal clue lies within the restroom at the break of dawn. Chen Xun had already made up his mind. Although it was nighttime, he was still within the confines of the school, which might prove advantageous. If all else fails, he still possessed the devouring ring. Stepping outside. The night air was considerably colder than during the day. Even within the campus, a thin veil of white mist lingered. The crimson moon hung in the sky, casting its luminous glow, which illuminated the corridors of the school staircase. Upon descending, he noticed that the ominous figure had long vanished from the stairway's corner. At the end of the third-floor corridor lay the restroom. However, just as Chen Xun approached the restroom, he was met with two dazzling beams of light. Ghosts. Just as he prepared to draw the blood-stained brick, the two lights suddenly emitted a sound. "Easy there, brother, we are also players." It was then that Chen Xun discerned the two silhouettes behind the radiance. They were, in fact, fellow players. Had they come here to obtain the main quest clues as well? Chen Xun remained cautious but proceeded forward. The two individuals appeared to be youthful players. He recognized them as having achieved excellent ratings in today's work. They seemed to be formidable players. "Brother, have you also come for the restroom clue?" one of the players inquired. Chen Xun nodded. It appeared that this clue was indeed shared. Other players could obtain it as well. In that case, would you like to join us? Together, we can accomplish this main quest. At that time, they would swiftly conclude this instance and reap the rewards it offered. This place. I have no desire to linger in for even a moment, as it demands the expenditure of mournful coins daily, one of the players sighed. In this horror game, acquiring mournful coins is inherently challenging, typically only obtainable upon the completion of an instance. The nearly 100 coins required for lodging each day was indeed a burden they could scarcely bear. Moreover, they recognized Chen Xun, the formidable player known for dispatching specters at the stairway. His involvement would undoubtedly accelerate their quest. All right, Chen Xun nodded. Collaboration was not an unwelcome prospect for him, as long as it facilitated the completion of his main quest. Upon hearing Chen Xun's consent, the two players rejoiced. "I am Li Han," one introduced himself, while the other added, "And I am Wang Mu." "Chen Xun replied. Since the last instance, he had been cautious. In the realm of gaming, revealing one's true name was inadvisable. "True name?" the two players queried. "No, just my gaming nickname," Chen Xun clarified without reservation. At this revelation, the two players exhaled in relief. Had he divulged his actual name, they might have reconsidered the reliability of partnering with him. "By the way, are you also a player who obtained the bathroom clue?" Wang Mu inquired. Chen Xun nodded affirmatively. The two players' brows furrowed in concern. However, it seems the entrance to that bathroom is rather difficult to access. It requires mournful coins. They illuminated the door of the bathroom with their flashlights. At this moment, the door stood resolutely shut, adorned with a mocking visage. Beneath this countenance lay a coin slot, inscribed with the words, "Please insert coin to enter the restroom." Once again, a specter made its presence known. This apparition bore a resemblance to the one encountered on the train, seemingly transformed by the very essence of ghostly energy. Though not particularly formidable, it possessed the unsettling ability to disturb the living. For instance, the seat specter had emitted sounds while one sat upon it. And now this door seemed intent on thwarting any eager players seeking to relieve themselves. "Isn't it merely a matter of inserting a coin?" Chen Xun remarked. The two players beside him wore expressions of bitter resignation. "We already inserted dozens of spirit coins, yet the door remains unyielding." Inquiring of the specter yielded no response. "If you continue to insert coins, I may burst." Observing the restroom door ghost, Chen Xun's brow furrowed. He then inserted 2 coins of one denomination each. Clink clink, the sound of coins falling onto the wooden surface echoed, yet it proved futile. "We've already attempted this," the two players interjected. Neither coins nor bills provoke any reaction from the door. Indeed, after depositing the coins, Chen Xun attempted to pry the door open, but it remained obstinately closed. Turning his gaze toward the restroom door ghost, he asked, "How much must one pay for you to grant passage?" "Boss, shall I lend a hand?" "I can ensure he opens the door without hesitation." "The price is negotiable," Ing interjected suddenly. Chen Xun shook his head internally, replying, "No need." Subsequently, Chen Xun retrieved 10 coins, each valued at 1 unit, from the system and cast them all into the slot. A chime echoed. Host consumed 1 unit of ghost currency, earning 1 point of ghost energy. Indeed, it proved effective. To his surprise, this act of monetary investment was deemed a legitimate expenditure. This restroom door served as a tool for accruing experience. Observing Chen Xun's generous donation of ghost coins, the two other players exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Are you certain this is useful? One inquired. Chen Xun shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. However, the door indicated that investing currency would grant access. If I simply keep feeding it, surely it must open. The two players gasped in disbelief, pondering whether Chen Xun was genuinely audacious or merely naive. Nevertheless, they had no intention of lingering any longer. As they watched Chen Xun produce yet another handful of coins, they suggested, You pursue this lead while we investigate the main storyline in the performance room on the second floor. Once we uncover our findings, we shall share them. With half a photograph and a notebook containing vital clues, they anticipated completing the quest soon. Chen Xun nodded in agreement. All right. With that, he resumed his investment at the door. The two players exchanged a knowing glance before ascending to the second floor. Soon, all 5 ghost coins were deposited. Yet the door showed no inclination to budge. Am I perhaps too slow in my coin offerings? Chen Xun pondered for a moment before exchanging for over 100 one-unit coins from the System S marketplace. The sound of coins continuously clattering echoed through the air. These hundreds of coins had only been tossed halfway when the bathroom door finally creaked open. All right, brother, no more tossing. If you do, I'll be overwhelmed by this ghostly aura. Chen Xun reluctantly ceased, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was this really all? Such a meager number of coins? With a creak, the door swung open, and Chen Xun stepped into the restroom. Contrary to his expectations, there was no foul odor. Instead, the air was surprisingly normal. He began to survey the bathroom, finding no peculiarities. It must be within these stalls, he thought, as he made his way to the first cubicle. Quietly, he pushed the door open. Inside, there was no sight of a ghostly figure in a red dress hanging from the ceiling. Nor did a pale hand emerge from beneath the floor. Only a tangled mass of hair greeted his gaze. He scanned the stall, and aside from the hair, there was nothing else to be found. Chen Xun proceeded to the second cubicle, which was even cleaner than the first. Finally, he approached the third stall. Upon pushing the door open, his eyes widened in astonishment. This cubicle was covered with a dense array of red writings. It appeared that an excess of red ink had been used, as droplets continued to flow down after the writing had concluded, creating an exceedingly eerie sight. Chen Xun stepped into the cubicle, his eyes sweeping over the multitude of characters. It's all her fault. Why did she have to bring me into this world? They all called me a freak. They all deserve to die. I did not kill him intentionally. He mocked me, and in my fury, I shattered him. Rushing to the restroom afterward, I felt a pang of guilt, yet there was an unsettling thrill coursing through me. The woman who bore me has also perished. All because of her. Had it not been for her, I would not have faced their derision. Now, the time has come for that man. This marks the 38th life I have extinguished. They should not have laughed at me. Inside the restroom, there were a plethora of disjointed words. Yet, Chen Xun discerned something among them. It seemed that each time the perpetrator committed a crime, he would retreat to this stall to document his actions. How had no one discovered these words before? Chen Xun scrutinized the text closely. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. There was a fist-sized hole between the third and the sixth stalls, and at that moment, a bloodshot I was peering through, the iris still rolling. Someone was in the sixth stall. Had that person been watching him all along? Chen Xun's mind went blank. Just then, he heard the sound of the sixth stall door being pushed open, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. It felt as though, in the next instant, the person from the sixth stall would burst through the door of his own stall and step inside. Chen Xun fixed his gaze on the door of his stall. And after what felt like an eternity, he heard the sound of footsteps running away, gradually fading into the distance. It seemed they had left the restroom. Chen Xun let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed a chilling experience for him to play games in the dead of night for the very first time. Chen Xun pushed open the door to his cubicle, feeling an overwhelming desire to leave this place. As he emerged from the third stall of the restroom, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the sixth stall. Who had been hiding inside just now? Was it the murderer? Might there be other vital clues concealed within? Checking his phone, he noted that it was precisely 1:01 a.m., the designated time for the system to signal a main storyline clue. If he were to depart now, would he risk missing something significant? Contemplating this, he slipped the devouring ring onto his finger. With this artifact, he feared no spirits unless they were of level 9 or higher. Moreover, he had Ing by his side. However, upon pushing the door open, he found the interior utterly vacant, the walls starkly white. He stepped inside, directing his gaze towards the partition connecting to the third stall. There was a sizable hole present. Had the individual hiding in the restroom been peering through this very opening towards the third stall? Driven by curiosity, Chen Xun followed the hole with his eyes towards the third stall. In the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. Inside the third stall, a bloodshot eye was fixed upon him. The two gazes locked for a fleeting second. Principal. The mutual stare lasted only a heartbeat before the eye retreated. Shadow. Chen Xun shouted. Regardless of whether the entity was a deranged killer or something else entirely, after being startled twice, he was consumed by a singular thought to confront it head-on. A translucent figure abruptly materialized behind Chen Xun. Boss, I'm here, the figure proclaimed with a triumphant grin, finally able to earn some money. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the third compartment door creaking open echoed, followed by the fading footsteps of the classroom. Chen Xun pushed open the door to the adjacent compartment and hurried after the figure. However, by the time he reached the corridor's entrance, the figure had vanished without a trace. Clenching his teeth, Chen Xun suddenly recalled something and approached the restroom door. Did you see that fellow just now? Who was it? He inquired of the restroom spirit. The spirit remained silent, refusing to respond. Chen Xun, lacking the luxury of time, decided to be more assertive. It seems I was too courteous with you earlier. You want to temper the temperament. With a smirk, he turned his gaze towards the figure. Understood, boss, the figure replied, and immediately took action. Spare me, please. I'll talk. The restroom spirit's door began to swell with darkened bulges. The figure, cracking its knuckles, appeared to be unsatisfied. Who is it? Chen Xun pressed. At that moment, the restroom spirit obediently answered, it's a child. I don't know his exact name. However, it is peculiar that he has been coming every night for the past few days, though I cannot fathom his intentions. Chen Xun's heart tightened upon hearing this revelation. Could the perpetrator truly be a child? Yet in this horrifying world, anything is possible. Do you know anything else? Chen Xun inquired. Nothing more. The bathroom door creaked ominously. At that moment, Ing suddenly exclaimed, Boss, a ghost is approaching, but it's not the one from the bathroom earlier. We must flee and avoid entangling with this entity. With that, Ying's essence swiftly merged into Chen Xun's being. Instantly, the surrounding air turned frigid, as if something sinister was approaching the third-floor restroom. Even Ing was unnerved, indicating that this presence had surpassed his own. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs to the west wing, a spectral figure clad in white materialized before Chen Xun. In the ghost's grasp were the severed heads of the two players who had fled to the second floor. Chen Xun's eyes widened in horror. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. He scrutinized the apparition, a female specter draped in a white dress. Her face was ghastly pale, yet undeniably beautiful. Is that the director? Chen Xun instinctively hesitated upon seeing her, only to dismiss the thought. The ghost before him appeared significantly younger than the director he had encountered that afternoon. They merely bore a striking resemblance, yet there was undoubtedly a connection between them. Was this specter the terrifying presence the vice director had spoken of, haunting the nights? As Chen Xun gazed at the severed heads, understanding dawned upon him. The ghost's lips curled into a sinister grin. Which class are you from, little one? It's quite naughty to be awake at this hour. With that, the ghost lunged toward Chen Xun, his hand instinctively reaching for the devourer ring he wore, prepared to engulf the female specter in the next moment. Everything changed abruptly as she widened her eyes and ceased all movement. You are the esteemed school trustee. Upon uttering these words, the ghost cast aside the heads of the two players and bowed gracefully to Chen Xun. Good evening, Mr. Trustee. I was reckless earlier. The sudden transformation left Chen Xun momentarily stunned. What was happening? Even this terrifying ghost was displaying such courtesy? After regaining his composure, Chen Xun glanced at the severed heads and inquired, Did you kill them? The ghost nodded and replied, There is a rule at the school. One must not wander outside late at night. I merely administered a minor punishment to ensure they remembered this regulation. So, this minor punishment entails severing their heads. Where are their bodies? Chen Xun asked. It appeared that the ghost posed no threat to him, and there were still two clues linked to the players. The ghost responded, Mr. Trustee, their bodies are located on the second floor. Would you like me to accompany you there? Chen Xun nodded, sure. With the ghost by his side, he felt assured of his safety, even amidst the terrors of the night. Furthermore, he was not concerned about any potential harm from her if she intended to attack, given her strength. She could do so without such elaborate pretense. Once they descended to the second floor, Chen Xun remembered to ask, By the way, what is your name? The ghost replied, Tang Fong. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Xun found himself at the entrance of the dance studio. At that moment, the gruesome remains of two players lay sprawled on the ground. It was uncertain whether they had entered the game using a login device. Without further contemplation, Chen Xun searched their bodies and soon discovered a photograph along with a leather-bound notebook. According to the previous accounts of these players, these items were the clues they had gathered. After securing the clues, Chen Xun turned his gaze towards the dance studio. The two players had mentioned that there was also a lead for a main quest within this very room. Currently, the entrance to the dance studio was secured with a sturdy lock. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Xun. A brick appeared in his hand, and with a forceful strike, the lock fell to the ground. Chen Xun and Tang Fong stepped inside. "Is there something you seek in here, Mr. Principal?" Tang Fong inquired. Chen Xun shook his head. "I do not know. I only discern that there is a clue for the main quest within. As for the nature of that clue..." He remained in the dark, as the only two individuals privy to that information were now deceased. Surprisingly, upon entering the dance studio, Chen Xun noted the sparse contents. Only a few puppets adorned the space, along with a black box situated at the center of the studio. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Has the ghostly aura dissipated?" Chen Xun remarked. A confident response followed. Indeed. This revelation reminded Chen Xun of Quinn's birdcage. The system had also indicated an absence of ghostly presence there. However, after feeding the birdcage tens of thousands of ghost coins, it had regained its functionality. In an instant, the ghostly currency transformed into ashes, and the thought of wealth faded from memory. The shadow awkwardly remarked that, in the absence of this spectral currency, one's own ghostly aura could suffice to propel them forward. The voice of the shadow resonated within Chen Xun's mind. However, he had no intention of utilizing his own ghostly energy when a matter could be resolved with money. He preferred to employ financial means. Tang Fong observed Chen Xun's monetary exchange with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, her throat involuntarily constricting as her large eyes blinked in disbelief. How affluent this board member is. In the realm of the supernatural, ghostly currency is exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, items that can be propelled by one's own ghostly aura would not necessitate the use of spectral currency. Yet, this individual opted to invest funds instead, suggesting that their underlying wealth was likely formidable. Subsequently, following the shadow's guidance, Chen Xun approached the time reversal machine and pressed the crimson button. Instantly, a wave of ghostly energy surged forth, and the entire scene transformed. They were no longer in the dance studio, but had instead arrived in a dimly lit classroom. At that moment, a loud bang echoed through the air as a spotlight suddenly illuminated a corner of the classroom. There, a small boy sat quietly, his presence serene. On the boy's desk lay a drawing, seemingly depicting a family of three. Yet, Chen Xun pondered why the child remained there in silence. Was this the visage of the perpetrator in their youth? Did other children shun him, leaving him to dwell in solitude within that corner? A sense of speculation arose within Chen Xun's heart. Childhood loneliness and isolation often breed psychological distortions. At this moment, Chen Xun also noticed Tang Fong's gaze, which bore a peculiar expression, as if she recognized the small boy sitting in the corner. "Atu, why are you here alone? Why not join the others and play?" Just then, another spotlight illuminated the room, and a little girl entered the classroom, holding 2 apples. She handed one of them to the boy in the corner. Only then did Atu lift his head and look at the girl before timidly saying after a long silence, "Thank you, Xiaohan. Thank you for still wanting to play with me." The little girl beamed with an innocent smile and replied, "What are you talking about, Atu? We are friends, right? Good friends?" The boy muttered softly, seemingly reassured. It appeared that he was not entirely isolated. At least he had a friend, Chen Xun thought. If this indeed was the perpetrator, what could have caused such a transformation in his character, leading him to commit murder? From the words scrawled in the bathroom, it was evident that this individual harbored a profound resentment towards the world, accompanied by a perverse distortion within. "Hey, isn't that the bastard A2? Wow, there's actually someone willing to play with a scum like you." At that moment, another spotlight flickered on, revealing several taller students standing before the boy's desk. They sneered as they picked up the drawing on his table, mocking, "Heh, a family of 3. How could you, a wretched child without a father, create such a painting?" With these words, a group of students seized the little boy's artwork, tearing it into myriad fragments and trampling them underfoot. "You, a deformed monstrosity, should never have been born. And your mother? A foul harlot." Yet, the artwork lay in tatters, utterly defaced by their merciless stomping. "This is too much. You ought to apologize to Atu." At that moment, Xiaohan stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently upon the taller boys. "Apologize? You are no better than this wretch." The taller students sneered derisively, shoving Xiaohan aside. Thud! She fell to the ground, her forehead striking the floor, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Upon witnessing this, the taller boys' expressions shifted dramatically, and they fled the classroom in panic. "Xiaohan!" The little boy rushed to help her up. "Is it over?" Chen Xun furrowed his brow. At that moment, He produced a bundle of paper money. The scene shifted once more. Back in the same classroom. A2 held an apple, the very one Xiao Han had gifted him. Yet, its surface had grown wrinkled and even begun to rot, indicating that several days had passed. Freak, forget it. Xiao Han has transferred schools. From this day forth, no one will play with you. The taller boys loomed before A2's day. Subsequently, they snatched the apple from A2's hand and hurled it out of the window. However, this time, A2 exhibited no reaction, merely bowing his head. What a useless coward. Seeing A2 in such a state, the tall boys lost interest and departed. Eventually, the lights dimmed. Was there no longer any ghostly presence? Chen Xun pondered. This bundle of ghost money had been displayed for a shorter duration than the previous one. After a moment of silence, Chen Xun reached a conclusion. It appeared that after the young girl transferred schools, the little boy succumbed to darkness, ultimately transforming into a murderous fiend. Was this the metamorphosis of a killer's psyche? Nevertheless, Chen Xun had gleaned a crucial clue. He now knew the visage of this murderer. Finally, he cast a glance at Tang Feng beside him and said, "All right, I shall take my leave. Do not follow me." He had no desire to be accompanied by such a specter, despite the fact that she was indeed quite attractive. "As you wish, Mr. Board Director," Tang Feng replied. Chen Xun exited the dance studio, having acquired the main clues necessary for his investigation. All that remained was to unearth the identity of this murderous maniac. The refined deviant ascended to the west building. Chen Xun arrived at the door of room 4-1, but at that moment, his gaze instinctively shifted toward room 4-5. There, the door stood ajar, and a pair of eyes peered out from within. Bang! In the next instant, the door slammed shut. What a peculiar individual. Chen Xun shook his head and then entered room 4-1. Seated at the head of the bed, Chen Xun discovered two pivotal clues regarding the main quest from the other two players, a half-photograph and a notebook. The half-photograph depicted two individuals, one large and one small. However, as only the lower half of the photograph was present, Chen Xun could not ascertain the appearance of the individuals. Nonetheless, he was certain that one of them must be the perpetrator. Having already encountered the visage of A2, the significance of this photograph diminished considerably in his eyes. Chen Xun then opened the remaining notebook, which was filled with dense, intricate writing. She is beautiful, an exquisite dancer, and her singing is melodious. Yet, this beauty has brought unprecedented calamity to her life. The narrative unfolded, revealing that a young male teacher, who came to teach painting at the kindergarten, quickly captured her heart. Regrettably, she was oblivious to the fact that she was merely a mistress. The man abandoned her, only for her to discover that she was pregnant with his child. Continuing to peruse the pages, Chen Xun found it absurd that she had chosen to give birth to the child of that man. Was this the tale of A2's origin? Chen Xun fell into a contemplative silence. Nevertheless, it appeared that A2 too was a victim of circumstance. The next entry read, "They doused themselves in gasoline. The flames were resplendent and graceful. Even sin dissipated with the fire." The clues within the notebook concluded here. Whom did the fire consume? Was it the couple of scoundrels? Chen Xun remained uncertain, lost in contemplation. However, Chen Xun is now certain that A2 must be the murderous fiend at the heart of the main quest. Even if he is not, he is inextricably linked to this killer. In the early morning, the gray mist appears poised to dissolve in the embrace of the sunlight. Dong, dong. The alarm clock chimes. Chen Xun glances at the time. It is 5:40. There remain 2 minutes until the assembly. Nevertheless, Chen Xun has no intention of descending the stairs. He is now a member of the board of directors. According to the dean, even the vice dean must heed his commands. Hence, the work of a temporary laborer is left to those who desire it. Engaging in such tasks might inadvertently lead him to breach the rules. As long as he abstains from labor, the vice dean cannot impose upon him, allowing him to live all the longer. With this thought, Chen Xun reclines in bed for a while longer, preparing to visit the kindergarten's archive room today to search for any information regarding A2 from years past. Upon opening his eyes again, it is 6:10. Well, it seems that sleep eludes him. Chen Xun then produces a mysterious tissue box. He inserts a 100 yuan paper offering and withdraws a piece of toilet paper. His gaze sweeps across the tissue, and he recalls that there might be new discoveries within the drawer of the bedside table in room 4. Perhaps he should investigate. To his astonishment, he has indeed stumbled upon a clue pertaining to the main quest. Was he that the room he occupied on his first day? At that time, he had neglected to explore these drawers. It seems he has missed some crucial leads. Chen Xun rises, freshens up, and finally stands before the pitch-black figure. Strangely enough, This shadowy entity appears to be in good spirits, humming an unpleasant little tune. Chen Xun tossed his key onto the table before the dark-skinned man. Please hand me the key to room 4. The man, taken aback, turned his head to regard Chen Xun. Why are you still alive? Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Do you wish for my demise? Sensing the shift in Chen Xun's demeanor, the man froze momentarily. I dare not, he replied. He then reluctantly retrieved the key to room 4 from his belly and cautiously handed it to Chen Xun. Sir, please. After receiving the key, Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at the man before proceeding towards room 4. Once Chen Xun had departed, the man directed a venomous glare at the direction of his exit. Damn it, why hasn't Liu come down yet? I thought he was dead. However, Liu Din's failure to appear this time, as a temporary worker, constituted a serious dereliction of duty. As the man continued to curse under his breath, a chilling aura began to permeate the stairwell. His eyes widened in alarm. He soon beheld a figure ascending from the 3rd floor, an individual adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, their body intricately etched with dark patterns. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It was the vice principal. The man straightened in his seat. Knowing that within this kindergarten, the most formidable presence, aside from the principal, was indeed the vice principal. At that moment, the vice principal smirked, his lips curling with a sinister charm, enhanced by the gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an unsettling air of sophistication. Is there still a temporary worker on the 4th floor who has yet to make his descent? The vice principal inquired, fixing his gaze on the dark-skinned man. The inky black figure of Wu Chi Ma He suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Yes, esteemed Vice Dean, he is currently in room 4. He reported. Following this, the Vice Dean said little more and began to ascend the staircase to the 4th floor with heavy footsteps. As a temporary worker, daring to be absent from duty was an audacious move. He felt compelled to leave a lasting impression on that temporary worker. The enigmatic noble was poised to acquire the kindergarten and invest a substantial sum into its development. Should that noble discover the occurrence of a worker's absence within the kindergarten, it would inevitably cast doubt on his own professional capabilities. It might even jeopardize the opportunities the dean had painstakingly secured with the noble investor. How could a temporary worker, employed at a kindergarten, afford to be complacent? The vice dean licked his lips, as if anticipating the taste of the temporary worker's blood upon them. A palpable aura of malevolence emanated from him, enveloping the staircase in an inexplicable sense of oppression. Wu Chi Ma He, observing the vice dean ascend the stairs, could not suppress a chilling smile. Heh, that temporary worker is doomed this time. No one survives the vice dean's grasp. Little Vice, your perverse tendencies ought to be tempered. The dimly lit room exuded an oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, Chen Xun's gaze was fixated on the drawer of the bedside table. According to the clues hinted at by the mysterious tissue box, a vital lead for the main quest lay within that drawer. Chen Xun approached and opened it. There were no unexpected occurrences, nor any bizarre phenomena. Within that drawer lay half of a photograph. This fragment appeared to be part of the same image that Chen Xun had obtained previously. As he extracted this half from the drawer and aligned it with the other piece, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? A voice echoed in the shadows. It seemed there was a slight deviation from my earlier assumptions. Chen Xun's expression grew grave. However, all he needed now was to gather some information to unveil the truth. Yet, at that moment, a chilling aura of malevolence surged forth. Temporary worker. Why have you not collected your task today? Is it due to a fever? Shall I assist you by removing your head to take a closer look? From behind Chen Xun, a swirling mass of dark energy enveloped him. The vice dean adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his mouth stretching into a grotesque grin, while his eyes turned a menacing crimson. With a tilted head, he approached with a zombie-like gait, his previously genteel visage now revealing a perverse delight. Simultaneously, in room 4, the walls darkened ominously. A viscous black liquid began to flow incessantly within the confines of the room. Moreover, numerous shadowy hands reached out from the walls, attempting to pull Chen Xun into the abyss. In that instant, all illumination vanished. The realm of spirits. It was unexpected that the vice dean was also a ghost capable of wielding such power. A flash of red light pierced through the darkness. The vice dean, with his sharp hands adorned with long nails, reached toward Chen Xun, seemingly poised to crush his skull at any moment. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a shadow materialized, swiftly positioning itself before the vice dean. The vice dean's hand plunged into this dark entity, causing his grotesque face to momentarily freeze, his expression rendered rigid. Ah, little one, your strength is still insufficient, the shadow cackled. As long as I am here, you cannot harm my esteemed master. In the next instant, the ghostly domain shattered into fragments. Although the Vice Dean possessed a ghostly realm, his prowess was far too feeble compared to that of the shadow. With a mere flick of its power, the ghostly realm crumbled. The Vice Dean appeared somewhat astonished, attempting to withdraw his hand from the shadow's form. Yet, it felt as though his hand were ensnared in a black hole of insatiable pull. No matter how he strained, he could not extricate himself from the shadow's grip. "Little Spectre, I have already informed you of your inadequacy," the shadow remarked with a smug grin. It believed such a display would surely earn Chen Xun a generous reward, at the very least 5,000 underworld coins. Chen Xun turned, his gaze lingering on the Vice Dean's grotesque visage. "Vice Dean," he said, "I suggest you conceal that twisted countenance." However, the Vice Dean merely responded with a cold chuckle. "Temp worker, who do you think you are to speak so audaciously?" "Chairman," the Vice Principal originally intended to express further thoughts. But upon noticing that Chen Xun had already donned the identity badge bestowed by the principal, he was momentarily taken aback. This badge seemed to possess an ethereal connection to the kindergarten, confirming its authenticity. It became evident that the individual before him was the nobleman the principal had mentioned, one who might very well visit the kindergarten for an inspection. At that moment, the vice principal's mind was engulfed in confusion. This was no ordinary nobleman. His fortune likely exceeded 1 billion dark coins. More importantly, he held the title of a board member of the school and could potentially be the shadowy benefactor of the kindergarten in the future, the one responsible for dispersing funds. Even the principal would have to treat such a person with utmost respect. How could someone of his stature possibly mingle among the lowly temporary workers? The vice principal found himself perplexed. Aside from today, he had audaciously disrespected the board member. If he had provoked the nobleman, he could only imagine the dire consequences that might ensue. Should the nobleman decide against investing in the kindergarten, it would spell disaster. Thus, he quickly concealed his earlier unsettling demeanor and adopted a more refined appearance. "Esteemed board member, I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretion. I hope you can overlook my lapse in judgment," the vice principal stated. He understood that the most prudent course of action to amend his mistake was to humbly acknowledge his error. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. "It's quite all right." Indeed, despite the vice principal's peculiar demeanor, he appeared genuinely dedicated to the kindergarten's affairs, leaving Chen Xun with no justification to reprimand him. Moreover, the kindergarten has yet to be officially transferred to his name. After speaking, Chen Xun cast a glance at Ying and said, "Ying, release him." "Understood, boss," Ying replied. Glancing at the deputy dean, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate." With that, Ying's form dissipated into Chen Xun's body. Witnessing this scene, the deputy dean's eyes widened in astonishment. In his estimation, Ying's power far surpassed his own, and the density of the malevolent energy emanating from him was more intense than any spirit he had encountered. Although it appeared that Ying's rank had diminished, he must have once been an extraordinarily formidable spirit. The fact that such a spirit referred to the esteemed school board member as boss was astonishing. He was, indeed, a subordinate to the school board member. What terrifying background must the school board member possess? If he were willing to invest in the notorious kindergarten, then, at this thought, a courteous expression immediately graced the deputy dean's face. "School board member, you are here to inspect our kindergarten today, are you not? I am well acquainted with this establishment and can serve as your guide during your visit." After glancing at the deputy dean, Chen Xun nodded. He indeed required someone in charge at the kindergarten to assist him in gathering information about a Tuesday. "Very well. I wish to visit the classrooms and your resource room," he stated. While he had acquired some understanding of the situation, numerous uncertainties remained. Verification within the kindergarten was essential. The deputy dean smiled slightly and led the way for Chen Xun, saying, "This way, school board member. Be cautious not to let the doorframe strike your head. To dare show disrespect to the esteemed board member warrants a minor reprimand." Stepping out of room 4, he arrived at the corner where the stairs to the 3rd floor and the west wing intersect. At that moment, the dark-skinned fellow appeared to be in particularly high spirits, far more so than when Chen Xun had encountered him earlier. He chuckled to himself, thinking that the unfortunate lad had crossed paths with the vice dean. He was doomed. What manner of individual was the vice dean? With a mere hand, he could crush that boy's head. Without him, this dormitory area would still be under his command. At this moment, he could almost envision the vice dean gripping Chen Xun's head in his hand. "Do you wish for my demise so fervently?" Just then, a chilling voice echoed, sending a shiver through the viscous liquid that clung to him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Xun, who stood behind the vice dean. What was happening? That fellow had not perished? Subsequently, he witnessed the vice dean politely addressing Chen Xun. Please forgive us, esteemed board member. Some of our staff do indeed possess peculiar habits. Chen Xun nodded, replying, It's quite all right. I am well acquainted with him. He performs his duties commendably. This dark-skinned fellow not only waived his accommodation fees, but even offered him money. To raise further complaints would be impolite. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the vice dean breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the esteemed board member bore no grievance. He then shot a fierce glare at the dark-skinned fellow before descending the stairs. At this moment, the pitch-black figure found his head swirling in confusion. Akin to a mass of mush. How could this individual have survived the vice principal's grasp? Moreover, judging by the vice principal's demeanor, he seemed to be treating him with utmost courtesy. Wait a moment, how did he become a member of the board? The figure was utterly incredulous. Wasn't he merely a temporary worker? Descending to the first floor, Chen Xun conducted a thorough inspection of the kindergarten's middle and junior classes. His gaze swept across all the students, yet he found nothing that matched his expectations. At that moment, in the classrooms of the middle and junior classes, the players acting as teachers widened their eyes upon seeing Chen Xun. Wasn't he the one who battled the specter at the staircase? Why was the vice principal treating him with such respect? They were filled with disbelief. Here they were, laboring in trepidation, while he was being treated as an esteemed guest by the vice principal. In contrast, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chen Xun turned to the vice principal and inquired, Is there any documentation of events that have transpired in the kindergarten over the past decade? The vice principal, wearing a congenial smile, replied, Of course. In the past, our kindergarten was the largest in the entire city. Over half of the children in the area came here for their preschool education. All the records of this kindergarten are stored in the archives. The vice principal appeared somewhat proud, as this was the only remarkable achievement they could present, once a symbol of their former glory. Very well, take me to see them. Chen Xun stated. The vice dean harbored no reservations. After all, the paramount task was to cater to the needs of the esteemed board member. Subsequently, the vice dean escorted Chen Xun to the third floor, a realm designated for faculty offices and also a depository for various materials. At that moment, within the archive, a player was engrossed in organizing the scattered documents strewn across the floor, A4 sheets littering the area. How clumsy can you be? When will you complete this task? If you fail to finish, don't expect to leave this archive today. Beside this player loomed a ghastly figure, a specter adorned with tendrils upon its visage. The player appeared pallid, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. He had witnessed a fellow player, while performing cleaning duties on this very third floor, suffer a dire fate at the hands of the irate archive administrator for a minor error in document organization. One of his arms had been torn away. In that moment, every minute spent within the confines of the archive felt like an eternity. Just then, two figures approached from outside, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the room. The player's gaze shifted toward the entrance, where he recognized the two individuals, the vice dean and another player, the one who had been engaged in a dark and perilous game in the corridor. Yet, curiously, this player had not been present during the earlier assembly. The player had even presumed him to be deceased, lost to the shadows of the night. Even if he had survived, failure to arrive punctually for the gathering would have incurred certain penalties from the vice dean. However, to his astonishment, the player appeared unscathed. This left him somewhat astonished. He pondered deeply, while the information room administrator beside him revealed a cold smirk. Another temporary worker has arrived. Very well. You two may as well begin organizing these materials. If the task is poorly executed, I happen to be in need of 2 human sculptures for my collection. As he spoke, the administrator's gaze turned icy, fixating on Chen Xun, who stood behind the vice principal. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, the vice principal's countenance transformed, exuding a terrifying presence. A palpable dread permeated the air, and with a swift motion, the administrator's arm was severed, black blood splattering forth, staining the nearby A4 papers. The vice principal regarded the administrator with a frigid stare. To show disrespect to the esteemed board member is unforgivable. Today it is merely an arm, but next time it shall be your head. Upon hearing these words, the administrator's eyes widened in terror, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He did not even bother to retrieve the severed limb from the floor. Though merely a lowly administrator, he was well aware of the significance of a board member, a figure of immense prestige within the entire institution. However, due to a lack of investment, the school had not had a true board member for some time. Only the principal, vice principal, and teachers remained. To his astonishment, The individual exuding a distinctly human aura before him was, in fact, a board member. This meant that this person was the investor sought by the principal. Surely, anyone capable of investing in a kindergarten must be of noble lineage, at the very least. In the realm of horror, the nobility stands as the most formidable presence, particularly those spirits of lowly status within this terrifying world. To the aristocrats, these specters are akin to the humans they regard with disdain, mere swine, easily dispatched at their whim. Even the player engaged in the organization of data was taken aback. How could this player suddenly ascend to the role of a trustee in this scenario? Moreover, the vice dean treated him with utmost reverence, a notion he scarcely dared to entertain. While he busied himself with subservient tasks, the figure before him was undoubtedly a high-ranking player. It was simple. He merely needed to acquire the establishment. Mr. Trustee, if there is any information you wish to procure, we can readily provide it, the vice dean remarked. At that moment, the tentacled spirit offered a respectful grin, saying, Mr. Trustee, I was merely jesting. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. Chen Xun surveyed the data room and then turned to the vice dean, stating, there is no need for such formalities. You may attend to your duties. Let this individual remain to assist me. He gestured towards the player who was diligently organizing the materials. The vice dean paused momentarily before responding, as you wish, Mr. Trustee. With that, he cast a cold glance at the tentacled spirit, who understood immediately and departed the data room alongside the vice dean. At this juncture, the player who had been sorting the materials finally exhaled in relief. The tense atmosphere in the resource room dissipated in an instant. Chen Xun sent away the specter with long tentacles hovering above him, undoubtedly alleviating the psychological burden of this player. This was, after all, a deliberate act on Chen Xun's part. They were all players, and it was only gracious to assist when possible. The player gazed at Chen Xun with envy, producing a 100 yuan ghost coin from his possession and handing it to Chen Xun. Brother, how did you manage that? I'm referring to your status. Upon receiving the ghost coin, Chen Xun paused momentarily. This player was indeed perceptive. Accepting the coin, Chen Xun replied, it's nothing much. It only requires a bit of expenditure. The player appeared perplexed. How should one spend it? He simply could not fathom how one could spend money to become a school director, commanding the deputy principal's utmost respect. If it were feasible, he would certainly wish to try it himself. This dungeon was exceedingly terrifying. A single misstep could lead to demise. Currently, only 7 players remained alive. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were all eliminated. Chen Xun remarked, this is quite simple. Just purchase the school. Thunderous astonishment. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the player's eyes widened in disbelief. Purchase it. He had never anticipated such a response. The horror game had only recently been released. Who could possibly possess such an abundance of ghost coins? To acquire this place would surely require several million ghost coins. He considered himself fortunate to have a few hundred. He gazed at Chen Xun in bewilderment and inquired, Brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of ghostly currency? Chen Xun replied with a smile, blessings from my ancestors. He spoke truthfully. These ghostly coins were indeed a legacy from his forebears. The player stood there, momentarily taken aback. Eventually, returning to the matter at hand, Chen Xun asked, by the way, do you have any records from a decade ago? Specifically about a student named Tu, as well as information on the recent victims of the serial killer, among other things. Upon hearing Chen Xun's request, the player paused, recalling something, and responded. As a matter of fact, I do have such records. When I organized this material previously, I found it particularly eerie. Is this related to the main storyline? Chen Xun's eyes brightened, and he nodded in affirmation. The player, filled with delight, proceeded to present all the previously compiled documents to Chen Xun. If Chen Xun could indeed complete the main quest, the player would be able to escape this dreadful scenario sooner rather than later. He was eager to leave this place without delay. Before long, a substantial collection of documents was laid out before Chen Xun. He spent the entire morning poring over them, ultimately dispelling all the uncertainties that had clouded his mind. Simultaneously, the system announcement echoed, ding. Congratulations, player. You have gathered 9 of the clues related to the instance. The game mode has now transitioned to a survival mode. Because you have begun investigating the serial killer, the nocturnal fiend has taken notice of you, and soon you shall be the first to scream in the night. The only course of action now is to unearth the malevolent murderer and bring him to justice. A chime resonates. Congratulations, the player has obtained the secondary item. The Sacred Fire. The Sacred Fire is the sole weapon capable of vanquishing the killer, requiring the wielder to channel their own spectral energy to activate it. This announcement echoed not only in Chen Xun's mind but throughout the consciousness of every player. Upon hearing this game notification, all surviving players were filled with exhilaration. It signified that should this player succeed in eliminating the murderer, they could conclude this dungeon ahead of schedule. They were also astonished, for it was only the third day. In their previous experiences with other dungeons, such swift resolutions had been unheard of. Who could this divine player be? Were we about to be led to victory? At that moment, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the kindergarten, shrouding the entire educational building in an inky blackness, as if night had fallen. The game announcement affirmed that Chen Xun's line of thought was indeed correct. Within Chen Xun's system interface, a matchstick-like item had materialized, albeit with only a single match contained within. It appeared to be a one-time opportunity. Contemplating this, Chen Xun proceeded towards the west building. It was time to bring this ordeal to a close. At the corner of the west building, a shadowy specter trembled in fear. Its eyes fixated on the direction of the west building, muttering incessantly, "He is coming out, he is coming out." Ignoring the creature, Chen Xun ascended to the west building. Arriving at the entrance of room 4-5, at this moment, the door appeared ajar, and Chen Xun stepped inside. A strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. As his gaze swept across the room, it was filled with the sight of emaciated skeletons, a truly harrowing scene. He did not spot the monstrous figure. Instead, he saw a frail child, none other than the little two who had accompanied him earlier to procure art supplies. The old teacher. At this moment, the little two looked at Chen Xun with innocent surprise. Chen Xun's eyes turned frigid, and a dense aura of malevolence began to emanate from him. The shadowy figure materialized as well, warily observing the small two before him. Gradually, the innocence faded from the child's face, replaced by a deep, sinister expression. "Hee, has the teacher discovered me?" The child's body began to swell, red fissures appearing upon his skin. His face contorted grotesquely, and with a loud pop, it exploded. The entirety of his skin was torn asunder, revealing the monstrous figure that had previously fixated on Chen Xun. Unexpectedly, "You're that odd Tuesday." A smile curled at the corners of Chen Xun's mouth. According to the clues inscribed in the notebook, those individuals had doused them in gasoline, and the flames were dazzling. Initially, Chen Xun had believed that the one coated in gasoline was the painting teacher. However, that was not the case. It was Atu and his mother who were targeted. After the inferno, Atu's mother perished, yet he survived, transforming into his current form. What had puzzled Chen Xun was that, after being doused in gasoline, the group had not set it ablaze. The one who ignited the gasoline was, in fact, the Atu standing before him. "The true psychopath, I cannot comprehend why you would take your mother's life. She has always cared for you deeply," Chen Xun remarked, gazing at the grotesquely burned figure of Atu before him. This was the sole enigma amidst all the clues he had gathered. Despite Atu's constant grievances about his mother for bringing him into this world, she had always showered him with affection. There appeared to be no justification for him to commit such an act against her. Previously, Chen Xun had uncovered the truth behind the gasoline incident from kindergarten records. For reasons unknown, that art teacher had suddenly confronted Atu and his mother, dousing them with gasoline. However, the records indicated that the teacher had no intention of igniting the flames. Yet, Atu had taken it upon himself to strike a match, igniting the gasoline that enveloped both him and his mother. In the end, he survived, while she perished. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, a sinister and agitated expression flickered across Atu's face. "You do not understand. You cannot possibly grasp it. That woman killed Xiao Han. It was because Xiao Han was the daughter of that man, and that woman, ha ha ha, she deserved to die. Indeed, she truly deserved it." It seemed that Chen Xun's words had struck a nerve within Atu, inciting a surge of emotion. He had never anticipated that Xiao Han was the daughter of that art teacher. Was the teacher's audacity not astonishing? She had once engaged in an affair with a female teacher at this very school, yet she dared to send her own daughter here to study? Thus, was it the death of Xiao Han that shattered the last bastion of Atu's heart? Has this fellow ultimately transformed into a murderous fiend? Ing suddenly inquired. Chen Xun remained silent, shifting his gaze towards a Tuesday. At that moment, a thick black mist emanated from Atu, whose already charred visage was marred by dark, corpse-like spots. "Xiao Han feels quite lonely down there. Would you mind keeping her company, teacher?" Atu's voice echoed. Ing chuckled ominously, positioning himself in front of Chen Xun. "Little ghost, do not grow too arrogant. With me, Ing Yi, present, your meager skill shall not harm my boss." Before them stood Atu, a ghost of merely fifth-tier strength. "Are you truly certain you wish to assist a human?" Atu's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Ing. Ing offered no reply. Subsequently, Atu extended his razor-sharp claws and lunged toward Chen Xun's chest. Little ghost, I just stated that with me. Ingyi, here. You cannot inflict harm upon my boss. Ing interposed himself, and a shroud of black mist instantly ensnared Tuesday. Atu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as flames ignited all over his body, dark flames consuming him. Astonishingly, they broke through Ying's confinement. Ying's ghostly form widened his eyes in disbelief. Burning soul power? Must you exert yourself so? Chen Xun was equally astonished, for he noticed that the ghostly energy surrounding Atu was surging exponentially. Boss, this soul power is akin to your human life force. It is the essence that sustains a ghost's existence. When a ghost burns their soul power, their strength temporarily amplifies, yet they cannot survive long in such a state. The shadow spoke, immediately transforming into a barrier of ghostly energy, enveloping Chen Xun within. Rest assured, though I have expended my soul energy, it is still impossible for you to harm him by surpassing me, the shadow remarked. Teacher, would you accompany Xiaohan? At that moment, Atu seemed to have lost all rationality upon hearing Chen Xun mention the incident of his mother's demise. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the shadow, whose form appeared to be scorched, becoming increasingly transparent. Yet the shadow continued to smile, saying, "Haha, little brat, that is futile. Even if you enhance your ghostly power, you cannot breach my spectral form." Just then, dark hands suddenly emerged from the shadow's body, pulling the little one inside. Instantly, Xiao Tu transformed into a burning black crow, confined within a birdcage. Boss, the shadow expressed surprise. Chen Xun replied, he is as good as dead. There is no need to squander so much time. It is better to conserve energy for the true murderer. Chen Xun employed Quinn-S birdcage. Yet the soul fire engulfing Xiao Tu did not affect the cage in the slightest. Ultimately, the black crow's form was entirely incinerated, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Chen Xun felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of what to say. The shadow, however, wore a face of confusion. Boss, is he not the true murderer? Chen Xun nodded, stating, initially, Xiao Tu merely avenged those who had mocked him and harmed Xiaohan, and thereafter refrained from further violence. The true murderer is none other than his mother, Tang Fong. With those words, Chen Xun's gaze shifted towards the door, as a chilling aura enveloped the space. The very air within the room grew significantly colder. The photograph Chen Xun had previously obtained depicted Tang Fong alongside a boy named Xiao Tu, whose full name was, in fact, Tang Tuesday. Thus, Tang Fong was indeed the mother of Xiao Tuesday. I feel as though my mind is struggling to comprehend this, Ing suddenly remarked. He soon noticed that the entire room began to darken ominously. The doors and windows vanished, leaving an unsettling void. A striking woman materialized within the chamber. Once again, it was the realm of the supernatural. This is dire. Boss, we must flee. Ing suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. At that moment, Tang Fong stood before Chen Xun. Mr. Director, how did you come to know all of this? Tang Fong's icy gaze pierced through Chen Xun. I guessed, he replied. Chen Xun had discovered in the kindergarten records that the killer's victims were primarily male students with exceptional artistic talent, as well as male teachers who taught art. Xiao Tu had no conceivable motive to harm students possessing these traits, leading Chen Xun to deduce that the true murderer was, in fact, Tang Fong. Although she had perished years ago, she had transformed into a vengeful spirit, harboring deep-seated resentment and obsession towards the art teacher, ultimately resulting in his demise. This animosity then manifested in her targeting those male students and teachers endowed with artistic gifts. Nevertheless, all of this remained conjecture on Chen Xun's part. The artistic prowess of the esteemed board member remains as it was in his prime. In the end, he will abandon others, won't he? Inquired Tang Fong. Chen Xun shook his head, asserting, every individual possesses their own moral boundaries. Not all will emulate his actions. There exist many wonderful souls in this world. Tang Fong, however, appeared indifferent to Chen Xun's words. You people, who pride yourselves on your profound emotions, yet engage in such repugnant acts. It was my belief in his deceitful words that led me to his bed all those years ago. As she spoke, Tang Fong seemed to merge into the entire haunted realm. The esteemed board member met his demise in fear. Is that not the best protection for other girls? Her voice echoed. Shadow, is there a way to break this haunted domain? Chen Xun asked. Shadow shook his head. Boss, in my prime, I could have dismantled such a domain with a mere snap of my fingers. However, it is indeed a troublesome affair now. Chen Xun retrieved a matchbox from the system space. This is a game hint, the only tool capable of vanquishing the murderous fiend. He took a match and struck it. the blue flame igniting, and he felt much of the ghostly energy within him dissipate. Useless, esteemed board member. This flame is far too diminutive. Moreover, you lack the substantial ghostly energy required to sustain its burning. Even enlarging the flame is beyond your capabilities. Who carries such an abundance of spirit coins? Tang Feng's voice seemed to emanate from an unknown source. Now, the entire space is engulfed in darkness. Within this realm, Chen Xun experiences a suffocating sensation. Only the faint glow emitted by the match in his hand provides a modicum of illumination, yet this light is confined to a very limited area. Chen Xun is acutely aware that should this flame extinguish, he may swiftly succumb to the encroaching shadows. As for the devouring ring, he cannot even ascertain Tang Feng's whereabouts at present, rendering it utterly useless. Does this match require ghostly energy to function? Chen Xun senses that his own ghostly essence is being steadily siphoned away by the match. It appears to be an object akin to a ghostly artifact. In other words, can the use of ghost coins serve as a substitute for the consumed ghostly energy? This realization dawns upon Chen Xun as he discerns the second function of the ghost coin. He promptly exchanges a stack of ghost coins from the system's marketplace. Soon, these coins transform into a swirling mass of black mist, which is ultimately absorbed by the match. Boom. In an instant, the match belches forth a flame the size of a human head. The fire instantly illuminates Chen Xun's surroundings, and the temperature rises significantly. Useless principle. This meager flame of yours is but a mere spark in the vast expanse of the ghost realm. It will not be long before the ghostly energy of those coins is consumed, and at that time, principle, you shall meet your demise. Fear not. I shall craft your remains into a work of art and display it in one of the school's collection rooms. Those young maidens you have not tormented will express their gratitude. The voice of Tang Feng echoes, aware of Chen Xun's wealth. However, the spectral energy associated with ghostly currency necessitates a tangible form to manifest its potency. The majority of the noble's paper money resides within the realm of the afterlife. Thus, he was certain that Chen Xun possessed insufficient liquid assets to yield the required spectral energy. Is that so? Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, a subtle smile graced the corners of Chen Xun's lips. This implies that, with an ample supply of ghostly currency, this match could indeed lead to your demise. Chen Xun, who had previously been wavering, now received Tang Feng's affirmation. Subsequently, stacks of ghostly currency materialized around Chen Xun, transforming into spectral energy that the match eagerly absorbed. The azure flames grew increasingly vibrant, threatening to illuminate the entire room. In the shadows, Tang Feng gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, struggling to comprehend who could possibly carry such an abundance of ghostly currency. At that moment, her desire to rush forward and strangle Chen Xun was rendered futile. The flames were both brilliant and formidable, as if her very being might ignite. Chen Xun too noticed Tang Feng, yet he showed no inclination to approach her with the match. Instead, he continued to feed it with currency. Soon, the flames enveloped the space, and Chen Xun suddenly realized the entire area had ignited. Even small azure flames erupted from Tang Feng's form. How infuriating. Why do you possess so much ghostly currency? Tang Feng seethed through gritted teeth, then lunged toward Chen Xun, seemingly resolved to take him down with her, even in death. However, as she approached the flames, her entire being transformed into a figure of blue fire. Tang Feng stood frozen in shock, fully aware that her demise was inevitable. At that moment, he relinquished his struggle, and before her eyes, a young girl clad in a dress appeared, dancing gracefully in the studio. Her face radiated tenderness, longing, and an aspiration for love. With every gesture, she exuded confidence and poise. That, indeed, was her former self. In this instant, she found herself at a loss as to why she had transformed into her current state. Flames slowly engulfed her entire being, and in the final moments, Chen Xun seemed to catch a glimpse of Tang Feng's face, which bore an expression of liberation. The world regained its brilliance. Observing Tang Feng's ashes dissipate, Chen Xun's emotions remained tumultuous. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Tang Feng was, in fact, the daughter of the dean. A voice echoed through the minds of all players. Ding, congratulations, player, on completing the main storyline task of the dungeon. You may choose to exit the dungeon early. Corresponding rewards will be calculated upon the conclusion of the dungeon. The player who had been organizing materials in the archive slightly lifted his head. It appeared that this individual was indeed a seasoned player. Completing a dungeon in merely 3 days was truly remarkable. After uttering this thought, he initially intended to introduce himself to Chen Xun. However, after some contemplation, he shook his head. Such a formidable expert would likely disdain making acquaintance with a mere cannon fodder player like himself. With that, he exited a game interface, and his form vanished from the archive. He opted to leave the dungeon, for he had no desire to linger any longer. In the classroom and the restroom, players who heard the game's announcement exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed there was indeed a master within this dungeon. We have managed to secure a victory with little effort. After saying this, they accessed the game panel and subsequently exited the dungeon. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and successfully finishing a main storyline of the dungeon. Task reward, a question stone, which allows one to inquire a single question, guaranteed to receive a response. It is a one-time use item. Following this, a jet black stone entered Chen Xun's system space. Before Chen Xun could fully process this, the voice of Ing suddenly echoed, "Boss, we must leave at once." At that moment, Chen Xun realized that the room had already caught fire. The flames swiftly spread throughout the chamber. It seemed that the earlier blaze had been too intense, igniting the room entirely. Murmuring to himself, Chen Xun hurriedly exited the room. At the corner of the staircase, a dark figure with a grim expression raced downwards. Similarly, the students in the classroom and the office followed suit. Before long, everyone in the teaching building had evacuated to the outside of the school. A thunderous roar erupted. Thick black smoke billowed upwards as the dilapidated teaching building collapsed with a deafening crash. Everything was reduced to dust. Chen Xun felt somewhat embarrassed. He had yet to become the owner of this kindergarten, yet he had inadvertently caused its destruction. Just then, the principal approached from outside the kindergarten. Initially in high spirits, she was now taken aback upon witnessing the collapse of the teaching building. She had intended to sell the building to an esteemed noble today, but now, soon, her gaze fell upon Chen Xun not far away. "Sir, this," the principal remarked, her expression clearly tinged with awkwardness. Simultaneously, he noticed that Chen Xun's expression mirrored his own awkwardness. "Director, fret not. The collapse of this teaching building might actually be a blessing. I had intended to reconstruct it anyway, so this saves me a considerable sum on demolition costs." Chen Xun produced the necessary funds and successfully entered into his sales contract for the kindergarten with the director. Throughout the entire process, the director remained in a state of bewilderment. Logically, one would expect that the collapse of the building would prompt the other party to negotiate a lower price. Yet, this noble individual exhibited no inclination whatsoever to haggle, generously paying the amount without hesitation. How affluent must this gentleman be to dismiss even the thought of bargaining? Eventually, Chen Xun's mind resonated with the system's voice. Quest completed. Construction transformation of the horror-themed world? Pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Transformation equated to expenditure, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. "Please select the type of transformation," the system prompted. "I choose the kindergarten," Chen Xun declared inwardly. He had previously assured the director that this place would continue as a kindergarten, and he had no intention of reneging on his word. Based on the area occupied by the host's assets, the system had provided construction recommendations. At that moment, a panel appeared before Chen Xun, visible only to him, displaying a variety of kindergarten styles. The most economical option was approximately 80,000 ghostly coins, but it appeared rather mundane, consisting merely of simple concrete structures. Such a lackluster option did not appeal to Chen Xun in the slightest. He scrolled to the final page, where his gaze landed upon the most extravagant design. "The price of 200 million is settled." A smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he confirmed the transaction. Simultaneously, the account was debited by the equivalent of 2 smaller targets in AIM coins. Chen Xun then inquired, "System, is it possible to renovate the market across from us?" Following this, he expended another 200 million on the smaller targets, while also allocating an additional 20 million for operational expenses. In total, this endeavor absorbed over 500 million in resources. Chen Xun's ghostly energy continued to rise, reaching the status of a level 5 ghost master. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, for successfully attaining level 5 ghost master status. The ghost domain function has been activated. The area of the ghost domain is calculated based on the host's fixed asset area at a ratio of 1:1. The host's current fixed workplace area is 4,326 square meters, allowing for a total ghost domain range of 4 square meters. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback by the revelation that he was now a ghost master possessing a ghost domain. "Sir, how should we proceed with the kindergarten?" The director, wearing a troubled expression, surveyed the collapsed teaching building. Though previously dilapidated, it had still been functional. Now, with its destruction, the students were left without a place to attend classes. It was likely that disgruntled parents would soon come to voice their concerns. Chen Xun reassured, "Rest assured. I have already arranged for the construction of this kindergarten." The system had already deducted the necessary amount in yin coins. However, he pondered how long it would take for the construction to commence and be completed. Just as Chen Xun contemplated this, a dense shroud of black mist enveloped the entire kindergarten. The kindergarten appears to possess a mysterious power, propelling Chen Xun and the others beyond the confines of the road. All the teachers, classmates, and even the principal stared wide-eyed, their faces a portrait of bewilderment, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. What could this be? The vice principal adjusted his glasses, a look of confusion etched across his refined features. In the blink of an eye, the ominous black mist dissipated, revealing the familiar scene of the campus once more. At this moment, the charred remnants of the collapsed classroom building and the dilapidated playground had vanished without a trace. In their stead stood a structure reminiscent of an ornate European castle. Although the castle still exuded an eerie aura, its opulence far exceeded that of the previous educational establishment. It was as if they had entered an entirely different realm. Beside the classroom building, an array of enticing play facilities for the children had materialized. Even the entrance to the classroom was graced by a statue with an indistinct visage, while a fountain gushed continuously in front of it. The security room in the main entrance had taken on an air of grandeur, resembling that of an elite institution. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left utterly speechless. Was it truly constructed so swiftly? Meanwhile, the children, upon catching sight of the castle, erupted with joy, their mouths forming perfect OS of delight. "Wow, we have a new classroom." The students gleefully dashed into the kindergarten, their curiosity seemingly boundless. Even Chen Xun was taken aback, astonished by the rapidity with which structures could be erected in this chilling world. This was truly remarkable. "Sir, did you have a hand in this?" The dean widened his eyes, his lips trembling. At that moment, his gaze towards Chen Xun was filled with newfound respect. Even the usually composed vice dean displayed a hint of astonishment. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. However, this only imbued the atmosphere with an aura of mystery. The esteemed individual behind Chen Xun was not someone to be trifled with. "I shall take my leave now. The rest is in your capable hands," Chen Xun remarked to the dean. Just as he managed the market, he intended to adopt a hands-off approach. He harbored no concerns that the kindergarten director would create any disturbances. For after the signing of the contract, an inexplicable bond formed between him and the institution. It appeared that upon entering the kindergarten, the entire establishment could transform into his realm of shadows. Furthermore, the teachers within the kindergarten also seemed to share a connection with him, as if he could command them at will, and they were powerless to resist his orders. Upon hearing this, the dean politely responded, "Yes, esteemed one. We shall fulfill our duties diligently." Previously, due to the dilapidated state of the teaching building and the proximity of a rival institution, the kindergarten had been operating at a loss. Now, with the introduction of a new, lavishly appointed teaching facility, she felt confident in her ability to elevate the school's performance to unprecedented heights. While the dean maintained a facade of calm, her heart was already racing with excitement. Chen Xun said little more, opening the system panel before promptly exiting this realm. Vanishing like a streak of dark light, the dean, taken aback, offered, "We bid you farewell, esteemed one." In the realm of reality within Chen Xun's room. As time flows differently within the realm of the game compared to the real world, merely 3 hours have elapsed in reality. In the dimly lit room, a robust figure rummages through various items. Eventually, the man raises his head, revealing a piercing gaze. This man is none other than the one who previously snatched Chen Xun's ticket on the train. However, having logged in via a device, he chose to exit the instance upon his death, opting not to re-enter the game. There is nothing particularly unusual about this. Although he is unaware of the reasons behind Chen Xun's substantial accumulation of soul coins, he is determined to claim it all for himself. A cold smirk graces his lips. During his time in the game, he had already noted Chen Xun's considerable wealth in soul coins. Furthermore, through Su Weiwei's post, he discovered that Chen Xun's collection likely exceeded his initial assumptions. The ability to casually produce tens of thousands of soul coins is not something a novice player could possess. Soul coins hold immense allure for any gamer. Possessing a significant amount grants one the power to navigate the horror-laden world with ease. Having successfully acquired Chen Xun's information, he hastened to the school where Chen Xun studies, ultimately locating his residence. The thought of soon obtaining a vast fortune in soul coins ignites a greedy smile upon his face. That fellow must have just entered the second instance. Regardless of how high your instance rating may be, you can only achieve the status of a level 2 ghost master at best. Meanwhile, I have already attained level 3, sufficient to completely overpower you. In the eerie realm of Chen Xun, a sense of unease enveloped him as he stepped into his chamber. His brow furrowed immediately, for he detected a faint odor of smoke lingering in the air. He was not a smoker, thus such a scent should not permeate his sanctuary. In the next fleeting moment, his vigilance heightened. Boss, someone is here. It's that individual who was tailing you, the shadow suddenly interjected. Chen Xun's expression darkened as the lights in the room flickered on, but it was not his hand that activated them. It was the very person who had been stalking him. I presumed you would at least require a day or two to emerge from the instance. I didn't anticipate you would conclude it so swiftly. It seems the secrets you harbor exceed my expectations, the burly man remarked. His gaze icy as it bore into Chen Xun. Chen Xun, taken aback, recognized him as the same brute from the train. In the past, he had employed the rules to bring about the man's demise, unaware at that time of the existence of login devices in this world. To his astonishment, the man had somehow managed to follow him. You must be quite surprised, the man said, his voice laced with derision. I am still alive, and I have come to pursue you. Chen Xun lowered his head and asked, What do you want? With a sly smile, the man replied, It's quite simple. Hand over the secrets you possess, specifically all the soul coins you carry. Otherwise, in the realm of reality, there exists no protective mechanism afforded by login devices. The implication of his words was unmistakably clear. If Chen Xun had not surrendered those spirit coins, the burly man would have undoubtedly killed him. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xun inquired, You wish to take my life? Are you not afraid of the authorities' pursuit? The man grinned widely. Authorities? Since the advent of the horror games, the world's order has undergone a significant transformation. Even if someone were to vanish without a trace, few would take notice. After all, countless players have perished within these horror games. Upon hearing the man's words, Chen Xun fell into silence. Indeed, the emergence of horror games has drastically altered the fabric of reality. While ordinary individuals may remain oblivious, those who have experienced several rounds of these games, like the Ghost Tamers, are acutely aware of the new dynamics. Ghost Tamers can even eliminate an ordinary person without leaving a single trace. Power is paramount. Noticing Chen Xun's quietude, the burly man erupted into laughter. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Chen Xun shook his head and replied, No, I was merely contemplating whether killing you here would lead to any complications. With your assurance, I am now at ease. The man's gaze sharpened at Chen Xun's words. Kill me? Such audacity. Since you are unwilling to divulge your secrets, I shall take them by force. As he spoke, dark patterns began to emerge across his body, and a chilling aura enveloped the room, causing the temperature to plummet. Then, the man extended his hand, saturated with the black energy of spirits, reaching toward Chen Xun's chest. Ghost domain. Chen Xun's gaze was frigid. In the moment that the burly man was about to approach him, he suddenly realized that he had entered a terrifying realm. Subsequently, the distance between Chen Xun and him began to stretch infinitely. No matter how fervently he ran forward, he could not close the gap even by a single step. The Ghost Domain. How could this be possible? The Ghost Domain is a special ability that only those who are level 5 or above in ghost taming might possess. How could you possibly have it? The man's expression was one of utter astonishment, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. For someone like him, a ghost tamer without a ghost domain, entering the domain of another ghost tamer was tantamount to receiving a death sentence. Within the ghost domain, both the spirits and the ghost tamers were nearly invincible, unless one could also possess a ghost domain. Is it conceivable that I am indeed a level 5 ghost tamer? Chen Xun's mocking laughter echoed. The man's face immediately turned pale. Impossible. You have only entered 2 instances. Even if you had flawlessly completed the tasks, there is no way you could attain the status of a level 5 ghost tamer. Oh, it must be a secret about you. In the realm of reality, for a player to ascend to the rank of a level 5 ghost tamer, they must successfully complete at least 10 instances, and that's assuming they've succeeded. The number of instances would be even greater if failures were taken into account. Just a couple of days ago, Chen Xun was merely a novice. Even if he had immediately entered an instance, there was no way he could so swiftly become a level 5 ghost tamer. This is something no ordinary player could achieve. In the realm of the specters, numerous black demonic hands emerged, reaching out towards the robust man. No, please. Spare my life, dear brother. I shall serve you faithfully if you let me go. Chen Xun replied with a cold smirk. No need for that. The dark hand struck the man, whose eyes widened in horror as his vitality slowly ebbed away. Chen Xun observed this scene with an expression devoid of emotion. The man had attempted to take his life on several occasions, and thus, Chen Xun felt no obligation to show mercy. Upon realizing that eliminating this brute would not incur any repercussions, he acted without hesitation. As the realm of the specters dissipated, Chen Xun and the robust man's forms materialized in a room. However, a new dilemma soon presented itself: how to dispose of the corpse. Surely, one could not simply dismember it and flush the remains down the drain. Suddenly, Shadow interjected, "Do not worry, boss. I can handle this." Previously frustrated by the lack of opportunity to act, Shadow was now eager to demonstrate his capabilities, promptly drifting out from within Chen Xun. "Do you have a solution?" Chen Xun inquired. Shadow's translucent head nodded affirmatively. Immediately, black tendrils extended from Shadow's form. Upon contact with the robust man, he disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, which Shadow absorbed entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Quite an unpleasant taste," Shadow remarked, wrinkling his brow after consuming the man. Finally, Chen Xun tossed a handful of money to Shadow, who then broke into a smile. "Thank you, boss." Finally, Chen Xun glanced at the rewards from the bloody kindergarten. Apart from the insignificant ghostly energy and the soul coins, he also acquired an eerie item, the chainsaw of the maniac. This was a third-tier spectral weapon capable of inflicting severe damage upon ghosts. It marked the second offensive supernatural item he had obtained, following the bloody brick. Next came the rewards for the system task, the Inquiry Stone. Chen Xun retrieved the Inquiry Stone from the system space. He was beset by numerous questions he yearned to answer, such as the background of his ancestors, the whereabouts of his parents, and the origins of the chilling game and the mysterious mist that pervaded the world. Regrettably, the Inquiry Stone permitted only one question. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xun addressed the stone. "Inquiry Stone, may I ask where my parents are now?" Upon posing this question, the Inquiry Stone transformed into a swirling black mist and entered Chen Xun's mind. An ancient voice resonated within his consciousness, in the realm of horror. "You do not wish to experience a life devoid of struggle, Jingdu?" Upon hearing this voice, Chen Xun felt a surge of exhilaration. After more than a year, he had finally received news of his parents. This implied that they were still alive, potentially existing within the realm of horror or perhaps trapped in a terrifying game scenario, unable to escape. Otherwise, why would there be no trace of them? Chen Xun pondered this incessantly before opening his phone and accessing the forum for the horror game. Searching for the term yielded no results. Could it be an undiscovered realm? Yet, my parents have been entrenched in the horror world for over a year. If that were the case, then this realm has endured for an excessively long duration. Ding dong. At that moment, Chen Xun's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Qin Sheng, his closest confidant. Upon answering, he was met with Qin Sheng's panicked voice. "It's bad, old Chen. I've also been chosen for the horror game as a player. Moreover, it's a new copy at a terrifying level. It is said that the death probability for first-time entrance into such a copy reaches as high as 90%. Old Chen, I'm going to die." On the other end of the line, Chen Xun could discern the quiver of tears in Qin Sheng's voice. Qin Sheng was indeed Chen Xun's sole friend in this world. When Chen Xun's parents vanished, it was only this steadfast companion who continually offered solace, treating him to delightful meals to help him regain his composure. Naturally, Chen Xun could not remain indifferent to Qin Sheng's plight. "Don't panic. The horror game isn't as difficult as you imagine. First, tell me, which copy were you selected for?" Chen Xun inquired. From the other end, Qin Sheng's voice responded. "The Haunted Hotel." "Old Chen, am I going to die?" Chen Xun reassured him. "Rest assured, it's not that easy to perish. I'll teach you how to navigate the horror game." Upon hearing Chen Xun's comforting words, the tremor in Qin Sheng's voice seemed to diminish significantly, and he replied, "Old Chen, is that true?" "Indeed," Chen Xun affirmed with certainty. After offering some consolation to Qin Sheng, he ended the call and opened the forum, seeking the horror game's national office to inquire about acquiring a login device. If that proved futile, he would resort to providing Qin Sheng with some ghost coins. With those coins, surviving in that instance should not pose a significant challenge. Simultaneously, Chen Xun wished to inquire whether the personnel at the horror game's national office were aware of the existence of the horror capital instance. After all, the official records would undoubtedly surpass his own knowledge, or that available on the forum. "Are you there?" He opened the chat window for the horror game's national office and sent a message. After a brief conversation, they agreed to meet the following day at noon, coinciding with the weekend. The next day, under the radiant midday sun, in a CAF located in the city center, a tall and alluring woman adorned in black stockings sat quietly in a corner, sipping her coffee. This woman was Zhao Shan. Upon seeing her, a wave of embarrassment washed over Chen Xun as he recalled how a few days prior, Ying had mischievously pilfered her notebook, leaving behind a trace of lipstick. Surely, she was unaware of his involvement, wasn't she? Sister Shan, Chen Xun greeted enthusiastically. However, Zhao Shan's lips curled into a playful smile. Little rascal. It's you again? My notebook and lipstick are still missing. Chen Xun's enthusiasm promptly turned into discomfort. It appeared that Ying's actions were not as inconspicuous as intended. The shadow suddenly remarked, Boss, that fellow must also harbor a ghost within, for it is impossible for him to have detected my movements otherwise. Chen Xun's expression darkened. Then why not hasten to retrieve his belongings? The notebook was in Chen Xun's possession, yet the lipstick still resided within the shadow's abdomen. Boss, quickly. Chen Xun urged, his tone growing more intense. Ultimately, despite the shadow's reluctance, it surrendered the lipstick. Sister Shan, please do not take offense. It was merely that ghost within me acting on its own accord, Chen Xun explained. He did not conceal the existence of the shadow. Since the ghost on the opposing side was already aware that the shadow had stolen Zhao Shan's notebook and lipstick, it naturally also recognized that Chen Xun had made a pact with the ghost. Upon receiving the notebook and lipstick, Zhao Shan paid little heed and inquired, So, what brings us together this time? Chen Xun replied, primarily to convey the rules obtained from the previous scenario, along with 2 personal matters. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow and asked, What personal matters? Are you seeking my assistance in finding a partner? How do you find your sister? Chen Xun's face immediately clouded with displeasure. Sister Shan, can we refrain from jesting? Zhao Shan's lips curled into an alluring smile as she replied, Little brother, I assure you, I'm not joking, although I am your senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a fortune. Do you not wish to experience the sensation of not having to strive? Chen Xun had no intention of prolonging the conversation on this topic. Sister Shan, do you know about Jingdu? Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, Zhao Shan was momentarily taken aback. Her pupils slightly dilating, and her expression swiftly turned grave. Zhao Shan inquired, What is the purpose of your question? Chen Xun replied, It pertains to a personal matter concerning the city of Jingdu in the horror game. However, I have been unable to find any information on the forums. Zhao Shan furrowed her brow and explained, Only the upper echelons of our national office are privy to this information. However, the affairs of Jingdu are no longer classified, and I can share it with you. Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Chen Xun's demeanor grew serious. Indeed, the fact that only the higher-ups of the national office were aware of Jingdu indicated its extraordinary nature. Zhao Shan continued, No one knows the exact location of Jingdu within the horror realm. It is not merely a dungeon but a city within the horror game universe. It stands as the most terrifying existence within that world. Each ghost within it is at least level 8. We even speculate that Jingdu may hold the key to understanding why horror games manifest in the real world, along with the enigma of the mysterious fog. Perhaps, within Jingdu, there exists the legendary Ghost Emperor. Yet, all of this remains conjecture. Among the players in our country, only about 10 have been transported to the city of Jingdu and managed to survive. Moreover, they all share a common trait prior to their transportation. They are all level 9 ghost tamers. Thus, we conjecture that only a level 9 ghost master would possess the qualification to enter the dungeons within the city of Jingdu. Chen Xun fell into deep contemplation. If this were indeed the case, he would need to elevate his abilities to that of a level 9 ghost master to have any chance of gaining entry into Jingdu. Zhao Shan remarked, This is all the information we currently have. By the way, what is the second matter of a personal nature you mentioned? However, he had offered only ghost coins. Chen Xun then recounted the situation regarding Qinxing to Zhao Shan. This login device appears to be unavailable for online purchase, seemingly exclusive to the Bureau of Terrifying Games. Upon hearing Chen Xun's explanation, Zhao Shan shook her head. This, I fear, is unattainable. Currently, the login devices are out of stock, with very low production rates. Moreover, each region has a limited quota, primarily reserved for veteran players who have provided clues for the dungeons. Coincidentally, our last batch of login devices has already been distributed. Thus, among players, it is indeed a rare commodity. Chen Xun nodded in understanding. That is comprehensible. However, there is no need for me to receive it for free. I am willing to purchase it. With that, Chen Xun produced a stack of ghost coins from his system space and placed them upon the table. It was not cash, but entirely ghost coins. 100,000 ghost coins. Might this suffice to procure a login device from your bureau? In previous times, anyone attempting to transact with ghost coins would undoubtedly have been labeled as delusional. However, the situation has changed, for with the emergence of horror games, the coins that can be utilized within this terrifying realm have become exceedingly precious to the players. Upon seeing the coins exuding an eerie aura, Zhao Shan momentarily froze. After a prolonged silence, she finally rose to her feet and declared, "Excuse me, I must visit the restroom." With that, she proceeded towards the CAF's facilities. The malevolent spirit within Zhao Shan stirred with excitement. "Goodness, did you see that? 100,000. That's a staggering 100,000 coins. My heavens." Zhao Shan paid no heed to the sinister entity as she entered the restroom. Once inside, she retrieved her phone and dialed the headquarters. "Hello, this is Zhao Shan from Lincheng. The situation is as follows. We have a player who wishes to spend 100,000 to purchase a login device. I am seeking your guidance." An impatient voice responded from the other end. "How many times must I reiterate? The distribution of login devices adheres to strict standards. We absolutely prohibit affluent individuals attempting to purchase them. Login devices must be allocated judiciously to those who truly comprehend horror games and have made contributions. This decision is undeniably harsh, potentially painting our office as somewhat callous. Yet, there is no alternative. The limited number of devices must be reserved for those who are of value to us." 100,000, even if it were 1,000,000,000. These devices remain off the market. Zhao Shan replied, "I understand everything you have said, leader. However, this individual is offering ghost coins." Silence ensued. A brief lull on the other end of the line. "Are you referring to those ghost coins that can be utilized in the horror realm?" Zhao Shan nodded. "Indeed, sir. Those ghost coins are infused with a palpable aura of the supernatural. There can be no mistake." Another moment of silence followed. Then, a voice emerged from the phone. "Hiss. Ghost coins, 100,000 ghost coins. My heavens, our entire national office does not possess such an amount. Where could this person have acquired so many ghost coins? For players within the horror realm, obtaining ghost coins proves exceedingly arduous. It is not just the players. Even the spirits residing within that realm find it equally challenging to amass ghost coins. These coins are predominantly held by a select few affluent aristocrats, with only a meager circulation beyond their grasp. Thus, they are particularly precious for both the spirits and the players in the horror world." He had once heard tales of players in Europe and America who inadvertently acquired over 1,000,000 ghost coins and subsequently thrived within the horror realm, even enlisting several spirits through contracts. In a remarkably short span, they rose to become a level 7 ghost master, attaining the status of a gaming tycoon within the horror gaming organizations of the West. The authorities there also reaped benefits from this phenomenon, resulting in a greater number of advanced ghost masters compared to China. Yet now, this individual casually produced a staggering sum of 100,000 ghost coins. This can only imply that he possesses even more ghost coins, at least 1,000,000. Could he be the gaming magnate within our nation? Indeed, during the last forum, there was a mention of a mysterious figure who frequently brandished a plethora of ghostly currency. Could it be him? Subsequently, the authoritative voice on the other end of the line continued, "Zhao Shan, I am assigning you 2 tasks. First, acquiesce to this player's request. I shall arrange for a private jet to deliver the device to you immediately. Second, regardless of whether you employ your charms or any other means, you must cultivate a favorable relationship with this player. He may very well be the beacon of hope for our nation's ghost tamers." Although Zhao Shan could not see her superior's expression, the tremor in the voice conveyed palpable excitement. Yet, she pondered, having utilized her allure before, it seemed ineffective against him. Could it be that her charm was insufficient? Moments ago, she had already consulted with her superior, who had approved the transaction. She merely needed to wait a few hours for the device to arrive. Zhao Shan's gaze lingered on Chen Xun's ghostly currency, her eyes ablaze with fervor. An even greater fire resided within her, the ferocious spirit that dwelled inside her being. How she envied his ghost, capable of becoming a contract spirit for such a wealthy individual. Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Chen Xun felt a shiver run down his spine. She appeared to be the quintessential vixen, yet her sudden address of him as little brother struck him as rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Shan exited the CAF, only to return with a metal case in her possession. "Is it really that soon?" Chen Xun expressed his surprise. Even Zhao Shan had been momentarily taken aback, for the login device had been delivered by a special plane from headquarters. This clearly indicated their high regard for Chen Xun. The device was the latest model, boasting not only the features of the one he possessed, but also the capability for team gameplay. By entering the serial number of his device into this new one, and after confirmation on his end, they could simultaneously enter a dungeon to play together. As Zhao Shan demonstrated, this functionality was particularly suited for team-oriented games. Of course, his previous device could also be upgraded online to incorporate this feature. After engaging in further conversation and exchanging contact information, Chen Xun departed with the new login device. Inside the CAF, upon seeing the substantial sum of 100,000 Ming coins, Zhao Shan finally revealed an expression of excitement. If only all of that were mine. The following day, after a day of rest, Chen Xun arrived at Qin Sheng's building and dialed his number. "Hello, Lao Qin. How long until you enter the game world?" Qin Sheng's anxious voice replied, "Lao Chen, there's still half an hour before we dive in. This may be our last phone call." Chen Xun found himself at a loss for words before responding, "Come downstairs now." "Downstairs? Hurry up. Lao Chen, wait a moment. I need to say goodbye to my parents first." 5 minutes later, Qin descended the stairs and found Chen Xun. With a sorrowful expression, he gazed at Qin and said, "Old Xun, thank you for coming to see me in the final moments of my life." Chen Xun gave Qin a firm slap on the chest and then handed him a stack of money. "Enough of this pointless banter. This time, you shall not perish. These ghostly notes are the currency of the terrifying realm. Should you encounter any troubles, these notes will aid you in resolving them. Furthermore, this is a login device. You will possess 2 lives and the ability to exit the game prematurely. Shortly, I will accompany you into the dungeon, and once we are inside, you must heed my every command." By providing these ghostly notes and purchasing the login device for Chen Xun would not receive any spectral energy himself. Yet he deemed it worthwhile to safeguard his comrade's life. Additionally, Chen had already intended to enter the terrifying world to elevate his own level. And this opportunity to assist Chen was fortuitous. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and both Chen and Chen vanished from their location. Soon after, an announcement echoed, "Welcome to the realm of the horror game. This dungeon is the Haunted Hotel. Welcome to the Haunted Hotel." The Haunted Hotel is a members-only establishment dedicated to serving every traveler. In this game, players will assume the role of hotel staff, tasked with completing assignments set forth by the hotel manager. A gentle reminder, the guests within the hotel possess peculiar tempers. Please refrain from provoking them indiscriminately. Warm reminder too, the night within the hotel is the most terrifying time. Players are advised not to wander about after midnight. Warm reminder 3, the hotel places great emphasis on the experience of its esteemed members, who may even make some excessive requests, so please do your utmost to accommodate them. Main quest, survive for 5 days in the game and flawlessly complete the tasks assigned by the hotel manager. Current number of surviving players, 16. As the game's announcement echoed, Chen Xun realized he was ensconced in a confined space. It appeared to be a conference room, albeit one ensnared by cobwebs. A spider, about the size of a fist, scuttled across the web, and a thick layer of dust coated the chairs. What on earth is this place? Damn it. At that moment, a voice filled with expletives erupted from a corner of the conference room. A fashionably dressed man was cursing, "Darling, welcome to the world of horror games." Aside from the disarray, it does not seem as dreadful as described online. Beside him stood a woman clad in matching attire, seemingly his partner. They appeared to be a couple, both newcomers. "Don't worry, my dear. I will protect you. What is there to fear from ghosts? I could easily knock them all out with a single punch." The man scoffed. The woman instantly exhibited a look of admiration. Chen Xun chose to disregard the pair. Surveying his surroundings, there were no more than 7 or 8 players emanating an aura of fear. At this moment, the seasoned players were vigilantly eyeing one another, indicating that more than half of the participants in this dungeon were novices. Eventually, Chen Xun's gaze settled upon a plump player who wore an expression of sheer trepidation. Thanks to the features of the login device, he could see a small blue light hovering above the head of the player who had entered the team with him. "Old Chen?" Chen Xun inquired, addressing the player. The player was taken aback and turned to Chen Xun. "Is that you, Old Chen? How have you transformed into such an uncle-like figure?" Chen Xun replied, "This is merely a function of the login device. Remember to keep the soul coins I gave you safe. Just follow the instructions I provided earlier." Qin Sheng nodded in understanding. It was his first time entering the game, and he was aware that Chen Xun was an experienced player who had already completed 2 dungeons. Thus, he refrained from being overly cautious, willing to follow Chen Xun's guidance for this endeavor. However, at that moment, the speakers in the conference room emitted a sudden crackling sound, followed by a peculiar voice announcing, "The hotel manager will arrive at the conference hall in 5 minutes. All waitstaff are to don their uniforms and await the manager's instructions." Upon hearing this, the novice players displayed expressions of confusion, while the seasoned players began to search the vicinity for uniforms. Soon, they spotted a chaotic pile of garments stacked at the rear of the conference room. However, The clothing appeared to have not been cleaned in quite some time, marred by a variety of stains and emanating an unpleasant odor. Go and put on those uniforms, Chen Xun directed Chen Xun. The announcement was unmistakably clear. It was a rule. Chen Xun, not one to feign reluctance, swiftly located a suitably sized outfit amidst the pile of clothing and donned it. However, a majority of the novice players remained utterly bewildered. It was no wonder that the mortality rate among new players entering the dungeon was so alarmingly high. Chen Xun turned to these novice players and cautioned, "You must wear these uniforms properly. Otherwise, you may inadvertently violate the rules." Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, many players experienced a moment of clarity and cast him expressions of gratitude before hastily rummaging through the heap of garments in search of fitting work attire. Yet, there were also those who scoffed at the warning, such as the couple from earlier. They regarded the clothing with disdain. The girl remarked, "Darling, these outfits are filthy and unattractive. I refuse to wear them." The boy chuckled, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Ignore this guy's nonsense. What absurd rules? I will protect you. Even if a ghost were to appear, I would ensure it meets its demise once more." As he spoke, he picked up a metal rod from the side, exuding a fierce demeanor. "You're amazing, darling," the girl replied. Seeing that the couple had no intention of donning the work uniforms, Chen Xun chose not to press the matter further. After all, he had already issued a warning, and it was not his fault if they chose to ignore it. This was a world of horror games. They seemed to believe they were still in reality. Engaging in romance here was a remarkably foolish decision. Minutes passed swiftly. At that moment, a sharp sound of leather shoes striking the floor echoed from outside the conference room. All the players held their breath. Subsequently, tendrils of black mist seeped in through the crack beneath the door, causing the temperature within the room to plummet. A piercing creak announced the opening of the door, and a man in a suit entered. However, his attire was marred by dark red stains, remnants of blood. Upon closer inspection, his face resembled that of a desiccated corpse, as if violet skin were merely enveloping bone. He emanated a palpable aura of malevolence, and in his withered hand, he carried a severed, bloodied head, droplets of crimson splattering onto the floor. Witnessing this gruesome sight, many of the novice players, including Chen Xun, turned pale. This was their first encounter with the horror that lurked within the game, a natural reaction to such terror. The hotel manager's gaze swept across the conference room, ultimately resting upon the young couple. "Waitstaff, where are your uniforms?" His bulging eyes fixated on the pair, who, in contrast to their earlier bravado, now appeared ashen and tinged with fear. Their bodies trembled slightly as they stammered, We will put them on now." With that, the couple hurried to the back of the conference room to retrieve their uniforms. The specter's mere presence instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, transforming their earlier nonchalance into profound terror. However, just as they were about to turn away, the voice of the hotel manager suddenly resonated. "No. We do not require the services of individuals like you." As he spoke, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped him. Subsequently, a withered hand reached out toward the young man. The boy reacted swiftly, seizing the girl beside him and pushing her forward, seemingly attempting to buy the manager a moment's delay. In the next instant, the gnarled hand pierced through the girl's chest, blood splattering onto the boy's attire. Until her last breath, she wore an expression of disbelief and anguish. Turning to face the boy, "My dear." The boy flashed a smile and responded, "Darling, I've protected you so many times. Now it's your turn to protect me." He appeared utterly devoid of remorse as he dashed toward the pile of uniforms. Alas, in the next moment, the other hand of the hotel manager pierced through his chest. The two collapsed almost simultaneously into a pool of blood. Witnessing this scene, the novice players stared wide-eyed, their faces ashen. It was then that they truly comprehended the horror of this terrifying world. Here, death could strike at any moment. "All right, now stand straight. I shall assign you your tasks." With that, all the players stiffened, their expressions solemn, and lined up in the conference room. Subsequently, the hotel manager cast his gaze over all the players and declared, "You attend to the guests in rooms 1 and 2. 2, inquiring about their needs and striving to fulfill their requests. You will oversee the restaurant. You will manage the front desk. Remember, our haunted hotel places great emphasis on customer experience. Should any of you receive complaints during your service, you may find yourselves transformed into collectibles, offered to those dissatisfied guests to alleviate their grievances. Upon completion of your tasks, you shall earn the privilege of free time. Each morning at 6 o'clock, you are to gather here. Do not forget to wear your uniforms." In short order, the hotel manager assigned all tasks. Upon hearing his words, several players instinctively glanced at the two lovers lying in a pool of blood. They were keen to avoid such a fate. With this thought in mind, their attention shifted to Chen Xun, evidently believing that aligning with an experienced player like him might enhance their chances of survival. Chen Xun paid no heed to these glances. This time, he had been assigned to rooms 4, 3, and 4, to inquire about the guests' needs and, if necessary, to accommodate their requests. According to the game's announcement, the residents of the hotel possessed rather peculiar temperaments. Who could say what dangers awaited them? He turned to his companion, Chen Xun, and said, "Old Chen, just follow my lead. Do not panic in the presence of anything terrifying. As long as we adhere to the rules, we shall be fine. Moreover, should you encounter matters insurmountable, utilize the talismans I have bestowed upon you." Chen was assigned to the 3rd floor. Thus he and Chen Xun were not on the same level, rendering him unable to provide constant support. Eventually, everyone dispersed. Chen Xun stepped through the doors of the conference room and made his way to the hotel lobby. Within the lobby, numerous spirits lingered, their expressions filled with disdain as they regarded Chen Xun and his companions. Some spirits had even bared their gaping maws, seemingly poised to devour them at any moment. A shiver coursed through several players as they witnessed this scene. "Mouse, I imagine your flesh must be quite delectable," remarked a ghostly waiter as Chen Xun passed by. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps in a secluded place, you might succeed in ending my life. However, it is equally possible that you may meet your demise at my hands." Chen Xun replied with a smile, disregarding the spectral waiter. "You would do well not to let me seize the opportunity," the ghostly waiter warned. Yet, this spirit was merely a level 2 specter. Chen Xun refrained from revealing his own aura, otherwise he would surely terrify the creature. Having already traversed 2 instances, Chen Xun felt no lingering fear of these spirits, and he even found them somewhat endearing. Nevertheless, the sight left the nearby novice players, as well as some seasoned ones momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. "This fellow is rather formidable, isn't he?" To provoke a spirit upon entering the instance. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xun held these ghosts in utter disdain. Even the hotel manager from earlier was merely a lowly specter. Why should he harbor fear towards these phantoms? Displaying any semblance of trepidation? To him, this scenario felt akin to a fish pond game. What remained uncertain was the strength of the guest within the room. "Old Chen, aren't you afraid that fellow might seek revenge on you? After all, it is a ghost," Chen Xun whispered as he approached Chen Xun. "Fear not. As long as one possesses formidable strength, even a ghost cannot inflict harm. You will come to comprehend the truth of my words in due time." With that, Chen Xun joined the other players as they ascended the elevator. The lights within flickered ominously, leaving everyone uncertain of when they might extinguish. Ding! The elevator chimed, and the players disembarked at their designated floors. Chen Xun alighted as well, accompanied by 2 other players, 1 male and 1 female. They were evidently seasoned participants, casting wary glances at one another. Ultimately, Chen Xun arrived at the door of room 4. 3. He rapped gently on the door. "Good day, room service." Unsure of the nature of the ghost within, he decided to announce his presence first. "Come in." A languid voice responded from within. Chen Xun opened the door and stepped inside, only to furrow his brow in surprise. Suddenly, something fell from above the door. Instinctively, Chen Xun took 2 steps back. Then, a shattering sound echoed as glass broke. In truth, it was indeed a glass container that had shattered, releasing a dark liquid that flowed forth. This liquid appeared to possess corrosive properties. The moment it made contact with the floor, it began to bubble violently, as if it were alive, and a noxious vapor began to rise. Ultimately, the floor was eroded, forming a substantial pit. Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Had he been a moment slower, it would likely have been his body subjected to that corrosive fate. His gaze turned icy as he surveyed the room. Within the confines of the chamber stood a rather rotund specter, who now regarded Chen Xun with an expression of astonishment. Beside this ghost lay numerous glass containers filled with the same dark liquid. Ah, he had indeed evaded the trap. Upon uttering this, the specter's demeanor shifted, and it coldly declared, "Servant, you have shattered my treasure." The ghost's smile was unsettling, evoking fear within him. This specter had previously employed such a contraption to torment many hotel attendants, some of whom had met their demise during the corrosive process, their bodies subsequently encased within glass bottles. Now, seeing Chen Xun's miraculous escape momentarily stunned it. However, upon realizing that Chen Xun was human, its expression turned frigid once more. "Servant, you have shattered my treasure." Chen Xun, perplexed, noted the irony. This ghost had clearly set a trap to ensnare him, yet now sought to cast blame upon him. Had it not been for the constraints of the game, he would have undoubtedly charged forth to subdue the rotund specter. Meanwhile, in the real world, mysterious fog continued to drift ominously toward them. Chen Xun also needed to hasten his journey to Jingdu. as he must quickly ascend to the rank of a level 9 ghost tamer. He was determined to elevate his status as swiftly as possible. Hence, he did not wish to conclude this instance prematurely. With a slight smile, he said, "I apologize, esteemed customer, it was my oversight." Oversight? The corpulent ghost, upon hearing this, was enveloped in a thick aura of ghostly energy. "Waitstaff, you have damaged someone's belongings, and you think a mere apology suffices? Did your parents not teach you the importance of compensation?" The oppressive ghostly energy shrouded the entire room, and a look of terror manifested on the fat ghost's face, as if he relished the prospect of witnessing fear etched upon Chen Xun's countenance. He had successfully frightened numerous attendants with this tactic before, and it was likely that this one would flee as well. Should that happen, the failure to fulfill their service obligations would breach the rules. For those humans who transgress such regulations, he would not hesitate to imprison them in glass jars as trophies. However, contrary to his expectations, Chen Xun did not display the fear he anticipated. Instead, he noticed the attendant continued to smile, even casting a mocking grin in his direction. The ghost began to question his own vision. Was this truly the expression one would expect from a human confronted by a fearsome specter? Boss. This is a ghost that absorbs fear to enhance its own power. Perhaps it met its demise by being frightened in life. A voice, belonging to Ying, suddenly interjected. Chen Xun chuckled softly and proceeded to enter room 4. The corpulent ghost's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This human not only chose not to flee, but boldly walked into his domain. Did he not fear being devoured? Subsequently, he observed Chen Xun approaching the corpulent specter, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Esteemed guest, mischief is rather unbecoming," he remarked. With that, Chen Xun seized a glass container beside the rotund specter and forcefully hurled it to the ground. The resounding crash of shattering glass echoed through the air. Almost immediately, the floor began to corrode under the vile liquid that seeped from the shattered vessel, releasing thick plumes of black smoke. The corpulent specter gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Waitstaff, what are you doing?" Without offering an explanation, Chen Xun continued to shatter the remaining glass containers. Before long, all the vessels filled with the inky liquid lay in ruins at his feet. The specter's expression stiffened in disbelief as he witnessed this spectacle. A mere human had just obliterated all of his prized possessions? Was he seeking his own demise? It was at this moment that the specter finally grasped his own nature. He was, after all, a ghost. His gaze darkened. "Waitstaff, you shall pay for your actions. I shall lodge a complaint against you." Chen Xun regarded the specter with indifference, retrieving a chainsaw from the confines of his system space. This ghost before him was merely of the second tier. "Complaining against me?" Chen Xun scoffed, activating the chainsaw. It roared to life, emitting a menacing buzz. With an icy glare and an aura of ghostly energy enveloping him, he wielded the chainsaw as though he had transformed into a fearsome harbinger of death. The corpulent specter, upon catching sight of the chainsaw, swallowed hard, his complexion paling as he trembled slightly. He sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the instrument of destruction. He harbored no doubt that the other party could rend his body into myriad fragments with that infernal instrument. This was no ordinary cursed artifact, it was a formidable one. The waiter was not to be trifled with. Instantly, he adopted a sycophantic demeanor and said, No, young man, I was merely jesting." After uttering these words, Chen Xun retracted the murderous chainsaw and turned his gaze towards the corpulent specter, producing a stack of money from his hand. "The damage to your prized possession is indeed a result of my negligence at work. These spirit coins shall serve as compensation." Chen Xun tossed the pile of ghostly currency onto the fat ghost's bed. At the sight of the spirit coins, the plump ghost's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating on the substantial amount before him, it appeared to be nearly 10,000, surpassing his entire life savings combined. However, recalling Chen Xun's earlier intimidation, he quickly donned a beaming smile, took the spirit coins, and handed them back to Chen Xun. "Young man, those are worthless trinkets. No need for compensation, truly," he mused. How could one who wielded such a powerful cursed artifact and possessed so many spirit coins be merely an ordinary human? In this horrifying world, strength was paramount. He harbored grave suspicions that Chen Xun was engaging in some form of entrapment. Once he accepted the money, the other would have justification to end his life. Why else would he expend extra resources to compensate him? Yet, as soon as he extended the coins, Chen Xun's somber gaze fell upon him, suggesting that something far more dreadful would ensue following this transaction. The rotund ghost hesitated for a moment before finally securing the spirit coins. This is likely the most anxious moment of his ghostly existence while collecting soul coins. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 1 soul coin and gained 1 point of ghost energy. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Xun revealed a warm smile. Dear guest, is there anything else I can assist you with? Looking at Chen Xun's smile, the plump ghost couldn't help but shiver, given the formidable presence before him. He dared not request further service. One wrong demand could very well seal his fate in this room. He glanced at Chen Xun, chuckling nervously. No, nothing at all. Chen Xun inquired, then, how would you rate today's service? The plump ghost immediately replied, excellent, absolutely excellent. Very well, Chen Xun nodded, then turned to exit. Such prowess makes a notable difference. He then cast a glance at the door of room 4, wondering if its occupant would also be as accommodating. With that thought, Chen Xun approached room 4. The plump ghost, witnessing this scene, felt his expression darken. What a terrifying little ghost. However, the occupant of room 4 was an exceedingly fearsome entity. This little ghost was doomed. Chen Xun arrived at the door of room 4, only to find it inexplicably ajar. Had the guest stepped out? As he pondered, he prepared to knock, when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Instinctively, Chen Xun's gaze shifted towards the source of the scream. It came from room 4-1. In room 404, an elderly man engaged in a game of chance was suddenly confronted by a surge of dark energy emanating from the direction of room 4-1. A female player was abruptly enveloped by this sinister force, her body adorned with a myriad of red paper figurines. These figurines, resembling sharp daggers, inflicted crimson gashes upon her skin, leaving her attire in disarray. You filthy rat, consider this merely a minor reprimand. Should you fail to serve me adequately by tomorrow, I shall take your arm, she declared, rising to her feet, her gaze icy as she regarded the specter of room 4-1, without uttering another word. She cast a surprised glance at the unscathed Chen Xun before resolutely knocking on the door of room 4-2 and entering. This unexpected interlude piqued Chen Xun's curiosity about the nature of the entity inhabiting room 4-1, shaking his head. He dismissed further contemplation and turned his attention to the door before him. Although the door to room 4 stood ajar, he still rapped lightly on it. Hello. Room service, Chen Xun announced. Come in. A deep voice replied from within. He gently pulled the door open and cautiously stepped back 2 paces, directing his gaze into the room. Strangely, nothing particularly eerie awaited him inside, merely an elderly man clad in slippers, sitting quietly. The room was exceptionally tidy, almost unnaturally so. Chen Xun understood that in a world steeped in horror, the more ordinary a place appeared, the more unsettling it often proved to be. Before the elderly man lay a chessboard, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation, seemingly engaged in a solitary game of Go. A black stone was placed upon the board. Ah, oldly, your skills are indeed waning, he remarked, a smile of impending triumph gracing his features. Yet, it was evident that no one was present before him. However, Chen Xun found this peculiarity unsurprising. Boss, this fellow gives me an unsettling vibe, and suddenly interjected. Is he more formidable than you? Chen Xun inquired, perplexed. He had not sensed any overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the old man, suggesting that the latter might have repressed his ominous energy. Not as formidable as I was in my prime, Ing replied. Chen Xun grasped the situation and turned his gaze towards the elderly gentleman, saying, Good day, sir. I am the attendant responsible for this place today. May I assist you in any way? Acknowledging the old man's formidable prowess, Chen Xun understood that conventional methods employed against the spirits in room 4-3 would be inadequate here. The elder cast a glance at Chen Xun before responding. Why not join me for a game of Go? These old codgers cannot match my skill. With that, he began to gather the stones. Chen Xun's eyes wandered to the western edge of the board. Were there others present? Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, stating, But I do not know how to play. I assure you, it matters not. Just accompany this old man in a few rounds. If you win, you may select an item from among these treasures that you fancy. As he spoke, the old man unexpectedly produced a hodgepodge of items from an unknown source. However, a faint aura of ghostly energy enveloped each object, suggesting they were indeed spectral artifacts, albeit of low rank. Chen Xun hesitated momentarily. Each of these ghostly items held immense value for players. Yet, the old man's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Should he lose, the consequences were uncertain. Moreover, refusing might breach the established rules. As the game's announcement had made it abundantly clear, one must endeavor to fulfill the request of guests. The old man then reassured him, Do not worry, if you lose, I shall not suffer any ill fate. However, a game of chess must entail some stakes. How about this? If you lose, you owe me 1 spirit coin. Of course, if finances are lacking, you could also offer a part of your body as collateral. I have a particular fondness for the heart. At that moment, the old man's gaze fixated on Chen Xun's chest, seemingly intrigued by his heart. It was then that Chen Xun noticed 3 glass vials beneath the old man's chessboard, each containing a heart. These, presumably, belonged to those who had previously lost to this elder and lacked the means to pay their wager. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun nodded vigorously. All right, if it's merely a matter of payment, I would be more than willing to engage in a game of chess with you. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of Go, though he recognized it remained at the level of a novice. The elderly man, upon hearing Chen Xun's agreement, displayed a look of surprise, followed by a peculiar smile. Young man, your courage is commendable, he remarked as he cleared the chessboard of its pieces. Then turned to Chen Xun. Please, take a seat. Without further ado, Chen Xun positioned himself opposite the old man and sat down. A sudden chill enveloped him, as if spectral presences were watching him intently play chess. Do not take offense, young man, they merely wish to witness my defeat, the old man reassured him. Rest assured, they will not disturb your game. In earlier times, Chen Xun's heart would have raced wildly at such a revelation, perhaps having acclimated to this eerie world. He now felt an unusual tranquility. Please, you may go first, Chen Xun suggested. The old man began making his moves, and within mere minutes, Chen Xun found himself at a loss. Your chess skills are truly remarkable, he sighed. However, at that moment, the old man's gaze turned icy. Young man, we had an agreement. Should you lose, you owe me a tribute of 1 spirit coin. If you lack such currency, well, your heart shall suffice as collateral. I trust you won't renege on this. The old man suddenly fixed his eyes on Chen Xun's chest, an ominous aura emanating from him. He possessed a certain understanding of humanity. He knew that these mortals were invariably destitute, often poorer than the most wretched of souls. To demand 1,000 ghost coins from them is tantamount to seeking their very lives. Initially, he had set his sights on Chen Xun's heart, however. Due to the protective rules in place, he could not take Chen Xun's life unless the latter transgressed these rules. Yet, if Chen Xun consented and subsequently lost the game, and if his opponent lacked sufficient funds to settle the debt, then he could indeed claim Chen Xun's heart. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal." With that, he tossed a stack of money onto the chessboard, an impressive sum of 10,000 ghost coins. Elder, shall we play a few more rounds? Elder, are you not interested in gambling? Elder, shall we continue? The elder was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xun's words. Especially upon seeing the money, he felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Where did this young man acquire such a vast amount of ghost coins? Moreover, his chess skills were among the finest in this very city, which left the elder feeling perplexed. Elder? Noticing the elder's momentary stupor, Chen Xun gently called out, "Very well. Let us proceed. However, let us raise the stakes. How about 10,000 ghost coins per game?" The elder thought to himself that after presenting this sum, the young man should have no further coins left. Considering the impressive chess prowess displayed moments earlier, he felt confident of victory. Once the young man had lost all his ghost coins, he would be able to extract and keep his heart as a trophy. Upon hearing the elder's proposal, Chen Xun nodded eagerly. Of course, that sounds splendid. To Chen Xun's astonishment, spending money to play chess with the elderly gentleman was indeed a legitimate form of consumption. However, he was unable to raise the stakes himself. He found himself wishing the old man would wager more. Before long, Chen Xun engaged in several matches with the elder, each time producing funds to offer. The old man gazed at him with wide eyes, astonished at the continuous flow of money from Chen Xun. He pondered, just how affluent could this young man be? Old man, let us play another game. Chen Xun, undeterred by his losses, grew increasingly bold. The elder had never encountered anyone quite like him before. With a sly smile, the old man remarked, "Young man, after so many rounds, you have yet to secure a single victory. My companions here can hardly bear to witness this. They suggest we increase the stakes. How about we wager your heart this time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xun's expression stiffened. "Old man, if you propose such a wager, I shall decline to play. Spending money to engage in a game is one thing, but wagering one's life is entirely unacceptable." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from the old man. "Young man, I have but one request at this moment. Are you truly unwilling to oblige me? Is this the level of service one can expect at your establishment?" Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Could it be that they were about to breach the rules? He responded, "It is not that I refuse to play. Rather, your stakes are simply too low. My heart is worth far more than that." Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily taken aback. and the sinister aura surrounding him dissipated significantly. What kind of items can serve as stakes? Chen Xun inquired. As you have seen, I lost around 100,000 ghost coins to you. Thus, my life should be worth more than a mere 100,000 ghost coins. If you wish to continue this game of chess, you must present something of greater value than that amount. This was also a strategic delay on Chen Xun's part. He wagered that the old man possessed no ghostly artifacts of such immense worth. Should Chen Xun decline to play, it would be no fault of his own. The elder furrowed his brow at these words. After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally scowled and produced a black finger from his garments, exuding a thick aura of ghostly energy. Young man, what do you think of this? It is the most precious item I possess. Far exceeding the value of 100,000 ghost coins, the elder remarked with a smile, clearly cherishing this object. At that moment, Ying interjected, Boss, I desire this item. If you can acquire it, I will grant you an additional condition. Chen Xun was taken aback, realizing that Ying's strength had indeed diminished. Could this finger restore some of his power? Chen Xun nodded. Very well, old man, I shall engage you in another match. The elder immediately broke into a smile. Although this item was dear to him, his skill in chess assured him that he could never lose to Chen Xun. Today, he was determined to claim Chen Xun's heart. At that instant, Chen Xun activated a skill card and selected the Ghost skill. Upon completing the first dungeon, he had obtained 3 skill cards. During the second game, a card was utilized to enhance his painting skills. Now, with another card expended, only 1 remained. Soon, he turned his gaze toward the elder. Elder, please proceed first. Chen Xun suggested, and the old man, without hesitation, placed a black piece upon the board. A few minutes later, Chen Xun remarked, Elder, I thank you for your graciousness. Unsurprisingly, he emerged victorious in this round of chess. How is this possible? The elder stared at the board, incredulity etched upon his visage. Moments ago, Chen Xun had appeared as a novice, continually losing to him. Having played against numerous beginners, the elder was convinced that Chen Xun's previous losses were genuine. How could it be that in such a brief span, his skills had improved so dramatically? Chen Xun observed the bewildered elder and stated, Elder, one must accept the outcome of a wager. He then glanced at the finger the elder had produced. This item held significant value for the shadows. Although the elder was reluctant, he ultimately surrendered the finger to Chen Xun, saying, Young man, your chess skills are commendable. Shall we engage in another match? This time, I propose we wager that very finger against the ghost money you just lost to me. Chen Xun nodded in agreement. Minutes later, the elder yielded once more. He had lost again. At this moment, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed the elder's face. He glanced at the air beside Chen Xun and exclaimed, You old fellows, do not laugh. Afterward, he focused his attention back on Chen Xun, saying, Young man, you are putting on an act, are you not? Do you dare to face me in yet another game? With that, the elder produced a collection of spectral items as stakes. Once again, he wagered that single finger. A few minutes later, the old man lost again. Subsequently, he faced a series of defeats. Bewildered, he gazed at the chessboard. How could this be? How could I have lost again? He looked at Chen Xun and said, Young man, let us play another game. Chen Xun shook his head. Old man, you no longer possess anything to stake as a wager. At that moment, the elderly gentleman realized that he had already gambled away all his possessions to Chen Xun. It dawned on him that he had become carried away, even losing his entire retirement savings. Did this mean he no longer had money for tomorrow's lodging, and would be cast out onto the streets as a vagrant? Chen Xun smiled and remarked, However, old man, I have no need for your belongings. I only require this single finger. You should really gamble less in the future. With that, Chen Xun took the black finger and prepared to exit the room. It was only then that the old man regained his composure. Wait, he exclaimed, handing Chen Xun a black card. It bore an address. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at this location. I owe you a favor. Eager to escape, Chen Xun sighed deeply as he exited room 4. Although the occupant of room 4 appeared less peculiar, Chen Xun was acutely aware that this individual posed a far greater danger than the fellow in room 4. Had he not possessed the skill card, he might have already met his demise there. Indeed, in the realm of horror, the more seemingly normal a place appears, the more abnormal it truly is. At this juncture, Shadow's form drifted away from Chen Xun, wearing a look of deference. It was then that Chen Xun tossed the finger he had won from the old man to Shadow. Thank you, boss, Shadow exclaimed, eagerly swallowing the finger whole. Intrigued, Chen Xun inquired, What is this finger? After consuming it, a dense aura of dark, ghostly energy began to emanate from Shadow, ultimately coalescing in its hand. Shadow's hand solidified, exuding an even more formidable presence of ghostly energy. Boss, this is the finger of a ghost king. Consuming it bestows significant benefits upon a ghost. I used to disdain such things, but now, in light of my diminished strength, it has become somewhat useful. Noticing the intensified ghostly energy surrounding Shadow, Chen Xun was taken aback. The notion of a ghost king was easily comprehensible. It likely referred to those exceptionally powerful spirits. Chen Xun's gaze shifted towards room 4. 2. Ever since that female player had entered the room, it seemed she had not emerged again. Had she perished within? Meanwhile, a male player from the same floor as Chen Xun exited his last service room. Although he appeared unscathed, his pallor indicated he had encountered a particularly formidable ghost. He cast a wary glance at Chen Xun before descending the stairs. After completing their tasks, players would gain the freedom to roam. Chen Xun pondered about Chen Sheng's situation. Chen Xun reflected to himself, contemplating a visit. After all, it was his comrade's inaugural venture into the realm of horror games, and a sense of concern lingered within him. At this very moment, on the 3rd floor, Chen Sheng was meticulously tending to the floor of his designated room. Beside him stood a drenched specter, its pallid visage and swollen form suggesting it had been submerged for far too long. Water continuously dripped from its body onto the floor, hinting at a ghost of one who had perished by drowning. Mouse, you've been scrubbing this floor for an eternity. Why is it still not clean? Should there be any puddles remaining before my respite, you shall not depart, the drowned ghost remarked, its face adorned with a sinister grin as it scrutinized Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng's countenance turned ashen, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety, yet he endeavored to mask it. Chen Xun had advised him to remain composed in the presence of spirits, as long as one adhered to the rules that could not inflict harm. Nevertheless, despite the sound counsel, trepidation gnawed at him. Dear guest, it shall be done momentarily, Chen Sheng reassured, as he wiped away the droplets beneath the specter's feet. Yet, almost immediately, fresh droplets began to descend anew. You just assured me it would be done shortly, yet considerable time has elapsed, the drowned ghost retorted. I shall grant you another 5 minutes. Should it remain unsatisfactory, my patience will wear thin. Very well, please bear with me a moment longer. Chen Sheng replied hastily, nearly losing his grip on the dripping cloth as he wrung it into a nearby bucket before resuming his efforts. However, despite his relentless scrubbing, the floor remained stubbornly damp. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the droplets on the specter seemed to be inexhaustible. A dense aura of malevolence permeated the air. Mouse, your movements are far too sluggish. I ought to cast you into the bathtub to feed my little ones. Hearing the words of the drowned ghost, Chen Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. He had recently visited the bathroom, where the bathtub was filled with a viscous black liquid. Strands of hair and various decaying flesh bobbing grotesquely on the surface. The sight was utterly repulsive. Most disturbingly, something appeared to be stirring at the bottom of the water. Chen Sheng understood that if he were to be thrown into that bathtub, his fate would be dire. This was the realm of horror, truly terrifying. He felt an urge to weep, yet the sheer terror rendered him incapable of shedding tears. In his heart, there was only an abyss of fear. At that moment, a shroud of dark malevolence had completely ensnared him, making even the act of breathing laborious, akin to a drowning individual. His mind was a blank slate, and he could almost visualize himself being devoured by whatever lurked beneath the water. Yet, in that instant, a thought struck him. Chen Xun had previously bestowed upon him a considerable amount of ghost money, claiming it was the currency within this terrifying game. If there existed any unsolvable predicament, one could utilize this ghost money to negotiate a resolution. However, would this formidable specter truly be swayed by such means? The apparition before him was so fearsome that it hardly seemed amenable to monetary persuasion. Regardless, Chen Xing resolved to give it a try. Upon entering the game, each player was granted a personal space to store their belongings. At this moment, a thought crossed Chen Xing's mind, and a stack of ghostly coins materialized in his hand from the depths of the gaming realm. He felt the chilling temperature of the coins against his skin. Sir, I can offer compensation, he said, uncertain of how to communicate with the specter, merely uttering the words of recompense while raising his hand. The coins, exuding an aura of otherworldliness, came into view of the drowned spirit. The spirit was momentarily taken aback, then the eerie energy around it retracted instantly. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it fixated on the coins. Are these all meant to be compensation for me? The drowned spirit inquired, seemingly perplexed by how a mere human could possess such a vast quantity of ghostly currency. It appears to be worth over 10,000. Having regained his breath and the freedom of his body, Chen Xing replied, Yes, these coins are all for you. At that moment, he remained unaware of the immense allure these ghostly coins held for spirits. Previously, during the blood red train instance, Chen Xun had merely produced a single coin worth a mere $1, yet the spirits in the carriage had revealed fervent expressions at the sight. It was evident how significant these coins were to the spectral beings. Now, Qin Sheng casually produced an entire stack, leaving the drowned spirit utterly astonished, joyfully accepting the coins. The spirit exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, young brother, I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. Please do not take offense." The drowned spirit spoke with an air of politeness. 10,000 ghostly coins, while not an insignificant amount, were certainly not excessive either. What was most crucial was that this young man before him could easily use this sum to enlist the aid of powerful spirits to eliminate his own existence. He firmly believes that numerous spirits would be willing to engage in such endeavors. It would hardly require 10,000 ghost coins. Even 500 would suffice to entice many spirits to comply. After all, within this realm, spirit-slaying spirits bear no psychological burden, yet ghost coins are exceedingly rare. He is convinced that this seemingly unremarkable waiter before him could indeed produce 500 ghost coins. At this moment, it would be unwise to provoke a human possessing such wealth in ghost coins. At this juncture, Qin Sheng is even more astounded than the drowned spirit. He had previously heard from Chen Xun that ghost coins could resolve certain insurmountable issues within the horror world. However, he had not considered that these ghost coins could also garner polite treatment from spirits. Moreover, this is merely 10,000 ghost coins. In the real world, Qin Sheng is a scion of wealth, and 10,000 is but a trifling sum to him. At this moment, a bold thought crosses Qin Sheng's mind. He contemplates using money to belittle the spirit. In the past, he had successfully commanded the obedience of many materialistic individuals through wealth. Yet now he hesitates. After all, the entity before him is a spirit, and who knows when it might open its gaping maw to consume him. He yearns to escape this place swiftly. After a considerable time, he finally gathers the courage to address the drowning spirit, asking, "May I take my leave?" The spirit responds with a courteous smile, "Of course. Of course. From today onward, you shall be my good brother. If anyone bullies you here, do let me know, and I shall deal with them on your behalf." In the realm of the afterlife, those possessing ample amounts of ghostly currency wield significant power. To prevent Qin Sheng from using these coins to bargain for his life, this drowned specter resolved to cultivate a favorable rapport with him. After all, he was merely a first-tier ghost. Moreover, since the other party had offered money, it was clear they wished to avoid confrontation. Thus, he had neither the reason nor the necessity to eliminate Qin Sheng. Upon hearing the specter's words, Qin Sheng finally exhaled in relief, gathering his tools before vacating the room. He dared not linger for even a moment. Chen Xun had bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000 yuan, yet he had already expended 10,000 in the first room alone. Judging by the ghost's reaction, it was evident that these ghostly coins held immense significance. He often perused forums and was aware of their value in the mortal realm. That 10,000 ghostly coins could fetch a staggering 1 million yuan in reality, and even that was a rare find. His brother had shown him unparalleled generosity, gifting him such a fortune, 100,000 ghostly coins, equivalent to 10 million yuan in the outside world. It was undoubtedly a hard-earned sum for Chen. And now he had bestowed such a substantial amount upon him. This brother was truly worth his weight in gold. Just then, he noticed an individual approaching from the end of the corridor. Could it be Chen Xun? At that moment, Qin Sheng gazed at Chen Xun with a look of profound gratitude. "What is the matter?" Chen Xun inquired, puzzled, entirely unaware of Qin Sheng's previous contemplations. "It's nothing. Old Chen, I was just thinking of you," Qin Sheng replied. "Oh, spare me the sentimentality," Chen Xun retorted, slightly exasperated. Chen Xun was covered in goosebumps and inquired, "So, how did the mission go?" Qin Sheng nodded in response. "Initially, it was quite challenging. I encountered a drowned ghost, and it insisted that I clean the floor beneath it. However, after using the ghost money you provided, everything went smoothly." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun nodded in approval, saying, "That is reassuring." He had previously worried that Qin Sheng might inadvertently violate some rules due to panic, but it seemed that his companion was adapting well. Qin Sheng remarked, "Old Chen, I imagine these coins were hard-earned, weren't they?" Chen Xun smiled and replied, "Rest assured, you can use this ghost money as you see fit. However, remember to exercise caution and avoid letting other players know about the extent of your wealth in ghost coins. It could attract unnecessary trouble." Understanding Chen Xun's implication, Qin Sheng nodded. After conversing for a while longer, Chen Xun decided to head down to the hotel lobby to familiarize himself with the surroundings and scout for potential expenditures. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng had another guest in a different room to attend to. Chen Xun chose not to assist him. If the fog were to truly invade China, The bizarre entities within could only be vanquished by ghost tamers, who in turn could only elevate their levels through horror games. Thus, understanding the game rules was paramount for every player, and he could not remain perpetually by Chen Xun's side. Chen Xun needed to adapt on his own. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Chen Xun stepped onto the first floor. After wandering through the hall, he paused beneath a striking billboard, emblazoned in bold crimson letters with the words, "Countdown to the 8th land auction of the haunted city, for days remaining." Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Chen Xun's mind, "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new mission. Mission details, successfully auction a piece of land at the auction. Completion reward, the Duke of Wealth's safe." The Duke of Wealth's safe, once the most cherished possession of the Duke. Placing ghost coins or ghost cards within and retrieving them will yield double the ghost coins, usable once per day, with a limit of 5 billion. Failure penalty, consumption of ghost coins will reduce ghost energy by 5. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. Although he possessed a staggering 100 trillion ghost coins, he harbored concerns about potentially exhausting them one day. However, if he were to acquire this safe, would he not then have an inexhaustible source of wealth? Yet, the penalty for failing the mission was rather disconcerting. Fortunately, participating in the land auction simply required financial expenditure, something he lacked not at all. Glancing to the west, Chen Xun noticed a ghostly attendant clad in a suit and tie, albeit with skin of a vivid purple hue. He approached and inquired, "My friend, how does one participate in the land auction?" The ghostly attendant regarded Chen Xun with disdain, sensing the human essence emanating from him. "Get lost, rodent. To participate in the land auction, one must at least be a gold card member or belong to a certain echelon of ghostly nobility. What are you? Do you have any idea how much this piece of land costs? To become a gold card member, one must recharge no less than 500,000 ghost coins at the haunted hotel. In the entirety of Ghost City, there are hardly a handful of individuals capable of producing such an amount. Want to attend the auction? The annoying figure before me, this mouse-like creature, is merely indulging in a fantasy." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun chose not to dwell on it and inquired, "Where can one apply for this gold card membership?" His mood was somewhat elevated. It presented yet another opportunity to spend money. The ghostly attendant responded, "Second floor. Don't even think about it. A gold card membership requires a minimum recharge of 500,000 ghost coins. This is beyond your reach. Hurry back to work." Hearing the attendant's words, Chen Xun lowered his head in disappointment. However, to the attendant, it seemed as if Chen Xun was reflecting on his earlier bravado. After all, 500,000 ghost coins is no trifling sum. Not everyone can summon such wealth. Even if one did possess 500,000 ghost coins, it would be improbable to deposit the entirety into this establishment. Those who qualify as gold card members are invariably the affluent elite, possessing assets in the millions. Moreover, who among the wealthy would deign to work as a mere lowly servant here? The ghostly attendant noted the work uniform Chen Xun wore, which was of an even lower status than his own. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Xun made his way toward the elevator. The ghostly servant was taken aback. Could this mouse truly believe himself to be of noble birth? With the distinguished black gold membership in mind, the elevator doors chimed open, and Chen Xun arrived at the second floor of the haunted hotel. Aside from a few guest rooms, this area primarily serves as the hotel's office and dining space. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Xun walked for a while before spotting a door plate emblazoned with red letters, "Haunted Hotel Membership Service Center." Knocking gently, he heard a girl's voice from within, inviting him in. Surprised, Chen Xun pushed open the door and stepped inside. The office appeared quite simple, featuring only a desk, a comfortable set of sofas, and a tea table. Adorning the tea table were several glass jars containing various dried insects, all eerily identical. Finally, Chen Xun's gaze settled on a female ghost seated at the desk. She exhibited an unnaturally pale complexion, devoid of any hint of color. After all, having transformed into a ghost, it was improbable for her to retain any blood hue. The ghost was clad in tattered stockings, with the flesh beneath unmistakably visible. On her desk, she was meticulously constructing a small castle from what appeared to be bones, the origins of which remained ambiguous, whether human or animal. However, the castle seemed precariously balanced, and Chen Xun had an unsettling feeling that if she were to place another bone atop it, the structure would surely collapse. Suddenly, with a clatter, as the ghost added another bone, the castle indeed fell apart. "It's all your fault." At that moment, the ghost lifted her gaze to regard Chen Xun. Upon sensing the presence of the human Chen Xun and catching sight of his work attire, the expression on her face darkened ominously. "Cursed human, you have ravaged my castle. You shall pay for this. Chen Xun felt perplexed, bewildered by the unwarranted ire directed at him, for he had done nothing to provoke such a reaction. He turned his gaze towards the female spectre, who appeared rather youthful, scarcely in her 20s. Her pallid visage, however, still emanated the vibrancy of youth, albeit her attire exuded an air of mature elegance. Without further ado, Chen Xun produced a substantial stack of currency and placed it upon the desk. I wish to acquire a hotel membership. The sight of the money rendered the ghost momentarily speechless, her previously grim demeanor dissipating instantaneously. What tier of membership do you desire? She inquired. The ghostly hotel prided itself on exceptional service. Every member was treated as royalty. Faced with the offering of these ghostly coins, the spectre felt compelled to show Chen Xun due respect. What membership tiers do you offer, and what are their respective costs? Chen Xun asked, deducing from her words that the hotel likely provided options beyond just the golden membership. Regardless, he was determined to secure the most expensive tier available. The ghost replied, we offer silver, gold, platinum, and black gold memberships priced at 50,000, 500,000, 2 million, and 5 million ghostly coins, respectively. She refrained from elaborating further, clearly disinclined towards unnecessary dialogue. Chen Xun, intrigued, queried, what distinctions exist among these memberships? The female ghost remarked, as a silver member, you enjoy discounts at our hotel, while a gold member not only receives discounts, but also benefits from a complimentary special service each day. Before she could finish, Chen Xun interrupted. What privileges does a black gold member possess? The female ghost paused momentarily before responding. The black gold membership is the highest tier at our ghost hotel. In addition to a 50% discount on accommodation, it includes 2 complimentary special services daily. Furthermore, black gold members can make requests of any hotel staff, and even the most outrageous demands cannot be declined. Additionally, a black gold member will be personally greeted by the hotel manager upon arrival. Chen Xun felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about these numerous privileges. This meant that once he acquired the black gold membership, even the hotel manager would have to treat him with utmost respect. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a stack of ghostly currency from the system, creating a small mountain of it within the office. I would like to obtain a black gold membership, he declared. At that moment, even the female ghost stood in astonishment. The number of black gold members in their ghost hotel did not exceed 10, and they were predominantly esteemed nobles within the ghost city, each one more distinguished than the last. Their mere presence could instigate upheaval throughout the entire ghost city. Yet, here stood this individual, clad in the most basic uniform of the ghost hotel. She found it difficult to fathom any connection between him and those enigmatic aristocrats. However, this individual truly possesses ghostly currency, an astonishing sum of 5 million. In her entire life, she had never encountered such an abundance of spectral coins. The female spectre gazed at Chen Xun, her eyes reflecting a unique expression, and inquired, esteemed guest, might you kindly wait a moment? A guest of your distinguished caliber deserves to be attended to by our manager personally. Chen Xun furrowed his brow and replied, there is no need. You may assist me directly. The female spectre paused momentarily before acquiescing with a nod. She held a box that appeared to be an artifact of the supernatural. In a fleeting instant, the ghostly coins were consumed by the box. Though she maintained a facade of calmness, her heart raced with exhilaration. The hotel had a regulation stipulating that if she facilitated the acquisition of a black gold membership, she would earn a substantial commission and have the opportunity for promotion. The mere thought of that commission was enough to sustain her for several years. Ultimately, the female spectre opened the box and retrieved a card imbued with ethereal energy, presenting it to Chen Xun. Esteemed black gold card holder, this is your membership card. Chen Xun accepted the card, his gaze fixating on the spectre. She bent slightly, seemingly intentional, allowing Chen Xun to glimpse the alluring contours beneath her loose garments. Was she attempting to showcase her figure? Regrettably, despite her pleasing appearance, Chen Xun harbored no intentions of emulating Ning Kaichen. He took the black gold card and remarked, your attire is rather loose. Perhaps consider purchasing a smaller size in the future. Upon hearing this, the ethereal woman immediately rose, her gaze sultry as she looked at Chen Xun. My lord, she purred. With the possession of the black gold card, you may make any unreasonable demands of the hotel staff. Naturally, you may also direct your requests to me. I shall delight in fulfilling your desires. She introduced herself. I am Lu Lingling, showcasing her exquisite legs. Suddenly, Chen Xun recalled something and replied, very well. He began to remove his clothing. Lu Lingling's excitement surged. After all, he was a wealthy gentleman. If she could secure his favor, the future would be promising. Lost in her reverie, she was jolted when Chen Xun tossed his soiled work attire onto her. These clothes are rather dirty. Could you assist me by washing them? Surely. This card must be a forgery. Lu Lingling exclaimed, standing frozen in disbelief as she received the grimy garments. Her eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the situation. I was about to remove my pants, and you present me with this? Is this man truly indifferent to women? Is this request beyond your capabilities? Chen Xun inquired. An embarrassed expression crossed Lu Lingling's face. Of course not. Please, my lord, allow me a moment. Reluctantly, she took the clothes and exited. Ultimately, she arrived at the laundry room, tossing the garments into a rusted washing machine. The machine whirred to life, rumbling as it began its cycle. Leaning against the machine, Lu Lingling wore a furious expression, the cause of her ire remaining a mystery. What a perplexing individual he was. At last, Lu Lingling, filled with indignation, uttered a remark. Retrieving the clothes from the washing machine before striding towards her office. On her previously sorrowful visage, a gentle smile suddenly emerged. Sir, your garments have been washed and dried, she declared, entering with the neatly folded work attire. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement and donned the freshly cleaned uniform, which had earlier been marred by stains and unpleasant odors. It was now significantly improved. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, Chen Xun stated, turning to exit the room. Farewell, sir, Lu Lingling replied with a courteous bow. However, just as Chen Xun departed, she felt a sudden chill below, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at her legs. One of her torn stockings had mysteriously vanished. Stunned, Lu Lingling's lips curled into a peculiar smile. So the sir harbored such peculiar tastes? As for the subsequent events concerning Lu Lingling, Chen Xun remained oblivious. He descended to the first floor of the hotel, intent on inquiring once more about the land auction. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. And just as Chen Xun was about to step outside, the ghastly attendant from the advertisement blocked his path. Behind this eerie figure loomed a towering heap of black bags. Piled high like a small mountain, their contents an enigma. Upon noticing Chen Xun, the attendant's countenance darkened, a strange smile creeping across his lips as he remarked, Ah, just in time, servant. Please move these goods to the top floor. Chen Xun instinctively glanced at the heap of black bags behind the ghostly attendant. If he were to move them, he could not fathom how long it would take. Moreover, it was evident that this task fell squarely within the attendant's responsibilities. Was the specter trying to take advantage of him, compelling him to do his bidding? With a faint smile, Chen Xun replied, I'm afraid my tasks for today have already been completed. These are likely your responsibilities, so you should handle them yourself. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the ghostly attendant was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of the supernatural, humans were regarded as mere playthings, akin to swine, easily bullied and, should they dare to defy the rules, summarily dispatched without a second thought. When confronted by their kind, humans were often paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Much like mice before a predator. Yet, this particular human before him exhibited no hint of trepidation and even had the audacity to counter his words, which took him by surprise. However, he reminded himself that he was a ghost, while Chen Xun was but a mere human. His ingrained superiority complex had long since convinced him of his elevated status. With a cold glare, he addressed Chen Xun, saying, You insolent servant. It would be wise for you to understand your position. You are merely a level 1 attendant, while I am a level 2. At this moment, you are my subordinate. Therefore, you would do well to heed my commands and move these goods to the 5th floor. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to report your laziness to the manager. You are aware of the consequences, aren't you? Within the haunted hotel, the staff not only prioritized excellent service for their guests but also exhibited a pronounced sense of hierarchy. Chen Xun, currently serving as a waiter, was akin to a temporary worker, while the waitstaff were regarded as formal employees. Should a waiter lodge a complaint with the manager, although Chen Xun would not face life-threatening danger, he would undoubtedly encounter considerable difficulties. Moreover, as the adversary was human, the repercussions would certainly be even more severe. After articulating these thoughts, the ghostly waiter fixated coldly on Chen Xun, a sinister smile seemingly stretching from ear to ear. He appeared to anticipate Chen Xun's capitulation. Chen Xun smiled in return and addressed the ghostly waiter. I kindly ask you to temper your demeanor and mind your attitude. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to report you to your manager. Chen Xun's words evidently left the waiter momentarily stunned. This human waiter was undeniably audacious, daring to speak so defiantly even in such a precarious situation. Just as the waiter prepared to retort, he noticed Chen Xun producing a black card, imbued with an eerie aura. Waiter, I now demand that you single-handedly transport these goods to the top floor. Furthermore, I insist that you immediately vacate the area in front of the elevator and cease obstructing my path. Upon Chen Xun's declaration, the ghostly aura emanating from the black card seemed to ripple slightly. The moment the ghostly waiter laid eyes on the card, his mind went blank. He recognized it all too well. This was the black gold card of their haunted hotel. Guests possessing a black gold card were considered the most esteemed individuals within the establishment. When the esteemed guests with the black gold card arrive at the hotel, even the manager must personally come forth to greet them. Moreover, such guests are invariably members of the elite class, worth at least hundreds of millions. How could they be mere service staff? This card must be a counterfeit, the server harshly declared. To forge a black gold membership card for the Hotel of the Cursed. Are you courting death? However, Chen Xun merely regarded him with indifference and replied, whether it is genuine or not will be revealed if you defy my request. Seeing the calm demeanor on Chen Xun's face, the ghostly server felt a twinge of anxiety. He dared not take the risk. If Chen Xun's black gold card proved authentic, his current attitude would cost him his position. He might even find himself torn apart by the hotel manager on the spot. Ultimately, he bowed his head to Chen Xun, saying, I apologize, esteemed guest. It is my oversight. Please do not escalate this matter to the hotel manager. You may command me with any requests. After delivering his words, the ghostly server stepped aside, granting a wide path. Naturally, he would verify the authenticity of Chen Xun's black gold card with the hotel manager. Should it be discovered that the card was false, the manager would not require his intervention. The server would be dealt with most severely. You should wipe that drool from your lips, Chen Xun remarked as he exited the elevator. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to the ghostly server and inquired, by the way, how does one participate in the real estate auction? Is there a registration process? Almost forgetting his primary objective amidst the earlier interruption, Chen Xun refocused on the matter at hand. Having already obtained the hotel's prestigious black card, which is ostensibly more distinguished than the gold card, one would expect to meet the qualifications for participating in the auction. The startled attendant glanced at Chen Xun with a wary yet polite smile. Uncertain of the authenticity of the card in Chen Xun's possession, such a permit is not easily attainable, aside from a select few privileged nobles. One would require a strong recommendation from a well-connected aristocrat to obtain such documentation. Otherwise, acquiring permission would be virtually impossible. The attendant was well-versed in this matter and promptly elucidated the details to Chen Xun. Nodding in understanding, Chen Xun replied, All right, I comprehend. At this juncture, Chen Xun had gained a certain insight into the land auction. However, he was still taken aback by the existence of an official-like institution such as the real estate temple within this terrifying realm. He had previously assumed that power alone governed this world, where one could seize territories without any semblance of regulation. Now, Chen Xun realized his understanding of this eerie world was still woefully inadequate. Yet, he was unaware of any ghostly nobles from whom he might procure a recommendation. Just as he found himself in a quandary, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Would the host like to purchase a recommendation from the system? As it spoke, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Chen Xun, displaying the prices for various noble recommendations. Naturally, the more powerful and renowned the aristocrat, the steeper the price. Chen Xun was left in a state of astonishment. Is this system truly so user-friendly, responding to every need? However, Chen Xun did not delve deeper. He scrolled the panel to the very bottom and, without a second glance, purchased the most expensive recommendation book before striding out of the hotel. Now, he merely needed to visit the real estate temple to obtain the necessary permits to participate in the auction. His work for the day was complete, leaving him with ample time for leisure. Upon stepping outside the hotel, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the chaotic and filthy streets. Initially, Chen Xun contemplated spritzing himself with the expired perfume of a young girl to mask his human scent. Yet, after some reflection, he realized he was now a level 5 spirit tamer, accompanied by Shadow. There was no longer any need to tread so cautiously around spirits. Should any ghost dare to provoke him, he could easily teach them a lesson. The Chen Xun of today was no longer the Na'vi individual who first entered this terrifying world. He understood that to thrive in this realm, one must instill fear in the spirits. Thus, without a care in the world, Chen Xun walked boldly down the street. Though he was unaware of the precise location of the real estate temple, he knew that taxis did exist in this eerie world. Approaching the roadside, he felt the penetrating gaze of passing spirits, many of whom had drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. He noticed several spirits clutching baskets filled with various writhing maggots and insects, and even a pair of human feet. Such is the nature of this horrifying world, where humans appear to these spirits merely as ingredients. At this moment, Chen Xun traversed the street like a wild boar wandering into the thoroughfare of the real world. Instead, he pondered how to prepare the wild boar in an exquisitely delectable manner. At that moment, Chen Xun profoundly grasped this sensation. A faint aura of ghostly energy emanated from him. On the streets of this eerie world, vehicles surged past, appearing as if they were fashioned from mere paper, as though a gust of wind could easily whisk them away. Chen Xun's gaze fell upon a small black car approaching him, its roof adorned with the flickering words "empty car." He waved, and the vehicle came to a halt. Surely, this must be a taxi in this haunting realm. Driver. To the real estate temple, Chen Xun instructed, then opened the door and settled into the front seat. The ghostly driver regarded him with an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, the rear door swung open and closed. Driver, I am also heading to the real estate temple. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Xun caught a glimpse of the ghastly figure in the back seat, a body of decaying flesh, one eye grotesquely dangling from its socket. At that moment, the rotting specter fixed a chilling gaze upon Chen Xun, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Young man, we are all bound for the same destination. I trust you won't mind sharing this ride with me? Chen Xun chose to remain silent. The car began to move, seemingly without concern from the ghostly driver. This was Chen Xun's inaugural glimpse of the bustling metropolis within this terrifying world. The sky remained shrouded in a misty haze, and the city's architecture appeared desolate. Ghosts ambled along the streets, absorbed in their own thoughts, and while there were many apparitions, the cacophony was surprisingly subdued. The scent within the vehicle was not particularly pleasant, yet it was not overwhelmingly foul either. The seat was rather uncomfortable, making Chen Xun feel as though he were perched upon a rigid cardboard box. Prominently displayed at the front of the vehicle was a white sign emblazoned with the words, "Smoking prohibited inside the vehicle." Accompanied by 3 exclamation marks, the message was unmistakable. Chen Xun also noticed that the decayed specter behind him was fixated on him with its lone remaining eye, remaining utterly motionless throughout. Suddenly, a peculiar and jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. 2 passengers, we have arrived. The fare is 15 hell coins. Chen Xun tossed 2 coins to the ghostly driver before disembarking, while the rotting specter followed suit. As the taxi drove away, the decay-ridden figure called out, "Young man, what a fateful encounter. My home is nearby. Would you care to visit? I assure you, it's quite a spectacle." Chen Xun cast a frosty glance at the ghastly apparition and retorted, "Get lost." To his surprise, the decayed spirit responded with a chilling grin. Such rudeness from a young man. That's rather unbecoming. With that, a thick, malevolent aura began to emanate from the specter, drifting toward Chen Xun as if seeking to envelop him. Just then, a translucent figure emerged from within Chen Xun's body. The rotting ghost's eyes widened in terror as it beheld this apparition, which towered over it by at least twice its height. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably. The specter was baffled by its own involuntary shivering, desperately attempting to regain control, yet realizing, to its dismay, that it had lost all command over its own form. It was as if he had encountered some terrifying entity, akin to experiencing a suppression of his very bloodline. In this moment, the translucent figure before him was undeniably a mouse. Subsequently, he beheld this spectral apparition, towering over him at least twice his height, breaking into a grin as it remarked, "Little one, you might want to wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth." This was yet another spirit, a rotting ghost, who appeared somewhat bewildered. With its solitary eye quivering slightly, he could distinctly sense the presence of this ghost. Both the quality of its spectral energy and its level surpassed his own by a considerable margin. An immediate realization dawned upon him. This ghost was not to be trifled with. It was not merely the human before him that posed a threat. Then, a gentle smile graced the rotting visage of the ghost. "My dear brother, I was merely jesting with you earlier. There was no ill intent." Panic set in. Chen Xun turned to face the decaying spirit and said, "It seems you neglected to pay the fare. Therefore, this ride has cost me my money." Upon hearing this, the rotting ghost instantly comprehended the implication. "Ah, money is but a trivial matter." As he spoke, the ghost fished out a paper ghost money bill worth 1 yuan from the tattered pocket of its decrepit clothing and handed it to Chen Xun. "Brother, let us split the fare. You need not reimburse me for the excess." The rotting ghost displayed a countenance more grotesque than sorrow itself. As he gazed upon the spectral figure, his body involuntarily trembled. All he wished for at that moment was to depart this place as swiftly as possible. However, Chen Xun seemed disinclined to let him depart so easily. With a slight furrow in his brow, he remarked, I distinctly remember giving that driver a fare of 1,000 ghost coins. By your own estimation, rounding it up, you owe me 1,000 ghost coins." Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the decayed spirit was momentarily taken aback. This was nothing short of blatant extortion. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed this fellow paying a mere 15 ghost coins. Furthermore, the rounding up was utterly preposterous. "Young man, are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" "The fare was 15 ghost coins, not 1,000, he protested. Chen Xun replied with unwavering confidence, "No, it was indeed 1,000. Clearly, this was an act of blatant extortion." Meanwhile, the shadow spirit beside him began to emanate a more intense aura. "Are you suggesting my boss is not of sound mind? Hand over the fare immediately." Seizing the opportunity to assert himself, he would not let it slip away. The decayed spirit, upon hearing this, felt an ominous sense of dread wash over him. It appeared he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. He yearned to argue, to resist. Yet the oppressive aura radiating from the spirit before him warned him that failing to produce the coins Chen Xun demanded would lead to dire consequences. His ghostly existence hung precariously in the balance. Now, the decayed spirit found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances. He began to pat down his decayed form, ultimately managing to procure only 56 ghost coins. "Young man, this is all I have on me. Could you possibly show some leniency?" For Chen Xun, this meager sum was scarcely worth his time. Nevertheless, he accepted it. He could not tolerate the malevolent spirits that plagued humanity. Ultimately, Chen Xun chose to remain silent, casting his gaze upon the building inscribed with Real Estate Temple and stepping inside. The decayed spirit behind him sighed in relief, as if experiencing a sense of survival after a calamity. Upon entering the Real Estate Temple, he found it strikingly similar to the mundane offices of the real world, though the walls bore more stains and the furniture appeared even more dilapidated. Within the hall, numerous spirits occupied the exceedingly rotten wooden tables and chairs. As Chen Xun entered, a multitude of eyes turned towards him, their faces contorted with malice and avarice. Some spirits licked their lips, drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. Those who frequented the Real Estate Temple were typically spirits of slightly higher rank or even the servants of nobility. At that moment, Chen Xun's spectral aura only faintly emanated, surprising them but failing to instill fear. Behind the counter, two spirits clad in work attire also noticed Chen Xun's arrival, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They wondered how a human could dare enter such a place. Was he not afraid of death? Their confusion deepened. This was indeed a realm for spirits, and they marveled at the audacity of this fragile human. Soon, a glimmer of amusement danced in their eyes. After a tedious day of work, it seemed they had finally encountered something intriguing. Their gaze shifted to the spirits waiting outside, filled with anticipation. Uncertain of how these specters would react upon encountering humanity, Chen Xun observed their gaze within the grand hall, yet chose not to dwell on it. Instead, his attention was drawn to a metallic contraption, a ticket dispenser. Surprisingly, it appeared that one needed to take a number and queue here. Approaching the machine, Chen Xun's fingers danced over the flickering screen, selecting the option for real estate bidding. However, the machine remained unresponsive. Then, a disdainful voice emanated from the device. Little ghost. Scram. This is not a place for you." The screen illuminated with eyes and a mischievous grin. Chen Xun was taken aback. Another machine spirit, transformed into an uncanny entity? Having navigated through two scenarios, he had gleaned a general understanding of these animated apparatuses. These spirits were of low rank and rather repulsive, seemingly reluctant to bully the denizens of the horror realms, instead directing their scorn towards humans, whom they deemed inferior. Upon encountering a human, they resorted to various forms of harassment. Nevertheless, Chen Xun had amassed considerable experience in dealing with such entities. He retrieved a bloody brick from his system space, weighing it in his hand. The ticket machine spirit's expression froze upon seeing it. In an instant, a chainsaw materialized in Chen Xun's grasp. He flashed a wicked smile at the machine spirit. The chainsaw roared to life, emitting a cacophonous noise, instantly instilling fear in the heart of the ticket machine spirit. "Brother, do not act impulsively. I was merely jesting with you moments ago." The ticket machine spirit quickly pleaded for mercy, ejecting a slip of paper from its interior. Upon receiving the slip, Chen Xun finally stowed away the chainsaw. At that moment, the ticket machine spirit had begun to harbor a flicker of fear towards Chen Xun. Indeed, this individual was fierce and spoke little. The mere act of wielding a ghostly instrument was enough to instill dread. Who among the spirits would not feel intimidated? The chainsaw that Chen Xun had brandished earlier evoked an unsettling sensation within them. Their collective thought was singular. This human was not to be trifled with. "Ah, what a bunch of cowards," Ing remarked, having observed the reactions of the spirits in the hall. He had initially anticipated another opportunity to shine. Yet these spirits seemed to be growing increasingly wary. However, the two spirits behind the counter displayed a non-committal demeanor. The pair consisted of one male and one female spirit. The male spirit turned to the female spirit and chuckled. "This human is rather intriguing. Let us see how I might toy with him. Boss, it appears we have encountered a predicament. It is merely a human ghost master. There is nothing to fear," remarked a spirit at the counter, adorned with a golden watch. His body was marred with corpse-like spots, and the watch on his wrist seemed to have ceased ticking. In the realm of the real estate temple, they held a position of great esteem. Even the nobility treated them with deference. After all, they governed the entirety of the Ghost City South real estate, and those nobles wishing to acquire land must seek their approval. Moreover, the being before them was but a feeble human, ripe for exploitation. Number 34. The corpse-spotted spirit called out shortly thereafter. Chen Xun glanced at the yellowed paper in his hand, upon which the number 34 was inscribed. He approached the counter of the corpse-speckled ghost and took a seat. Through the dusty, yellowed glass window, Chen Xun observed the ghost gazing at him with an unsettling stare. "What business do you wish to conduct?" The corpse-speckled ghost inquired, revealing a set of teeth encrusted with grime, forming a grotesque smile. The spirits in the hall, awaiting their turn, turned their attention toward him, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. The atmosphere in the hall grew eerily silent, tension palpable in the air. Chen Xun too sensed the oddity but chose to disregard it. He retrieved a letter of recommendation from his system space and handed it to the corpse-speckled ghost. "I wish to apply for the permit for land auction," he stated. The ghost chuckled coldly, pushing the letter aside. "You will need to wait until all the spirits here have completed their business," it said, gesturing toward the back where several ghosts languished on decaying chairs in the waiting area. They had arrived slightly later than Chen Xun and were queued behind him. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xun realized that this ghost was deliberately obstructing him. "Could you make an exception?" he implored, laying 5 100 ghost coin bills upon the table. Matters that could be resolved with money need not resort to violence. Most importantly, this would also yield him some ghostly energy. As for what would transpire afterward, Chen Xun was well aware that such funds were not easily relinquished. The corpse-speckled ghost stared in astonishment at the offerings of ghost coins. Moreover, during his previous employment, he had never received such generous tips. The clients he usually encountered were predominantly miserly nobles or their subservient lackeys. Encountering someone so magnanimous was indeed a novel experience for him. He chuckled softly as he tucked away the paper money. However, the moment he recalled that his counterpart was merely a human, a cold smirk crept across his lips. He instructed, "Wait at the back. Once these spirits have concluded their business, you may approach." It then dawned on him that this was nothing more than a feeble human. Why should he extend courtesy? Chen Xun's expression hardened as he inquired, "You accept payment yet refuse to perform the task?" The corpse-spotted ghost erupted into laughter. "Ha, a mere mouse." The ghost refrained from further elaboration, yet the glint in its eyes revealed a sense of amusement directed at Chen Xun. Chen Xun inwardly declared his resolve. He had initially believed that spending a little money would suffice to ensure amicable dealings. However, with such entities as these, excessive forbearance would only encourage them to become more audacious. It was only through decisive action that they would learn to comply. "Understood, boss." Just as the shadow's voice resonated, a dark silhouette began to unfurl from Chen Xun's being, morphing into a swirling black mist that seeped through the glass window. Subsequently, a semi-transparent figure materialized behind the corpse-spotted ghost, and a hand forcefully pressed its head down onto the floor. "Little ghost, you accepted our boss's money and yet behave in this manner. How ungracious of you." The shadow grinned. At last, an opportunity to showcase its prowess had arrived. Sensing the aura emanating from the shadow, along with the weight of its ghostly presence, the corpse-spot ghost was momentarily taken aback. He realized that the shadow was perilously close to reaching the 8th level. His eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not only he, but even the other specters observing in the hall were stirred by a tempest of emotions. An 8th-level ghost in the realm of horror was considered a pinnacle entity, potentially poised to become a formidable lieutenant of a ghostly sovereign, capable of commanding thousands of ghostly troops. Yet, this ghost was bowing before a mere human. Referring to him as boss? This ghost was subservient to this human? They also discerned that although the shadow was approaching the 8th level, the quality of its ghostly essence surpassed that of an ordinary ghost at that level. Its previous strength had been even greater. And now, it was obeying the commands of that seemingly feeble human in the hall. The other ghosts inhaled sharply, gazing at Chen Xun with a mix of trepidation and respect. Though they were unaware of how this seemingly frail human had achieved such an extraordinary feat, it was evident that none of the ghosts dared to underestimate Chen Xun any longer. At the counter, the corpse spot ghost was firmly pinned down by the shadow, whose ghostly aura enveloped the space. The ghostly essence within the corpse spot ghost felt as if a rubber stopper had been forcefully shoved into a flowing faucet, completely obstructing its release. "Damn human, you shall pay for your current actions," the corpse spot ghost seethed, intending to utter more, only to find its mouth silenced. The shadow remarked, "Allowing you to speak was my oversight." Having spoken, Ing turned to Chen Xun and inquired, "Boss, how should we handle this?" Chen Xun disregarded the corpse-speckled ghost and approached its colleague, the female specter. After all, he still needed to secure the auction land permit, and offending everyone would be unwise. As long as the other party learned a lesson, that would suffice. The female ghost finally regained her composure and pressed a red button before her. A peculiar sound emanated, causing Chen Xun to furrow his brow slightly. Subsequently, a dense aura of ghostly energy began to permeate the air, seemingly more potent than that of Ing. Chen Xun then glanced towards the glass window, where a completely blackened ghost emerged from the wall, approaching Ing from behind, who was causing a disturbance in the real estate temple. This was a middle-aged man, his emaciated arms adorned with countless eyes that blinked unsettlingly. The moment he appeared, he noticed Ing and the corpse-speckled ghost being subdued against the counter. His brow knitted in concern as he reached out towards Ing. Instinctively, Ing stepped back, evading the eye-covered hand, yet was compelled to release the corpse-speckled ghost. "You." Ing glared menacingly at the ghost whose hands were covered in eyes. Sensing the presence of an 8th-level specter emanating from it, an exceedingly formidable entity. Observing this scene, Chen Xun's brow furrowed further as he inquired, "Ing, what is the situation?" Ing replied, "Boss, it seems we are in trouble. The temple master, why has he become so timid? Can this situation be resolved?" Chen Xun inquired, sensing the formidable presence of the ghost before him, which seemed even more powerful than that of the Shadow City. The shadow responded, "Boss, I believe I can contend with him equally. However, should you wish to escape, he would undoubtedly be unable to stop you." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he still yearned to secure the real estate auction permit. Otherwise, he might have to seek out another city to auction land, merely to fulfill this system task. At the very moment the ghost manifested, the other spirits present in the hall were rendered speechless. This was the temple master of the real estate temple. It was unexpected that he would even make an appearance. Even with a nearly level 8 ghost as a servant, this human seemed doomed. It was said that this fierce ghost was once a general under the domain of the Ghost King, renowned for his extraordinary ghostly powers and his significant contributions to the conquest of the Ghost City. Particularly notable were the multitude of eyes covering his hands, which appeared to possess unique abilities. Rumors suggested that when all those eyes turned red, he could stand against even a Ghost King. Furthermore, it was whispered that this temple master had indeed slain an injured Ghost King in the past, underscoring the terrifying extent of his prowess. However, due to sustaining minor injuries while assisting the Ghost King in seizing the city, he was relegated to the position of temple master at the Dizong Temple, where he now resides. Beyond his formidable strength, the temple master's background was also immensely powerful, having once been a subordinate of a Ghost King. In this haunted city, those who dared to provoke the temple master have essentially vanished without a trace. Even the spirits that caused disturbances in the real estate temple have met a similar fate. Thus, when the temple master emerged, they believed that Chen Xun was doomed. After all, no matter how formidable a human might be, could they possibly rival a powerful Ghost King? At that moment, the temple master turned to the corpse-spotted ghost, previously pinned against the counter by Shadow, and inquired, "What is the situation here?" The corpse-spotted ghost glanced at Chen Xun and Shadow, revealing a smug, cold smile. Then, addressing the temple master, it said, "Master, this fellow merely sought a permit for land auction, but chose to cut in line and cause a ruckus. I instructed him to wait his turn. Yet he unleashed this ghost upon me. He is showing you a blatant lack of respect." The corpse-spotted ghost cast a furtive glance at Shadow. Although it recognized Shadow's strength, it still questioned whether he could outmatch the temple master. Even if the master were unable to contend, he had the formidable Ghost King backing him. In the presence of the Ghost King, these two would surely face annihilation. "You little ghost, are you lying? Do you wish to lose your tongue?" Shadow glared fiercely at the corpse-spotted ghost. In his prime, he would have feared neither the temple master nor even a Ghost King. Now, even when confronted by the temple master, he was confident he could ensure Chen Xun's safe escape. At this moment, the temple master regarded Shadow with a dark and brooding gaze. He had no interest in uncovering the truth. Here, he was the embodiment of the law. Regardless of how egregious the actions of the corpse-spotted ghost were, he would lean in its favor, particularly since his opponent was merely a human. When will the specters speak of fairness to humankind? He cast a cold glance at Ing and Chen Xun, stating, to obtain the permit for the land auction, an endorsement from a noble is required. Should you cause any disturbances without one, I may be compelled to display your head at the entrance of the real estate temple as a warning to others. Otherwise, any specter may feel emboldened to create chaos here, and that would be intolerable. The temple master refrained from taking immediate action, recognizing that those seeking the land auction permit typically possess some noble lineage. While he held no fear of Chen Xun, he still felt the need to show respect to those nobles. Of course, if the noble behind Chen Xun were not formidable, he might even consider imparting a lesson. Temple Master, here is the endorsement. The corpse-marked specter interjected, handing over the document Chen Xun had previously presented, even before Chen Xun could speak. In this city of ferocious spirits, no noble that the Temple Master could not contend with had yet to be born, which emboldened his arrogance. After all, even the most prominent nobles were obliged to show some deference to the Temple Master. Moreover, spirits inherently loathe humans. A person like Chen Xun certainly lacked the connections of those great nobles. At best, he could be deemed a minor noble. Yet even a minor noble could be easily dispatched by the Temple Master, particularly since the individual before him was not a noble at all. Upon receiving the endorsement, the Temple Master fell into a stunned silence, fixated on the name inscribed upon it, along with the distinctive symbol of the noble family, the Chen family. It turns out to be that clan. After confirming the authenticity of the recommendation letter, the temple leader's mind momentarily went blank. After a considerable pause, he turned to Chen Xun with a smile and said, "Young brother, it seems we have neglected our duties. I hope you will not take offense. You wish to obtain the auction permit for the land? Allow me to assist you with that." At that moment, Chen Xun was taken aback by the sudden shift in the scene. What was happening? How could the temple leader's demeanor change so drastically upon seeing the recommendation letter? Soon, Chen Xun grasped the situation. When he purchased the recommendation letter from the system, he had opted for the most expensive one. Thus, the endorser of this letter must be an exceptionally influential noble, someone to the extent that even the temple leader felt apprehensive. Was this the reason for the unfolding scene? However, the corpse-spotted ghost remained oblivious, staring at the temple leader in confusion and asking, "Temple leader, what is going on? This is merely a human." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the temple leader suddenly delivered a powerful punch to the corpse-spotted ghost. Chunks of decaying flesh fell from the ghost's body, rendering him speechless. He gazed at the temple leader in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. What power did this human possess that prompted such courtesy from the temple leader? Even the Ghost King would not receive such treatment, would he? The other ghosts in the hall, drawn to the commotion, displayed expressions of bewilderment. What exactly had occurred? Why is the temple master treating this human with such courtesy? Even injuring an employee working at the real estate temple? At this moment, everyone stood with their mouths agape, utterly bewildered. This nobleman hails from the city of fright. "Young man, the land auction permit has already been processed," the temple master said, politely handing a piece of parchment to Chen Xun, which bore his unique ghostly aura. With this parchment in hand, Chen Xun would be able to traverse any part of the ghostly city to participate in the land auction. Upon receiving the parchment, a sigh of relief escaped Chen Xun's lips. The procedures for the auction were nearly complete. He simply awaited the auction day to secure the land. Earlier, had the temple master chosen to intervene, Chen Xun had been prepared to wield the devouring ring. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, it ultimately proved to be fortuitous. After acquiring the parchment, Chen Xun had no intention of lingering. He cast a disdainful glance at the temple master and remarked, "Little ghost, had you encountered me at the height of my power, you would already be dead." With that, he drifted through the window of the counter and melded into Chen Xun's body. He discerned that the temple master was wary of Chen Xun's benefactor, which accounted for his audacity. Yet, he was also puzzled as to how a mere human could attract the attention of a formidable ghostly noble. Furthermore, the abundant spirit coins that seemed effortlessly at the nobleman's disposal led him to regard his employer's identity with newfound intrigue and mystery. Indeed, when Chen Xun and his companions successfully departed from this place, the temple master did not pursue any further conflict. Moreover, within the city of malevolent spirits, it seems that no noble would dare to provoke you. Why, then, do you still feel compelled to? At this juncture, The female ghost sensed that the subsequent words were inappropriate and refrained from continuing. Are you implying that I should not demean myself in servile flattery towards that human? After all, we are spirits, and formidable ones at that. Furthermore, we possess the backing of the king of malevolent spirits. Even the most powerful nobles in this realm should not warrant such deference. The temple master paused momentarily, and the female spirit nodded slightly, acknowledging her confusion. He then continued, however, Xiaoli, you must understand that the individual who introduced that human is not a noble from the city of malevolent spirits. Rather, it is from Jingdu. At this point, the temple master inhaled deeply, a hint of trepidation crossing his countenance. Moreover, the person who provided the letter of introduction possesses a background so formidable that it is beyond our comprehension. To put it plainly, should that introducer merely utter a word, not only I, but even 100 kings of malevolent spirits would be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, the female ghost's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, the temple master had always projected an aura of aloofness. This was the first time she witnessed such an expression from him. He continued, you must realize that most of these nobles utilize their letters of introduction as a means to profit from those spirits in need. However, this noble would not, for they are utterly devoid of financial constraints. Thus, it is certain that this human shares a significant connection with the noble. Otherwise, they would never have been granted a letter of recommendation. Yet, even the slightest association with the other party is beyond our capacity to contend with. Upon witnessing the human and that specter, the temple leader felt a flicker of doubt within. In the realm of horror, spirits inherently possess a profound sense of superiority when confronted by humans. Furthermore, how could such a high-ranking specter possibly enter into a contract with a mere human? Even if such an agreement were forged for some extraordinary reason, it is unlikely that the specter would exhibit such compliance. The spirit even referred to the human as boss, seemingly with great eagerness. The temple leader furrowed his brow. Everything seemed to fall into place. This human was anything but ordinary. Upon exiting the real estate temple, Chen Xun cast his gaze across the ghostly thoroughfare. Curiously, the spirits here appeared reticent, each warily eyeing one another. Soon, Chen Xun's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight in the center of the street, a young girl clad in a pink dress, clutching a small teddy bear in one hand. She skipped merrily along the pavement, a lollipop nestled in her mouth. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. The most astonishing revelation was that this little girl was, in fact, a human. Trailing behind her were several spirits, exuding a dense aura of ghostly energy. The surrounding specters, upon noticing her presence, instinctively parted ways in apprehension. The once congested road was suddenly cleared, revealing a vacant path. Was she a native of this eerie realm? Chen Xun furrowed his brow, for it appeared that the little girl was quite familiar with this unsettling world. How else could she so casually wander through such a frightful landscape? The moment Chen Xun laid eyes on her, she noticed him too. A look of surprise gracing her features. A fellow human with a unique lineage, the little girl murmured softly to herself, then disregarded him entirely. Making a swift turn into another alley, Chen Xun's gaze shifted to the specter trailing behind the girl, and he frowned. He pondered whether, should he forge contracts with numerous spirits, he could traverse the streets with the same audacity as within the confines of a gang. Although he stood upon the street, entry into the game still necessitated navigating through copies of the realm, each teeming with its own terrifying apparitions. If he were to bind 100 ghosts and unleash them upon the streets at night, would it not create a spectacle of 100 spirits marching together? Yet, such considerations were matters for another time. Chen Xun understood that even as a ghost master, the number of spirits he could contract was limited. Moreover, where would he find such a multitude of ghosts to bind to his will? Dismissing these thoughts, he hailed a taxi. This time, he allowed his shadow to emerge from his body, taking a seat in the front passenger area, while he settled into the back. The driver, a ghost, was considerably more compliant, exhibiting only a slight tremor in his hands while driving, with no other spirits attempting to hitch a ride. Shortly thereafter, a taxi came to a halt in front of the haunted hotel, and Chen Xun alighted and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a dark mist in the opposite residential building revealed blood-red eyes, which opened wide from within the shadows. Ultimately, that crimson gaze fixated intently on the direction of the haunted hotel. Time passed, and from the depths of the black fog, a mouth gradually formed, whispering softly, "Hee-hee." The sin of humanity. Returning to the haunted hotel, the lobby attendant cast a glance towards Chen Xun, a hint of surprise crossing his face. They had already taken note of Chen Xun when he left the hotel. A human recklessly wandering onto the street was essentially signing their own death warrant, for there were no rules to safeguard them in such a place. Ignoring the expressions of the specters in the lobby, Chen Xun directed his attention to Chen Xun, who was seated in a corner, appearing unperturbed in the rest area. Before him stood a ghostly attendant, coldly scrutinizing him. It was the very same that had previously tormented Chen Xun. Initially, Chen Xun felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon seeing Chen Xun, a wave of relief washed over him, dispelling much of the oppressive feeling within. Observing the ghostly presence and Chen Xun mused, "Has this fellow encountered trouble?" With this thought in mind, he slowly approached Chen Xing, inquiring, "Old Chen, what are you doing here?" Chen Xing cast a fearful glance at the attendant before him, who had been incessantly intimidating him moments ago. However, he remembered Chen Xun's words, "As long as one does not breach the rules, nothing untoward will occur." Thus, he refrained from uttering a single word to the ghostly attendant. Yet, the spectral server showed no intention of departing. His heart remained taut until Chen Xun's arrival, at which point he finally exhaled in relief. There was, in fact, one thing he yearned to do, yet he lacked the courage. Upon completing his task earlier, he had overheard other players discussing the significance of ghost coins. They could even be utilized to hire certain specters to eliminate others. Now, upon seeing Chen Xun, he instinctively rummaged through his pockets for ghost coins, retrieving 2 one-unit coins, and directed his gaze toward the ghost. "My friend has arrived. Take your ghastly visage away with this currency. I have ample wealth. Do not compel me to purchase your life with it." The ghost momentarily froze upon seeing the coins. Then, upon catching sight of Chen Xun, its eyes widened, and it hastily departed with the coins. It understood that Chen Xun was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Chen Xun turned to Chen Xun and inquired, "Old Chen, where have you been?" "After we completed our tasks, the hotel manager had someone escort us to a dormitory. We must reside there for the next 5 days, and other players are currently vying for beds. They say the location of the beds correlates with the level of danger. Therefore, I came to find you. Let us hurry, lest the better beds be claimed by them." In this realm of horror, nightfall is the most terrifying time. No one knows what may transpire, particularly in the places where players reside. It appears that the malevolent spirits take a keen interest. On his first night at the bloody kindergarten, Chen Xun found himself confronted by a ghost attempting to breach his sanctuary. Fortunately, the door was sturdy enough. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom what might have awaited him. However, at this moment, Chen Xun felt indifferent. He turned to Chen Xing and remarked, "You've come to seek me out. What shall we do if you couldn't secure a decent sleeping arrangement?" Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Dear brother, let us not dwell on that. We must hurry. Those wretched beings are competing fiercely." With that, Chen Xing grasped Chen Xun's arm and guided him towards the elevator. Inside the elevator, Chen Xun retrieved a rulebook from his system space. He had not utilized this item previously, and he mused that as a black gold member of the Spectral Hotel, it might no longer hold relevance for him. Yet, driven by curiosity, he opened the book. As the pages unfurled, a series of ominous lines emerged. Rule 1. Always knock before entering a guest room. Rule 2. In the bathroom at night, there are terrifying entities. Never venture there for a toilet visit after dark, and ensure the bathroom door is securely closed. Rule 1 was something that most players could readily comprehend, as no one dared to intrude upon the rooms occupied by guests. Rule 2, however, caught Chen Xun off guard. What horrors could lurk within the bathroom at night? Perhaps a vengeful spirit emerging from the toilet? Ding! As he pondered this, the elevator doors slid open, unleashing a chilling gust of wind. They had arrived at the hotel's basement level. It resembled a basement, shrouded in dim, flickering light. Upon emerging from the lower level, one encountered a lengthy corridor flanked by a series of rooms. The doors of these chambers appeared exceedingly dilapidated. As Chen Xun passed one, he beheld a large bloodstain resembling a palm print upon the door. It seemed these rooms had once served as guest accommodations, though it was unclear why they were no longer available for occupancy. Chen Xun found himself perplexed. If the rooms were uninhabited, why not repurpose them for other ventures instead of allowing them to languish in neglect? The corridor stretched on interminably, its end obscured from sight. Soon, he noticed a series of descending stairs within the hallway, hinting at another level below. Yet, the stairs were engulfed in darkness, and an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if something unseen was observing him from the shadows. "Old Chen, this is the place," he murmured. Outside the door, he could discern faint voices engaged in conversation within. Upon pushing the door open, Chen Xun and his companions entered. Inside the room, the players regarded the doorway with a watchful eye. Upon recognizing Chen Xun and his group, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. "Goodness, couldn't you have knocked before entering? You nearly frightened us to death," remarked the novice player. The air was thick with a damp odor as Chen Xun surveyed the room. Including their own number, there were merely 11 players present. It appeared that during his visit to the real estate temple, 2 players had been eliminated within the instance. The remaining players are primarily seasoned veterans or newcomers who can swiftly acclimate to the game's rules. Chen Xun gazed at these players, sighing inwardly. Just moments ago, Qin Xing had turned the doorknob and opened the door, indicating that these players had not even bothered to lock it. What if a specter had entered instead? In a horror game, the night's phantoms are not bound by the rules. Thus, the universal guideline for every instance is to refrain from venturing out after dark. Upon their arrival, one player pointed to the 2 beds closest to the entrance and remarked, "Well, since you're here, you might as well settle in. Those 2 beds are yours." These beds, being nearest to the door, are also the most perilous if a ghost were to intrude from outside. Chen Xun furrowed his brow and glanced at the 2 vacant beds further inside, inquiring, "Why must we occupy these beds? Are the ones at the back unsuitable?" The player chuckled in response. "It's the arrangement of the esteemed Wang Yi. He is the most formidable ghost master among us, boasting a level of 3 and having contracted a Western Spectre. To successfully navigate this instance and survive, we must heed his directives. These 2 beds were specifically reserved for you, because we have the means." As he spoke, the player directed his gaze toward another individual on the upper bunk in the center of the room, who was surrounded by a faint aura of ghostly energy, casually trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. It seemed as though he had not heard the conversation among Chen Xun and the others. This individual appeared to have established himself as the leader among the players in this particular instance. Chen Xun noticed that the nail clipper in this fellow's hand was also a grade 1 ghostly artifact. Its purpose, however, remained a mystery. After a considerable time, the player named Wang Yi turned his face towards Chen Xun, his expression revealing surprise. "You are also an experienced player. Therefore, you should occupy the central bunk." "While Shaoli can take the one by the door," Wang Yi commanded, as if issuing an order. Upon hearing this, a tall, slender man occupying the central bunk was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a distressed expression, protested, "Boss, this guy clearly arrived later. How can he be allowed to stay in the central bunk?" In this context, the difference of a single bunk could prove to be fatal. Wang Yi cast a glance at the tall, slender man and stated, "You now have 2 choices. First, relinquish your bunk. Second, prepare to be killed by him." In the realm of horror games, morality was a mere illusion. Here, might reign supreme. He recognized that Chen Xun was also a ghost master. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke a ghostly attendant in the lobby earlier. Though the attendant was merely a level 2 ghost, even he refrained from inciting it, fearing the repercussions of the rules. At that moment, Chen Xun smiled and remarked, "Never mind, I shall not stay here after all." He shook his head and, taking Qin Xing by the hand, exited the room. Let us not dwell on the dormitory's environment for now, but rather observe the performance of the players. Should any incident arise, it is likely that these players would become nothing more than a burden to Chen Xun. Indeed, there may even be some who would stab him in the back. After all, they are strangers to one another, and a degree of wariness is prudent. The tale of the brute has imparted a profound lesson to Chen Xun. Moreover, judging by the attitudes of the players, he has refrained from sharing the 2 additional rules he acquired. As Chen Xun and Qin Xing exited the room, Wang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he remarked, "Humph, ignorant fools. The restrictions imposed by the rules concerning ghosts will cease to apply at night. If one remains outside at that time, it is tantamount to awaiting death." Upon leaving the room, Qin Xing looked at Chen Xun with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Old Chen, if we do not stay in the dormitory, where shall we reside? I have heard that dangerous ghosts appear outside at night. We cannot simply remain foolishly in the open, can we?" When Chen Xun had coaxed Qin Xing out earlier, he had not refused, placing his trust in Chen Xun, though he harbored his own concerns. If they did not stay in the dormitory, they might encounter those terrifying ghosts at night, wouldn't they? Chen Xun smiled and replied, "Old Qin, we are not like those players." Qin Sheng, perplexed, asked, "In what way are we different? Do you mean to say that the ghosts here would avoid them?" Just as he finished speaking, he watched as Chen Xun produced a stack of ghost money. "Because we have money," Chen Xun declared. Qin Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he possessed some of the money that Chen Xun had given him, he was still hesitant to confront the ghosts. Even spending ghost money filled him with trepidation. To him, those spirits were still exceedingly terrifying. In the end, Chen Xun led Qin Xing into the elevator, which ascended swiftly. Before long, they arrived in the grand hall on the 1st floor. Chen Xun then approached the reception desk. The spirit at the front desk, upon noticing Chen Xun's approach, fixed him with a penetrating gaze and glared menacingly. Servants should not loiter in the hall, the spirit at the front desk remarked. Subsequently, Chen Xun produced a black card, placing it upon the counter. The spirit, upon seeing the card, was momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile crept across its face. However, to Chen Xun, this smile appeared distinctly unappealing. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Chen Xun inquired, what is the most expensive room you offer? There is a suite that comprises 2 rooms, the spirit replied. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Those 2 rooms would be perfectly suited for both him and Qin Xing. Very well, I shall take the presidential suite for 5 nights. Additionally, please deliver the finest human cuisine to our room every evening before 6 o'clock. He added. This card holds a balance of several million ghostly coins, so it would be a shame not to utilize it. The spirit's eyes widened in astonishment. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a guest with such a substantial expenditure. In the city, even the affluent typically stayed for only a day or 2. Moreover, those aristocrats often possess their own villas in the ghostly metropolis, rarely opting for hotel accommodations unless under exceptional circumstances. Soon, he realized the exceptional nature of the attendant. Subsequently, he arranged a room for Chen Xun and his companions, handing them the room and membership cards. Esteemed guest, here is your room card. Your accommodation is located on the 4th floor, room 444. Upon receiving the card, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. In this eerie realm, did the spirits consider the number 4 to be auspicious? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. Turning to the attendant, he instructed, please remember to bring 2 chamber pots to our room shortly. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if no disturbances were to interrupt my rest this evening. The front desk attendant paused, slightly taken aback by Chen Xun's request. Although this was a world of horror, technology was not entirely antiquated. Bathrooms had long been commonplace. He was perplexed as to why they required chamber pots. However, recalling the black gold card from earlier, he smiled and nodded, replying, of course, esteemed guest. Not only was the front desk attendant puzzled, but even Qin Xing wore a look of confusion. Old Qin, what do we need the chamber pots for? This presidential suite surely cannot lack a bathroom. Besides, even if you are wealthy, you should not spend so extravagantly. This evening cost a staggering 4,444 ghost coins. He believed Chen Xun's lavish spending of ghost coins was rather excessive, contrasting sharply with the frugal persona he maintained in the real world. In the past, whenever they ventured out together, Chen Xun typically relied on him for meals and drinks, justifying it with the notion that their finances were shared as brothers. In the realm of reality, Qin Xing is indeed quite affluent, especially after the unfortunate incident involving Chen Xun's parents. Qin Xing willingly spends money whenever Chen Xun is inclined to go out and enjoy himself. After all, that wealth belongs to his father, and thus, he feels no remorse in spending it. However, within the eerie world they find themselves in, the dynamics between the two seem to have shifted. Chen Xun chuckled and reassured. Rest assured, I am not lacking in funds. As for the chamber pot, it serves its purpose during the night. At night, one cannot open the bathroom door. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, Qin Xing immediately grasped the implication. This was yet another rule they must adhere to. As night fell, they ascended the elevator to room 444, which was on the same floor as rooms 4, 3, and 4. Passing by room 4, Chen Xun noticed that the door was ajar. Instinctively, he peered inside and saw an elderly man, his face etched with worry, gazing at a chessboard before him, seemingly replaying the match he had played with Chen Xun earlier in the day. With a sigh, Chen Xun continued on his way until he arrived at room 444. After swiping his key card and opening the door, the scene within immediately captured his attention. The decor exuded a dark, Gothic style, with dim lighting and walls adorned with carvings of grotesque creatures bearing fangs. This suite comprised 2 bedrooms and a living area. Although the decor leaned towards a somber aesthetic, it was significantly more lavish than the decaying dormitory on the basement floor, where the doors were nearly rotting and a damp odor pervaded the air. In stark contrast, this presidential suite boasted opulent furnishings, including a grand sofa and a television. Even the bed is a spacious and soft one. Each room boasts a balcony and a large window, which, when the curtains are drawn, reveals the scenery outside the hotel. As dusk approaches, a thin veil of darkness begins to envelop the exterior. Upon entering the room, Qin Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the decor was not to his taste, the opulence of the furnishings was undeniable. He settled into the plush sofa and turned on the television. However, upon discovering that it was broadcasting ghost-themed dramas, he promptly switched it off. Old Chen, this presidential suite is truly remarkable. Wealth certainly has its advantages, no matter the location. Chen Xun remarked. Today, he finally grasped the significance of ghost money. With it, even spirits must heed one's commands. Chen Xun nodded. Then elaborated further on the knowledge of the eerie realm before two ghostly attendants delivered their dinner. Despite the absence of hunger and pain in the game world, neglecting to eat could lead to the demise of characters due to starvation. Remember to securely lock the door in the bathroom, Chen Xun cautioned. And if you truly need to reach me, knock 3 times on my door. Even within this suite, the night held unknown perils. Chen Xun must remain ever vigilant. Chen Xun nodded, committing Chen Xun's words to memory. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lu Lingling sat at her desk, picking up the receiver of her office phone. Indeed. Esteemed manager, that individual has expended a total of 50,000 dark coins to acquire our exclusive Black Gold card membership. Currently, he resides in the presidential suite number 444, and he has chosen to stay for 5 consecutive days. A voice emanated from the intercom. Very well, Lu Lingling, I now entrust you with this responsibility. You must ensure that this distinguished guest receives exceptional service. During this time, should anyone provoke this guest, you are aware of how to handle the situation, correct? Upon hearing the man's words through the intercom, Lu Lingling's gaze darkened. Rest assured, manager, should anyone dare to offend him, I know precisely what to do. After hanging up the phone, Lu Lingling glanced at her long legs. At that moment, she had already adorned her legs with a brand new pair of stockings. Yet she had deliberately carved a few small holes into them with a knife. As night fell, the world of horror seemed to descend into an eerie silence. In the basement of the hotel, Wang Yu sat on his bed and stated, "Lock the door securely. No matter who arrives tonight, do not open it. Furthermore, let us remain vigilant throughout the night. There is no need to wander unnecessarily." Wang Ye's eyes scanned the faces of the other players. Many of them displayed expressions of trepidation and unease. These were all novice players, and this marked their first night in the realm of horror gaming. Brimming with fear of the unknown. As the lights extinguished, they needed to conserve their energy to better prepare for the challenges of the morrow. However, within the dormitory, most found themselves unable to succumb to slumber. Without mentioning the dampness in the air, the players found themselves ensnared in this chilling game. Clearly suffering from insomnia in such a high-pressure environment, their minds were haunted by the terrifying apparitions they had encountered earlier every time they closed their eyes. Those phantoms would invade their thoughts. At that moment, someone rose to their feet and headed towards the back of the dormitory. "Where are you going?" a fellow player inquired. The standing player replied, "I seem to have upset my stomach. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he made his way towards the restroom at the back of the room. "He's taking an awfully long time in there," one player muttered. He too felt the urgent need to relieve himself. It was then that they noticed the blood-red text before them had changed. Player survival count, 1. This indicated that one player had perished during the night. Was it one of the 2 players who had not returned to the dormitory? But there had been 2 of them. Why had only one been eliminated now? They felt no sympathy for Chen Xun. In their eyes, his audacious departure from the dormitory was an exceedingly foolish act. Even in death, he would not evoke their pity. Tick, tick. At that moment, the sound of dripping water suddenly echoed from the restroom. The room was shrouded in darkness, and they could only vaguely discern a figure emerging from the restroom. Without the lights on, they could not make out the player's face. Hearing this, another player, unable to contain himself, dashed towards the restroom. "Forget it. I need to take care of my urgent business first." With that thought, he dashed towards the restroom. A chilling sensation emanated from the thighs of the female player. "Ah, what are you doing?" The girl's scream seemed to rouse even those who were asleep. Wang Yi rubbed his eyes, realizing the unfolding situation. "Dare to act recklessly here, and I shall be the first to end you," Wang Yi declared, his voice imbued with an unsettling tone. A palpable tension enveloped the room as everyone sensed an anomaly. A click echoed as the room's light switch was activated, illuminating the entire space in an instant. The entity that emerged was a grotesque amalgamation, a sanguinary specter. It bore 3 faces, 5 arms, and 3 legs, with limbs haphazardly affixed to its form, each varying in size and shape. Among them were features reminiscent of both women and children. The creature's body appeared to be composed of a viscous, crimson liquid, within which one could occasionally glimpse a few eyeballs surfacing, ceaselessly revolving. Drip drop. From its 2 arms, fresh blood trickled down, creating an exceptionally eerie spectacle. As the lights flickered on, every player witnessing this horrifying tableau turned pale, seemingly paralyzed by terror. their screams stifled. One of the creature's faces turned towards Wang Yi. And it spoke, "He, such splendid limbs. It appears my collection shall grow once more today." The specter spoke, its hand reaching toward the direction of the female player from moments ago. In the next instant, her wide, terrified eyes gazed in horror as her entire head detached from her neck. Subsequently, the specter peeled away the player's face and affixed it onto its own visage. Now, it bore 4 faces upon its form. "Ah, splendid limbs. I do admire them," remarked the corporeal specter. Witnessing this gruesome scene, all players were struck with terror. "Damn it! All spirit tamers, join me in vanquishing this wretch. Otherwise, none shall escape." The seasoned players, upon hearing this, rose from their beds, an aura of ghostly energy emanating from them. Though they were spirit tamers, apart from Wang Yi, none had truly engaged in combat with spirits before. A tinge of fear lingered within them. Meanwhile, a crimson figure emerged from Wang Yi, revealing an elderly specter with withered skin, resembling an old man. The ghostly energy surrounding him was dense, and he carried a cane. At his arrival, the wooden boards nearby seemed to decay at an accelerated pace. "Corrupted elder. I implore you," Wang Yi uttered. This specter was Wang Ye's contracted spirit. The corrupted elder turned to the corporeal specter and said, "Young man, grant an old man a favor and take your leave." The corporeal specter, upon seeing the elder's emergence, displayed a look of disdain. "Old ghost, do not meddle." With that, the corporeal specter struck a palm towards the elder. The elder, however, merely extended a hand. His movements were exceedingly slow. Bang! In the next moment, the old man was forcefully struck aside. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, an intense sense of crisis surging within him. It is crucial to note that this old man was a formidable spirit of the Western realm, one who had been bound through a significant sacrifice. Yet, before this corporeal specter, he was utterly overpowered. The horrors of the night were indeed formidable. The other spirit tamers, witnessing this ghastly apparition, were similarly filled with trepidation. Their powers paled in comparison to Wang Ye's, and none had contracted spirits of their own. Only through united efforts could they hope to repel this corporeal demon. However, just after the specter delivered its devastating blow, it noticed that the hand it had used to strike the old man was rapidly decaying. Cursed be it! The corporeal demon immediately severed the rotting arm and discarded it onto the ground. In no time, the arm had decayed, leaving behind only a stark white bone. Infuriated, the demon glared at the old man with venomous ire before hesitating momentarily and then turning to head toward the restroom. Though the old man was no match for him, annihilating him would inevitably cost the demon some of his most cherished artifacts. Moreover, the humans still present in the room were far inferior to his prized possessions. As they watched the specter depart, none dared to intervene. Even Wang Yu sat numbly on the bed. For now, it was sufficient that the threat was leaving. Otherwise, it was conceivable that everyone present would meet their doom. He felt a surge of relief, grateful that the spirit he had contracted possessed the ability to rot the corporeal demon's limbs. Otherwise, it seems the other party would not simply let them go. At that very moment, a chilling scream suddenly echoed from the restroom, accompanied by a strong metallic scent of blood. Everyone stood frozen in shock, only then recalling that there was still one player remaining in the restroom. Player count, 1. "Someone, please close the restroom door," one voice urged. "And from tonight onward, let's keep the lights on while we sleep." The earlier scene had indeed terrified them, casting shadows of dread in the hearts of many newcomers. In this harrowing world, even without venturing outside, 2 players had already been eliminated. It appeared that none would find solace in sleep this night. Meanwhile, in room 444, a relentless knocking echoed through Chen Xun's room. He had been blissfully asleep, only to be abruptly awakened by the commotion. "Who is it?" Chen Xun mumbled, still half asleep. "Old Chen, it's me," came the voice of Chen Xun from outside. "Old Chen?" Chen Xun replied, somewhat puzzled. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Then he heard Chen Xun's voice again. "Old Chen, I forgot to tell you something very important today. Please open the door." At this, Chen Xun was taken aback. What could Chen Xun possibly have forgotten to mention? He recalled the earlier knocking, which seemed hurried. Before sleeping, he had told Chen Xun that if he needed anything, he should knock 3 times. Yet, this fellow had knocked continuously and with urgency. Although Chen Xun may not excel academically, he never forgets the matters he has been cautioned about. The individual outside is certainly not Chen Xun, Chen Xun firmly concluded. He approached the door and addressed the figure outside. "It's quite late. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow." However, Chen Xun seemed unwilling to relent, insisting, "Old Chen, this matter is truly urgent. We cannot wait until tomorrow. Chen Xun chuckled, amused by the blatant intentions of this individual. Very well, he replied. You may speak from outside. There is no chance I shall open the door. Who knows what sort of being might enter if I do? Old Chen, the explanation is lengthy. Allow me to come in so we can sit and talk, the figure outside urged. It was indeed unlikely that Chen Xun would grant entry, yet he had no intention of continuing this charade. You are not old Qin. Who, then, are you? He inquired. The Qin Xing outside momentarily froze before responding, Old Chen. There are only the two of us in this room. Who else could I possibly be? Chen Xun replied with a smile, Very well, then tell me. What is my true name? Since entering this terrifying game, they had always referred to each other as Old Chen and Old Qin, under normal circumstances. If the person outside were not Qin Xing, it would be impossible for them to know his name unless, of course, they had usurped Qin Xing's identity or were possessed by a spirit. Subsequently, the Qin Xing outside fell silent. After a prolonged pause, there was no further sound from him. In the heart of the ghost city, within the ominous domain of the Ghost King, one could say this was the most terrifying place in the entire ghost city. Even the most ordinary specters in the realm of horror dare not approach this place, for a single misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with the terrifying phantoms within. This is the royal palace of the King of Malevolent Spirits. Surrounding the palace, a squadron of ghostly sentinels patrols every 10 minutes, each specter boasting a rank of at least level 5. These are the personal guards of the King of Malevolent Spirits. Apart from the king himself, only his relatives or subordinates are permitted entry. Any other specters that are discovered are met with lethal force. At this moment, within the palace, the King of Malevolent Spirits reclines in a grand stone chair. His towering and imposing figure is reminiscent of a 2-story villa in the mortal realm. Cloaked in a dark mantle, dim light filters from above, casting shadows that obscure his face. However, his gaze is fixated on an individual standing beneath the throne. This person, the high priest of the land temple, bears arms adorned with numerous eyes. Your Majesty, he begins, today at the land temple, I acquired a recommendation letter from a noble. It was brought forth by a human, and you may find it of interest. The King of Malevolent Spirits, seated upon his stone throne, responds with a hint of skepticism. Oh, in the entirety of Malevolent City, is there a noble who could pique my interest? Lao Huang, have you grown too idle? He had received a message from the high priest earlier, indicating the existence of a matter of great importance, and he had initially presumed it to be something of considerable significance. As a result, it is essentially a letter of recommendation from a noble. He felt a twinge of anger. The temple master then remarked, My lord, this noble is not from our ghost city, but rather from Jingdu. This noble bears the surname Chen. Just then, the temple master suddenly sensed an intense surge of ghostly energy permeating the grand hall. Although he could not discern the face of the Ghost King, he was certain that the expression on his countenance must be quite extraordinary at that moment. Ever since the Ghost King ascended to the throne, it seemed that he had not experienced such a profound emotional upheaval for quite some time. Even the ghostly aura appeared to be overflowing uncontrollably. Are you saying that the one who brought this letter of recommendation to you is a human? Yet, that family has never been known to provide recommendations to others. What has this human accomplished? The temple master felt a flicker of amusement in his heart. Realizing that the Ghost King had indeed taken an interest in that human, he replied, My lord, that individual has obtained a permit for a land auction. Upon hearing the temple master's words, the Ghost King fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Are there any locations set to commence land auctions soon? The temple master responded, My lord, a parcel of wasteland to the east of Ghost City will be auctioned in a few days. The auction will take place at the Ghost Hotel. That human is likely aiming for this auction. The Ghost King remarked, The Ghost Hotel? Huh. Although this hotel bears my name, it has no connection to me whatsoever. However, I may as well attend the event. Please make the necessary arrangements for me. The temple master nodded and said, Indeed, Wang. After uttering these words, he exited the grand hall. In the past, during similar land auction gatherings, the Ghost King would never have made an appearance, nor would he have shown any interest whatsoever. Yet, astonishingly, due to a mere letter of recommendation, the Ghost King intended to personally attend. It seems the influence of the Chen family is indeed formidable. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the darkness. Although the sky remained shrouded in a misty haze, a glimmer of light still filtered down. Dawn had arrived. At 6 o'clock, they were to gather in the conference room, awaiting the hotel manager to assign them new tasks for the day. Chen Xun also rose from his slumber and glanced outside. Once he confirmed that it was indeed morning, he opened his door and made his way into the living room of the suite. His gaze immediately fell upon the front door. At that moment, The door was closed, yet not locked. Chen Xun was taken aback. This indicated that something had entered from outside the previous night and knocked on the door. Could it be that Chen Xun had ventured out and inadvertently let in the ghostly presence from outside? Chen Xun felt a twinge of unease. Otherwise, how could the door have been opened? Could it be that old Chen had encountered trouble? Just then, the door to Chen Xun's room suddenly swung open. Chen Xing rubbed his eyes and stepped out. "Morning, old Chen," he greeted. Chen Xun offered an awkward smile in return. "Good morning, old Chen. By the way, did anything strange occur outside your room last night? Also, did you go out at all?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xing wore a perplexed expression and replied, "After I returned to my room last night, I fell into a deep slumber until now. I heard nothing at all." Chen Xun felt a wave of apprehension wash over him upon Chen Xing's words. This implied that the ghost from last night may have attempted to knock on Chen Xing's door as well. However, due to Chen Xing's profound slumber, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. After recounting the events of the previous night to Chen Xing, Chen Xun's face turned ashen with fright. For the first time, he felt grateful for his ability to sleep so soundly. "From tonight onward, no matter what transpires, do not open the door," Chen Xun urged earnestly. The night in this haunted hotel seemed to be far more terrifying than that of the bloody kindergarten. After freshening up, Chen Xun took the room card and proceeded to have breakfast at the hotel before making his way down to the first floor. At this moment, the morning shift's ghostly staff regarded them with disdainful glances. The apparitions of this morning were not the same as those from the previous afternoon. By now, Chen Xing, upon seeing these spirits, felt no trace of the fear he had experienced the day before. It appeared he was gradually acclimatizing to the harrowing world of this game. Upon checking the ghost coins within the game space, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Arriving at the conference room from the previous day, he found a considerable number of players already gathered there. Today, they all donned uniforms, though the majority appeared somewhat lethargic. Some even bore dark circles beneath their eyes. Chen Xun noted the absence of 2 players, realizing that the previous night had not been kind to them either. Upon seeing Chen Xun and Chen Xing enter, both looking invigorated, the others regarded them with a mix of curiosity and envy. The players widened their eyes in disbelief. How were they still alive? Hadn't they spent the night without accommodation? Moreover, these 2 individuals appeared to be in excellent spirits, suggesting they must have enjoyed a restful night. In stark contrast, the players felt a sense of imbalance within themselves. They had complied with the hotel manager's request and taken up residence in the dormitory, abstaining from venturing out even at night. Yet, they still encountered terrifying events. Meanwhile, these 2 individuals not only avoided the dormitory, but also appeared to have slept soundly, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. It was only natural that a sense of discontent brewed within them. Chen Xun noticed the players' gazes, but showed no inclination to engage with them. The other players also seemed to deliberately maintain a certain distance. 2 factions had formed here. Chen Xing and Chen Xun constituted one group, while the others, led by Wang Yi, comprised the second. The sound of polished shoes resonated against the floor. Except for Chen Xun, everyone's expressions grew serious and tense. They recognized the arrival of the hotel manager. The door to the conference room creaked open, and the hotel manager entered, holding a slim booklet in his hand. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, sending chills down the spines of many players. After the events of the previous night, their fear of the supernatural had only intensified, particularly among the newcomers, whose hearts began to race. "Now, I shall announce the service performance from yesterday." The hotel manager approached a female player with a booklet in hand and, after glancing at her, remarked, "You received no complaints from guests yesterday. Your performance was average. Today, continue serving the guests in rooms 2, 1 and 2. 2. Upon hearing the manager's words, the female player finally exhaled in relief. As the guests in those 2 rooms were relatively normal, unlike those of other players who exhibited various peculiar preferences. Subsequently, the hotel manager approached another player, a seasoned veteran, who appeared visibly anxious as he regarded the manager. The manager glanced at the booklet, and his expression instantly hardened. "You received a complaint yesterday." The guest expressed concerns regarding your inappropriate behavior, suspecting you of peering at them. With that, the hotel manager extended his hand, and with a swift motion, a horrific sound echoed as blood splattered. The manager had severed the veteran player's arm. A piercing scream erupted from the veteran, and even the other players struggled to suppress their gasps of shock at the gruesome sight. The sudden loss of an arm was indeed a shocking spectacle, contingent on the player's ability to survive within the game. Crimson blood dripped from the player's severed limb, causing the surrounding players to pale in terror. The hotel manager then declared, "Very well, Today you shall continue serving the guests in rooms 2, 3, and 2. 4. Should I receive another complaint from a guest? I shall transform you into a doll and present you to the guest as an apology. The player's complexion turned pale, overwhelmed by a sense of despondency. Yesterday, he had attended to female residents whose appearances were rather fearsome. He scarcely dared to meet their gaze, yet he was unexpectedly accused of peeping. Where could he possibly seek justice in this matter? Fortunately, he possessed a log-out device. Even if he were to lose this life, he could opt to exit the dungeon prematurely, sacrificing merely the rewards of the instance. After assigning a few more tasks to other players, the hotel manager approached Chen Xun. Your performance yesterday was commendable. Both clients from the 2 rooms bestowed upon you high praise. As a reward, you shall be responsible for the service of room number today. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. This reward merely entailed attending to a couple more guests. He recalled that the occupants of the other 2 rooms included a female player who seemingly vanished upon entering room 4. 2. The guests of these 2 rooms were not the most agreeable individuals either. At that moment, Chen Xun even contemplated revealing his black gold membership status to decline this assignment. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the game's announcement echoed in his head. Warning: players entering the dungeon must adhere to the game's regulations and complete the main storyline tasks. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from the instance. Chen Xun was instantly rendered speechless. The primary objective of this game is to survive for 5 days and subsequently fulfill the tasks assigned by the hotel manager. Must one adhere strictly to the rules of the game? This game's mechanics seem rather unforgiving. However, Chen Xun possesses a black gold membership card, which will undoubtedly facilitate the completion of his tasks. As long as he is not slain by the specters lurking within the rooms, he should be fine. Even if he were to receive complaints from the guests, the hotel manager would likely not take any drastic measures against him. As for being killed by the ghosts, that appears to be an unlikely scenario, especially with the presence of the shadow. With this thought, Chen Xun felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. He might very well be the first player to receive a warning from the game, urging him to continue pursuing the main quest. Once the task assignments concluded, apart from 2 players who suffered the loss of an arm due to complaints from their peers, the remaining players successfully completed the first day's tasks. However, only Chen Xun and Chen Xun achieved an excellent rating, thus earning Chen Xun the hotel manager's special treatment, which required him to oversee the service of 2 additional rooms. Yet, in contrast to the other players, Chen Xun appeared remarkably composed. Upon exiting the conference room, the other players turned their gaze towards Chen Xun and his companions. Their faces etched with confusion. Their previous impressions of Chen Xun were limited to the incident in the lobby where he had provoked a serving ghost and his refusal to share a dormitory with them the previous evening. They had assumed he was doomed for certain. If he did not stay in the dormitory, where else could he possibly reside? However, when Chen Xun and Chen Xun reappeared, unharmed and exuding vitality, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. At this very moment, Chen Xun emanated an aura of a mysterious and sophisticated player. Indeed, many individuals had already resolved in their hearts that, should an opportunity arise, they would eagerly seek to curry favor with this esteemed player. According to the hotel's regulations, the attendants were not permitted to provide room service until after 8 o'clock. Consequently, 2 hours later, the elevator chimed, announcing its arrival on the 4th floor. Chen Xun, accompanied by the last surviving male player, stepped out of the lift. Since the checkout time was noon, the guests still occupying the rooms were predominantly the same. It was uncertain whether these guests had yet to awaken or if they might be experiencing the grumpiness often associated with early rising, especially considering it was still before midday. One could only wonder if slothfulness existed within this eerie realm. Thus, Chen Xun made his way to room 4. 1. He knocked on the door, announcing, "Hello, room service." He recalled that the ghost within had quite a temper, having previously driven out the female player with a paper figure. Furthermore, that player had sustained injuries, making her likely to file a complaint even if she had survived. "Come in," a somewhat silly voice resonated from within. Chen Xun opened the door and instinctively took 2 steps back. Only after confirming that there was no immediate danger did he enter the room. However, upon crossing the threshold, he was taken aback. The first thing that caught his eye was a dense array of stockings hanging from the ceiling, suspended by iron wires, an unsettling scene that transcended mere eccentricity. Most of them were black, although there were also flesh-colored and pink varieties. The air was thick with an indescribable scent. Who knows where these stockings originated? In addition, there was a booklet placed on the hotel table, inscribed with the words "Directory of Land Auction Participants." Were the spirits in this room waiting for the land auction to commence? If so, this directory must contain the names of nobles participating in the auction, along with details of their influence and status. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback. Upon further inspection of the room's occupant, he discovered that it was yet another corpulent spirit, its body adorned with ample rolls of flesh on its abdomen and thighs. Even more so than the one in room 4-3. At that moment, this obese ghost was gazing ecstatically at the stockings hanging from the ceiling, not sparing Chen Xun a single glance. This fellow is quite the pervert, Chen Xun mused internally. In comparison to you, he certainly gives you a run for your money. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of Ing in a tone of defiance. Boss, I merely possess a slight penchant for pilfering. How could I possibly be as deranged as this guy? Chen Xun chose not to respond. In truth, during his visit to the real estate temple, he had noticed that Ing had acquired yet another stocking. It was uncertain when the theft had occurred. Moreover, considering Ying's previous theft of Zhao Shan's lipstick, it appeared that he had a particular affinity for pilfering items belonging to women. You must be a hotel attendant. Put on these stockings for me, that I may admire you properly. The corpulent ghost suddenly spoke, leaving Chen Xun utterly astonished. Goodness, he now acknowledges that this corpulent individual has become even more perverse. The female player from yesterday was likely expelled by those flimsy avatars because she refused to don stockings for this rotund creature. Or perhaps she had already warned them. Yet they did not meet his grotesque preferences? Ugh! Chen Xun let out a sound of exasperation. He certainly harbored no such proclivities. Upon hearing this sound, the corpulent individual finally turned around and fixed his gaze upon Chen Xun. At that moment, the rotund figure froze, his face contorting into a mask of disdain. Damn it. Yet another rodent. And a male one at that. It seemed the corpulent figure held a particular disdain for Chen Xun's masculinity. Males, it appeared, could be somewhat acceptable. He then regarded Chen Xun with a frigid stare and removed a black stocking, commanding, "Waiter, put this stocking on for me to see." Chen Xun stood rooted in place, contemplating whether to incapacitate this grotesque creature with a brick or dismantle him with a chainsaw. You ought to be sent to play chess with the old man in room 4. He cursed inwardly. This corpulent individual was utterly depraved, and Chen Xun found it increasingly intolerable. It would be most fitting for that old man to extract this creature's heart. Upon hearing Chen Xun's curse, the corpulent figure was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "You've been to room 4. The last time I played chess with that old man, he cheated and won my favorite stocking. Thus, I shall not allow you to wear stockings for my amusement." Chen Xun's expression darkened. "Why should I assist you?" The rotund specter remarked, "Are you not the server? This is my request." Chen Xun also wished to partake in the auction. Possessing this booklet would aid him in gauging the strength of his competitors. He felt no trepidation regarding the ghostly currency, but he was apprehensive about the possibility of encountering particularly formidable spirits among the aristocracy. Should he inadvertently reveal his affluence, it might render him vulnerable to their scrutiny. After all, in the realm of horror, the prowess of a ghost is paramount. If the opponent were exceedingly powerful and he exposed himself too much, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. The corpulent ghost hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Chen Xun departed from room 4-1, casting his gaze towards room 4-2. Among the rooms he was attending to today, the identity of the guest in 4-2 eluded him. He was even unaware of how the female player had met her demise. Nevertheless, Chen Xun had no intention of entering room 4-2 at that moment. He bypassed it and approached the entrance of room 4-3. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, room service," Chen Xun announced, rapping on the door. A somber voice resonated from within. "Come in." Chen Xun slowly opened the door, stepping back 2 paces. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The familiar tone and sin enveloped him. "Damn you, server, you have." "Ah, it is you. I am your room service attendant for today. How may I assist you?" Chen Xun inquired. The ghost in room 4-3 immediately donned a sycophantic expression. No. I shall clean up this broken glass myself." Chen Xun nodded and said, "All right, I wish you a pleasant stay." He closed the door, pondering to himself, "You seem far from lacking in funds, and with such formidable strength, what brings you here to work as a servant?" Departing from room 4-3, Chen Xun arrived at room 4-4, which remained ajar. The elderly gentleman was still intently gazing at the chessboard before him. However, compared to the furrowed brows of yesterday, his expression appeared considerably brighter now. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, room service." Although the door was open, Chen Xun still rapped lightly, adhering to the rule that one must knock before entering a guest's room. Yet, It was unclear whether an open door warranted a knock. Upon hearing the sound, the old man turned to look, and upon recognizing Chen Xun, his face lit up with joy. "Young man, your timing is impeccable. Come, let us play a few more games." The old man seemed imbued with a sense of assured victory. Chen Xun replied, "This time, I have no intention of wagering my heart." The elderly man chuckled. "Fear not. Should you lose, I shall not take anything from you. All I ask is that you play with me." Having returned most of his original stake yesterday, the old man felt it inappropriate to gamble with what Chen Xun had given him. Chen Xun shook his head and remarked, "Old man, a game of chess requires some stakes. How about this? I shall play a match with you, and if I lose, I will give you a bit of ghost money. If I emerge victorious, you shall surrender the stockings of the guest from room 4. One to me. What say you?" The elderly gentleman furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "I have thoroughly analyzed your strategy. This time, defeat is inevitable for you." The peculiar paper figure storage box. After Chen Xun departed from room 4 for yesterday, the elder dedicated the majority of his day to scrutinizing Chen Xun's moves. He even forewent sleep that night, brimming with confidence that he would not suffer defeat against Chen Xun again. Moments later, "I concede, old man." The elder wore a bitter expression and said, "Young man, could you not indulge an old fellow like me?" Previously, when playing chess with this elder, he had demanded Chen Xun's heart. Chen Xun dared not intentionally lose. He chuckled softly and replied, "Elder, a bet is a bet." With a sigh, the elder rummaged through a nearby trash bin to retrieve a pair of white stockings, which even bore a faint, unpleasant odor. "The guest from room 4. One lost to me in chess and insisted on denying it. He claimed this was his most cherished possession. I failed to see its worth, so I discarded it. Since you desire it, I shall give it to you." Chen Xun accepted the stockings and said, "Thank you, elder." The elder sighed once more. "Shall we engage in a few more matches? Are you up for another round, elder?" Chen Xun inquired. Ultimately, the elder, with a face devoid of hope, lamented, "Alas, I am growing old. I cannot compete with you young ones. It is rather dull." Finally, the elder packed away the chessboard. Chen Xun left room 4, for with a smile, if this old man were not a ghost, he would not mind letting the other party win a few rounds. Exiting room 4, he pushed open the door to room 4-1. The portly ghost looked at Chen Xun with eager anticipation. Chen Xun produced a pair of stockings, disdainfully tossing them to the corpulent specter. Was this item truly so remarkable? The overweight ghost received the stockings, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture. Chen Xun's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. It appeared that this task would be rather intriguing. "This time, I shall not allow you to escape my grasp again." Those who have never experienced the delicate allure of stockings cannot comprehend their exquisite sensation. The rotund ghost was utterly captivated, akin to an ancient emperor entranced by beauty, lost among a throng of lovely concubines, playing hide and seek with his eyes covered. According to their agreement, the plump ghost was to present a ledger to Chen Xun. However, upon hearing Chen Xun's words, the ghost's gaze turned icy. He regarded Chen Xun with a sneer, declaring, "What do you think you are, daring to negotiate with me? Get out of my room now, or you shall remain here forever." As he spoke, a flurry of red paper figures materialized around him, floating in the air, seemingly formidable ghostly entities. "It seems you intend to play dirty," Chen Xun remarked with a smile. From the moment the old man claimed he had outwitted him, and the elder suggested that this rotund ghost was deceitful, Chen Xun had suspected that this ghost was a treacherous entity. After all, the elderly appear far more honest than this perverse creature. What of my denial? What can you do to me, you filthy rat?" The corpulent fiend scoffed disdainfully. It was at this moment that an eerie aura enveloped Chen Xun, who brandished a chainsaw, transforming into a maniacal figure wielding the lethal implement. "It's nothing personal. I simply find your stockings quite displeasing." The chainsaw roared to life. Subsequently, its razor-sharp blade sliced through the stockings that dangled from the ceiling. Those stockings, delicate and soft, were swiftly ensnared by the chainsaw, which reduced them to tattered remnants. "You wretched rodent, what are you doing?" The rotund demon's eyes widened in shock as he immediately commanded a swarm of paper dolls to fly towards Chen Xun. Yet, at the very moment the paper dolls were about to collide with him, a semi-transparent black specter materialized before Chen Xun. The paper dolls were instantly absorbed into the ghostly figure, vanishing as if devoured by shadows, unable to penetrate its form further. Upon witnessing this apparition, the corpulent fiend's expression shifted to one of palpable terror. "What a formidable spirit," he muttered. The shadow chuckled softly. "Kid, you have quite the discerning eye. However, should you wish to bypass me to harm our master, I fear you will find that an insurmountable task. Seeing Chen Xun shred another stocking, the plump demon's face contorted with anguish and urgency. Little brother, please don't. I can return this booklet to you, can I? Those stockings are my prized possessions. Upon witnessing the destruction of these stockings by Chen Xun, Jin Shou felt a sense of anguish more profound than death itself. Chen Xun remarked, I am quite fond of these paper figurines you possess. Might you consider gifting them to me? These paper figures exuded an air of sophistication. Presently, Chen Xun wielded two offensive ghostly artifacts, a bloodied brick and an electric saw, both of which evoked a certain dread when held. It was his first encounter with such stylish paper figurine artifacts. One could imagine, should Chen Xun stroll down the street and a ghost were to provoke him, a mere thought would summon a flurry of paper figures swirling around him, akin to flying swords, vanquishing the specter. Which would be more impressive, him charging forth with a brick or an electric saw? The corpulent ghost's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Waiter, I wish to lodge a complaint. Chen Xun chuckled, feel free to try. After all, he was a black gold member of the hotel. Would the establishment risk offending a black gold member for the sake of a ghost who could not even afford the presidential suite? Previously, every server at this venue had been compliant, fearful of his potential complaints. Yet, this tactic seemed ineffective against the human before him. However, without hesitation, one of the stockings would soon meet its fate beneath the electric saw. These paper figures require a robust aura of ghostly energy to sustain them, which you cannot control. If they lack the ghostly essence to absorb, they will drain you instead, the corpulent ghost hurriedly explained. Chen Xun merely smiled. You need not worry about that. I have an abundance of ghostly currency. Upon hearing this, the corpulent specter hesitated momentarily, but ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, I can only offer you one wooden box. You must cease your actions at once. With that, the rotund spirit produced two crimson wooden boxes from his pocket, handing one to Chen Xun. Only then did Chen Xun relent. He had not anticipated that such a being as the corpulent specter would possess two of these entities. One should not be overly greedy. One is sufficient. A little restraint in dealings ensures future encounters are amicable. Had he taken both, it was conceivable that the specter might truly erupt in fury. Very well. Chen Xun nodded, accepting the wooden box. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Mysterious paper figure storage box, subbox, level 2 entity, upgradable. By nurturing the box with ghostly energy, it will produce controllable paper figures, with a maximum yield of 1. Gazing at the peculiar description of the paper figure storage box, Chen Xun felt a surge of delight. This item was indeed commendable, particularly as it merely required ghostly energy for the creation of paper figures, aligning perfectly with his needs. After all, possessing an abundance of spirit coins meant that he was never short on ghostly energy. Stowing away the peculiar paper figure storage box, Chen Xun turned his attention back to the corpulent specter and inquired, And what of that booklet? In response, the corpulent specter handed over the booklet pertaining to the land auction. To Chen Xun, this booklet was not particularly rare or valuable. However, earlier, the specter had been displeased with the notion of negotiating with a human and had sought to create difficulties, inadvertently ensnaring his own paper figure storage box in the process. Yet, there was one matter he had chosen not to disclose to Chen Xun. These two storage boxes are, in fact, a mother-child storage set. Only the individual who possesses the mother box can truly command the paper figures nurtured within, henceforth, whenever he desires. The paper figures cultivated from Chen Xun's box will heed his directives. By entrusting the child box to Chen Xun, he essentially allows Chen Xun to nurture the paper figures on his behalf. Naturally, the roles of the mother and child boxes can also be reversed. But such a transformation can only occur when the nurturing of the child box significantly surpasses that of the mother box. However, he believed that such a scenario was unlikely to transpire. Upon receiving the booklet, Chen Xun nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the corpulent figure, inquiring, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" The plump individual coldly regarded Chen Xun and replied, "No, now please hasten to exit my room." Chen Xun chuckled, "All right. Do remember to leave me a favorable review today. Otherwise, hehehe." Chen Xun cast an odd glance at the stockings, causing the corpulent figure to shiver uneasily. As he exited room 4-1, Chen Xun weighed the peculiar storage box of paper figures in his hand. The corpulent individual assumed he had outsmarted Chen Xun by compelling him to nurture the paper figures. In truth, the system had already conveyed all the information regarding the storage box to Chen Xun, including the method to transform the child box into a mother box, which merely required some ethereal currency. Lastly, there was the directory. Chen Xun opened the directory, which appeared to catalog some of the nobility within the ghostly metropolis, including an estimation of the corpulent figure, such as the Lin family of aristocrats. Its assets have already surpassed 1 billion yen coins, categorizing it as a mid to large-scale aristocrat. The most formidable specter among this nobility is likely around level 7. Within this tome, the wealthiest noble is recorded with assets barely reaching 2 billion yen coins. However, the tome does not indicate the strength of this noble. It appears that this compilation has not gathered all pertinent information. Nevertheless, Chen Xun surmises that the strength of these aristocrats is likely comparable. The only concern for Chen Xun lies with those entities whose strength remains unmarked. He wonders if there exists any particularly formidable presence among them. Additionally, Chen Xun discovers within the directory that the batch of land up for auction seems to hold great significance for these aristocrats. It is likely to become the most prosperous area in the city of malevolent ghosts. The nobility in the city are intent on acquiring these territories. On March 21st, the aristocrat Li Ai mysteriously vanished from their home. On March 29th, the corpse of the western city noble, Missouri Lu, was discovered in a foul drain. Over the past fortnight, numerous nobles in the city of malevolent ghosts have disappeared under strange circumstances, prompting a warning for all aristocrats to exercise caution while traveling. It seems that some of the major aristocrats have begun to target the minor nobles vying for land. In the last 2 weeks, several minor nobles have inexplicably vanished or met untimely deaths, with their fortunes subsequently absorbed by the larger aristocrats. It is evident that this chilling world is far from tranquil. Those remaining to participate in the auction are undoubtedly nobles of considerable prowess. At this moment, Chen Xun stands at the door of room 4-2. This is the final client he will serve today, and also the one that perplexes him the most, because the female player perished in this very room yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, room service. Chen Xun rapped on the door. After an indeterminate period, a faint voice emerged from within. Come in. The tone suggested a certain shyness, as if the occupant lacked vigor. Chen Xun opened the door and stepped inside. Boss, there is a palpable aura of resentment here, Ing suddenly remarked. Chen Xun remained vigilant. The scene before him was stark, a gnawed table, as though a colossal rodent had sharpened its teeth upon it. The scent of blood wafted through the air, and crimson stains marred the floor. Even the sheets bore a deep red hue. The room was in disarray, as if it had not seen a cleaning in ages. It appeared that none of the attendants who had ventured into this space had managed to escape. At that moment, Chen Xun turned his gaze to the occupant of the room, a small boy, curled up and clutching his abdomen, seemingly in great distress. The bedding and pillows around him bore the marks of gnawing teeth. I didn't mean to consume you. I truly didn't intend to. I'm sorry, but I am so very hungry. I am starving, the boy murmured, his face a mask of regret. Then he opened his mouth wide. Indeed, it was a rather large mouth, one that made Chen Xun feel as though it could entirely engulf his head. However, the child chose not to swallow Chen Xun, but instead stuffed a nearby pillow into his mouth. The pillow, being inedible, was soon expelled from his mouth. I am so hungry, he suddenly exclaimed. The shadow remarked, Boss, it seems we are dealing with a starving ghost. Such spirits perished from hunger, leaving behind profound resentment. Given time, they can quickly grow into formidable phantoms. Yet, they consume excessively and find it difficult to satiate their hunger, making it challenging for anyone to sustain them. Chen Xun furrowed his brow and inquired, Can they attain the peak of your power? The shadow fell silent. At that moment, the child turned his gaze toward Chen Xun and asked, Are you the servant here to assist me? Chen Xun nodded. How may I assist you? The child looked at Chen Xun, saliva already dripping from the corners of his mouth, yet he restrained himself with great difficulty. I am so hungry. Can you bring me something to eat? I truly do not wish to consume you. Upon finishing his sentence, the child abruptly turned away, his body trembling incessantly. It appeared he was still struggling to maintain control, as if the mere act of turning his head might unleash his urge to pounce upon Chen Xun and devour him. This was Chen Xun's first encounter with a starving ghost, and surprisingly, the child seemed rather polite. Chen Xun smiled and said, Very well, what would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you from the dining hall. The child replied, Anything edible will suffice. Hurry, I am famished. Have you ever seen me lacking funds? The restaurant of the haunted hotel is situated at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a cacophony of curses ensued. Humans, be swift. Should you delay in serving the dishes, you shall lie upon the table and serve as our meal. Among the players, not all were assigned to the hotel rooms as waitstaff. Some were designated to the restaurant or the front desk. As Chen Xun entered the restaurant, he beheld several ghosts coldly observing a female player not far away. Her complexion shifted, and in a flurry, she dashed into the kitchen. Truly, she was fair and tender. An obvious delicacy. The corners of the mouths of the ghosts dripped with salivation. Ah, another server has arrived? Upon Chen Xun's entrance, their gaze shifted towards him. Ignoring the two apparitions, Chen Xun approached the cash register. The ghost at the register regarded him with a malevolent grin. "Server, why are you here instead of attending to your designated area?" Chen Xun replied, "To place an order." The ghost at the register chuckled. "Human, the dishes here are rather pricey." Before the ghost could finish, Chen Xun revealed a stack of ghostly currency, placing it upon the counter. "What would you like to order?" asked the ghost at the register, extending a menu towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun did not glance at the menu and promptly stated, "I shall order a meal worth 10,000 ghost coins. You may arrange it as you see fit. I have but one request. It must be substantial." The cashier ghost was momentarily taken aback. 10,000 coins represented an enormous quantity, even during a bustling lunch hour. It was unlikely that their establishment could sell meals amounting to such a sum. Could one person truly consume that much? The cashier ghost replied, "Very well. I shall arrange that for you. Will you be dining here?" Chen Xun shook his head and responded, "No, please deliver it to room 4-2. The mention of room 4-2 caused the cashier ghost to pause. He was well aware of the nature of the occupant of that room, a gluttonous specter known for insatiable hunger. It appeared that this server had been assigned to serve the entity in room 4-2. Contemplating this, the cashier's gaze towards Chen Xun became peculiarly suspicious. "What? Is there a problem?" Chen Xun inquired. "None," the cashier ghost replied, though at that moment, he regarded Chen Xun as one would a corpse. Previously, the manager had contemplated catering to this ghost, hoping to employ it as a bouncer within the hotel. Unfortunately, the specter's voracious appetite exceeded even the manager's capacity to sustain it. Ultimately, it was relegated to room 4-2, and each day, an unfortunate server was designated to attend to it. However, none had ever emerged from that room alive. All were consumed by the ravenous ghost. Yet, even with a daily service from a solitary attendant, the insatiable hunger of the starving ghost could never be satisfied. Even the meager morsels would scarcely suffice. Before him stood a human who, despite ordering a lavish feast worth 10,000 ghostly coins, still could not satiate the ravenous appetite of the specter. In due course, this hapless server would undoubtedly become the ghost's next meal. To the cashier ghost, Chen Xun was already considered a lifeless entity. After an hour, the restaurant finally prepared all the dishes. Observing the ghostly waitstaff carrying plates, Chen Xun instructed, "Please deliver these to room 4-2. Upon hearing his request, the specters turned pale with trepidation. "No, you must deliver it yourself. I have no desire to perish," they protested. With no other recourse, Chen Xun had no choice but to have all the food packed into a large bag and transported to the threshold of room 4-2. The amassed food was astonishing, filling 2 sizable sacks. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Xun persistently rapped on the door. One must never casually breach the established rules. "Come in," came the voice of a young boy from within. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun entered, clutching the 2 hefty sacks of food. He mused, "Surely this abundance should suffice for the boy's appetite." "Food? How delightful, how delectable!" exclaimed the boy, rushing to the entrance, drooling in anticipation. Since taking residence in this room, he had been relegated to consuming merely 1 ghostly server per day. The fare was so atrociously unpalatable that it hardly merited the title of food. Yet, abstaining was not an option. To do so would mean facing starvation. Now he suddenly harbored a sense of resentment towards the individual who had brought him here. Each day, he was denied the opportunity to venture outside and was deprived of sufficient sustenance. Yet, Chen Xun had astonishingly presented him with genuine food, something he had not tasted in what felt like an eternity. He gazed at the burlap sack in Chen Xun's hands, unable to restrain himself any longer. Within a mere minute, the entire sack of provisions had vanished into the depths of his large mouth. Delicious. It had been ages since he had savored such delectable fare, the young boy exclaimed, his eyes fixated on another sack beside Chen Xun. Without hesitation, he lunged towards it. And mere seconds later, the contents of that sack were consumed as well. Chen Xun stood by, utterly astonished. Goodness, this paltry amount of food was hardly sufficient. Truly, he was a ravenous spirit. However, Chen Xun also noticed that after devouring 2 sacks of food, the boy's ghostly aura had intensified considerably. It seemed that this starving spirit could augment his powers simply by feasting. Brother, I'm still hungry. The young boy's eyes were locked onto Chen Xun, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. Brother, is there more food? Chen Xun replied, Indeed, but you must first reveal your name to me. Observing the young boy, it appeared that after consuming some food, he was no longer in a frenzied state of wanting to devour others. My name is Xiao Jie, the boy declared. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Jie. However, this food of mine is not to be given lightly. Become my contracted spirit, and I shall ensure you are well fed every day. What say you? As soon as Chen Xun finished speaking, Xiao Jie had yet to respond when he suddenly interjected, Boss, your presence is already sufficient for me. Are you certain you wish to contract this little imp? Boss, should you form a pact with this creature and fail to satiate it, it could very well consume you. Chen Xun had contemplated Ying's words. The enigmatic mists of the reality world could inexplicably envelop the nation at any moment. Moreover, as he delved deeper into the terrifying realm, he increasingly recognized the paramount significance of strength. If one possessed enough power, even transgressing the rules would bear no consequence, for within the confines of the mission, one embodies the very rules themselves. Furthermore, Chen Xun remarked, Ying, when have you ever seen me lacking in funds? Impulsive chef, when have I ever been short on money? After Chen Xun's declaration, Ying fell suddenly silent, realizing he could not counter his boss's assertion. It seemed that indeed, his boss was not in want of riches, though the source of such wealth remained a mystery. At that moment, Xiao Jie turned to Chen Xun, his face alight with excitement. Can you truly ensure that I will have enough to eat? Last time, someone claimed they could provide for me, yet ultimately left me stranded in this room. Brother, those who lie are destined to be consumed. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xun inquired, How much do you require in a day? Xiao Jie replied, For the quantity of food like what was just presented, I would need 10 servings. Chen Xun exhaled in relief, having feared that the gluttonous spirit was an insatiable abyss. He then nodded and stated, Very well. Xiao Jie immediately grew excited and said, Then brother, let me eat my fill just once, so I can witness your prowess. Chen Xun, of course, had no objections. All right, let us go to the restaurant and dine. He truly felt too lazy to carry the 20 sacks of food upstairs. Xiao Jie licked his lips eagerly. All right, brother. They exited room 4-2, took the elevator down to the second floor, and entered the restaurant. Hello. May I take your order? The cashier ghost was taken aback upon seeing Chen Xun. He had not anticipated that Chen Xun had survived. The starving ghost, having not eaten sufficiently, would undoubtedly not let Chen Xun off the hook. The cashier's gaze fell downward as he inquired, Well, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. The starving ghost's eyes widened with excitement. Brother, can I really order anything? I want to eat meat. The cashier ghost's expression changed drastically at this scene. Could it be that this human was unable to satiate him and had lured the starving ghost to the restaurant? Damn it. He must be out of money and foolishly brought the starving ghost here, for in the eyes of the starving ghost, this place was filled with food. He glared fiercely at Chen Xun and said, Waitstaff, do you understand the consequences of bringing him here? If he does not eat his fill, numerous ghosts will suffer due to your foolish decision. Chen Xun furrowed his brows and replied, Surely you have ample food here? The cashier ghost retorted, That requires ghost money. Chen Xun's expression remained impassive. Then this will be straightforward. With that, he produced 100,000 ghost coins and placed them on the cashier's counter. Please use this money to prepare my order. My request is simple, ample meat and generous portions. The ghost at the counter was momentarily taken aback upon seeing such a sum of ghost coins. What an astonishing amount of ghost coins. It seemed to be the first time he had ever received such a substantial payment since becoming a cashier. Why does this human possess so many ghost coins? Noticing the ghost's hesitation, Chen Xun inquired, Is there a problem? The ghost cashier chuckled. No, please take a seat while I send the menu to the kitchen. It will be brought to your table shortly. Chen Xun nodded and led Xiao Jie to a nearby table. The ghost cashier then cast a frosty glare at a player working as a waiter in the restaurant, commanding, You there, hurry and take this menu to the kitchen. Delay. And you can forget about your legs. The player scurried over, panic evident in his demeanor. Yes, I'll take it right away. As the player hurried past Chen Xun's table, he instinctively noticed him, his face registering surprise, especially upon seeing a ghost seated obediently beside Chen Xun. It utterly shattered his preconceived notions of the horror realm. While others would rather avoid ghosts, this player was dining alongside one, and that ghost appeared to be quite compliant with Chen Xun's directives. Can humanity truly behave in such a manner? The player was momentarily taken aback, his feet rooted to the spot. Waitstaff, why are you still standing there? The cashier's ghostly voice echoed, prompting the player to hurriedly dash towards the kitchen. At this moment, breakfast hours had long passed, leaving only Chen Xun's table and the specters in the restaurant. Xiao Jie appeared somewhat shy after taking a seat. The only sound was the incessant growl of his stomach, revealing his reluctance to engage in conversation. Chen Xun pondered where he might procure a ghost contract. Soon, however, the system's voice resonated, indicating that ghost contracts could also be acquired through the system. Ultimately, Chen Xun spent a considerable sum to purchase an ample supply of ghost contracts. You are mine, and I am yours. A mere glance too long could lead to an explosion. Draw closer, and you may find yourself melting away. Just then, a melodic voice wafted in from outside. A female ghost pranced into the restaurant. Chen Xun instinctively turned his gaze and caught sight of the tattered stockings adorning her legs. This female ghost was none other than Lu Lingling, who had facilitated his black gold membership. He had once held a fondness for stockings. Yet after his encounter with the ghost from 4-1, he felt an inexplicable aversion upon seeing them again. Upon spotting Chen Xun, Lu Lingling's song abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of excitement as she approached him. "Good morning, sir," she exclaimed, deliberately flaunting her slender legs, specifically, the stockings draping them. Upon seeing the stockings, Chen Xun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Please keep your distance," he remarked. Lu Lingling was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly recall something and headed towards the kitchen. This individual seems somewhat bashful, Lu Lingling mused quietly to herself. As soon as she entered the kitchen, the irritable voice of the chef echoed through the air. "Who ordered so many dishes? How long am I supposed to be working? At this rate, I'll go find that person and chop them up." The head chef was a towering figure, easily measuring over 2 meters in height, wielding a kitchen knife that appeared to have not seen a wash in ages, adorned with stubborn black grease and dried bloodstains. Yet, as the chef took a few steps forward, he abruptly halted. He glared menacingly at the players before him, thrusting the knife towards one of them. "Waitstaff, go and deal with that person outside for me. This way, I won't have to prepare so many dishes." The player, head bowed, dared not utter a word. Just yesterday, she had been working as a waitress in the restaurant, accompanied by another player. However, that player had been struck down by the chef simply for speaking with a tone that displeased him. Hence, she resolved to remain silent. Moreover, the idea of going to confront the player outside was utterly out of the question. She was merely a novice in this game, while her counterpart was a spirit master, accompanied by a ghost. It was likely that she would be devoured by that ghost before she even got close. Thus, silence remains the wisest choice. However, the head chef, noticing the player's reticence, grew increasingly irate. "Are you mute? If you do not go and deal with that fellow, I shall use you as my ingredient." Shadow responded. "From now on, I dictate the terms here. We have yet to enter the kitchen, and already I am subjected to your incessant barking. If you are unwilling to work, then simply do not." At that moment of indecision for the player, Lu Lingling fortuitously arrived in the back kitchen, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the chef. Upon seeing Lu Lingling, the chef's initially furious expression softened considerably. Lu Lingling held a higher rank among the staff in the haunted hotel, surpassing even the hotel manager in status, for she was specifically tasked with serving the hotel's esteemed members. Securing employment in this terrifying realm is an arduous feat. Not to mention the benefits and compensation are quite commendable. He had no desire to jeopardize his position. Looking at Lu Lingling, he forced a smile and said, "Sister Ling, what brings you here?" Lu Lingling replied coldly, "I am hungry and came to find something to eat. By the way, have the meals for the guests outside been prepared? Hurry and finish them, then deliver them to the guests." Upon hearing this, the chef's face contorted with frustration as he retorted, "Sister Ling, that fellow outside ordered dishes worth a staggering 100,000 ghost coins. How long do you expect me to toil over this? Moreover, we are running low on kitchen supplies. I have inquired, and that individual is a human who has already made the payment. Perhaps we should eliminate him. No one would ever know." Upon hearing the chef's words, Lu Lingling's gaze turned icy, and a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from her. She fixed the chef with a cold stare and declared, "If we run out of ingredients, we shall procure more. Should you fail to attend to that guest outside and leave him dissatisfied, not only will you lose this job, but I assure you the manager would take delight in transforming you into a mere relic of this establishment." Just yesterday, during her conversation with the manager, Lu Lingling had made it abundantly clear that they must provide impeccable service to this black gold member. Should anyone dare to provoke him, Lu Lingling would not hesitate to sever their head from their shoulders. The Black Gold members are indeed a rarity within the haunted hotel. With no more than 10 in existence, each one a formidable aristocrat of the haunted city, they are not to be trifled with by mere hotel staff. Although the individual outside was human, it was certain that he possessed a far more powerful backing. Otherwise, he would not so casually brandish such wealth. The chef, upon witnessing Lu Lingling's demeanor, turned pale with fear. In his recollection, Lu Lingling was always quite amiable. Why, then, did she react so vehemently when discussing that insignificant human? He chuckled nervously. Sister Ling, I was merely jesting. I shall proceed to prepare the dishes. Even the player in the kitchen paused, acutely aware of the horror genre. He understood that within the realm of terror, humans are akin to rodents for the spirits, weak, inferior, and easily extinguished. Yet, why does it seem that all of this fails when it is placed upon that player outside? Even the chef, as well as the formidable spirit standing before him, must serve him with utmost caution. A few minutes later, the player arrived at Chen Xun's table with the next dish. Esteemed guest, here is your meal. Upon seeing the dish, seemingly crafted entirely from centipedes, Chen Xun couldn't help but shudder. Wow, it smells delightful. However, Xiao Jie licked his lips and eagerly picked up the plate. In the next moment, his mouth gaped wider than the plate itself, and he proceeded to stuff the entire dish into his mouth. Just seconds later, he expelled the plate back out. Chen Xun had almost believed that Xiao Jie would swallow it whole. I'm so hungry. It's still not enough, Xiao Jie remarked. Fear not, there is more. Chen Xun reassured him. Soon enough, another dish was brought forth. The moment the plate was set down, within 3 seconds, the contents were devoured by Xiao Jie. The plates came and went in a seamless flow, akin to an assembly line. Before long, the entire restaurant was sealed off. A white notice was affixed outside, emblazoned with bold crimson characters. The restaurant is not open to the public today. This day, the entire establishment catered solely to Chen Xun. Yet the chef remained tirelessly occupied, sought ing dishes while muttering unsavory curses. This state of affairs persisted until evening, gradually coming to a close. The meal, costing 100,000 ghost coins, was finally completed. In the kitchen, the chef and the serving staff collapsed in exhaustion, utterly spent. In the restaurant, Xiao Jie let out a satisfied burp and turned to Chen Xun with excitement, exclaiming, I am full. It seems I haven't eaten to my heart's content in ages. No. Since my demise, I haven't truly been satiated. Brother, thank you. He continued, by the way, let us hasten to forge the ghostly contract. This way, I can protect you at all times. This marked the first occasion in Xiao Jie's existence where he felt completely full. And the one responsible for this newfound satisfaction was none other than Chen Xun before him. He pondered whether, upon signing the contract, he would be able to enjoy such fullness every day. Before Chen Xun could respond, a voice echoed in his mind, Boss, are you certain you wish to enter into a contract with this ghost? While its potential is indeed somewhat substantial, it is, after all, a starving spirit. Chen Xun remained noncommittal, instead gazing at Xiao Jie. After consuming his meal, the ghostly aura surrounding him had indeed intensified significantly. Initially, he had merely been a third-tier spirit. Yet now he had remarkably ascended to the 6th tier. If he were to indulge for a few more days, would he not soon surpass the shadow? This could prove to be an invaluable, latent ally for Chen Xun. Consequently, Chen Xun nodded in agreement, resolving that once the contract was finalized, he would stockpile an abundance of the ghost's favored delicacies within his system space. Whenever this spirit felt hunger, he would simply present the food to him. Subsequently, Chen Xun produced a ghostly contract, inscribed the pertinent details, and then let a drop of blood fall upon it. He looked at Xiao Jie and asked, I trust you require no instruction on how to proceed? Xiao Jie remained silent, instead biting his own finger and allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the ghost contract. Soon, a profound connection blossomed within him. At that moment, Chen Xun summoned the second ghost of the pact. Brother, I am now your contracted ghost. From this day forward, I shall protect you at all times. Oh, and do not forget to feed me, he declared, transforming into a wisp of black mist and merging into Chen Xun's body. Once a human and a ghost enter into a contract, the ghost can inhabit the body of the contracted individual. The instant Xiao Jie entered Chen Xun's being, a voice emerged, audible only to Xiao Jie. Little ghost, from now on, I hold dominion here. Do you understand? Now, shift a bit to the right. That little corner is where you belong. Xiao Jie, within Chen Xun's body, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of an immensely powerful ghost residing within Chen Xun. Trembling, he replied, "Understood, sister." How much ghostly currency had this fellow invested? Chen Xun's confidence in binding this starving ghost to a contract stemmed not only from the abundance of his ghostly currency, but also from another reason. He possessed the birdcage of Qin. As long as the starving ghost had not ascended to level 8, the cage could confine him. Furthermore, there was Shadow, along with the devouring realm at his disposal. With Shadow's formidable strength, should Xiao Jie prove disobedient, Chen Xun had means to manage him. With Xiao Jie's entry into Chen Xun's body, he had effectively completed the entirety of the task set for the second day. What remains is his free time. As dusk approaches, Chen Xun can no longer venture outside the hotel. Within the restaurant, he grasps the peculiar paper figure storage box, an acquisition from the corpulent specter. However, it is merely a sub-box, implying that should the rotund ghost desire, the paper figures nurtured within could be commanded by him. Consequently, Chen Xun is unwittingly aiding the ghost in nurturing these figures. This notion had been illuminated to him upon acquiring the box, though Chen Xun refrained from articulating it at that moment, for he possessed a method to transform the sub-box into a primary box through the nurturing of ghostly energy. If the nurturing surpasses that of the main box, a shift in their relationship could occur. With this thought, Chen Xun retrieved the enigmatic storage box and a stack of ghost money. The ethereal energy emanating from the ghost money could likewise be employed to nourish the sub-box. He placed the box upon the table and deposited the ghost money inside. Soon, the spectral energy was absorbed by the box. The system's interface indicated that the box remained a sub-box. Evidently, it was insufficient. Contemplating this, Chen Xun cast additional stacks of ghost money into the box, which greedily absorbed the ghostly essence. The red spectral energy within grew increasingly dense, and paper figures began to manifest inside the box. He set these figures aside and continued to place more ghost money within. Although he could manipulate these paper figures, his authority was notably inferior to that of the corpulent ghost wielding the primary box. As long as the corpulent specter is willing, these paper-thin beings can indeed break free from his grasp. This notion left Chen Xun feeling somewhat unsettled. Thus, he resolved to transform this subordinate box into a principal one. After all, it merely required the expenditure of ghostly coins, a resource he possessed in abundance. At this moment, the plump specter had already vacated room 4-1, now seated upon a crimson-hued tray. In his hand, he held a stocking, inhaling its essence with rapture. Suddenly, he froze, retrieving a red box that quivered slightly, emanating a faint aura of ghostly energy. A sardonic smile crept across his face. That human had commenced nurturing the subordinate box. He chuckled to himself. For unbeknownst to that individual, no matter how diligently he nurtured it, the paper-thin beings that emerged would remain under my dominion. If he remains oblivious to the true predicament. The corpulent specter began to daydream. The energy required to nurture a single paper-thin being was truly astronomical. Even he, upon acquiring the box, had only managed to nurture 50 sheets. While undeniably effective, the consumption was exorbitant. With his mediocre capabilities, nurturing this box would necessitate the use of ghostly coins. Regrettably, despite investing nearly 50,000 ghostly coins, he had only managed to cultivate a mere handful of paper-thin beings. Now, observing the reaction of the principal box, Chen Xun was indeed assisting him in nurturing those beings. His spirits soared with delight. His expectations were modest. He merely wished for the other party to nurture 20 sheets. Just as he reveled in his secret triumph, the ghostly energy emanating from the principal box dissipated. Was it truly over so soon? It seems that merely around 10,000 ghost coins have been nourished, and the box has likely fostered about 10 paper figures. Nonetheless, this is quite satisfactory. Soon, those paper figures shall all belong to me. A sinister grin appeared on the portly ghost's face. Yet, just moments after the ghostly aura dissipated, the box suddenly emanated a crimson specter once more. The rotund specter was instantly elated. I never anticipated that this human possessed such wealth to nourish so much ghostly energy. It appears there are yet another 10,000 ghost coins. Excellent, indeed. That makes for 20 paper figures. The corpulent ghost felt a surge of joy, astonished that Chen Xun would expend such a fortune to nurture the paper figures. However, all of this was merely to sew a garment for himself. Soon, the ghostly energy upon the mother box vanished again, only to re-emerge shortly thereafter. The portly ghost widened his eyes. Could it be returning once more? Yet, a cold smile returned to his face. The more the merrier. 3 paper figures now. This human is truly affluent. Shortly after, the ghostly energy disappeared and then reappeared. This time, however, the rotund ghost felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely not, it cannot return. Enough is enough. The rotund ghost had only expended 50,000 ghost coins to nourish the mother box. Should it require further nourishment, his mother box would transform into a child box. It is impossible. After all, he is merely a human and cannot possess such wealth. Ho ho ho. Perhaps I am overthinking this. 70,000 ghost coins should indeed be his limit. The corpulent specter consoled himself, but in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly realized that his mother box had lost its control over the child box. No, it had transformed into a child box. His face turned pale, and his wide eyes reflected disbelief. That individual had somehow infused an astonishing amount of over 20,000 nether coins in one go. This was inconceivable. A mere servant could not possibly possess such wealth. Panic began to envelop the corpulent specter as he recognized that he had indeed lost control over the enigmatic paper doll storage box. In a frenzy, he hastily retrieved a stack of nether coins and placed them into the box, hoping to revert this child box back into a mother box. 10,000 nether coins. 20,000. 30,000 after he had invested 50,000 nether coins, he discovered, to his dismay, that the box remained utterly unresponsive. Damn it. How many nether coins did that fellow actually contribute? 100 paper dolls could be summoned with just 100,000 nether coins. The maximum capacity of the paper dolls in the box was precisely 100. The corpulent specter's eyes widened in shock. He had utterly relinquished control over the storage box. Moreover, the paper dolls he had just nurtured could be effortlessly reclaimed by Chen Xun if he so desired. It appeared that I had underestimated this human. Damn it, my paper dolls. The corpulent specter gritted his teeth. He had initially intended to deceive Chen Xun, only to find himself outmaneuvered instead. In the ghostly realm, within the hotel, Chen Xun, having nurtured the child box into a mother box, proceeded to insert a staggering 1 million nether coins into it. Upon receiving the system notification that his continued investment of ghostly currency would constitute an improper expenditure, he finally ceased his actions. Strangely, the box containing the paper figures had undergone an upgrade, evolving from a secondary grade ghost artifact to one of a superior grade. The transformation was evident in the paper figures themselves. What once appeared to be mere ordinary paper now shimmered with a metallic luster. Furthermore, an ethereal aura of ghostly energy emanated from each figure, suggesting they had indeed grown stronger. The quantity of these paper figures had doubled, and at this moment, Chen Xun felt a profound connection to the primary box he held in his hands, signifying that he had truly come into possession of this ghostly artifact. As the paper figures floated gracefully in the air, Chen Xun gestured with his finger, prompting them to swiftly dive into the box. After sealing it shut, he contentedly departed from the dining hall. At that moment, he noticed the door to his room was slightly ajar, causing a pang of unease in his heart. He recalled having locked the door upon his exit. With only a single room card in his possession, it was impossible for Chen Xun to have entered. Moreover, he had not requested room service, which ruled out any hotel staff entering. How, then, had the door opened on its own? Could it possibly be that ghost from the previous night? With trepidation, Chen Xun slowly opened the door. The living room was devoid of any presence. Even the furnishings were meticulously arranged, showing no signs of having been disturbed. The lighting was dim, with a slight flicker casting an unsettling ambience. Chen Xun couldn't shake the feeling that something within the suite was watching him intently. The 2 doors were closed, yet neither was locked. Thus, Chen Xun effortlessly turned the doorknob to Chen Xun's room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an empty space. Chen Xun felt puzzled. According to the game panel, no one had perished that day, indicating that Chen Xun should still be alive. He opened the wardrobe and inspected the bathroom thoroughly. After confirming the absence of anyone, he exited Chen Xun's room. Everything seemed normal. With that thought, Chen Xun directed his gaze towards his own room. He turned the doorknob and opened the door, casually flicking the light switch. The illumination appeared even dimmer than the previous day. Instinctively, Chen Xun glanced at the ceiling, expecting to see the ghost he had anticipated. Yet it was absent from the walls. He opened his wardrobe again, finding nothing there, nor in the bathroom. He even scrutinized behind the curtains and outside the window, but still found nothing. It seemed he had been overly cautious, or perhaps someone had indeed entered this space, but had since departed. Chen Xun exhaled in relief. Realizing he had likely been in this game for too long, his mind overly strained. He slowly turned around, sensing it was time to take a break. There were still 3 days remaining. After that, he could escape this scenario. However, he needed to auction off the land on the final day to utilize the currency within the system. Since entering this realm, he had yet to make any significant expenditures. Consequently, his level remained at 5 as a ghost tamer, still several billion in spending away from attaining level 6. However, as long as all these plots of land are auctioned off, upgrading to a level 6 ghost tamer should not pose much difficulty. The most frustrating aspect at present is that there are still 3 days until the auction. During this period, he must continue to remain in the hotel to complete tasks. Otherwise, he risks being expelled from the game instance. It is truly a bitter predicament. Fortunately, these tasks are not overly challenging for him. The only point of concern is the hotel's nocturnal hours. Through the bloody kindergarten instance, Chen Xun has gleaned a rough understanding. The ghosts that appear at night are far more terrifying than those during the day. He must strive to keep his nerves steady. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the bed in the room, he found himself momentarily stunned. For beneath the bed, a pair of crimson eyes was fixated upon him. He sensed a sinister presence, as if he had been discovered. A strange sound emanated from beneath his bed, heralding the emergence of a ghost. Its manner of crawling was peculiar. Its forelimbs pressed against the ground while its body executed a complete 360-degree twist, with its head peering out from between its feet. This ghost was one he had encountered before, the belligerent ghostly waiter from his initial foray into the instance. Back then, Chen Xun had told the specter that if given the opportunity, he would find an isolated place to slay it. Little did he expect that the ghost would actually return. Surprising, isn't it? As a mere attendant here, I can effortlessly access all guest room doors, even the presidential suite. Although the source of your wealth that allows you to reside here remains a mystery, it has become inconsequential. Soon, you shall find yourself consumed by me. The ghostly waiter gazed coldly at Chen Xun, his mouth gaping wide, revealing sharp teeth. Chen Xun inquired, "Were you the one who knocked on my door last night?" If the specter is to be believed, then his ability to enter the room yesterday is indeed plausible. However, it remains unclear how he discerned which room was his. Did he attempt to knock on both doors? Fortunately, he had the foresight to lock the door to the bedroom. This ghostly attendant should not have been able to enter the suite's bedroom at will. How clever of him. Yet, it is too late to comprehend now. It is just the two of us here, and your demise is imminent. Once I have devoured you, no one will ever know it was I who did it. The ghostly waiter rose, mouth agape, lunging towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun chuckled. A mere second-tier ghost dares to boast here? The ghost domain. Soon, the ghostly waiter realized that the distance between him and Chen Xun had stretched infinitely. No matter how hard he tried, he could not close the gap by even a fraction. The ghostly waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly feeble human could wield the ghost domain, a skill typically reserved for 5th or even 6th-tier beings. The release of ghostly energy comes at a cost, after all. Thus, previously, Chen Xun had concealed the malevolent aura surrounding him, leading the ghost to perceive him as a feeble human. A contract with you? You are far too weak, he thought, as he entered the ghost domain, leaving the ghost attendant utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this human's level could surpass his own. Damn it, I can't believe you have hidden your true strength. How shameless. The ghost attendant gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated, realizing that he was no match for Chen Xun. He could only hope to escape this ghostly realm. However, if escaping the ghost domain were so simple, it would hardly be called a ghost domain. Brother, allow me to consume him. Came the voice of Xiao Jie in Chen Xun's mind. Not for now, Chen Xun replied, retrieving a peculiar box containing a paper figure from the system space. Instantly, the metallic, crimson paper figures erupted from the box, floating around Chen Xun. Go, Chen Xun commanded, and the multitude of paper figures surged towards the ghost attendant. The ghost attendant's expression shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Please spare me, my lord. If you grant me mercy, I shall become your contract ghost and obey your every command." He sensed an overwhelming threat from the paper figures, realizing that being struck by them would mean certain death. In this moment, his only chance of survival lay in begging for mercy. Yet, Chen Xun paid no heed to the ghost attendant's pleas. "You are too weak," he murmured softly at last. The paper figure traversed past the ghostly waiter, who gradually dissipated into ethereal mist. "Little ghost, go take care of the aftermath," Ing suddenly declared. Xiao Jie emerged from Chen Xun's body, gazing at the ghostly waiter and licking his lips, before turning to Chen Xun and asking, "Brother, can I have this ghost?" Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded in acquiescence. Of course, he certainly did not intend to leave the corpse in the room. Initially, he had planned for the hotel specters to handle it, but it seemed Xiao Jie harbored a certain desire for these bodies. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, Xiao Jie climbed beside the ghostly waiter and opened his mouth wide. With a single bite, he devoured the ghostly waiter whole. Chen Xun stood in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing Xiao Jie consume a ghost, and he didn't even need to chew. See, boss? He will eventually swallow you whole. Ying's voice echoed within Chen Xun's mind. Chen Xun remained noncommittal. He glanced at Xiao Jie and noticed that the ghostly aura surrounding him had intensified. Remarkably, consuming a ghost seemed to enhance his power. If he were to devour the ghosts within the hotel, would he not swiftly become a formidable specter himself? With Xiao Jie by his side, handling these corpses would undoubtedly become much more convenient. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open once again. Chen Xun felt a tightening in his chest as he stepped outside, only to find Qin Sheng entering with a dazed expression. Chen Xun observed that a faint ghostly aura was emanating from Qin Sheng, a clear indication that he had already become a ghost master. Chen Xun felt a sense of bewilderment. Typically, the presence of ghostly energy only manifested after the conclusion of a game instance. How could it be emanating from Qin Sheng? The moment Chen Xun stepped outside, he noticed Qin Sheng gazing over with a look of fear and confusion in his eyes. Old Chen, I feel tainted, he confessed. Chen Xun was taken aback. What happened? Qin Sheng recounted his experience serving a guest on the third floor today. Chen Xun's eyes widened in disbelief, bordering on existential doubt. While attending to a room, Qin Sheng had offered a few hundred yuan in spirit money to a female ghost, hoping to make his task easier. To his astonishment, the ghost responded with a flirtatious glance. Following a series of indescribable events, the ghost granted Qin Sheng access to a terrifying supermarket within a supernatural realm and transformed him into a ghost master. So, you've essentially been taken under the wing of a wealthy patron? Chen Xun inquired. It's a ghost. A ghost, Qin Sheng protested. Even if she is affluent, she is still a ghost. Chen Xun jested. How splendid. You shall never lack spirit money again. Worst case scenario, you could always become a Ninkaichen. Qin Sheng retorted. Though you jest, that sister truly is beautiful. Yet, the divide between the living and the dead is insurmountable. Old Chen, I feel my life has already been sullied. Chen Xun patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder, reassuring him, Old Qin, try to maintain a broader perspective. He made a mental note of the incident, anticipating the opportunity to tease his dear friend about this peculiar affair in the future. Who knows what other strange occurrences the night might hold. However, Chen Xun and Qin Sheng had already made a pact, vowing not to disturb each other's peace, regardless of the circumstances. The night passed quietly, devoid of any incidents. When morning arrived, the alarm clock chimed, and after Chen Xun completed his morning routine, he joined Chen Xun in descending to the hotel's conference room on the first floor. Inside the room, other players had already gathered, many of whom bore dark circles under their eyes, a testament to their restless night. At this moment, the sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed once more. The hotel manager had arrived. As the door swung open, the manager, clutching a ledger, cast a frigid gaze over the players. His eyes landed on the player who had lost an arm the previous day due to a guest complaint about voyeurism. In the next instant, the hotel manager's hand pierced through the player's torso, extracting the crimson heart. The player, in his final moments, gazed wide-eyed in sheer terror before succumbing to oblivion. After being warned yesterday, he still dared to spy on the guests. Soon, his remains would be transformed into a morbid trophy for the occupants, a macabre gesture to alleviate their discontent with the establishment. Witnessing this scene, many players turned pale with fear, understanding that the deceased had once again attracted a complaint from yesterday's residents. The hotel manager licked the blood from his hands and surveyed the remaining players. Given the exhaustion of the restaurant staff from the previous day, he declared that all of them would serve as waitstaff in the dining room today. Remember, today a distinguished gold member will dine at the hotel, and you must provide exceptional service to this esteemed guest. Should any of you receive a complaint from this honored member or fail to meet their expectations, you will face dire consequences. The hotel manager gestured towards the player lying in a pool of blood. In the haunted hotel, every member is akin to a deity. Even a silver member enjoys considerable privileges. Gold members, however, are exceedingly valuable, and thus, the hotel spares no effort in catering to them, even if it means sacrificing 1 or 2 employees. Moreover, the membership hierarchy within the hotel is strictly enforced. As members ascend in rank, their privileges increase significantly, and the standards for service become ever more exacting. For instance, Platinum members receive additional exclusive services compared to Gold members. Black Gold members can make unreasonable demands, regardless of their nature, and even the hotel manager must comply unconditionally. Our establishment operates on a membership system, and today's guest is of paramount importance to us. Therefore, if your negligence results in a negative experience for this esteemed member, well, with that, the hotel manager turned and departed. Many new players shuddered at the sight of the corpse nearby. They had no desire to meet a similar fate. Subsequently, another player was eliminated from the game. The player in question is a seasoned veteran who, upon experiencing death, chose to exit the dungeon using a logout tool. Should he opt to continue playing and meet his demise again within the dungeon, it would signify his true end. Meanwhile, many players have turned their attention to a female player. Xiaoying, you have been working as a server in the restaurant these past few days. Are there any unspoken rules to adhere to? This Xiaoying is the same player whom Chen Xun encountered in the restaurant yesterday. Upon hearing the inquiries from the players, she offered an awkward smile, then directed her gaze towards Chen Xun and remarked, "While I am a server, as long as I do not provoke the chef or the customers, there will be no issues. If you seek wisdom, it would be prudent to consult this esteemed individual." Xiaoying gestured towards Chen Xun. She had witnessed firsthand how even the formidable Chef Ling treated Chen Xun with utmost respect. Within this establishment, Chen Xun appeared to navigate his role with far greater ease than the others. In her eyes, he embodied the essence of a true player. While they seemed merely a collection of subjugated souls, vulnerable to the whims of malevolent spirits. At that moment, Wang Yi from the crowd approached. Smiling as he addressed Chen Xun. "Greetings, I am Wang Yi from the Ningxing National Office. Young man, may I inquire if you have any interest in our office? Should you choose to join us, you would receive resource support from the National Office each time you enter a dungeon, such as coins or ghostly artifacts." Wang Yi clearly harbored intentions of enticing Chen Xun, for he had just overheard the whispers of decay within him, revealing that Chen Xun had contracted with two spirits. Moreover, one of the spirits was exceptionally formidable, while the other, though rather ordinary, appeared to possess significant potential for growth. Such qualities in a spirit are exceedingly rare. He recalled that when he first encountered Chen Xun, the old decay had mentioned that there was a spirit within him. Now, within the span of a mere day, the latter had forged a contract with another spirit. Having had prior experience with spirit contracts, he understood the immense difficulty involved in such a process. For an ordinary person, merely encountering a spirit without being devoured would be fortunate enough. When he contracted the old decay, he sacrificed 5 years of his lifespan to earn the latter's consent. Yet, it seemed that Chen Xun had not made any significant sacrifice. "My name is Chen Yi," Chen Xun stated. He had previously interacted with personnel from the National Office, specifically Zhao Shan. However, despite the official nature of the National Office, Chen Xun harbored little familiarity with it, and thus had no intention of joining. Furthermore, he harbored secrets of his own that he feared would be uncovered should he become a member. Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, Wang Yi showed no further inclination to persuade him, recognizing that Chen Xun had effectively declined the offer. Ultimately, the group ascended to the restaurant on the second floor. The players had already grasped the nature of the tasks at hand in this establishment. Primarily, they were advised to avoid provoking the chef, and, secondly, to refrain from antagonizing the patrons. As long as they adhered to these two guidelines, they would likely remain unscathed. However, today presented a unique circumstance, as they were to accommodate a golden member of the Ghost Hotel. Unbeknownst to them, the temperament of these members was uncertain. During their 2 days at the hotel, they had encountered numerous peculiar spirits, and should they be challenged by the spirit of this golden member, their situation could become dire. Before the entrance of the restaurant on the second floor stood an elderly woman with purple skin and a hunched back, casting a cold glance over the crowd. In a raspy voice, she declared, "Waitstaff, I am the supervisor of this establishment, Granny Li. Today, you are all to heed my commands. Disobedience will not be taken lightly." With that, she pointed at Wang Yi and Xiaoying, instructing, "You two, proceed to the kitchen and chop vegetables." Following this, she gestured towards the remaining players and Chen Xun, stating, "You lot shall wash the dishes. When the dining hour approaches, you will serve the meals." Finally, Granny Li turned her gaze to Chen Xun and remarked, "You have a pleasing appearance. Thus, you shall remain here to attend to our esteemed guests. Remember, the golden member arriving shortly possesses assets amounting to a staggering 500,000. Ensure he is treated with the utmost respect. With that, she turned and exited the restaurant. Upon hearing her words, the group collectively exhaled in relief, realizing that they would primarily be working in the kitchen. According to Xiaoying, as long as they did not provoke the chef, they would be safe. With this thought, they cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Xun, sighing inwardly. Attending to the diners outside posed the greatest risk. Patrons flowed in and out of the restaurant, their peculiar temperaments unknown. And a single misstep could result in an unfortunate fate at the hands of these strange beings. At the cash register, a ghostly cashier regarded Chen Xun with apprehension. Others may be unaware, but yesterday he witnessed Chen Xun produce a substantial sum of 100,000 ghost coins, ordering an extravagant array of delicacies. Notably, he even fed a ghost. Even Lu Lingling seemed to regard this guest with considerable interest, realizing that he must not provoke him. However, at that moment, as he glanced towards Chen Xun returned his gaze. Approaching the cashier, Chen Xun handed over a stack of ghost coins once more, instructing, "Please continue to arrange the meals according to yesterday's quantities. Once the dishes are prepared, set them aside. I shall dine after I conclude my business. Little Jia will need to eat as well," Chen Xun added. The cashier ghost nodded in understanding and began to frantically order the dishes. Suddenly, little Jia interjected, "Brother, we don't necessarily need to consume these foods. If you simply prepare some incense for me, I shall be satisfied." Chen Xun paused at this revelation, realizing that this would indeed simplify matters considerably, as incense is far easier to store. He resolved to stockpile a bit more in the future. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was approaching noon. The hotel residents began to emerge from their rooms to partake in meals. Upon entering the dining area, their gazes instantly fixated upon Chen Xun, their mouths watering at the sight. What a delightful human, they mused. The ingredients are quite exceptional. They licked their lips, yet were acutely aware of the rules in place to protect these humans within the hotel. Thus, to use these humans as sustenance, they would have to create difficulties for them, compelling them to transgress the established rules, thereby allowing for their demise. In the dining hall, a ghost with a horse-like visage sat in his seat, his eyes fixated intently on Chen Xun. The waiter approached, "And I wish to place my order. I do not wish to strike you just yet." The man with the horse-like face beckoned to Chen Xun, who walked over and presented the menu. The man took the menu, stared at Chen Xun with an unsettling gaze, and inquired, "Do you serve braised human feet here?" Chen Xun shook his head and replied, "No." The man paused momentarily before asking, "What about human flesh hot pot?" Chen Xun continued to shake his head, "We do not have that either." The man with the horse-like face became somewhat irate and remarked, "What a pity, for I had a strong desire to indulge. How about using the flesh from your own body as ingredients to prepare a dish for me?" He sneered coldly, eager to witness Chen Xun's flustered reaction, believing that panic would lead to mistakes. At that moment, however, Xiao Jie suddenly emerged from Chen Xun's body. Xiao Jie exuded a dense aura of spirit energy, far surpassing that of the horse-faced man. Upon seeing Xiao Jie, the man's heart quavered. He recognized this entity as a fearsome, hungry ghost, one far more formidable than himself. Xiao Jie licked his lips and gazed at the horse-faced man, then turned to Chen Xun and asked, "Brother, may I devour this fellow?" With that, Xiao Jie opened his mouth wide, casting a sinister look at the man. The horse-faced man swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping over him. Chen Xun gently ruffled Xiao Jie's hair and said, not aloud, "Dear brother, this uncle is a guest here. It is not yet time to feast upon him." Upon hearing Chen Xun's words, Xiao Jie appeared noticeably disheartened, casting a cold glance at the horse-faced ghost. "Once he departs from this place, I shall devise a way to consume him," he muttered. The horse-faced ghost, upon hearing this, felt cold sweat begin to trickle down his back. Chen Xun turned his gaze towards the ghost and inquired, "By the way, esteemed guest, what did you just say?" The horse-faced ghost replied with a tremulous smile, "I requested a serving of boiled red maggots." Chen Xun nodded, committing the dish to memory. "Is there anything else you desire?" The ghost stammered, "And no, that's all." "Very well. That will be 44 Ming coins," Chen Xun stated. Immediately, the horse-faced ghost presented him with a 50-coin note. However, upon receiving the money, Chen Xun furrowed his brow and added, "Sir, there is also the matter of a tip." The horse-faced ghost was taken aback. When did this establishment require gratuity? Yet, the malicious glint in Chen Xun's eyes, coupled with the memory of the famished ghost from earlier, compelled him to produce another 50-coin note. "Sir, the minimum tip is 100, Chen Xun insisted. "You The horse-faced ghost's face contorted with frustration. This was not his first visit to the restaurant, and he was well aware that Chen Xun was taking advantage of him. However, considering the terrifying presence of the famished ghost, he felt he had no choice. Reluctantly, he handed over yet another 50-coin note. Only then did Chen Xun relent. In this chilling realm, these ghosts deserve their comeuppance. Esteemed guest, please step inside. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. At that moment, the voice of Granny Li suddenly echoed from beyond the dining hall. Chen Xun instinctively cast his gaze in that direction. Outside the door, a thick atmosphere of ghostly energy pervaded the air. Granny Li led the way, followed by several specters clad in traditional Tang suits. These apparitions traversed the dark, swirling mist, exuding an unsettling aura. They appeared to be a family of 3, seemingly the esteemed golden members mentioned by the hotel manager. At the forefront stood a portly figure reminiscent of a landowner, though his complexion was ghostly pale, as if dusted with flour. On either side of his face, dark mottled patches marred his visage. Behind this corpulent man was a woman adorned in a red qipao, her slender figure exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a wealthy matron. Yet her pallid complexion, accentuated by blood-red lipstick, imparted an eerily disquieting impression. The woman grasped the hand of a ghostly child, who appeared to be a diminutive version of the landowner. He leaped playfully, his curious eyes darting toward Shizhou, exuding a lively spirit. At that moment, the woman suddenly directed her gaze at the ghostly child and declared, "If you continue to make noise, I shall sever your legs." Upon hearing this, the child immediately quieted, replying, "All right, mother." However, his small fists were clenched tightly, a flicker of resentment etched upon his face. No sooner had the ghostly child spoken than the rotund man struck the woman across the face with a resounding slap. "I have told you repeatedly, do not educate the child in this manner. Are my words merely falling on deaf ears? The next time he causes a commotion, bind his legs. What good is mere talk?" The woman glared fiercely at the man, exclaiming, "All you do is talk, while I toil day and night to care for our child. Where are you? Are you lying in the beds of those wretched women? Sooner or later, I shall sever what lies beneath you." Witnessing this scene, Chen Xun sighed inwardly. Indeed, they were a family bound by mutual affection. The trio settled down and turned their gaze towards Chen Xun, instructing, "Waiter, come take our order." Chen Xun approached and presented the menu to the man. The man's eyes lingered on Chen Xun for a moment, his gaze narrowing slightly, hinting at a chill, though he did not overtly display it. Soon, he ordered 5 dishes and instructed, "That will suffice. Have the kitchen prepare them promptly." Chen Xun nodded and was about to deliver the order to the kitchen when, at that moment, the ghostly child suddenly grasped Chen Xun's work attire. With hollow, icy eyes, he fixed his gaze on Chen Xun and asked, "Brother, will you stay and play with me?" Chen Xun furrowed his brow and replied softly, "Little brat, go away. I am not inclined to strike you just yet." The ghostly child was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xun's words. Having viewed him as a mere toy, he never anticipated such a response. At this, he found himself at a loss for words, his expression shifting to one of impending tears. The woman, having observed the situation, turned her gaze toward Chen Xun and spoke, "Waitstaff, could you entertain my child for a while? After all, the meal has yet to be served. When you are busy, you can attend to your own tasks. I trust your establishment is capable of providing at least this minimal service." As she uttered the final words, her expression turned icy. At that moment, the elderly lady, Granny Li, also glanced at Chen Xun, signaling him with her eyes, "Boss, let little Jia play with him for a bit. I believe this little fellow will be quite pleased." The voice of Ying echoed in Chen Xun's mind, particularly emphasizing the latter part of her statement. It seemed that little Jia could handle this mischievous child. Chen Xun nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the mischievous boy and allowing a peculiar smile to grace his face. "Very well, let's move over here. In a moment, another older brother will join you to play." Hearing that someone was willing to play with him, the mischievous child erupted with excitement, jumping up and clapping his hands. "Great! Big brother, let us play together." The woman, observing this exchange, chose not to intervene further. Although she sensed the spirits within Chen Xun, she was willing to let them entertain her child as long as it provided her with a moment of peace. She turned her head, delicately savoring the tea placed upon the table. Chen Xun, addressing the mischievous child, said, "Now, come this way." With that, he led the spirited child to the hotel's childcare area. To Chen Xun's astonishment, the toys within this daycare were not excavators or plastic balls, but rather bloodstained screws. axes, and even hammers. Truly a humane children's play area. Brother, what shall we play with? The toys here are far too terrifying. How about you take off your hand for me to play with? Said the ghostly child, gazing at Chen Xun. At that moment, Xiao Jie emerged from within Chen Xun. His gaze icy as he regarded the ghostly child. Brother, shall I join you and play? The ghostly child was momentarily taken aback, before a grin spread across his face. All right then, what part are you planning to give me to play with? Without hesitation, Xiao Jie detached his head from his neck. Even after separation, his eyes continued to blink. He extended his head towards the ghostly child, stating, how about this head for you to play with? The ghostly child grew excited. Accepting Xiao Jie's head. Great. I shall use your head as a ball to kick. You won't mind, will you? Xiao Jie replied, kick away. The ghostly child then placed the head on the ground and kicked it. Xiao Jie's head soared through the air, bouncing around the daycare. Chen Xun stood in stunned silence, a twinge of concern tugging at his heart. Kicking a head like a ball? Surely Xiao Jie would be fine, wouldn't he? The ghostly child gazed coldly at Xiao Jie's head, seemingly eager to witness a grimace of pain. However, despite the disarray of his hair, Xiao Jie revealed a faint smirk at the corner of his mouth. Brother, did you skip breakfast? Put in some effort. You are far too weak. Observing this scene, Chen Xun finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the phenomena of this chilling world could not be interpreted through conventional logic. Xiao Jie's head had endured so many impacts here, yet he remained completely unscathed. The ghostly child was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and delivered another forceful kick to Xiao Jie's head. Once again, Xiao Jie's head began to bounce repeatedly in the children's play area. Brother, you are still too weak. Subsequently, the ghostly child continued to kick. Yet, no matter what, Xiao Jie exhibited not a hint of panic. Eventually, the ghostly child could kick no more, panting heavily. Finally, Xiao Jie coldly remarked to the ghostly child, Brother, since you're already tired of playing, it's my turn now. Why don't you remove your head for me? Upon hearing this, the ghostly child's expression changed dramatically. Removing one's head would surely be painful, wouldn't it? What's wrong, brother? Are you afraid? Xiao Jie sneered. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's words, the ghostly child's face displayed a defiant expression. I'm not afraid. I'll take my head off right now. As he spoke, the ghostly child placed his hands on his own head but hesitated. Brother, are you too scared? You truly are a coward. Xiao Jie scoffed. I am not a coward. After being provoked by Xiao Jie, the ghostly child mustered up enough courage to detach its own head. The ghost child emitted a pained groan as dark blood dripped from the severed neck. Not far away, the ghostly couple, who appeared to be landlords, seemed to have noticed the commotion and turned their gaze in that direction. Son, what's wrong? The woman inquired. The ghost child's head replied, Mother, nothing is amiss. I'm just playing games with my brother. Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow but did not dwell on it, saying, just don't get too carried away. When the meal is ready, come and eat. The ghost child responded, Understood, Mother. Afterward, the ghost child handed its head to Xiao Jie. Brother, it's your turn. An eerie smile crept across Xiao Jie's face as he accepted the head, and in an instant, he gaped wide and swallowed the ghost child's head whole. Chen Xun was left in shock. Wouldn't this lead to trouble? Xiao Jie reassured. Don't worry, brother, I know my limits. It was at that moment that a muffled, terrified cry seemed to emanate from Xiao Jie's belly, as if the head inside had encountered something horrifying. Chen Xun's lips twitched slightly. The world of ghosts was utterly incomprehensible. Moments later, Xiao Jie opened his mouth once more, expelling the ghost child's head. It emerged coated in a considerable amount of yellowish-green slime, its wide eyes still staring in shock, the expression frozen in a state of terror. Xiao Jie's stomach was shrouded in darkness. The ghostly child truly believed that Xiao Jie intended to consume him, subsequently digesting him. Within the confines of Xiao Jie's belly, he endured a prolonged and harrowing few minutes. At that moment, he glared fiercely at Xiao Jie and proclaimed, Brother, let us engage in something else. Xiao Jie glanced at the West Zhou, and his gaze lingered on the bloodied screws. He chuckled, Very well. Let us drive these screws into each other's heads and see who can embed more. The ghostly child surveyed the screws in the children's shelter, each the length of an adult finger, and felt a shudder run through him. These screws were not supernatural entities, so even if they were driven into one's head, they would not cause fatal harm. Yet, the pain would be undeniably real. Are you afraid, little brother? Xiao Jie taunted. The ghostly child, clearly unyielding, replied, Fine, let us do it. However, in the next instant, he witnessed Xiao Jie swiftly grasping the screws. All the screws were firmly held in Xiao Jie's hand, while the other hand gripped a hammer. The ghostly child was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. Thus, he found himself unable to obtain a single screw. At this moment, the ghostly child gazed at the screws in Xiao Jie's possession, his heart gripped by sheer terror. Xiao Jie coldly regarded the ghostly child, stating, since you agreed to play this game, let us not resort to trickery. The ghostly child's fear intensified. A screw was driven into the ghost child's head, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Brother, a true man must endure. The game will soon come to an end. Xiao Jie chuckled derisively, driving a series of screws into the forehead of the ghostly child. Instantly, dark blood began to trickle from the boy's brow. Nearby, the woman observed this scene with an unsettling calmness. However, the man remarked, "It seems your son is being bullied. Aren't you going to intervene?" The woman cast a cold glare at him and replied, "As if he is not your son. Let him be bullied a little. Otherwise, he is far too mischievous. Nevertheless, my son is not so easily victimized. Soon, that waiter shall become my son's eternal plaything." The man nodded non-committally before glancing towards the kitchen. "Is the meal nearly ready?" A polite voice emanated from the kitchen. "Esteemed guests, it will be ready shortly. Please bear with us a moment longer." Meanwhile, Xiao Jie had driven all the nails into the forehead of the ghost child and clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, this game has concluded. Now, shall we try a different game? How about pulling out each other's intestines for a jump rope?" Upon hearing this, the ghost child's face contorted with terror. After 2 rounds of such games, he had developed a profound fear of Xiao Jie. He decided that he could never again play games with him. He immediately waved his hand and said, No. Xiao Jie scoffed, "How dull." After speaking, Xiao Jie dove into Chen Xun's body. Suddenly, the ghostly child fixed his gaze upon Chen Xun, and a sly smirk crept across his face. Before him stood a mere human, undoubtedly fragile. His father had mentioned that humans were the easiest to bully in the realm of horror. If one sought to torment, humans were the prime target. In the past, he had played with and even caused the demise of numerous humans. They were simply too weak. With this thought, he cast a malicious glance at Chen Xun and said, "Big brother, it's your turn to play with me now." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun's expression darkened. "Little ghost, I have no desire to slap you. Just hurry and leave." While he certainly wouldn't mind teaching the child a lesson, he appeared significantly older than the boy, and striking him would seem rather dishonorable. However, the ghostly child was convinced that Chen Xun was afraid and insisted, "I want my brother to play with me. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you." "I believe you wouldn't want to receive a complaint from a gold member, would you?" As the ghostly child uttered this, his expression grew increasingly cold. "Let me remind you, brother, that a server who receives a complaint from a hotel gold member may end up becoming a collectible as compensation." Chen Xun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly young child harbored such a dark heart. Initially reluctant to exploit his age advantage, he suddenly changed his mind. He looked at the ghostly child and said, "Very well. Let us engage in a simple game. You strike me once, and then I shall strike you back. How does that sound?" The ghostly child recalled the scene where Xiao Jie had seized the screws and deemed this method to be the most equitable. He nodded and declared, "All right, it is settled then. I shall go first." With that, the ghostly child suddenly grasped the iron hammer that Xiao Jie had used to drive in the nails and swung it towards Chen Xun's head. The child's face was alight with excitement, as if he could already envision Chen Xun's head exploding and blood splattering everywhere. Despite his tender age, this blow was likely beyond the capability of even a third-tier ghost master to withstand. However, just as the hammer was about to make contact with Chen Xun, a thin layer of dark energy manifested upon his skin. The hammer struck this ethereal barrier, failing to penetrate even slightly. As the blow landed, the ghostly child stared wide-eyed, incredulous at what he beheld. How was this possible? He struggled to comprehend that this seemingly frail human had withstood his strike unscathed. No, this human was entirely unharmed. Witnessing Chen Xun's unruffled demeanor shattered the child's understanding of humanity. Hadn't humans always been the weakest beings, easily dispatched at will? Yet, this particular human had endured his blow without so much as a scratch. Confusion clouded his thoughts. He could not fathom the anomaly before him. "Boss, how did I perform?" At that moment, the voice of Shadow echoed in Chen Xun's mind. In truth, even if Chen Xun had unleashed the ghostly energy within him, the ghostly child would still be incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. However, Ing yearned to express himself, so Chen Xun granted him an opportunity. "As for the ghostly energy, Chen Xun cast a mischievous glance at the spectral child and remarked, "All right, it's my turn now." With that, Chen Xun retrieved a bloody brick from the confines of the system space. In the spirit of reciprocity, it seemed only fair that he too wield a weapon, especially after the ghost child had just struck himself with a hammer. Upon seeing the bloody brick in Chen Xun's hands, the ghost child was momentarily taken aback. This brick, tainted with blood, was indeed a ghostly artifact, emanating an overwhelming sense of peril. Yet, before the ghost child could react, Chen Xun concentrated the ghostly energy in his hand and delivered a forceful slap towards the child. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. Chen Xun had held back. Yet the child's face contorted from the impact. Wailing soon followed. Chen Xun chuckled, "Little ghost, shall we continue?" He then brandished the chainsaw of a notorious killer. With a pull of the trigger, the chainsaw roared to life. In that moment, Chen Xun appeared as a veritable harbinger of doom. Witnessing this, the ghost child was so frightened that he could not muster a cry. Just then, a couple in the restaurant turned their attention towards them, calling out, "Son, come over for dinner." Simultaneously, ghostly waitstaff emerged from the kitchen, carrying plates and setting them upon the table. The ghost child immediately dashed towards the dining table, no longer daring to play games with Chen Xun. As he dashed to the dining table, the woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression laced with confusion as she gazed at the ghostly child and inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, the visage of the ghost child was grotesquely contorted, rendering even the woman unable to recognize him. Mumu, 15, Akai. Upon hearing the ghost child's words, the woman let out a sigh of relief. "It's Akai. How did you end up like this?" Immediately after, her icy gaze turned towards Chen Xun. "Did this waiter do this to you? It was you who harmed my son." "Dear guest, your demeanor is quite impolite," Chen Xun replied calmly. "Madam, you jest. I was merely engaging in normal play with him." After speaking, he turned to the grotesquely contorted ghost child and smiled politely. "Isn't that right? Our playtime was meant to provoke the adults, was it?" The ghost child, taken aback internally, displayed a flicker of indignation on his twisted face. He looked at the woman and remarked, "He speaks the truth, mother. We were just playing innocently." Upon hearing this, the woman's blood-red lips suddenly curled into a sinister smile as she fixed her gaze on Chen Xun. "Waiter, do you take me for a fool?" Chen Xun could feel an ominous energy emanating from the woman, causing the surrounding air to grow significantly colder. Nearby players witnessed this unsettling scene, their eyes widening in alarm as their hearts sank. It was over. This player was doomed. Here, he had offended a ghost, and not just any ghost, but one revered as a golden member of the hotel. This has already breached the rules. Soon, the specter of the hotel will emerge and bring about Chen Xun's demise. After all, the haunted hotel prides itself on user experience, particularly for its esteemed members, who are treated as deities within its walls. Should a member lodge a complaint, the hotel would not hesitate to sacrifice the life of a mere waiter to appease their illustrious clientele. In the realm of the haunted hotel, the life of a server is utterly inconsequential. Previously, a ghostly waiter would be dispatched to Xiao Jie's room daily, only to be devoured. Moreover, they are but mere humans. In the terrifying world they inhabit, humanity holds the lowest status. The players cast glances at Chen Xun, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, they were occupied in the kitchen. Had they ventured outside to attend to the guests, it would have likely been their misfortune. Qin Sheng also observed the scene outside, his heart racing with trepidation. "Old Chen." Qin called out to Chen Xun. Chen Xun offered a reassuring glance to Qin Sheng, allowing him to breathe easier. At that moment, Chen Xun turned to the woman before him, expressing with resignation, "Madam, your words lack courtesy. Your son just struck me with a hammer. We are merely engaged in a normal game." The ghostly child chimed in, "Indeed, mother." The woman pulled the ghostly child aside, her blood-red lips curling into a sinister smile as she fixed her eerie gaze on Chen Xun, saying, "Simple server. It appears you do not fully comprehend the membership system of your hotel. Here, I am God. Now, whenever I wish, your hotel must turn you into a doll and present you to us, for we are esteemed gold members." Chen Xun helplessly waved his hand, attempting to reason with a ghost for the first time, only to meet with failure. At that moment, Granny Li also noticed the scene and hurried over, casting a cold gaze at Chen Xun. "Damnable waiter, look at what you've done. Apologize to this esteemed guest at once." Chen Xun remained nonchalant. The woman's expression darkened as she turned to Granny Li and remarked, "Is this how your hotel treats its guests? I am thoroughly disappointed with the service I have received." Upon hearing her words, Granny Li's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Rest assured, dear guest, our hotel will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With that, Granny Li fixed a cold stare on Chen Xun, declaring, Waiter, you must take responsibility for your foolish actions. Immediately, an eerie aura enveloped Granny Li, and a withered hand reached out menacingly towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun let out a chilling laugh as an ominous energy surged from him. The chainsaw, a tool of destruction, materialized in his grasp with a menacing hum. As the chainsaw roared to life, it was aimed at Granny Li's outstretched hand. In the next instant, her hand, unable to evade in time, was severed. You. Granny Li's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that a mere human could possess such formidable power and wield a ghostly artifact to boot. Her gaze darkened further as she scrutinized Chen Xun. You are simply too weak, he declared. Though Granny Li is the manager of this establishment, she is merely a third-tier spirit. You wait. She uttered a menacing remark before departing from the restaurant. The scene that had just unfolded left the woman at the dining table momentarily stunned. However, she regarded Chen Xun with a dismissive glance, saying, Foolish human. When those terrifying spirits arrive at the hotel, you shall meet your doom. Within the haunted hotel, there exist spirits far more formidable than Granny Li. They do not need to engage in menial tasks. They only emerge when insurmountable problems arise within the establishment. At that juncture, even the presence of the starving ghost within Chen Xun will be of no avail. On the other side, although Chen Xun had severed Granny Li's hand, the observing players did not feel any sense of relief. This act signified that Chen Xun was about to make a grave mistake. This individual, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had effectively offended the most significant NPC in the quest. Completing this chapter was now beyond his reach. Wang Ye's brow furrowed in concern. They were currently situated in the haunted hotel, where the rules of the establishment reigned supreme. The cardinal rule of the haunted hotel is that membership takes precedence. Should they provoke the manager, the entire hotel would transform into a nightmarish domain. At that point, not only Chen Xun, but even they might find themselves in peril. Wang Ye's gaze narrowed. He had previously considered Chen Xun a seasoned player and had even contemplated recruiting him. However, it was now evident that this individual was, in fact, quite foolish. This has offended the members, breaching the hotel's most unforgiving rule. In a thrilling game, one must exercise restraint. Survival is of utmost importance. To enter a realm with such a person poses an unbearable risk. He slowly shook his head, his assessment of Chen Xun plummeting to an all-time low. Meanwhile, Chen Xun paid no heed to the gazes of the players in the restaurant, casually taking a seat. Foolishness. If I were in his position, I would likely have fled by now or exited the game using a logout device. Does he wish to experience the sensation of being killed? A seasoned player scoffed. The next moment, they suddenly sensed the environment around them darkening. The lights in the restaurant began to flicker violently. Tendrils of darkness seeped in from outside, as if some terrifying entity were drawing near. The dreadful spirits of the hotel have arrived. Many players' expressions changed drastically. The woman, however, turned her face towards Chen Xun, sneering. Servant, do you have any final words? Breaching the rules? He is the rule. Servant, do you have any final words? The woman coldly regarded Chen Xun, seemingly eager to witness the fear etched upon his face. Yet, Chen Xun displayed not a trace of trepidation. Instead, he revealed a smile that even she could not comprehend. Just then, the man struck the woman with a resounding slap. I previously stated, make this person a plaything for my son. I expect a living plaything. The woman cast a fierce glare at the man, her eyes revealing a hint of malevolence. At that moment, a dark mist seemed to envelop the entire restaurant. Boss. This fellow is no big deal, Ing remarked. His strength was nearing level 8, and according to Ing, he could easily slaughter any spirit below that level. Even against those above level 8, he could effortlessly assist Chen Xun in escaping. Chen Xun felt a sense of relief. Even if the opponent were at level 8, he still possessed the devouring ring. Just then, outside the restaurant, Lu Lingling hopped in, her gaze shadowed with a hint of gloom. Behind her trailed Granny Li and another spirit clad in security attire, exuding a palpable aura of death. The moment this spirit appeared, even Wang Yi felt a jolt of fear. It was a level 7 spirit, which seemed formidable. Wang Yi's expression hardened. In the realm of horror, level 7 spirits were considered to be above average. If he were to encounter it, he would likely perish in an instant. Even the corrupted elder would struggle against such an opponent. Moreover, spirits of this caliber could already wield ghostly domains. If their strength did not surpass that of this spirit, it would be nearly invincible within its domain. That fellow is finished, Wang Yi thought, glancing at Chen Xun and shaking his head once more. Even Chen Xun began to feel anxious. Earlier, Chen Xun had signaled that everything was fine, but now this spirit was clearly far more powerful than Granny Li. Xiaoling. This is a client of the gold membership. Granny Li pointed at the woman at the dining table and explained. Lu Lingling's gaze fell upon the woman, and she smiled. Inquiring, esteemed guest, may I ask what the issue is? Our hotel is committed to providing you with a satisfactory resolution. Just moments ago, Granny Li had approached her, reporting that a particular server had offended a distinguished gold member dining here today. To make matters worse, this server was allegedly possessed by a malevolent spirit, rendering even Granny Li powerless against him. Consequently, Lu Lingling promptly summoned a formidable spirit from the hotel. The current generation of servers seemed increasingly oblivious to their responsibilities. A stern example needed to be set. The woman turned her gaze towards Lu Lingling, a cold smile gracing her lips as she pointed at Chen Xun, who stood behind Lu Lingling. It is this server who has struck my son during our dining experience at your establishment. Surely, your hotel owes me an explanation? Alternatively, you might consider transforming that server into a puppet and presenting him to us. The woman regarded Chen Xun with a chilling stare, her expression brimming with self-satisfaction. The hotel had already dispatched a terrifying spirit, and it was evident that this individual was doomed. Such was the privilege of being a gold member. One need not lift a finger to resolve their troubles. At that moment, Lu Lingling followed the woman's pointed finger, contemplating the necessity of dismembering the irresponsible server and subsequently reassembling him into a puppet. However, upon realizing that the server in question was Chen Xun, her eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, it is you. Did this table offend you in any way? The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly the woman. Her expression momentarily turned blank. What transpired? Why did this specter address the waiter as master? It is noteworthy that this term is typically reserved for those affluent nobles possessing assets worth millions within the realm of horror. How could this mere human possibly possess such wealth? Chen Xun waved his hand and remarked, Are you still oblivious to the current situation? Lu Lingling furrowed her brow, having grasped Chen Xun's implication. It was at this moment that Granny Li, utterly bewildered, turned to Lu Lingling and said, Xiaoling, this individual has offended our hotel's golden member waiter. Hurry and eliminate him to appease our esteemed guest. Upon finishing her words, the despondent specter beside her emanated a dense aura of ghostly energy. However, at that very moment, Lu Lingling unexpectedly unleashed a punch, sending Granny Li flying. Do not be disrespectful to the master, Lu Lingling exclaimed. Chen Xun is a black gold member of the hotel, specifically designated by the manager for exceptional service. It is not merely a matter of having offended a minor golden member. Even if it were 10, the hotel must side with Chen Xun. Yet, the melancholic specter appeared somewhat perplexed. Xiaoling, what are you doing? This wretched waiter has offended an esteemed guest. If you do not turn him into a plaything, the manager will certainly not take this lightly. As he spoke, the despondent specter extended a hand towards Chen Xun. Wait, Lu Lingling shouted. She too wished to strike this melancholic specter as she had done to Granny Li. However, he found himself unable to do so. The lifeless specter came to a halt, pondering in his mind, what was the matter with Xiaoling today? Was she truly willing to offend a distinguished golden member for the sake of a mere server? Lu Lingling cast a cold glance at him and remarked, What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that the individual before you is a black gold member of our hotel? Upon hearing the term black gold member, the lifeless specter was instantly taken aback. He understood the significance of each black gold member within the establishment. Even if a black gold member were to speak, he would have no choice but to comply with their demands. Yet, could it be that this human was indeed a black gold member? How could that be? In the realm of the Ghost Hotel, each black gold member held a status akin to that of the most affluent aristocrats in the ghostly city. He had never heard of a black gold member being a mere human before. At that moment, he even suspected that Lu Lingling had made a mistake. However, as the representative dedicated to accommodating members, it was clear that Lu Lingling would not commit such a fundamental error. So, was this human truly a black gold member? The players in the kitchen, who were observing this scene, were left in astonishment. They had never anticipated that the situation would take such a turn. They understood that every member was akin to a deity within the hotel, and offending them would mean violating an unforgivable rule. Yet, they had never imagined that a player could also become a member here, and a black gold member at that. This must require at least 1 million underworld coins, right? Wang Yi widened his eyes, having previously deemed Chen Xun to be unrestrained within the instance, assigning him a low score in his mind. However, he neglected one crucial detail. Within this instance, Chen Xun was under no obligation to restrain himself. As a Black Gold member, even the entire hotel staff had to serve him with utmost caution. Even the enigmatic manager was obliged to treat him with deference. What rules could possibly confine him? He was, in fact, the very embodiment of the rules. Sir, did these individuals at this table offend you? Shall I assist you in dealing with them? Lu Lingling inquired. Casting a glance at Chen Xun, he remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Yet, he felt an inexplicable confusion. A Black Gold member possessed such privileges? He had assumed it merely allowed for unreasonable demands from ordinary staff. To his astonishment, in times of difficulty, he could enjoy such exceptional service. It appeared he had underestimated the significance that the haunted hotel placed on its members. No wonder this family of apparitions felt emboldened to act so brazenly here. Subsequently, Lu Lingling approached the dining table of this family, a cold smile gracing her lips. Esteemed guests, you have offended a personage you ought not to have trifled with in our hotel. I regret to inform you that you must compensate that individual with your lives. Upon hearing this, the man at the table unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, his expression darkening as he retorted. We are gold members and have invested a considerable sum in your establishment. How can you possibly possess such an attitude? The store manager was about to speak. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a lifeless hand struck down upon him. Dark blood splattered across the floor, and his head fell with a dull thud. In his final moments, he stared wide-eyed, a mask of disbelief etched upon his face. Lu Lingling remarked, I apologize, but your membership level is not as high as his. Therefore, I must regretfully inform you, esteemed guest, that we will subsequently select the finest burial plot for you. According to the Hotel's Membership Service Manual, there exists a stipulation that mandates hotel staff to prioritize service for the highest-ranking members. In the event of a conflict between two members, the needs of the superior member take precedence. This regulation, however, remains known only to the internal staff, leaving the man unaware. Had he known that Chen Xun was a Black Gold member, he would have fled rather than continue his futile protests. Witnessing this grim scene, the woman gazed at her husband's severed head, an unsettling smile suddenly blossoming on her face. Ha ha ha, you're dead. You finally met your end. I have long awaited this day. I am finally free of you. Yet, no sooner had her words left her lips than a lifeless hand pierced through her chest. I am sorry, madam, but it seems your wish cannot be fulfilled. Now, you shall join your husband in eternity. Her countenance twisted into a grotesque expression as she pondered why her desire to capture a mere human as a plaything had escalated to such tragic depths. Subsequently, she cast her gaze upon the terror-stricken ghost child. The ghost child, filled with concern, uttered, Mother, are you all right? It seemed poised to thrust towards the woman's abdomen. However, in the next moment, the woman's hand unexpectedly penetrated the ghost child's torso. This is all your fault. I had warned you against such mischief long ago. If you hadn't insisted on playing with that waiter, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, our entire family has been brought to ruin because of you. You ill-fated child. The ghost child stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend that it was indeed his own mother who had caused his demise. And wasn't it you, mother, who suggested treating that waiter as a mere plaything? Regrettably, he could voice no such inquiry any longer. His grip faltered, and the chopsticks clattered to the ground. In a fleeting moment, the family had been reunited in their eternal rest. After completing these grim tasks, Lu Lingling turned to Chen Xun and inquired, Are you satisfied with this outcome, sir? Chen Xun nodded. You have extinguished an entire family. What further dissatisfaction could linger? Desecrating the dead? That is not a proclivity of mine. Very well, then, I wish you a pleasant experience, sir, Lu Lingling remarked, casting a knowing glance at the lifeless ghost. Within the confines of the ghost hotel, an abundance of patrons with peculiar inclinations existed. Lu Lingling surmised that Chen Xun must possess some unique predilection. After all, with such wealth, why would he settle for the role of a mere waiter? Surely, he sought to immerse himself in the essence of life. To ensure this gentleman had the most authentic experience, Lu Lingling swiftly vanished from his presence. Then the lifeless specter gathered the corpses of the family into a burlap sack and exited the dining hall, intending to provide one final thoughtful service to these esteemed members. Once Lu Lingling had departed, the elderly Li, rising from the ground, gazed at Chen Xun in astonishment, her heart filled with apprehension. She could hardly fathom that this waiter was, in fact, a member of the hotel, and a most prestigious Black Gold member at that. How on earth had he achieved such a status? This was nothing short of invincibility within the game. In the kitchen, All players watched the scene unfold as if caught in a dream. A human player effortlessly dispatched 3 ghosts, while the NPCs treated him with utmost courtesy. Was this the experience a typical player should encounter? At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Even when confronting the most mundane of ghosts, they had to tread carefully, yet this individual stood atop the spectral hierarchy, commanding the spirits to serve him. This was a horror game. Indeed, he was truly playing. While they were left with mere terror. What are you staring at? Get over here and start chopping vegetables. The chef barked. If you dawdle, I swear I'll have you minced. Cursed be those who ordered dishes worth 100,000 ghost coins. Were they to leave any specter alive at this rate? Soon, the chef's voice rang out, causing the players to shudder and immediately spring into action. Yet, in comparison to Chen Xun, their spirits sank even lower. They appeared exceedingly ineffectual within the confines of the instance. When would they be able to emulate that player from outside? The following day, news of Chen Xun's status as a Black Gold member of the hotel reached even the ears of the hotel manager. Consequently, on the subsequent day, Chen Xun found himself assigned to a position devoid of any responsibilities. On that day, 2 players were eliminated, leaving Chen Xun unperturbed. The 5th day, marking the final day of this instance, arrived. Today, Chen Xun was imbued with a heightened sense of determination. For today, a land auction was to take place within the haunted hotel. It was anticipated that all the aristocrats of the haunted hotel would congregate to bid on the land. However, for the other players, today was fraught with peril, as they were to serve an overwhelming number of spirits. At any moment, they could meet their demise, thus culminating their participation in the game. In the early hours of the 5th day, as dawn broke, a figure shrouded in ghostly energy entered the haunted hotel. All the ghostly attendants, upon witnessing this apparition, widened their eyes in astonishment and bowed in reverence. Greetings, esteemed manager, they chorused. The prelude to the auction. Greetings, esteemed manager. Upon sighting the manager enveloped in ghostly energy, the ghostly attendants in the hotel lobby exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically before they bowed. Before them stood the most enigmatic manager of the haunted hotel. It was said that this manager possessed formidable power and was backed by a prominent aristocrat, which afforded him a foothold in the haunted city. Ordinarily, the manager seldom graced the hotel with his presence, visiting perhaps only once a month. Unless there are significant matters concerning the hotel or the reception of members holding the Black Gold card. Today marks the occasion of a land auction taking place within the hotel premises. I felt a twinge of anxiety. Should the manager notice my lack of diligence, my position could very well vanish into thin air. The manager is far stricter than the hotel's general manager, cloaked in an aura of foreboding. The manager's gaze swept over the ghostly attendants. He remained silent as he approached the elevator, ascending to the 2nd floor of the hotel. Upon arriving at Lu Lingling's office, he paused and opened the door. Lu Lingling was engrossed in constructing a castle with the bones in her hands. Upon noticing the manager's entrance, she immediately ceased her activity. At this moment, the manager dispelled the ominous energy enveloping him, revealing the form of a slender man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his face obscured by thick glasses. Suddenly, he coughed up a jet of black blood. The malevolent aura around him appeared unstable, trembling incessantly. Witnessing this, Lu Lingling's expression shifted dramatically. Manager, how are you injured? Who did this? Should we inform Boss Wang and seek retribution? Boss Wang is the manager's formidable ally, a ghostly noble of immense power. Even in the realm of the ghost city, he is regarded as one of the elite. It is precisely due to this noble's backing that the hotel stands resilient amidst the chaos of the ghost city. Unbeknownst to Lu Lingling, the profits of the haunted hotel were, in fact, predominantly siphoned off to the ghostly aristocracy, with a mere 30% allocated to the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager's gaze turned frigid. No need for that. The injury I bear is a consequence of his actions. Clenching his teeth, he reflected on the brutal and shadowy nature of the conflicts among spirits in this harrowing realm. He had long recognized that relying on an aristocrat would inevitably lead to the hotel's downfall at their hands. Thus, he had ceased to manage the establishment with any earnestness, instead focusing on augmenting his own power. However, he had not anticipated the swift revelation of the true nature of that king boss. Lu Lingling, eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? That fellow won't act against you in the short term. By the way, where is that newly registered Black Gold member staying?" "Room 444. Lu Lingling replied. "Shall I escort you there?" The manager pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "Not for now. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. That king boss aims to usurp my hotel, so I shall offer him a grand surprise today. As the countdown for the game approached its conclusion, 15:23. A palpable tension enveloped all players. They understood that if they could endure these final 15 hours, they would successfully conclude this quest. Time within this instant seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. Only 5 players remained alive. Today, all players were assigned to work atop the hotel's rooftop. An auction for land would be held there in the afternoon. Chairs and benches needed to be transported up, along with an array of delectable food items. Time swiftly passed, and numerous specters, exuding an eerie aura, began to arrive at the rooftop under the guidance of ghostly attendants. Each of these spirits was, at the very least, a gold member of the hotel, indicating their formidable prowess. Upon reaching the rooftop, their gaze immediately fell upon Chen Xun and the other players. To their astonishment, there were even mice present, and the tantalizing aroma of food caused many a ghost to drool. Yet, for the moment, they refrained from any overt actions, merely fixating their hungry eyes upon the players. However, the players felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. How could they remain at ease under such intense scrutiny? A portion of the ghosts directed their attention to the vacant seats in the front row. They were not the primary aristocrats of this auction. Those seated in the front were the true overlords of the ghost city. These figures were black card members of the hotel, possessing both exceptional strength and substantial wealth. In essence, their participation today was merely a means to engage and socialize with the noble spirits. The prospect of securing land rested solely on the whims of the ghosts seated in the front row. They would not dare compete with the black card members for land. For doing so could result in their swift obliteration should they inadvertently acquire land coveted by these powerful aristocrats. The world of horror is indeed ruthlessly unforgiving. Today, in addition to these nobles, the hotel manager and individuals from the real estate temple would also be present. Chen Xun cast a glance at Shizhou. Although there were numerous spirits on the top floor, none had proven particularly formidable thus far. However, in the very next moment, a familiar specter materialized atop the building. Upon noticing Chen Xun, the apparition's brow furrowed instantly, revealing a chilling demeanor. "Damn the waiter. Just you wait. I shall ensure your demise here." The spirit spat vehemently. This was the very entity from room 4-1, the corpulent ghost who had previously presented him with the eerie paper doll's storage box. Having gathered ample information on the nobles attending the auction, it was only natural for him to make an appearance at the event. He appeared to be a secretary of sorts for a ghostly noble. Meanwhile, not far from the ghostly hotel, in a narrow alley, a spirit shrouded in a black mist cautiously treaded, its head frequently turned, watchfully surveying Shizhou. Surrounding it were several other spirits who, upon seeing it, exhibited expressions of trepidation and promptly cleared a path. At that very moment, the spirit enveloped in darkness halted abruptly and veered into an uninhabited alley. This alley was desolate, littered with refuse, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. Subsequently, the spirit lifted its gaze slightly, staring into the void above, and said, "You followed me for so long. Are you not planning to reveal yourself yet? Still one more to go?" A cold breeze swept through the alley, as the spirit's gaze remained fixed on Shizhou, seemingly awaiting something. Shortly thereafter, from the eaves to his left, a dark, ominous mist began to converge from the western directions, and there, shrouded in this malevolent aura, appeared a ghost. "You have sharp eyes," remarked the specter perched upon the eaves. "Is it just you?" inquired Boss Huang, casting a glance towards the ghost. The specter let out a sinister laugh and replied, "Of course not." No sooner had his words escaped than, astonishingly, ghostly vapors began to coalesce behind Boss Huang, as well as to his left, right, and front. Ultimately, several phantoms, similarly enveloped in the dark mist, materialized around him from the western direction. Boss Huang let out a cold chuckle. Well, it appears that the strongest nobles of this ghostly metropolis have all gathered. You certainly hold me in high regard." As his words hung in the air, the specter on the eaves spoke again. "Why didn't you attend our meeting yesterday?" Boss Huang smiled and replied, "Your meeting? It was merely an attempt to restrict me. At today's auction, everyone will rely on their own abilities. The highest bidder shall prevail. I am rather curious about the outcome of your gathering." The ghost on the eaves responded, "This time, we intend to allocate all the land appropriately, merely going through the motions at the auction. This way, everyone can spend a little less and still secure the land. After all, only a select few among us can truly win land at the auction. The other nobles wouldn't dare to compete with us." Thus, they convened a meeting in advance, ensuring that when the real estate temple announced the starting bid, the individual assigned to the plot would be the first to make an offer, while others would be prohibited from bidding. This way, devoid of competing bidders, they would save a considerable sum. However, just yesterday, all the esteemed nobles of the ghostly metropolis gathered, with the exception of the enigmatic Mr. Huang, who was conspicuously absent, to ensure the auction proceeded according to their design. They sought out Mr. Huang prior to the event. With a sardonic smile, Mr. Huang inquired, "I am curious, which plot have you allocated to me?" A specter standing before him replied solemnly, "To the south, plot 11 is yours. When the time comes, you will be the first to bid, and no one shall contest you." Mr. Huang replied, "Indeed, you have bestowed upon me the least desirable plot, have you not? It seems we shall all rely on our own merits when the time arrives." With that, he turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, a spectral claw materialized, lunging towards him. Our plans must not be thwarted. If so, let us usher Mr. Huang to his demise. The ghostly hand struck Mr. Huang, and in an instant, he was obliterated, leaving behind merely a paper effigy engulfed in green flames. The other nobles fell into a stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, one finally uttered, "Damn it. This fellow has resorted to a ghostly puppet. It appears we are left with no choice but to proceed with Plan B. These plots hold immense significance for us. Henceforth, let each of us rely on our own abilities." Upon finishing their utterances, they dissipated into wisps of ghostly energy, vanishing into the alleyway. The so-called Plan B they spoke of referred to the parcels of land allocated during the meeting, with others still barred from placing bids. However, it now seemed necessary to engage in a bidding war with the elusive Mr. Huang. Soon, the top floor of the ghostly hotel became a congregation for numerous spirits. Some were clad in tailored suits, while others donned traditional Tang attire, and even a few wore hanfu. Indeed, all manner of ghosts from different eras were present. These beings constituted the aristocracy of the ghostly city. The inky black mist of ghostly energy surged skyward, and to the uninitiated, it might have appeared as smoke from a fire. The temperature in the venue plummeted significantly due to this spectral energy. A considerable portion of these spirits cast malevolent gazes upon the players on the top floor, causing many players to tremble slightly, unsure whether it was the cold or fear that gripped them. At that moment, in the front row of the top floor, seated in the leftmost position, was a ghost entirely enveloped in ghostly energy. Initially lost in contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Ha! A bunch of fools. None of you shall lay claim to this land." He was, in fact, the very Mr. Huang sought after by the others in that alley. Before long, the time for the auction had arrived. A diminutive ghost ascended to the auctioneer's podium. Shortly, representatives from the real estate temple would arrive to commence the bidding. His gaze lingered on Mr. Huang before he approached him courteously, engaging in pleasantries before taking a seat beside him. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of the illustrious nobles from the haunted city, after which the auction can commence. Just at that moment, the temperature on the rooftop plummeted abruptly. A wave of ghostly energy began to converge towards Zhou. Subsequently, indistinct figures, shrouded in spectral mist, materialized atop the building. Boss Sun, Boss Zhao Bosley, and Boss Wang. The manager's gaze sharpened, followed by a round of cordial greetings. Soon after, these apparitions fixated their malevolent stares upon Boss Wang, who displayed a sly smile. The surrounding spirits quivered at the sight. These were the most formidable nobles within the haunted city, and their mere presence instilled a profound sense of dread. Ultimately, the disgruntled spirits took their seats in the front row, reserved exclusively for black gold members of the auction. Once all the spirits had settled, they noticed an unoccupied seat in the front row. Why is there still one esteemed guest absent?" A voice from the back inquired. The seats in the front row were fixed. Every black gold member was entitled to one seat, neither more nor less. Thus, it was evident that one noble had yet to arrive. The other nobles exchanged puzzled glances, then turned to the manager, asking, "Manager, how is it that an extra seat remains?" They were momentarily taken aback, for the prominent nobles of the haunted city were limited to this group, and they were all well acquainted with one another. An additional black gold membership position has arisen, and they are at a loss as to who it might be. This presents an unforeseen variable. Should there indeed be one more, their plans will be thrown into disarray. The manager remarked, "Yes, there is one more." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback before he approached and gradually took a seat. As he settled down, the nearby aristocrats were astonished to see a human in the hotel staff uniform occupying a seat meant for the esteemed black gold members. "Servant, this is not your place. Be gone at once, or I shall take your head," exclaimed one of them. How audacious for a mere servant to occupy a black gold member's seat. When the esteemed guest arrives, he will surely rend this insolent wretch to pieces. In the back row, several specters licked their lips in anticipation, with one commenting, "There's no need to wait for the esteemed guest. The manager is present. He will handle the situation." Many specters fixed their gaze upon Chen Xun, their eyes gleaming with a hint of expectation, as if they were eager to witness the moment when the manager would tear Chen Xun apart, splattering blood everywhere. Yet, they could not comprehend why this servant seemed to court death in such a perilous situation. The rotund specter wore a disdainful expression, yet internally, he was bubbling with excitement. "Foolish mouse, do not think that possessing a ghostly artifact and having a contracted spirit grants you free rein here. This place is under the authority of the manager and many formidable individuals. As soon as they take action, several will inevitably meet their demise." The corpulent specter reveled in delight. The oblivious fool is about to incite the manager's wrath. At this moment, the expectant gazes of the crowd turned towards the manager. As anticipated, the manager rose and strode towards Chen Xun. "You, esteemed guest, must be the latest addition to our hotel's elite black gold membership," the manager courteously inquired. The surrounding specters were taken aback. What was happening? Why was the manager exhibiting such courtesy? "Manager, can't you see? This fellow is clad in your hotel's uniform. How could he possibly be a black gold member?" The onlookers were perplexed. If it were the usual disposition of the manager, he would have effortlessly torn the server apart without a second thought. Yet today, the manager was inexplicably courteous to this server. This was not characteristic of the fierce manager of the Ghost Hotel. Even the other black gold members seated beside Chen Xun were momentarily stunned and asked, "Manager, what do you mean by this?" Today, he had heard from Lu Lingling that this new black gold member had two peculiar preferences, one of which was to relish life's experiences. Upon seeing the manager, Chen Xun nodded and produced the black gold card. "It is I," he stated. In light of the ongoing auction, there was no need to conceal his membership status. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the card in Chen Xun's hand. Could it truly be a black gold membership card? The specters present typically possessed a membership card of their own. Thus, they understood that Chen Xun's membership card was not counterfeit. How could this young human possibly possess such wealth to attain a black gold membership? It was infuriating. Many aristocrats began to feel envious. They had toiled for centuries after their demise to amass just a few million in assets. This young human, appearing to be merely in his teens, was inexplicably affluent. Even the esteemed aristocrat seated beside Chen Xun narrowed his gaze, ultimately choosing to remain silent. While both held black gold memberships, it did not imply that this human was qualified to compete with them in bidding for land. After all, how many ghost coins did it take to secure a black gold membership? These lands were often valued in the hundreds of millions of ghost coins. There existed a disparity in assets among those holding black gold memberships. Upon realizing that Chen Xun was human, the aristocrats felt considerably relieved. Earning ghost coins in this terrifying world was inherently 100 times more challenging for humans than for ghosts. They did not believe Chen Xun could rival their wealth. Instead, it was the enigmatic boss Huang who instilled a sense of unease within them. "Esteemed guests, I wish you a pleasant bidding experience." Shortly thereafter, representatives from the real estate temple arrived at the top floor of the hotel. A female ghost clad in a blood-red uniform cast a cold, disdainful glance at the aristocrats of the West Show, her expression devoid of any warmth. Her hands, marred by corpse spots, clutched a briefcase. With the formidable backing of the Ghost King from the real estate temple, she felt no obligation to show deference to these noble guests. Beside her stood an elderly man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the president of the Ghost City as Phantom Realm, a powerful ghost in his own right. The female ghost approached the front of the auction, placing her briefcase upon the podium. She proclaimed, "I shall not indulge in superfluous words. You are all undoubtedly well acquainted with the parcels of land before you. Otherwise, you would not have come here to bid." Just as her words echoed in the air, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A dark cloud surged swiftly from the distance, enveloping the area above the haunted hotel. Within this ominous cloud swirled a palpable aura of ghostly energy, flickering with purple arcs of lightning. The faces of the specters reflected astonishment as their gazes fixated upon the blackened sky. The king of ghosts had arrived. A tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the spirits. The king of ghosts was the sovereign of the haunted city, the ultimate authority whose word was law. In this realm, he stood as an indomitable mountain in the minds of all. In the absence of the emperor of ghosts, he reigned supreme, the solitary monarch of the spectral domain. It was said that the king of ghosts was reclusive, often reluctant to attend even the most significant events in the haunted city. Consequently, aside from a handful of noble elites, very few had beheld his true visage. What astonished them further was that the king, who had never before graced such occasions, had chosen to appear today. Their bewilderment was palpable, yet they could not fathom the reason for his presence. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled something and knelt before the ominous cloud overhead, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." The remaining individuals all knelt down, including the female spirit of the real estate temple, who was already profoundly shaken. To her astonishment, even the king had graced this auction with his presence. The other players, witnessing this spectacle, also fell to their knees, fearing that it might be a rule they were unaware of. Chen Xun stood in a daze. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Boss, that figure in the sky is quite formidable. However, escaping should not pose a problem." With these words from Shadow, Chen Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He settled quietly into his seat, not devoid of reaction, but rather held in place by an inexplicable force emanating from above. To the onlookers, this appeared as arrogance. How could he, upon encountering the king, remain unbowed? Such audacity. After all, he was the Ghost King. No need for that. I will pay in cash, they thought. To disregard the king was a grave offense. They speculated that the vengeful Ghost King would undoubtedly seek to eliminate this insolent youth, and if fortune favored him not, he might be transformed into a living corpse, subjected to relentless torment. On the rooftop, many spirits murmured among themselves. Even the manager appeared taken aback. While the hotel's black gold membership symbolized a certain status, before the Ghost King, it meant nothing. Indeed, with a mere command from the Ghost King, their entire establishment could be reduced to ruins in an instant. At this moment, Chen Xun felt a sense of helplessness, as he was indeed being restrained in his seat by that mysterious force from above. The shadow suddenly spoke. "Boss, do you require my assistance?" Chen Xun inwardly cursed. "Is that even a question? I cannot even move. Fleeing is not an option." Subsequently, the ghostly aura from the shadow enveloped him, and he regained the ability to act. Interesting, a voice emerged from the black mist, tinged with curiosity. "Everyone rise. There is no need to kneel." At that moment, the King of Ghosts continued, "Yes, my lord." The multitude of spirits responded in unison and then stood upright. As the black mist dissipated, two ghostly figures materialized atop the building. One was the temple master Chen Xun had encountered at the real estate temple, while the other was presumably the King of Ghosts. At this moment, the King of Ghosts appeared far less imposing than he had in the royal hall. He resembled an ordinary young man. He wore thick glasses and a casual t-shirt, even sporting a pair of headphones. This stark contrast to the image of a ghostly sovereign was striking. The instant the King of Ghosts manifested, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing many spirits to tremble. This was the oppressive aura of the Ghost King. However, the King of Ghosts soon reigned in his ghostly energy, adopting the demeanor of an ordinary spirit, thus alleviating the pressure felt by the others. At this moment, he appeared utterly unremarkable, with even the ghostly auras of the nobles around him appearing more potent. A perceptive ghostly attendant promptly brought forth 2 chairs to the forefront. "My lord, please take a seat," the manager announced. Ultimately, the King of Ghosts and the temple master took their respective seats. The King of Ghosts cast a glance over the Western Zhou, then allowed his gaze to linger on Chen Xun for a moment before turning towards the female ghost of the land temple, stating, "You may proceed as if I am not here." "Yes, your majesty," the female ghost responded. Meanwhile, the other spirits exchanged puzzled looks as they regarded Chen Xun. Their brows furrowed in confusion. How could the king refrain from punishing this arrogant human? At that moment, the auction for the first parcel of land commenced. Lot number 1. Starting bid is 50,000 nether coins, with increments of 10,000 nether coins, the auctioneer announced. Upon hearing this, many of the spirits grew serious. Suddenly, a ghost seated in the front row exclaimed, 60,000 nether coins. Lot number 1 had been allocated to him during yesterday's meeting. However, before the words could settle, Boss Huang immediately interjected, 80,000 nether coins. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the bidding ghost. "Damn it." The bidding ghost cursed inwardly, quickly countering, 90,000 nether coins. 150,000. Boss Huang continued to raise the stakes. An unusual phenomenon unfolded during the auction for lot number 1, as only these 2 noble spirits engaged in the bidding, while the rest appeared indifferent. Soon enough, the price for the parcel soared to 300,000 nether coins, leaving the bidding ghost in silence. The value of this land was capped at 300,000 nether coins. Investing further funds into its development could very well result in a loss. It would be wiser to conserve his resources for the next parcel of land. After careful contemplation, he ultimately refrained from continuing his bidding. 30,000 ghost coins, once. 30,000 ghost coins, twice. The voice of the female ghost echoed. Boss Huang, with a disdainful grin, cast a scornful glance at the bidding specter. Though this parcel of land was not among the most coveted, he was resolute in obtaining it. However, a bid of 30,000 ghost coins already bore a certain degree of risk. Despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he was indeed feeling a pang of regret. At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly raised his hand. 50,000 ghost coins. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. The female ghost, taken aback, inquired, "Are you referring to 50,000 ghost coins?" Chen Xun nodded, as this was the maximum price that the system permitted him to bid. Upon hearing this, the ghosts present collectively gasped. While this piece of land was decent, it was situated at a considerable distance from the city center and was thus not worth 50,000. Could it be that this individual was a fool to offer such a high sum? Boss Huang coldly scrutinized Chen Xun, questioning, "Do you possess such wealth?" In his view, it was implausible for a human to produce 50,000 ghost coins. Chen Xun replied with a smile, "That's none of your concern." The female ghost then asked, "Is there anyone else willing to place a bid?" Silence enveloped the room. No one was inclined to pay such an exorbitant price for this parcel of land. Ultimately, the transaction concluded at 50,000 ghost coins, awarded to Chen Xun. At that precise moment, Boss Huang abruptly rose, declaring, "I have an objection. I suspect this human does not possess such a sum of ghost coins. I demand that he pay on the spot." The other nobles nodded in agreement, aligning with Boss Huang's perspective. Where could this individual possibly acquire such an immense fortune? It seems to me that he is deliberately inflating the prices. If he cannot produce such funds, I suggest we first sever his left arm. Although these nobles are aware that Chen Xun possesses the capability to ascend to the ranks of the Hotel's Black Gold members, they remain willing to test the waters, seeking to eliminate this unforeseen variable. If this fellow consistently bids at such exorbitant rates, they might find themselves unable to secure even a plot of land. Even if they were to succeed, the risk of incurring losses looms large. They suspect that Chen Xun is merely a pawn sent by the real estate temple to artificially inflate property prices, with the intent of achieving a higher auction outcome. Thus, this is a ruse. He surely does not possess such wealth. Once he is compelled to reveal his financial resources, the truth will undoubtedly surface. However, the only obstacle now is whether the real estate temple will consent to this arrangement. Amidst the apprehension of these grand nobles, the female specter unexpectedly acquiesced. Following her declaration, she brandished a land deed and turned to Chen Xun, saying, "Sir, please proceed with the payment. Should you lack a card, the director of the Underworld Bank will facilitate remote withdrawal services on your behalf. However, should you attempt to abscond without settling your dues, the consequences will be dire." With a grin that revealed her ghostly demeanor, she exuded an aura of spectral energy, clearly convinced that Chen Xun would be unable to produce the requisite funds. "No need for that. I will pay in cash." In the presence of the Grand Duke, Chen Xun promptly extracted 50 million ghost coins from the system's marketplace, each note bearing a denomination of 1. Despite their value, these ghost coins amassed into a formidable mound. The female specter from the real estate temple was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon witnessing the eerie aura emanating from the coins, she was assured of their authenticity. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chen Xun would produce such a substantial amount of cash. This sudden display evoked an impression reminiscent of a nouveau riche individual. In this day and age, who among the spirits conducts large transactions in cash? Everyone had transitioned to using ghost cards. After all, the phantoms on the top floor, including the high-ranking nobles, were equally astonished by the spectacle. How could this fellow possess such an abundance of cash? Cursed be it. How could a mere rat be so affluent? Some spirits gritted their teeth in disbelief. After all, that was 5 million ghost coins, a sum that surpassed the total assets of certain Golden Tier members present, even falling short of half that amount. Yet these coins seemed to spill forth from Chen Xun as if he were merely transporting goods, forming an impressive heap. The onlookers gazed at the fortune with burning desire, their instincts urging them to seize the opportunity. However, reason swiftly quelled such thoughts. The presence of the temple leader and the formidable Ghost King ensured that any attempt to snatch the money would be tantamount to slapping the Ghost King in the face. Even if they possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice to withstand the wrath of the Ghost King. Ultimately, after the female specter verified the sum of the ghost coins, she handed over the property deed to Chen Xun. As long as Chen Xun inscribes his name upon it, he shall become the master of this parcel of land. After spending this sum of money, a wave of warmth enveloped Chen Xun's entire being, significantly enhancing the ghostly aura surrounding him. However, to ascend to the rank of a level 6 ghost master, such an expenditure seemed rather trivial. Upon receiving the spirit money, the female ghost gazed at Chen Xun with a bittersweet expression and remarked, "Sir, in the future, let us endeavor to transact using the spirit card. This method of manual payment consumes an inordinate amount of time." Chen Xun nodded, realizing that he indeed needed to acquire a card. The act of withdrawing this stack of money from the system proved to be quite laborious. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the system task and successfully acquiring a piece of land. Task reward, the Duke's Vault of the Lavish." The Duke's Vault of the Lavish, once the most cherished ghostly artifact of the Duke. Depositing spirit money or a spirit card into the vault and retrieving it will yield double the spirit coins, usable once daily, with a maximum limit of 500 million. Concurrently, a shimmering golden vault, radiating ghostly energy, materialized within Chen Xun's system space. This treasure chest was adorned with an array of gemstones, some red, some blue, and even a magnificent pink diamond. An air of opulence immediately enveloped the scene, leaving even Chen Xun momentarily astonished. Indeed, it was no wonder that this was the Duke's favored ghostly possession. Its embellishments constantly epitomized one word: extravagance. "System, could you please procure a phantom card for me?" Chen Xun thought to himself. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated. "The Phantom Diamond user card has been successfully issued for the host. May I inquire how much currency the host wishes to deposit into this phantom card?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xun replied, "Let us say 500 million phantom coins." He also expressed a desire to test the vault of a certain wealthy duke shortly thereafter. Before long, a semi-transparent phantom card materialized within Chen Xun's system space. Meanwhile, the other players, having just regained their senses, directed their gazes toward Chen Xun, bewildered. "Is this fellow truly that affluent?" they pondered. "How come we have never heard of such a tycoon among the players before?" Their eyes widened, and their emotions surged within. This was far beyond mere wealth. With such capital, one could traverse the realm of horror with ease. On the Western Front, there was a player who, upon acquiring merely 1,000,000 phantom coins, could thrive within the terrifying world. Yet here was Chen Xun, nonchalantly revealing tens of millions. Furthermore, it was evident that his assets exceeded this sum. The players found themselves breathing more rapidly, particularly Wang Yi. As a member of the National Bureau for Horror Games, he was acutely aware of the arduous task of accumulating phantom coins within the game. In fact, within their bureau, there was a dedicated team tasked with earning money in the dungeons. However, after a year of relentless entry into these dungeons, the total earnings for an individual barely exceeded 10,000 phantom coins. And this did not even account for the ordinary players. Even he possesses merely a little over 1,000 hell coins at present, while Chen Xun astonishingly produces a staggering 50 million hell coins. Are we truly engaging in the same game? How enviable. At this moment, the sentiments of all players closely mirror that of Wang Yi. Is this parcel of land truly worth such an exorbitant sum? On the top floor, the Ghost King furrowed his brow upon witnessing Chen Xun's extravagant display of hell coins. His understanding of such properties was rather limited, as he mostly entrusted management to the temple chief. Thus, he quietly inquired of the temple chief beside him. The chief chuckled. "Wang, while this piece of land has some value, it certainly does not exceed 30,000 hell coins. This human's offer far surpasses its worth." Upon hearing this, a cryptic smile crept upon the corners of the Ghost King's lips. It bore the scent of a certain family. The nobles seated in the front rows glared at Chen Xun with ferocity, as if they yearned to devour him whole. They were taken aback by the fact that this fellow could indeed present such a substantial amount of hell coins. However, after some contemplation, they felt considerably more at ease. After all, the land Chen Xun had acquired was not particularly significant within the entire auction. The main event still lay ahead. They found it hard to believe that Chen Xun possessed such wealth to bid on so many plots of land. Even for them, despite their ostensible billions in assets, the actual liquid capital available for purchasing land barely surpassed 10 to 20 billion. Nevertheless, This sum of hell coins was already quite formidable, placing them among the elite in the ghost city. A mere mortal could never contend with them. With this thought, the nobleman breathed a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that the specter announced the auction of the second parcel of land, opening at a starting bid of 70,000 ghost coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000. Among the assembled nobles, one who had been allocated this piece of land raised his hand and declared, "I bid 80,000 ghost coins." However, as soon as the noble's words left his lips, Chen Xun's voice resonated simultaneously, 60 million ghost coins. The noble who had just made his bid was taken aback, dumbfounded. Good heavens, why would you bid such an exorbitant amount all at once? A modest increase of 1 or 200,000 would suffice. How are we to proceed with this? A profound silence enveloped the room. Shortly thereafter, the bidding noble glared at Chen Xun, growling, "Little ghost, leave some space for others. You would do well not to go too far." His audacity had rendered the other nobles hesitant to place their bids. The irate noble continued to glare at Chen Xun, who merely waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Isn't this auction governed by the principle that the highest bidder wins? Let us each rely on our own capabilities." Chen Xun had no intention of heeding the specter's admonitions. This rare opportunity to spend a significant sum was one he would not squander. Even Boss Huang felt a tightening in his chest. He had brought a substantial amount of ghost coins, convinced that he would secure these lands. Yet, Chen Xun had outbid him by an amount far beyond his budget, leaving him reluctant to make another offer. Meanwhile, the other nobles began to harbor cold glances. A mere human dares to seize their land. How can they maintain their dignity in the presence of so many specters? Who exactly is this human? From the very outset, he has offered such an astounding price, yet not a single one of the affluent nobles from the ghostly metropolis dares to match his bid. In the background, a number of spirits have begun to whisper among themselves. How is it possible that this one human has managed to overshadow these illustrious nobles? Upon hearing their murmurs, the noble who made the initial bid felt a chill in his gaze. Although this plot of land may not be the centerpiece of the auction, it holds significant value. The ghostly comments only served to deepen his displeasure, especially as Chen Xun regarded him with the look one might reserve for a pauper. How could he possibly tolerate such indignity? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "I bid 610,000. His intention was clear. "Since you wish to acquire this parcel of land, I shall raise the stakes, forcing you to expend more of your ghostly currency." Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback by the noble's offer. What a generous gesture. The system's reasonable spending cap for this plot of land had unexpectedly risen by 70,000 due to the noble's proclamation. "I bid 680,000, Chen Xun declared. At this revelation, the other spirits present were left in stunned silence. This modest piece of land was valued at a maximum of only 400,000 ghostly coins. Chen Xun's offer was nearly twice the highest value of the land. The noble, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly losing composure. In the very next moment, he exclaimed, "I bid 710,000. However, Chen Xun soon realized that the reasonable spending cap for this plot had not increased further. He pondered the upper limit set by the system for legitimate consumption, but to others, it merely appeared as if Chen Xun was hesitant to place a bid. At that moment, the noble who had offered 710,000 ghost coins let out a disdainful laugh. "Little brat, are you out of money? Ha ha ha. Do you still wish to compete with me for this land?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him. The surrounding nobles regarded him with expressions of incredulity. "Is there anyone else willing to bid? 710,000 for the first time. 710,000 for the second time." The voice of the ghostly auctioneer rang out. The noble who had made the initial bid grew flustered. If he were to actually secure this plot of land, he would be obligated to pay 710,000 ghost coins, which was nearly double its actual value. The prospect of such a loss sent his gaze darting anxiously toward Chen Xun and the representatives from the real estate temple. Had he unwittingly fallen into a trap? Damn it. Why did I let my emotions dictate my actions and bid in the first place? This ghost was consumed by regret, wishing he could slap himself for this foolish decision. With 710,000, he could have purchased 2 plots of similar value. His heart raced as he hoped that Chen Xun would continue to raise the bid. He was certain that once Chen Xun placed another bid, he would not compete any further. Yet, it seemed that Chen Xun had no intention of increasing his offer. Anxiety clawed at him. 720,000. Chen Xun declared at the last moment. Only then did the noble finally breathe a sigh of relief. Resolutely deciding that he would not engage in a bidding war with this individual, the system determined that the fair price for the land was 70,000 nether coins. Thus Chen Xun did not bid excessively in a single instance. Ultimately, the transaction for this parcel of land was successfully concluded, with Chen Xun acquiring it for 720,000 nether coins. Has this human truly secured another piece of land? The specters observing from behind exchanged glances, as if they had uncovered something of great significance. In the realm of the ghostly city, where numerous affluent nobles resided, it was astonishing that they had encountered a setback at the hands of this human. The prominent nobles seated in the front row regarded Chen Xun with a cold gaze, their bodies emanating an aura of malevolence, seemingly poised to engulf him. However, they ultimately restrained themselves. After all, it was merely a trivial plot of land. The true spectacle lay ahead, for these plots would command a minimum starting bid in the hundreds of millions of nether coins. By the time the final bid was placed, the figure would likely exceed 1 billion. This individual might possess a modicum of wealth, but it was implausible that he could produce a sum of 10 billion nether coins. These nobles remained non-committal, dismissing the current auction lands as trifling matters. They chose to conserve their funds for the auction of the more significant plots. Consequently, when a few additional parcels were offered, these nobles refrained from bidding, yet they were inwardly vexed by Chen Xun's audacity. Had they secured those lands, they would have reaped substantial profits. However, Chen Xun's bids far exceeded their expectations, leaving them with no choice but to withdraw. Nonetheless, their minds began to concoct other schemes. Desiring to devour that repugnant human after the auction, the nobles contemplated how the land would ultimately become theirs. Such was the collective sentiment of the esteemed aristocrats at this moment. How audacious for such a diminutive human to display such arrogance before the specters. Soon, the female ghost closed her notebook and turned to address the front-row aristocrats, stating, "The remaining parcels to be auctioned are of paramount importance within the ghostly city. Therefore, it is essential to verify your assets to ascertain whether you possess the requisite qualifications to participate in the bidding for these lands. Shortly, Mr. Lin will conduct the assessment." The significance of these parcels for the city's development cannot be overstated. The Realty Temple must ensure that those who acquire these lands also possess sufficient ghostly currency to undertake projects upon them. Otherwise, leaving these lands barren would not bode well for the planning of the ghostly city. After delivering her words, the female ghost turned to the elder at her side, the head of the ghostly city's spectral operations. Mr. Lin stepped forward, exuding a potent aura of ghostly energy, a formidable presence that overshadowed even that of the temple's leader. Chen Xun observed that each of Mr. Lin's fingers bore 6 digits. With a demeanor of icy superiority, Mr. Lin regarded the assembled aristocrats. Having encountered many of their ilk during his tenure as a leader in the ghostly city, not one of the local nobles had yet captured his interest. He cast his gaze over the faces of the esteemed nobles before him and declared, "Now, present your proof of assets or your Netherwalker cards. I shall conduct an examination of your holdings. This is the Netherwalker card for diamond users. To participate in this high-stakes land auction, one must possess assets amounting to no less than 10 billion nether coins." The nobles, well prepared, began to retrieve their Netherwalker cards from the shrouded energy surrounding them. Elder Lin coldly commanded, "Step forward one at a time for verification in my domain. Do not attempt to resist my authority, lest you bear the consequences." Despite Elder Lin's frigid demeanor, the nobles wore polite smiles, fully aware of his formidable reputation. They understood that he was not to be trifled with, as he held the position of Netherwalker chief in the Ghost City. In fact, many of their projects in the city required his approval. "Elder Lin, I shall go first," announced a noble seated in the center as he approached. Elder Lin's gaze sharpened. "Remove the shroud of energy from your being. Do not attempt to conceal yourself before me." Obediently, the noble complied, dispersing the energy that enveloped him, revealing a decayed specter, his body riddled with putrefaction and teeming with writhing white maggots. "Elder Lin," the noble began, but he soon found himself enveloped in a dimly lit space, reminiscent of a confined room. As the lights flickered on, Elder Lin materialized before the noble. The ghostly nobleman had just realized that he had entered Old Lin's realm of spirits. "Present your proof of assets," Old Lin said coldly. The ghostly nobleman then produced a black card and handed it to Old Lin. In response, Old Lin retrieved an iron box, seemingly an artifact of the spirit world. Placing the card upon the box, Old Lin nodded. 3 billion ghost coins, which meets the auction requirements. However, a hint of disdain lingered in old Lin's eyes. Having spoken, old Lin's realm dissipated, and the ghostly nobleman found himself once more atop the ghostly hotel. He qualifies for the auction, old Lin remarked with an expressionless face. In the presence of others, a nobleman possessing 3 billion ghost coins would be treated with utmost respect. Yet, old Lin displayed a countenance of contempt, as if the ghostly nobleman's wealth was hardly worthy of his attention. Subsequently, the ghostly nobleman cast a cold gaze towards Chen Xun. This individual, he mused, would likely not pass old Lin's scrutiny. During the upcoming land auction, all he needed was to outbid Boss Huang. How foolish this human was, having squandered his funds on inconsequential plots of land from the very beginning. Next, you may proceed. Old Lin directed his gaze towards Boss Huang. With a smile, Boss Huang was also enveloped into old Lin's realm. The others could only observe a dark, twisted portal in the direction of old Lin, an arrangement made to safeguard the privacy of these ghostly nobles' assets. In the realm of the supernatural, old Lin cast a cold gaze towards Boss Huang and stated, "Please present your proof of assets." Upon hearing this, Boss Huang flashed a grin and produced a card adorned with golden edges. At that moment, old Lin's demeanor shifted slightly, his attitude becoming somewhat more amiable. "A user of the underworld's gold, indeed," he remarked, placing the card into an iron box, which revealed a staggering deposit of 800 million underworld coins. Even old Lin was taken aback by such a substantial amount of liquid assets. "Very well, you meet the qualifications," he acknowledged, his tone softening. "Thank you, old Lin," Boss Huang replied. He had invested a considerable fortune in his pursuit to acquire the land slated for auction, selling off numerous assets to amass the 800 million underworld coins. His intention was to secure all the parcels of land set to be auctioned. This was also why he had refrained from attending the noble gatherings. His aspirations extended beyond a single prime piece of land. He desired them all. Initially, he had intended to bid on several less significant plots, yet now, with the unexpected and outrageous bidding of Chen Xun emerging, he found himself compelled to abandon that plan. His focus could now only rest on the remaining parcels. Upon leaving the supernatural realm, for reasons unknown, his gaze instinctively shifted towards Chen Xun. He could not shake the feeling that this individual posed the greatest threat at the auction. He could not fathom why a mere human would be so foolish as to expend such vast sums of underworld coins on unimportant land. This could only signify one thing. This individual possesses even greater wealth, or perhaps the land holds an unseen value in his eyes. Yet, he cannot fathom when such affluent humans emerge within the realm of the vengeful spirits. If all else fails, he contemplates devouring this young man. Boss Huang's gaze turns frigid. Despite the presence of the Ghost King, the competition in this terrifying world is inherently ruthless. Which specter here has not stained their hands with the lives of a few spirits? Should they become enraged, many might readily choose to eliminate Chen Xun, for he is merely a human, akin to a mere rat. The only reason they refrain from acting at this moment is due to the Ghost King's presence and the protection of the established rules. Upon exiting the ghost domain and assessing the assets of several nobles, old Lin finally directs his attention towards Chen Xun. "Human, it is your turn." Old Lin's gaze is icy, seemingly devoid of any fondness for Chen Xun. Chen Xun remains noncommittal. However, in the next moment, he finds himself escorted into the ghost domain by old Lin. "Human, present your assets. Subtract the funds from the land you just auctioned. If it amounts to less than 100 million, you shall be disqualified from continuing the auction of the remaining plots." Old Lin stated coldly. Chen Xun hesitates for a moment before replying, "Please wait a moment." With that said, he astonishingly retrieves a safe adorned with various gemstones under old Lin's scrutinizing gaze. He had previously placed the walking card within this extravagant duke's safe and now needs to retrieve it. He wonders if the amount of coins within has truly doubled. Upon seeing the safe, Lin Lao paused momentarily before exclaiming, "How ostentatious." Subsequently, Chen Xun produced a semi-transparent card and handed it to Lin Lao, stating, "This represents my assets." Earlier, Lin Lao had mentioned that one must possess at least 100 million Ming coins to qualify for the upcoming auction. The funds contained within this card should suffice. Nay, they surpassed the requirement by a considerable margin. However, when Lin Lao beheld the semi-transparent card, he stood frozen in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. The room remained silent for a prolonged period until Lin Lao, still wearing an expression of shock, remarked, Is this the Ming Xing Diamond user's Ming Xing card? This time, I shall astonish these nobles with a grand surprise. Lin Lao, trembling slightly as he clutched the card, was acutely aware of the distinct tiered classification of users within the Ming Xing system based on their assets. For instance, those with assets reaching 100 million become silver users, while those with 500 million ascend to gold users, and those with 1 billion attain platinum user status. Each tier permits the issuance of a corresponding Ming Xing card. The Ming Xing card for diamond users represents the pinnacle of this hierarchy, necessitating a minimum asset threshold of a staggering 100 billion Ming coins. Possessing such wealth positions one among the elite aristocracy, even within the entirety of the chilling world. Such nobles are regarded with utmost reverence. When he first embarked on his career in Ming Xing, he had the privilege of witnessing such grand nobility in Jingdu, where the entire establishment was put on high alert, barring entry to other clients. All the staff members of the Netherworld served that singular diamond user. However, he had encountered such an individual only once in his lifetime. After all, beings of that caliber typically do not require personal attendance at the Netherworld for their affairs. That occasion marked the most prestigious treatment he had ever witnessed when dealing with a user. Subsequently, he was appointed as the director of the Ghost City. Yet, within the Ghost City, the highest-ranking users were merely platinum members. To his astonishment, the individual before him presented a diamond card. This left him utterly speechless. It was only the second diamond card he had ever seen in his life. His heart raced with excitement, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the diamond card. He then placed it upon the ghostly apparatus capable of checking card balances. In the next moment, the numbers that appeared caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Upon noticing the lengthy string of zeros, he felt as though his vision was blurring. After counting several times, he confirmed that the assets on this card truly amounted to 1 billion. At that moment, atop the skyscraper in the Ghost City, several nobles regarded the black portal formed by the Lin Elder with puzzled expressions, their anxiety mounting. Why was this fellow not emerging? How much time had passed? Was it possible that the human lacked sufficient ghost coins and was thus delaying Lin Elder? Such a waste of time. Some ghostly nobles sneered, declaring that this human could never produce 1 billion. Perhaps he had inadvertently violated some rule and was now being tormented by Lin Elder within the ghostly realm. Just as they spoke, the ghostly realm suddenly dissipated. The figures of Chen Xun and Old Lin materialized before all the spirits. However, to the dismay of these specters, Chen Xun appeared entirely unscathed, devoid of any signs of torment. When you have time to wander through the nether, I shall personally prepare a meal for you, he remarked. At that moment, they noticed Old Lin standing beside Chen Xun, engaging in polite conversation. The spirits were left utterly astonished. What was happening? How could the esteemed Old Lin treat this human with such courtesy? This was not characteristic of Old Lin's demeanor. In their previous dealings with him in the nether, he had always been cold and aloof, requiring constant flattery just to entertain their requests. Even the most prominent aristocrats had experienced this. Furthermore, Old Lin had always exuded an air of sternness. They had never witnessed him display such warmth, especially towards a mere human. Witnessing this scene, a tempest of emotions surged within them. What had this human done to earn such favor from Old Lin? However, those with a keen perception quickly discerned the underlying truth. The fact that Old Lin treated this human with such respect indicated that his wealth must have reached a level that warranted such deference. A sense of unease began to creep into the minds of several noble families. All their gazes were now fixed upon Chen Xun. As he took a seat, the aristocrats immediately lowered their voices, addressing him with urgency. Young spirit, it would be wise for you to know your limits. Do not compel us to take action. Chen Xun was taken aback. Turning to Shadow in his mind, he inquired, Shadow, are these individuals manageable? The Shadow spoke, there are too many of them, but escaping should pose no problem. Chen Xun nodded, disregarding the presence of those nobility. Arrogant fools, the nobility coldly remarked. At that moment, atop the rooftop, Old Lin, still unsettled, suddenly froze. He realized that he had unwittingly been drawn into a realm of spirits. This transition had occurred without his awareness. Before him stood a grand palace. At the forefront of the palace, a figure, towering far above him, sat upon a throne, gazing at him with a chilling stare. Old Lin's voice trembled, King. Seated upon that throne was none other than the Ghost King. Shortly thereafter, the Ghost King's voice resonated. What is the extent of that human's assets? Earlier, Old Lin had been assessing his assets within his own realm of spirits, while the spirits outside remained oblivious to the situation inside. Thus, the Ghost King had deliberately opened another realm to inquire of old Lin, seeking to validate his conjecture regarding the human's identity. However, I suspect that Fellow's assets exceed this amount. After all, that 1,000 billion is a round figure, devoid of even a slight excess. It is evident that the other party merely deposited that sum of ghostly currency onto that card. Their true wealth must be far greater. I understand. The Ghost King replied with a subtle nod. Just then, within a room of the building opposite the Ghost Hotel, a thick aura of spirits filled the air, where pairs of red eyes glimmered amidst the spectral mist. Esteemed one, we have gathered intelligence indicating that within the infamous Ghost Hotel, several humans are indeed present. However, it appears that an auction is currently underway, attracting numerous nobles, including even the esteemed leader of the underworld. Shall we proceed with our plan? Amidst the shroud of darkness, a gaping crimson maw suddenly split open beneath the largest of red eyes, proclaiming, "Are you curious as to why I have chosen to act today? We are hunters, ostensibly an organization solely dedicated to the extermination of humans. Yet, have you considered that we have languished in poverty for far too long? Now, we have the perfect opportunity to eliminate those nobles, seize their assets, and indulge in our newfound wealth. Would that not be splendid? Rest assured, should anything arise, they will inevitably lay the blame at the feet of the headquarters. At that juncture, we shall swiftly abscond with our ill-gotten gains." Another spirit interjected, "But, my lord, it is said that the underworld leader possesses formidable strength. Might we?" Yet, before the words could fully escape, the specter was silenced. "Fear not, for I shall engage him. As long as I can hold off the underworld leader, no one above shall pose a challenge to you. This time, I intend to deliver a grand surprise to these nobles. Why should they revel in their abundance of spirit coins while we endure such hardship? A gaggle of impoverished wretches, how absurd. The item currently being auctioned is lot number 7 of this event. This piece of land is situated at the very heart of the entire Ghost City, and its significance is undoubtedly more apparent to you than to me. The starting bid for lot 7 is set at 170 million ghost coins, with each increment not to be less than 10,000 ghost coins. From the rooftop, the haunting voice of the ghostly deity echoes. All the nobles are momentarily taken aback. The parcels of land up for auction are among the most pivotal in the Ghost City. It is said that before the Ghost King ascended to his throne, these lands were under the dominion of the previous Phantom Monarch. It was originally intended to use these lands for the establishment of a thriving marketplace, and thus, the entire urban planning of Ghost City revolved around these parcels. Regrettably, before the former king could commence construction, the Ghost King arrived with a legion of specters. Ultimately, the previous monarch was vanquished by the Ghost King, and these lands naturally came into his possession. However, the Ghost King has little inclination towards commercial ventures. Thus these lands are now destined for auction. Once sold, they promise a continuous influx of wealth. Upon learning of this news, the ghostly aristocrats have long begun amassing liquid assets in anticipation of the auction. In fact, behind the scenes, various subtle and overt rivalries have emerged among these noble factions. Ultimately, those who have survived to reach the penthouse of the Ghost Hotel are the victors of this fierce struggle. I bid 1 billion ghost coins. Before any other spirits could utter a word, Boss Huang swiftly escalated the price of this parcel to 1 billion. Boss Huang, you originally allocated this parcel of land in the meeting. The ghost glared fiercely at Boss Huang. Had it not been for Boss Huang's intervention, he would have secured the land for a sum of 200 million ghost coins. Boss Huang, noticing the ghost's furious gaze, smiled and remarked, "The highest bidder wins. If you can offer a greater price, then this land shall be yours. There is no need to incrementally raise the bid. Indeed, rather than engaging in gradual increments of 1,000 or tens of millions of ghost coins, Boss Huang preferred a decisive bid. After all, the price of this land would inevitably reach such heights, so why squander time? I bid 1.5 billion, he declared. However, at that moment, Chen Xun's voice suddenly resonated through the room. Boss Huang's triumphant expression faltered. He glared menacingly at Chen Xun and hissed, "Little ghost, do not overstep your bounds." Chen Xun glanced at Boss Huang and replied, "I find your earlier statement quite reasonable. The highest bidder indeed prevails. If you can offer a higher price, then this parcel is rightfully yours." Having already faced threats from these ghosts, Chen Xun saw no reason to indulge them. The land's value was estimated to be around 1.2 billion ghost coins, and Chen Xun's bid exceeded it by a significant 300 million. Following his bid, Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to challenge him. Chen Xun successfully secured the land. Upon hearing this, Boss Huang's countenance darkened dramatically. His body began to exude tentacles, a clear indication of his fury. Had it not been for Chen Xun's interference, this parcel would have been his. Little ghost, you would do well not to continue bidding, he warned. Otherwise, the two specters within you may not be able to save you. With this statement, Boss Huang paused, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Even the other apparitions exuded an oppressive aura, casting malevolent glances at Chen Xun. Nearby, a player who was serving food to the spirits was taken aback by this scene. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Xun wore a face of deep concern, unable to comprehend how Chen Xun had managed to provoke all the specters present. Remarkably, Chen Xun appeared unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance that even the spirits hesitated to challenge. Why is that? Chen Xun inquired. This auction was fundamentally a matter of the highest bidder winning. Should my superior offer exclude me from participating? Yet, this remark incited the ire of the noble spirits, their malevolent energy swelling as if to drown Chen Xun in its depths. Damn rodent, do you think you hold any significance here? We have changed our minds. We shall strangle you here and transform you into a puppet. Though we are unaware of the source of your abundant soul coins, your demise will render your assets ours. The foremost spirits, shrouded in an ominous mist, swiftly encircled Chen Xun. They had waited so long to secure these lands, and the emergence of Chen Xun was an unforeseen complication they could not tolerate. Although eliminating him without breaching the established rules would invoke a fierce backlash from the very fabric of those rules. However, they have already reached a point of indifference. Chen Xun's gaze shifted towards the Ghost King and the leader of the underworld. Are you not concerned about these matters? Is there no longer any semblance of law? Yet, both the Ghost King and the leader of the underworld showed no intention of intervening to halt these spirits. Chen Xun cursed under his breath. This absurd leader of the underworld had just pretended to want to be brothers with him, and now that trouble had arisen, he did not even offer assistance? Chen Xun spoke to Shadow in his mind. Shadow, is it possible to eliminate one of them instantly? Shadow suddenly replied, Boss, what if we just escape? Great. Just when it matters, you falter. Chen Xun was faced with only two options: abandon this auction and flee, or engage in a serious discussion with these spirits, promising not to continue bidding later. However, he feared he would have to relinquish the land he had previously bid on, as he had yet to pay for the latter parcels. Chen Xun fell into silence. Meanwhile, the temple leader observed Chen Xun's direction and addressed the Ghost King. King, shall we just stand by? The Ghost King took a brief nap before responding. Let us wait and see. If it truly is that family's member, they should be able to resolve this minor issue. The temple leader frowned and remarked, But King, that fellow is only at level 5, while those noble families are at least level 7. The Ghost King paused, then assured, Do not worry. If that young man truly cannot handle it, I will intervene. At that moment, I will have him owe me a favor. The Chen family, indeed. However, enveloped in an ominous aura, Chen Xun suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He gazed at the specters and remarked, Is this all the strength you possess? A bunch of pitiful wretches, how amusing. Is this truly it? I could effortlessly annihilate you. Seated with an air of nonchalance, Chen Xun appeared unfazed. The onlookers, including other spirits, were left in stunned silence. What was this audacious individual doing? Even at such a critical juncture, he dared to provoke the formidable aristocracy? His laughter sent chills through the spirits. The ghosts seated in the front row were among the most powerful in the entire ghostly city, were it not for the presence of the Ghost King. Any one of these nobles could shake the very foundations of the city with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet, in the face of numerous aristocrats, this human had the audacity to be so brazen. This elicited a sense of incredulity among the gathered spirits. Surely, he was too foolish, after all. One does not court death without reason. Haha, I can already scent the aroma of flesh and blood. At that moment, many of the spirits in the rear row displayed not a hint of fear from the oppressive presence of the noble spirits, but rather wore enigmatic smiles. They relished the prospect of witnessing a human being torn into fragments, perhaps even hoping to claim a small trophy from the carnage. Even the Ghost King and the temple leader exchanged surprised glances. The temple leader turned to the Ghost King and remarked, My lord, how could this individual be so reckless as to provoke the nobility at such a time? Is he not being a tad too foolish? The Ghost King furrowed his brow in contemplation. Even he did not foresee that, In the face of such formidable threats from numerous aristocrats, Chen Xun would dare to utter bold threats. Perhaps he possesses his own hidden card, the Ghost King remarked. At this moment, Chen Xun sat calmly in his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, within, he felt a twinge of anxiety. In his possession was a devouring ring, capable of instantaneously annihilating any ghost of the aristocracy present, albeit usable only once. This ring had been a reward from his previous quest. In addition, he had Qian's birdcage, which could only contain a single ghost. His current objective was to utilize the devouring ring as a warning to intimidate these noble ghosts, instilling in them the belief that Chen Xun could eliminate them at will. Thus, his acting skills were of paramount importance. He needed to convince them of his ability to slay any ghost at a moment's notice. "I do not wish to resort to violence against you just yet," Chen Xun proclaimed, his tone imbued with authority. The noble ghosts hesitated momentarily, their gazes icy as they scrutinized Chen Xun. "Do you truly believe you can kill us?" They scoffed. "How amusing. Do you think the two ghosts within you are superior to us?" Upon arriving, they had discovered that Chen Xun harbored two ghosts, one of which was on par with their own strength. This had been the reason for their initial restraint. However, now that they had reached a consensus among their numerous ghostly aristocrats, they were confident that even if the ghost within Chen Xun emerged, they would still be able to vanquish him. However, when they uttered those words, a moment of hesitation flickered within their hearts. After all, the fact that this human could produce such an abundance of ghostly currency suggested that he was not of the virtuous kind. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. Thus, does Chen Xun truly possess the capability to eliminate them? Casting a disdainful and haughty glance at the ghostly nobility, Chen Xun remarked, "You may attempt it." With that, he settled comfortably into his chair, exuding an air of indifference, as if he truly regarded these esteemed nobles as inconsequential. The devouring ring was firmly clasped in his hand, poised to annihilate any ghost that might dare approach. Beads of sweat had already begun to form on his palm. After a brief pause, one of the ghostly aristocrats could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. "Humph, stop with your tricks. Little ghost, allow me to twist your head off." He advanced, emanating a thick, ominous aura. A ghostly hand lunged toward Chen Xun. With the first noble attacking, the gazes of the others turned cold and menacing, as if they were all prepared to rend Chen Xun to pieces. So weak. Yet, Chen Xun merely uttered 3 words, and in the next instant, the attacking ghostly noble was consumed by a terrifying black void, vanishing along with his spectral hand, too swiftly for even a scream to escape his lips. All the ghostly nobles were now rendered speechless. What just transpired? Where did that attacking noble go? They stared in bewilderment at the spot where the noble had vanished. Utterly perplexed, even they were unaware of what had transpired. Boss Zhao had simply vanished. Had he perished or gone missing? He was far too frail. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their fate? Chen Xun remarked nonchalantly, feigning an air of indifference. To others, he appeared as a mysterious master, capable of extinguishing their lives at any moment. One of the noblemen, upon hearing this, wore a cold smirk. "Ladies and gentlemen, this fellow must have employed some sort of supernatural artifact to render Boss Zhao temporarily absent. I am convinced that such an artifact must have its limitations, perhaps even usable but once. Henceforth, should we choose to act, this brat is undoubtedly doomed." These noblemen, having risen to such heights, were not easily deceived. They perceived Chen Xun's ruse at a glance. Yet, at that moment, none of them dared to step forward, even though they recognized the presence of a supernatural artifact. No nobleman was willing to wager, for they remained oblivious to how many more times Chen Xun could wield it. "Esteemed colleagues, this situation is of utmost importance. Shall we not act in unison? Boss Zhao has merely disappeared, and he is certainly not dead, so there is no need for alarm. As long as this fellow perishes, we shall all remain safe," the nobleman who had spoken earlier continued. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a black void emerged at the very spot where Boss Zhao had vanished, subsequently ejecting fragments of bones. Furthermore, remnants of the garments Boss Zhao had been wearing were also expelled. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was momentarily stunned. They sensed a faint trace of supernatural energy emanating from the bones. It was the aura of Boss Zhao. Has Boss Zhao truly perished? Such a feat, even the king of ghosts would find challenging to achieve. They stood in stunned silence. Chen Xun felt similarly taken aback, not anticipating that the devouring ring would regurgitate bones. Nevertheless, his expression remained cold as he gazed into the void above and remarked, "Too weak? Still not satiated? His words seemed to drift into the air. Yet within the hearts of these noble elites, it felt as though he were conversing with some terrifying entity, the very location of which remained a mystery to them. A shiver coursed through them. Could it be that this individual had a dreadfully powerful spirit silently backing him? Indeed, with such wealth, he could not be an ordinary human. Could he be one of those possessing a unique bloodline? The thought sent a chill down their spines, fueling their speculation. Those with special bloodlines were the nightmares of all spirits. Was the human before them also one of them? They turned their gazes toward Shizhou, as if seeking to uncover the nature of that ominous presence. Meanwhile, Chen Xun remained oblivious to their conjectures, seated calmly in his place, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, sending a shiver through the spirits. King of ghosts, do you seek your own demise? The atmosphere descended into a profound silence, and all the noble elites felt a tightening in their chests. After the recent events, none dared to make a move. For as long as Chen Xun could wield the ghostly artifact once more, it meant that the first to act would meet their end. Indeed, that was a true demise, not merely a transient disappearance. At this juncture, none dared to take the initiative. The auction proceeded, yet all the land was acquired by Chen Xun at exorbitant prices. The noble elite gritted their teeth in resentment towards him, yet not a single soul among them dared to act. Their bids paled in comparison to Chen Xun's. As for the Ghost King and the Temple Chief, they were quite pleased with this turn of events. After all, the higher the price Chen Xun offered, the more profit they could reap. At this moment, the Ghost King regarded Chen Xun with a gaze imbued with a complex nuance, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Chen Xun, having purchased these plots of land, expended a staggering 1 billion ghost coins. Upon signing his name on the deed, waves of ghostly energy surged into his being, filling him with an overwhelming vitality. Originally a 5th-level ghost master, he astonishingly ascended to the 7th level. The velocity of this transformation was nothing short of astonishing. When the female ghost announced the conclusion of the auction, all the spirits present widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that a single human would acquire all the land up for bid, and at such a staggering price. Even the prominent nobles of the entire ghost city were unable to secure a piece of land. Particularly, the players began to question their very existence. The cumulative wealth of all players in the real world likely paled in comparison to this sum. What manner of being was this player? I believe that after this instance concludes, Chen Xun's exploits will sweep across the entire horror gaming forums. There remain over 7 hours until the game ends, and many players, while astonished, also feel a sense of relief. They are finally nearing the conclusion of this chapter. Except for Chen Xun. Nearly all players feel as though time has dragged on interminably. Chen Xun, however, gazes vacantly at Chen Xun, having previously sensed that Chen Xun possessed considerable wealth within the horror realm. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the extent of it. Amid his astonishment, a knot of anxiety tightened in Chen Xun's chest. "Brother, I see you have a good rapport with that fellow. What is his true name in the real world?" inquired Wang Yi from the side. Chen Xun, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "I do not know." Chen Xun understood that possessing such a vast amount of ghost coins would undoubtedly facilitate a smooth journey through the horror world, yet it would also invite significant troubles, both in that realm and in reality. Currently, he alone knew Chen Xun's true identity. He could not divulge this information. Upon seeing Chen Xun's reluctance to share, Wang Yi abandoned his inquiry, realizing that once Chen Xun stepped into the game instance, his identity would inevitably be revealed. It was merely a matter of time. Chen Xun was also aware of this, yet before his true identity was exposed, he needed to enhance his strength further. A level 7 ghost tamer might still prove insufficient. Ha ha ha, what a lively scene. At that moment, tendrils of black mist suddenly began to pour forth from the rooftop. A multitude of phantoms, shrouded in ominous black mist with only their crimson eyes visible, emerged upon the rooftop. The realm of ghosts. An eerie voice resonated, enveloping all present nobles, including the formidable Ghost King within a spectral domain. The rooftop remained unchanged, yet this ghostly realm had merely transformed daylight into night. Nevertheless, Chen Xun and his companions found themselves ensnared within this ethereal prison. The scent of the hunter permeated the air. It was at this moment that several specters furrowed their brows, casting cold glances toward the hunters concealed in the mist. Among them, the most imposing hunter surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering momentarily on both the Ghost King and the Temple Elder. However, as the Ghost King had concealed his presence, the hunter swiftly disregarded him, directing his attention toward the Elder instead. To his surprise, Even the temple elder from the local land had arrived. Quite troublesome. Yet, you, injured as you are, pose no real threat. Remain still, and we shall not harm the esteemed elder. Upon uttering these words, the hunter shifted his focus to Elder Lin. Elder Lin, I kindly ask you to refrain from any sudden movements, lest we inadvertently harm you. Upon seeing the hunter, Elder Lin's eyes instantly reflected a look of disdain. Hunters, your targets are merely humans. Why drag us into your ghostly realm? The malevolent energy erupted from Elder Lin's form, for he had lost the upper hand within the hunter's domain. However, this spectral realm was not fatal to him. However, breaking through this cursed realm presents certain challenges. The hunter chuckled. Heh, with so many nobles around. What do you think our purpose is? Naturally, it is to slay the spirits and plunder. Of course, humans must also be eliminated, as that is our objective this time. With that, the hunter's gaze fell upon Chen Xun and the other players. Soon, all the humans here would be slaughtered, and the nobles would not be spared either. They would be compelled to relinquish all their underworld coins. The hunter's eyes were cold. At this moment, some players felt their hearts race with a palpable sense of crisis enveloping them. They had heard of the hunters on the forums. They were a notorious organization dedicated to hunting humans, possessing formidable strength and not bound by the constraints of the instance rules. This implied that all players here could potentially face total annihilation. However, one player might still survive. They turned their gaze toward Chen Xun, the only anomaly within this instance. At that moment, Chen Xun was equally stunned. This sudden turn of events left his emotions in disarray. Can Shadow escape? He pondered aloud. Shadow replied, Boss, it seems you must utilize the second life from the login device, or perhaps exit the game early. At this juncture, Chen Xun had already spent all the underworld coins he needed, now awaiting the rewards that would be bestowed upon the conclusion of the instance. If he were to exit the game prematurely, he would forfeit those rewards. For Chen Xun, although it may not hold particular significance, the rewards from the dungeon contain quite a few valuable items. For instance, the skill card awarded at the conclusion of the first dungeon and that chainsaw wielded by the maniac are both rather practical tools. The currency, known as Ming coins, primarily serves to elevate the level of the Ghost Master, and these ghost instruments and items are indeed essential for Chen Xun. He contemplated the situation, determining that if necessary, he could always withdraw from the dungeon at the last moment. At that moment, the King of Ghosts, seated calmly, suddenly rose to his feet. The largest-eyed hunter turned his gaze towards him, grinning as he exclaimed, Little ghost, I told you to remain still. Do you understand? Are you seeking death? The King of Ghosts, a commendable junior, remained silent. The largest-eyed hunter regarded him with disdain, perceiving him as merely a weak spirit. Had he known the true identity of the seemingly youthful ghost before him, he might have been compelled to kneel immediately in reverence. Impudence. Before the King of Ghosts could respond, the Temple Master bellowed with authority. However, the hunter was unfazed, casting a glance at the Temple Master as he retorted, Shill. It would be wise for you to lower your voice. After all, you are no longer my match. The hunter smirked coldly. As an 8th-level ghost himself, he sensed the Temple Master's injuries, noting the instability of his ghostly aura. Had the Temple Master still been the formidable figure who once fought alongside the King of Ghosts, he would have evoked fear. Yet now, rumors of the Temple Master's grave wounds had circulated, suggesting that even slaying 7th-level spirits had become a strenuous task for him. Thus, the hunter felt no trepidation. At that moment, the King of Ghosts cast a glance at the temple leader, signaling him to remain silent. Then, the King of Ghosts coldly addressed the hunter, asking, Do you believe your strength is formidable? The hunter, observing the expression of the King of Ghosts, grinned widely, reaching a level of arrogance unattainable by mere mortals. You speak too much, little ghost. However, the instant those words escaped his lips, a sudden tension gripped his heart. He realized that this seemingly inconspicuous ghost emanated a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. With a crisp crack, the misty sunlight once again illuminated the top floor of the ghost hotel. The ghostly domain enveloping the entire establishment suddenly shattered into countless tiny fragments before dissipating into thin air. Soon after, darkness descended once more. All those present on the rooftop, both human and ghost, found themselves within a grand hall. At the forefront of the hall, a colossal ghost sat upon a throne, its icy gaze fixed upon the hunters. One by one, the hunters were silently drawn into this ghostly realm. The hunter with the largest eyes felt a tightness in his chest as he beheld the indistinct ghost upon the throne, a tempest of dread surging within him. He had already deduced the identity of this being, and his legs could not help but bend to the ground in submission. The King of Ghosts. A formidable pressure of ghostly energy enveloped the hunters within the realm, rendering them utterly immobile. In the next moment, enormous ghostly hands emerged from the shadows, seizing the hunters with an iron grip. Your disturbance in my domain is indeed inappropriate, as it brings me great shame. In an instant, the spectral hands that grasped the hunters tightened their grip. One by one, the hunters transformed into a mist of blood, akin to bursting tomatoes. "Spare my life," pleaded the largest of the hunters, suddenly collapsing to his knees. "Fear not, I shall not take your life," the Ghost King replied coldly. As waves of ghostly energy surged forth, penetrating the hunter's very being. A piercing scream escaped the hunter's lips as he writhed in agony. Gradually, the ghostly energy dissipated, revealing a middle-aged specter with purple skin marred by horrific scars. The essence of this specter plummeted to a mere third tier. The hunter gazed at the Ghost King in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. This sequence of events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving even the assembled nobles in stunned silence, their minds reeling in shock. Is this the power of a Ghost King? These hunters were all at least 7th tier, and the one still standing had previously surpassed the 8th tier. Yet, before the Ghost King, they exhibited no capacity for retaliation. "The terror of the Ghost King is indeed formidable. You are truly an impressive successor," Shadow remarked suddenly. As the realm of ghosts faded away, the Ghost King seized the hunter's body, casting it down before Chen Xun. "These hunters sought to slay you humans. Perhaps this will prove useful to you. I present him to you as a gift." After the King of Ghosts finished speaking, he waved his hand and transformed into a dark cloud in the sky, taking the temple master away from the top floor of the Ghost Hotel. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the King of Ghosts would bestow this hunter as a gift to Chen Xun, seemingly eager to establish a rapport with him. The noble families were particularly shaken. What manner of being was the King of Ghosts? He was none other than the Ghost King, the most formidable spirit in the entire Ghost City. They had attempted to pay their respects to him several times, only to be rebuffed. Now, this awe-inspiring entity sought to cultivate a relationship with Chen Xun. A whirlwind of emotions surged within them, as Chen Xun was suddenly shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Even Chen Xun himself was taken aback. The King of Ghosts had indeed presented this hunter to him as a gift. Yet, to the other spirits, Chen Xun appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Upon witnessing the departure of the King of Ghosts, the hunter's face lit up with a look of astonishment, as if he felt liberated and free. However, just as he prepared to flee, a multitude of black, ghostly hands suddenly ensnared his body. He realized he had transformed into a raven, confined within a birdcage. With wide eyes, he gazed at the towering figure of Chen Xun before him. "Little ghost, what are you doing?" Chen Xun grinned. "Just stay put in there. I have many questions to ask you later." He then placed the hunter into Queen's birdcage. Regrettably, this birdcage of the Queen can only contain a single ghost. Otherwise, it would be splendid to confine the local aristocrats within, allowing them to experience the treachery of human nature. Upon observing the birdcage in Chen Xun's hands, the nobleman felt a surge of trepidation. At that moment, the hotel manager was taken aback, his gaze suddenly drawn to the floor, where dark, malevolent energy began to seep from the walls. This ominous aura soon began to dissipate. "Damn it, those wretched beings from the underground level have begun their antics again." The hotel manager clenched his teeth, turning his attention to Chen Xun. "My lord, would you be interested in this haunted hotel? I shall gift it to you." The unexpected turn of events left Chen Xun momentarily speechless. The manager continued, "My lord, this hotel is currently profitable. If you desire, it is yours for the taking. However, I do have one stipulation. I require 50% of the monthly profits as dividends." Previously, Mr. Wang had intended to monopolize the hotel, which had irked the manager. He had initially planned to sell the establishment to another noble at the auction, hoping to reap some benefits. By securing a new noble ally, he believed Mr. Wang would be deterred from any misconduct. Yet now, after witnessing the display of the vengeful ghost, he resolved to offer the hotel to Chen Xun, although it appeared he was at a loss. If Chen Xun accepted his terms, he would ultimately gain an additional 20% profit, as he had previously been obligated to allocate 70% to Mr. Wang. The Ghost King's Hotel, the instance has concluded. Upon hearing the manager's words, the owner Wang's gaze turned icy, fixating coldly on the manager. He was acutely aware of the manager's intentions. However, this haunted hotel held immense significance for Wang. Chen Xun observed this scene and quickly grasped the implications. If he were to acquire this hotel, it would be tantamount to inviting trouble upon himself. He promptly shook his head and stated, "I am not interested." The manager was visibly taken aback. Such an advantageous offer was being declined. After a moment of contemplation, the manager sighed and remarked, "My lord, you may not be aware that this haunted hotel is actually the manifestation of a ghost king's lingering resentment, a truly fearsome entity. As long as one becomes the owner of the hotel and possesses sufficient ghostly energy, even a level 9 ghost could be ensnared within this haunted hotel. This is the secret of the Ghost King's hotel." Initially, the manager had no intention of revealing this secret, but at this critical juncture, he felt compelled to disclose it. Especially since the terrifying spirits confined within the hotel were on the verge of breaking free. He no longer possessed the abundance of soul coins required to suppress these ghosts. Upon hearing this, Wang gritted his teeth in frustration. How could you divulge such information? His desire to seize this hotel stemmed precisely from this knowledge, for it was indeed a potent, ghostly artifact. The other affluent nobles, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of fervor, seemingly intrigued by the hotel as well. A ghostly entity capable of ensnaring a 9th-level spirit is exceedingly rare and valuable to any ghost. The manager bore a visage of profound bitterness. Had it not been for his insufficient collection of underworld coins, which rendered him incapable of harnessing the power of this haunted hotel, he could have easily trapped Boss Wang within its confines, thereby relinquishing the establishment to no one. Thus, this was the most prudent solution available. Chen Xun, too, felt a surge of enthusiasm, for he possessed a keen interest in ghostly artifacts, particularly those of remarkable prowess. "Very well, I consent," Chen Xun declared abruptly. This took Boss Wang by surprise, prompting a fierce glare in Chen Xun's direction. However, recalling the preceding events, they dared not voice further objections. One by one, they transformed into swirling black mist, dissipating into the upper echelons of the hotel. Initially, Chen Xun had harbored some trepidation towards these noble specters, yet now he felt no fear whatsoever. He had ascended to the rank of a 7th-level ghost master, his power on par with that of the esteemed nobles. Furthermore, should he claim ownership of this haunted hotel, it was likely that these aristocrats would find themselves ensnared here. After all, Chen Xun possessed an abundance of underworld coins, sufficient to trap these nobles within the hotel's grasp. "Consider yourselves fortunate to escape," Chen Xun remarked coldly as he observed the noble spirits dissipate. Subsequently, the manager presented Chen Xun with a contract for the hotel, stating, "My lord, simply let a drop of your blood fall upon this document, and the hotel shall be yours." After scrutinizing the contract and ensuring its authenticity, Chen Xun obliged, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon it. In that instant, a profound connection with the haunted hotel was forged, granting them awareness of all that transpired within its walls. He even discerned that the underground level of the hotel seemed to be a prison for numerous terrifying entities. The sensation was far more potent than that of the grandest aristocrats. These spirits appeared to have been suppressed within the hotel for an eternity, now wailing mournfully. Chen Xun could even feel tendrils of ghostly energy beginning to entwine around him, attempting to drag him into the depths of the hotel. His consciousness abruptly penetrated the subterranean level, where horrifying apparitions materialized before him, their faces twisted in malevolent smiles. "Humans, perish. Once you are dead, we shall be liberated." The taste of flesh. Each ghastly spirit bore a sinister expression, and the overwhelming aura of the ghosts rendered Chen Xun breathless. On the top floor, he had already gathered stacks of paper money to offer to the hotel. As long as the hotel accumulated sufficient ghostly energy, it could completely suppress these spirits. However, this ghostly apparatus resembled a birdcage, requiring a considerable amount of paper money to regain its function. Noticing the increasing density of ghostly energy within the hotel, the spirits suddenly began to plead, "New master, release us. If you set us free, we shall fight for you, willing to become your slaves." The echoes of wails and pleas resonated incessantly. Chen Xun chose to disregard them. Did the spirits not comprehend the horrific consequences of their release? Moreover, he currently lacked the power to bind all these spirits under his command. At this moment, Chen Xun gazed upon the hotel, and the system panel sprang to life, displaying a series of lines. "The haunted hotel of the Ghost King, a level 9 ghost artifact, is the manifestation of the vengeful spirit of a ghost king who was slain during an illicit affair within the premises. By offering a sufficient amount of nether coins, one can confine the ghost within the malevolent hotel. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback by the information presented on the hotel panel. Regrettably, it was impossible to transport this hotel into the system space. Had it been feasible, he could have easily dominated every subsequent quest, provided the adversaries did not exceed level 9. Perhaps he could even imprison those elusive entities lurking within the mists of the real world here. Ultimately, Chen Xun drafted a contract granting the manager a 50% share of the profits. Only then did the manager finally relax. Although he had relinquished control of the hotel, he had gained a far more formidable ally, and his share of the profits was now greater than before, all without incurring additional maintenance costs for the hotel. In the hours that followed, nothing noteworthy transpired. Chen Xun invested an additional 5 billion nether coins to develop the acquired land into a luxurious shopping mall and real estate, naming it Crimson Moon City. As the countdown to the game reached 0, a voice echoed in the minds of all players, announcing the end of the game. Many players sighed in relief before departing from the quest. A panel appeared before Chen Xun, congratulating him on completing the quest and prompting him to select a teleportation option. As for the assets under his name, he could simply entrust them to other spirits for management. Suddenly, the world faded to black before illuminating once more. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, precisely at the base of Chen Xun's residence. It was nightfall, and the moon was shrouded by ominous clouds. From the surrounding buildings, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Chen Xun stood before Chen Xun, his expression one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Old Chen, where on earth did you amass such a fortune in ghostly currency? I am utterly envious." The harrowing scenes that had unfolded in the terrifying realm were still vivid in his mind, leaving him feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had never anticipated that this friend, who often mooched off his meals and drinks, would possess such wealth in the nightmarish world. The chilling game seemed as if it had been conjured by him. Chen Xun regarded Chen Xun earnestly, stating, "Old Chen, you must not divulge this matter to anyone. If the denizens of the real world were to find out, it could lead to untold complications." Chen Xun, upon hearing this, retorted, "Good heavens, you've hidden this quite well. Had I not entered the same instance as you, I would have remained oblivious to your vast reserves of ghostly currency. That 100,000 ghostly coins, I assure you, I shall not return." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Rest assured, I shan't disclose this to anyone, not even my parents. After all, I have become something of a minor tycoon in this terrifying realm." I grasped the implications of this situation clearly. Chen Xun nodded, placing his trust in his old friend. Just then, the phones of both Chen Xun and Chen Xun began to buzz incessantly with incoming messages. Previously, in the realm of terror, their mobile devices were incapable of receiving signals from the real world. Chen Xun picked up his phone and was astonished to find over 20 missed calls from various homeroom teachers, as well as several from class monitors. What could the homeroom teachers possibly want to discuss with us? He pondered, recalling that he had already notified the school prior to entering the world of horror. Chen Xun remarked, "It seems that the homeroom teachers have reached out to both you and me." Chen Xun was perplexed. Is something amiss? Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, prompting Chen Xun to glance at Chen Xun in surprise. Chen Xun chuckled, "It's just the ringtone." He glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from his homeroom teacher. "Damn, that startled me," he exclaimed, as the screen's glow illuminated his face. Chen Xun answered the call. "Hello, teacher." On the other end, his homeroom teacher's voice resonated. "Thank heavens, you're still alive. Have you seen the announcement in the group chat? What has happened?" Chen Xun inquired, his curiosity piqued. The teacher replied, "A grave situation has arisen. The entire nation is now preparing for the horror game. Classes have even been suspended at school for the past few days. However, there will be a special training session regarding the horror game the day after tomorrow in the morning, and everyone must attend. Be sure not to be late." Chen Xun paused for a moment before responding, "Understood. Well, as long as you are alive, that is what matters. Please check the announcements in the group. I need to see if there are any other classmates still alive." With that, the class teacher hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xing's phone rang with a similar message. "Old Chen, it seems that significant events have transpired in the real world during our absence," Chen Xing remarked. Chen Xun nodded in agreement and opened the class group to read the announcements. The group announcement was lengthy, conveying that the mysterious fog had been steadily encroaching upon our nation's shores. In the cities closest to the fog, bizarre occurrences had already begun to manifest. Simultaneously, the rate at which players were selected for the horror game had inexplicably accelerated, with the number of players being chosen now exceeding 3 times the previous amount. Everything seemed to suggest that something ominous was on the horizon. Was this the prelude to the fog's imminent arrival? The final point of the announcement urged all students in the class to attend school the day after tomorrow for training related to the horror game. That was the gist of it. It appeared that several classmates had also become players in the horror game, with a few of them not having emerged from the game for several days, leaving their fates uncertain. Would you like to go grab a bite to eat? Chen Xun shook his head. Given that Chen Xun had been away for such an extended period, his parents were likely quite worried. This was an opportune moment for the family to reunite, and Chen Xun felt somewhat superfluous in their midst. With that, Chen Xun turned and departed. Suddenly, a sense of emptiness enveloped Chen Xun. After leaving Chen Xun's neighborhood, he boarded the bus. It was quite late, and the bus was nearly deserted. The atmosphere was serene, broken only by the presence of a family of 3 seated in front of him, who seemed to have spent the day at play, now quietly leaning against one another. In the child's hand was a whimsical Doraemon helium balloon, gently swaying in the air. This scene evoked memories of Chen Xun's own childhood, when his parents would take him to the park on weekends, treating him to various delicacies and gifting him balloons that soared into the sky. Yet now, his parents had been missing for over a year, leaving him with no relatives to turn to. Even after emerging from the harrowing experiences of a chilling game, he found himself devoid of anyone to reassure. During those dark times, he had even contemplated the notion of ending it all. Thus, he resolved to live as fully as possible. The most profound loneliness stems from the absence of someone you care for, or conversely, someone who cares for you. Whether you live or perish, it seems no one is concerned. Even joyous or sorrowful events go unshared, with no one to confide in. Fortunately, Chen Xun had Chen Xun, his steadfast companion, to stave off isolation. He often found amusement in mooching off this friend's hospitality. At last, Chen Xun had uncovered the whereabouts of his parents. Astonishment surged within him. This place was one he must visit. "Boss, you seem a bit melancholic," came the voice of Ing. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't be afraid. We are here for you." At that moment, Xiao Jie's voice also resonated. The bus was enveloped in an eerie silence. The driver, seemingly bored, began to hum a soft tune. "Ding, we have arrived at Tianxiang International. Passengers preparing to disembark, please ensure you have your belongings." As the announcement echoed, Chen Xun alighted from the bus. As he stepped down, he instinctively glanced at that blissful family, feeling a stir within his heart. After disembarking, the doors closed behind him. It was then that Chen Xun's pupils suddenly dilated. On the bus's glass, the family of 3 was pressed against the window, their eyes wide with an unsettling gaze fixed upon him. Above their heads, a ghastly wound marred their features, blood staining half of their faces. "Boss, I forgot to mention. Those 3 humans on the bus are actually deceased. Moreover, the driver is a ghost, albeit a trivial one. I refrained from telling you because I noticed your despondency," said a voice. Chen Xun nodded. It seemed the world had begun to undergo significant transformations. Mysterious mists and horrifying games were gradually encroaching upon reality. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chen Xun, a cacophony erupted within the bus. Beneath the driver's feet, a mass of black mist voiced its discontent. "Damn it. Why did you let that human off?" The driver retorted. "Didn't you sense the difference with that guy? He's bound to 2 ghosts. Either one could annihilate us in an instant. Just now, I was terrified. Thankfully, humming a tune eased my tension." The black mist responded, "What are you afraid of? This bus we possess is indeed a spectral entity, capable of ensnaring that individual within its confines." The driver scoffed. "Then why did you not intercept him earlier? Merely here to boast?" The dark mist fell silent. He retreated to his chamber, which remained desolate and void of life. In this abode, apart from Chen Xun, there was no one else. The surrounding neighbors appeared to have succumbed to slumber. Chen Xun grasped the login device, while others trembled at the thought of entering the realm of horror games. After traversing several instances, he discovered a burgeoning addiction within himself. It was not solely the desire to augment his abilities in this terrifying world, but also the exhilarating sensations it evoked. It is no wonder that so many in the real world are drawn to escape rooms. The thrill and excitement are undeniably alluring. However, he had no intention of re-entering the game just yet. Having recently emerged from an instance, he resolved to rest for a couple of days. Finally, Chen Xun examined the rewards from his previous endeavor. Aside from some trivial ghostly essence, he had also acquired a ghostly technique, the soul-binding chains, a testament to the hunter's faith. The method to wield this technique manifested in Chen Xun's mind. With a mere thought, Chains composed of ethereal energy extended from beneath his feet. Satisfied, Chen Xun nodded and retracted the technique. Lying on his bed, he once again retrieved his phone and accessed the horror game forum. They entered the dungeon, and after several days, significant changes occurred in the real world. At this moment, the most discussed topic on the horror game forum was the strange occurrences in the cities closest to the island nation. Additionally, a post rapidly ascended to the trending section. The title read, "Shocking. A player with 10 billion underworld coins emerges in the horror realm." Upon clicking, Chen Xun discovered that the poster was none other than Wang Yi, an official from the Horror Game Bureau. It seemed that after the conclusion of the haunted hotel dungeon, he could hardly contain his excitement and hurriedly shared everything that had transpired within. However, Chen Xun paid little attention to the post, as he had assumed a pseudonym in the dungeon and his appearance resembled that of a middle-aged man. Thus, he felt no immediate concern regarding the exposure of his identity. At that moment, Zhao Shan abruptly sent a message to Chen Xun, urging him to join a group, accompanied by a QR code. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xun inquired, "What is this?" Upon joining the group, players could exchange insights together. Curiously, Chen Xun asked, "What is the purpose of this upgrade package?" Zhao Shan replied, "With this upgrade package, you will be able to enter the horror game at any time. However, there will be a 3-minute matching time for the dungeon." He had little interest in exchanging experiences with other players, yet the prospect of the login device's upgrade package intrigued him. Based on the previous login device, Chen Xun could team up with players. However, he wondered how he would enter the game dungeon if he did not encounter anyone willing to join him. This is a matter of perplexity for him. With the advent of this upgrade package, he can now freely traverse the dungeons, significantly accelerating his progression. Chen Xun joined a group and soon received a notification from a seasoned player. A newcomer has arrived. He chose to ignore the ensuing barrage of inappropriate comments and distractions that followed. Once Zhao Shan shared the Login Tools upgrade package, he promptly downloaded and installed the update. Upon launching the upgraded tool, he discovered a plethora of new features, the most striking of which was the button to enter the dungeon directly. After examining it briefly, Chen Xun set the tool aside and retrieved Quinn's birdcage. Inside, a hunter glared menacingly at him. "You little brat," Chen Xun chuckled, as he was eager to learn more about the organization of hunters. He looked at the hunter and inquired, "Tell me, what kind of organization are you hunters?" The hunter, transformed into a crow, smirked derisively. "We hunters are dedicated to exterminating beings like you, humans. Little brat, if you are wise, release me, and I shall spare you from my wrath." Chen Xun gazed at the hunter within the birdcage and remarked with a smile, "It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation." The hunter retorted, "What situation?" Without further ado, Chen Xun summoned slender chains that materialized beneath his feet. At the ends of these chains were sharp, triangular spikes, appearing exceedingly pointed and formidable. The spikes penetrated the cage, impaling the hunter's foot. "Ah, you little demon, what are you doing?" Chen Xun remained silent, delivering another thrust that pierced the hunter's wing, causing black blood to trickle down. The hunter within the cage began to wail incessantly. "You filthy rat, I will ensure your demise. Stop. Please, cease this at once. Brother, spare me. Ask whatever you wish. I will divulge everything I know. Have mercy, brother, grant me my life, and I shall comply with your every demand." The wails echoed throughout Chen Xun's chamber until he finally relented. Although the hunter felt a simmering discontent, he realized he was powerless against Chen Xun. Thus, he forced a smile and said, I understand. Chen Xun inquired, "What is your name?" The hunter replied, "Red-Eye." "Red-Eye? Tell me about your kind." The hunters. After a moment of contemplation, Red-Eye responded, "We hunters are part of a terrifying organization dedicated to the extermination of humans. Slaying an ordinary person yields 1 Hell coin. If the target is a first-level ghost master, the reward amounts to 2 Hell coins. The higher the level of the hunters, the greater the amount of soul coins they acquire." Upon hearing the words of the red-eyed one, Chen Xun finally comprehended the reason behind the hunter's pursuit of humanity. Was it all merely for soul coins? The life of an ordinary person was astonishingly valued at merely 1 soul coin? Chen Xun continued to inquire, "Who leads your hunting organization? Why are you compelled to hunt humans?" He found it perplexing that anyone would expend resources to hunt them. The red-eyed one hesitated for a moment before responding. The leader of the hunters is known as the Human Slayer. As for the reason behind his desire to hunt humans, we are unaware. As long as he provides soul coins, we will carry out the hunt. Human Slayer. Chen Xun etched this name into his memory and then asked, Did you join the hunters solely for the soul coins? Is it simply about receiving soul coins? The red-eyed one nodded and replied, you do not understand. Within the realm of horror, there exist many such spirits. If you offer a meager soul coin, they will willingly risk their lives for you. Hence, some say that the human slayer is, in fact, a great noble. Displeased with humanity, he specifically allocates soul coins to recruit spirits from the horror world to hunt humans. However, these are merely rumors, and their veracity remains uncertain. Chen Xun pondered deeply over the red-eyed one's words. This was the first time he had gained such a clear understanding of the Hunters organization. Initially, he had believed it to be a mysterious group, with each member adhering to their own beliefs. Even in the realm of horror, the pursuit of human prey is a manifestation of their faith. Yet, to his astonishment, the belief of these hunters is anchored in the currency of the dead. Chen Xun pondered whether he could also expend such currency to procure some spirits and thus establish a similar organization. After all, he possessed an abundance of ghostly coins, making this endeavor seemingly feasible. Envisioning the moment he would enter the realm, he imagined leading a vast assembly of spirits, even commanding them to refer to him as their master. The mere thought of such a spectacle was exhilarating. Chen Xun then inquired, by the way, are you familiar with Jingdu? Why is there such enthusiasm for receiving blows? He had previously questioned Shadow about Jingdu, but that individual seemed reluctant to divulge any information. As for Xiaojie, since his demise from starvation, he had been taken into the haunted hotel by its proprietor. Thus, the nature of Jingdu remained a mystery to him. Chen Xun turned his gaze towards the figure before him, Red Eye. The expression on Red Eye's face shifted subtly, revealing a flicker of fear in his eyes. Jingdu. It is a place of terror, an embodiment of profound dread. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xun continued, you appear to possess considerable knowledge about Jingdu. Even I, as a level 8 spirit, nearly met my demise there. The spirits present are overwhelmingly fearsome. Even the Ghost King can be easily vanquished. Upon hearing Red Eye's words, Chen Xun frowned. It was evident that should he enter Jingdu now, the likelihood of his death would be substantial. He realized he must attain a level 9 spirit status or higher to safely venture into Jingdu. His curiosity was piqued. What lies within the realm of terror that has attracted such a multitude of frightful spirits to converge in one location? I understand now. With urgency, the red-eyed entity implored, my lord, I beseech you, grant me my freedom. I am willing to enter into a pact with you. Once my strength is restored, I shall surpass the 7th level demon residing within you. He was reluctant to remain trapped in a cage, living as a mere bird. Upon hearing this, Ing chuckled. How navi. The following day unfolded without incident. Chen Xun spent nearly the entire day at home, in slumber. Ever since he had become a player in the horror game, it seemed an eternity since he had enjoyed such a relaxing respite. Today, the school was conducting specialized training regarding the horror game. Rising early, he freshened up and took the bus to school. Upon his arrival, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of students. Each one appeared to be burdened by some unspoken concern. Chen Xun quickly surmised the reason. They might be deceased or perhaps still trapped within the terrifying world. A stifling atmosphere of dread had enveloped the entire campus. The students feared that the next player to emerge might very well be themselves. This was precisely why the school had instituted training for the horror realm. It was an effort to enhance the survival chances of these students within the treacherous game. As Chen Xun entered the academic building, he received a message from Qin Xing. Old Qin, have you arrived? After reading the message, Chen Xun proceeded toward the classroom. Do you see this? This is the weapon I acquired in the realm of horror, the baseball bat of a notorious killer. This is indeed a premier ghost artifact. At this moment, within the classroom, a boy brandished a baseball bat, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance as he flaunted it among his classmates. Subtly, an ethereal energy enveloped him. He was likely a level 2 ghost tamer. Surrounding him were several envious peers, gazing at the bat with admiration, exclaiming, Wang Chong, is this truly a ghost artifact? I saw on the forum that a level 1 ghost artifact can fetch at least several million. How did you acquire this treasure? Wang Chang chuckled and replied, Peth. This was my reward for completing a dungeon. Moreover, I have now become a ghost tamer, capable of harnessing ghostly energy. Even ordinary handguns pose no threat to me now. With that, a faint black mist began to emanate from him. Once one becomes a ghost tamer and learns to wield ghostly energy, both reaction time and physical attributes experience a significant enhancement. In fact, by enveloping oneself with ghostly energy to form a barrier, even standard bullets struggle to penetrate. This is the formidable essence of a ghost tamer. Though the horror games may be terrifying, as long as one manages to survive, it can ultimately be a boon. Just as Chen Xun entered the classroom, Wang Chang's gaze shifted towards him, a smirk curling upon his lips. "Oh, isn't this our class's model student, Xun? What brings you here so late today?" Still maintaining that aloof demeanor. Wang Chang smiled faintly and made his way towards Chen Xun's seat. He had always been the least remarkable presence in the classroom, often harboring disdain for quiet, academically proficient classmates like Chen Xun. However, he had now ascended to the rank of a secondary ghost master, and even the formidable Chen Xun no longer intimidated him. With these thoughts, he arrived at Chen Xun's side. Bang! Several classmates turned their heads, sensing the brewing tension. It seemed that Wang Chang was intent on confronting Chen Xun. In the past, they might have intervened, but now, with Wang Chang's newfound status as a ghost master, they dared not speak up. They could only watch helplessly as the events unfolded. "Sun Gu, come, accompany me to the restroom," Wang Chang beckoned. Chen Xun raised his gaze slightly to meet Wang Chang's eyes and replied, "All right. However, could we refrain from having so many people follow us?" Chen Xun was well aware of Wang Chang's intentions and chose to play along, knowing that once they were in the restroom, the outcome might be quite different from what Wang Chang anticipated. He simply wished to avoid exposing the ghostly aura that lingered around him in front of so many classmates. Wang Chang paused momentarily before responding, "Fine." He then turned to his nearby classmates and commanded, "No one is to follow us." He believed that Chen Xun merely sought to save face, not wanting others to witness his humiliation. This face-saving gesture, Wang Chang was willing to grant. Yet, when Chen Xun emerged from the restroom with bruises, many would surely grasp the reality of the events that transpired within. From this day forth, no one in the class would dare to provoke him. After Chen Xun had thoroughly beaten up the first assailant, he intended to also take his frustrations out on Chen Xun. This fellow had always overshadowed him in the past, making today an opportune moment for retribution. "All right, let's go," Chen Xun declared, leading the way out of the classroom. Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback. Was he really so eager to be beaten?